On a bright and sunny day, this young man was strolling alone on the street, when he suddenly felt something was wrong with his left eye. Just as he was feeling very uncomfortable, he suddenly saw a creature appear before him. An unnecessary move. Han Sen, thinking quickly, drew his dagger and stabbed the creature directly in its backside. A piercing shriek rang out, quickly drawing the attention of countless passers-by. And that creature also began to transform, turning into a woman. Han Sen's blade was precisely plunged into her backside. This scene was truly awful to behold. Isn't that Qin Xian? To be stabbed in the butt in broad daylight. This kid is absolutely audacious. How dare he stab Qin Xian's backside? What's his background? Doesn't that kid know? That's a beast soul transformation. Looks like we're in for a show. Hearing the chatter and discussions of those around him, Han Sen began to shiver with fear. The person in front of him was now Qin Xian, the woman with the greatest strength and power. In this steel armor sanctuary, Qin Xian was certainly also being stabbed in the backside for the first time. In public. There were many people, so she was both furious and ashamed. She stammered, you. She couldn't complete a full sentence for a long time. You are truly audacious. How dare you stab my backside? Being made a laughingstock on the street like this. Qin Xian's fury finally erupted. Before Qin Xian could even make a move, Han Sen was already surrounded by a group of tall, burly men. This was also easy to understand. That young woman was originally their goddess. Han Sen stabbed the goddess backside. How could he expect a peaceful outcome? Han Sen was forced to kneel on the ground, facing Qin Xian's tsunami-like rage. She pointed at Han Sen's face fiercely, declaring that from now on anyone who accompanied Han Sen or helped him would be her enemy. A short sentence. Yet it was a complete ban, completely severing Han Sen's future path. He immediately fell into a panic. Han Sen himself didn't understand how he had fallen into such a situation. Right after arriving at the god's sanctuary, Han Sen wished this was just a nightmare. But unfortunately, Qin Xian's influence was too great. So after that he could only hunt alone. Because his abilities were limited, Han Sen could only hunt low-level creatures. He vented his anger on these black beetles. Eating this type of creature could randomly grant 0 to 10 gene points. But Han Sen had already eaten over 30 of them consecutively, and his gene points could no longer increase. The current human gene point measurement standard is through 4 indicators: ordinary genes, primal genes, mutant genes, and godblood genes. Han Sen's current ordinary genes are 79,100. All other gene points are 0. If this continues, he doesn't know how much longer he'll have to wait to complete his first evolution, and thus gain a ranking. Over the next month, Han Sen continued to hunt and eat low-level creatures. But he still couldn't complete a single evolution, any physical evolution. Before, he had also thought about hunting some creatures that were a bit stronger. As a result, when he encountered a bronze-toothed beast, which is the weakest primal creature, Han Sen couldn't defeat it, and nearly lost his life. He even lay recovering for nearly half a month before he recovered. Originally, if he could find a few companions, hunting stronger creatures wouldn't be difficult. But now that he had been blacklisted by Qin Xian, it was completely impossible to find teammates again. In his most desperate moment, Han Sen suddenly saw a golden light. From a distance it still looked like a black beetle, but its interface was completely different from those Han Sen had just hunted. His intuition told him this creature was not simple. So he charged forward with his knife. However, that black, winged golden beetle seemed to be quickly crawling towards him. Han Sen couldn't wait, so he sped up and ran over. He plunged his knife into its abdomen. The system immediately prompted: killed Godblood Black Beetle. Obtained Godblood Beast Soul. Han Sen looked at the prompt utterly shocked. It also said that due to characteristics and rarity, mutated beasts are now divided into 4 levels. Namely ordinary, primitive, mutant, and Godblood. Godblood mutated beasts are the rarest and hardest to find. Han Sen never expected to have the chance to encounter one. According to his understanding, in this steel armor shelter, few people possess a Godblood beast soul. It seems heaven has not abandoned him. Han Sen ate the mutated beast meat, gaining 7 Godblood gene points. The beast soul he obtained from the black beetle was an armor type. This perfectly matched Han Sen's expectations. He immediately merged with the beast soul. His body was rapidly covered in a set of golden armor. Han Sen felt very comfortable, filled with energy in an instant, as expected of a Godblood beast soul. After transforming into armor, compared to those armors, formed from primitive beast souls. It was a complete crush. Previously Han Sen, when he saw those superpowered individuals wearing primitive beast soul armor, was already very envious. He never expected that one day he would also be able to wear Godblood beast soul armor. Han Sen couldn't wait, so he chose a large rock to test his strength. As soon as he threw a punch, the large rock immediately shattered. This power was too immense, leaving Han Sen full of praise. After living in a dejected manner for over a month, he finally waited for the day he could turn his life around. After gaining this huge harvest, Han Sen returned to the steel armor shelter. Although he had already eaten the black beetle godblood meat just now and obtained 7 god gene points, there was still some meat left over. Han Sen took it back to make soup, and after drinking this pot of soup, he should be able to gain a few more points. However, besides the meat and the beast soul, he also dug out another item from the black beetle's body. It looked like a very shiny gem, but it seemed not to be part of an insect's body. Just as Han Sen was intently observing the gem, suddenly the six-scaled beast in the adjacent cage stretched out its long tongue and snatched it away. Before Han Sen could react, it had already swallowed the gem. The six-scaled beast remained still for a long time after swallowing it. Han Sen even thought it was dead. But then the mutated beast suddenly transformed again. Its body continuously grew larger, even breaking through the cage, and it pounced, trying to bite Han Sen's head. He drew the dagger from his waist and delivered a fatal blow. Fortunately, the six-scaled beast's combat power wasn't too high. Although Han Sen had been startled, he was still relatively safe. After the mutated beast died, the system issued a prompt to him as usual. It's worth mentioning that this six-scaled beast was originally only an ordinary grade. He never expected that after swallowing that gem, it would actually transform into a primitive grade. This incident very likely meant that the crystal helped it evolve. It was also abnormal, just like that godblood grade black beetle. That was abnormal. Thinking of this, Han Sen eagerly cut open the six-scaled beast's corpse. The crystal was still intact inside its belly. A bold idea popped into Han Sen's mind at that moment. He wasn't sure if that crystal could help other creatures evolve to godblood grade, but if that were true, then he could make full use of it and be completely reborn in no time. When Han Sen was happy about the spoils he had just obtained. Meanwhile, at his home, his mother Luo Sulan was having a headache because of those so-called family members. Han Sen's father had passed away, and his uncles came to bully the widow. Luo Sulan wanted to reclaim the house, claiming that this old house was originally Han Sen's grandparents' property. They weren't willing to let Luo Sulan enjoy it alone. You've lived here for over 25 years, taking a huge advantage. It's time to distribute some of the family property, Han Sen's second uncle Han Lei said, his tone utterly arrogant. Second brother is right, Han Sen's unclean law echoed. This old house is worth up to 3 million. If you give each of us 1 million, then the house will be yours. Otherwise, sell it immediately. Now it was Han Sen's second aunt's turn to speak. Luo Sulan felt extremely troubled. Her husband had just passed away and their finances were tight. She didn't know where to find 2 million to give them. But if they sold the house, they would have nowhere to live. She wanted to ask for an extension to figure something out. But Han Lei started shouting abuse again. Is your family the only one with difficulties? Why do Han Sen and Han Yen only attend compulsory education? Our Han Hao goes to a private school. The annual tuition fees alone are enough to make my hair turn white. Then this person took it upon himself to give Luo Sulan 1 month's time. After a month, either she had to give each of their families 1 million, or sell the house and split the proceeds. Otherwise they'd see her in court. Han Lei and the others left. Luo Sulan collapsed onto the ground, pale-faced. Just then Han Sen had also just arrived home to visit. Although these people were indeed blood relatives, he couldn't consider them family. They once owed tens of millions, and it was his father who stepped in to help. Now he's barely been gone, and they shamelessly come here to demand money. Xingyu Group wanted to take over our family's company. If father hadn't stood up for everyone, confronting Xingyu Group, and then becoming enemies with them, how else would he have died so inexplicably? Han Sen said through gritted teeth in anger. Luo Sulan was powerlessly unable to cry out loud, constantly blaming herself for being useless, unable to even keep their old family house. Seeing his mother like this, Han Sen's heart felt torn to pieces. Mom, don't worry. I've already asked Uncle Zhang, there will be a solution. Please take care of Xiaoyan. He'll handle this matter. They won't get their hands on our house. In Luo Sulan's eyes, Han Sen was just a child who had just graduated high school. But after spending a month in the steel armor shelter, he was like a changed person. Much more trustworthy. Since Han Sen said so, she had no choice but to swallow her tears, and chose to believe her son. As for Han Sen, he didn't intend to let those ungrateful people, who dared to bully his mother and sister, live comfortably. Afterward, Han Sen bid farewell to his mother and sister again, and headed to the teleportation station, preparing to return to the steel armor shelter. At the teleportation station, it was easy to hear news about some famous people. For example, Zhao Yalong, the president of Zhao's group, had completed his third evolution, qualifying him to enter the fourth space of God's sanctuary, reaching demigod level. Or the genius youth Langu, who used 100 mutant gene points to enter the second space of God's sanctuary. Previously, concepts like evolvers, transcenders, and demigods were beyond Han Sen's understanding. But now that he possessed that mysterious crystal, he would surely be able to reach that realm. He already had God's blood genes within him, but to reach 100 God's blood gene points in a short amount of time, to evolve, that was still too difficult. Currently, Han Sen only wanted to obtain 100 primitive gene points and mutant gene points. Thinking this, he went straight to Luofeng Valley. Han Sen intended to speed up and earn more money, to gather 2 million coins and silence those ungrateful people. Even after arriving at Luofeng Valley, Han Sen still couldn't stop regretting. If he hadn't taken that pure-blood black beetle's corpse to make soup, it could definitely have sold for 1 to 2 million. Who would have thought? This would happen right after eating. During that hunt, the first target Han Sen encountered was a gale mantis, primitive grade exotic creature. This exotic creature is characterized by its extremely fast speed. It attacks using its serrated scythe-like forelimbs. Its fatal weakness is its waist. Han Sen had no reason to spare this primitive grade exotic creature, so he quickly launched an attack. At first he encountered some difficulties, because the gale mantis speed and attack power were simply too powerful. But with that godblood beast soul armor, the gale mantis simply couldn't harm him. Not even a little bit. Han Sen still held the advantage. Ultimately, he defeated his opponent. After this, gale mantis was eliminated. A swarm of gale mantises swarmed out from who knows where and attacked Han Sen all at once. They seemed to have mobilized their entire nest. But Han Sen was not afraid at all. He grew braver with each fight and eventually eliminated all of them. Meanwhile, at the entrance of Luofeng Valley, another revolver appeared. That was Qin Xian's subordinate, a rich second generation named Su Xiaoqiao. Although he was a wealthy individual, Su Xiaoqiao was also just an obsessed fanatic. In order to gain Qin Xian's favor, he didn't mind desperately searching for exotic creatures. However, after entering the valley, Su Xiaoqiao only then realized something was wrong, because not even one gale mantis could be found. At first he thought some team had been here and already cleared it out, but a quick glance didn't really look like a team had passed through. Subsequently, Su Xiaoqiao discovered some bloodstains. Deeper in the valley, he then saw mottled pools of blood. From the bloodstains, it was evident a fierce battle had just taken place here. Out of curiosity, Su Xiaoqiao continued to walk deeper there. Gale mantis corpses were piled up like a mountain, and Han Sen was standing on top of that pile of corpses, in a very mighty stance. Su Xiaoqiao couldn't hide his surprise. "Bro, did you kill all these gale mantises? All by yourself?" Han Sen did not answer. Instead, he asked Su Xiaoqiao back, "Do you want these? Then it's 1,000 Zhuochuan coins each, no bargaining." Note: Zhuochuan coin is the common currency unit of this world. Actually, Han Sen was also having a headache at this moment. Only because he accidentally wiped out all these gale mantises. Couldn't finish eating them all, that's why he had to sell them. He didn't expect to actually encounter a rich person. As soon as Su Xiaoqiao heard this, he immediately beamed with joy. He pulled out a thick stack of money and handed it to Han Sen. "I'll take all the gale mantises here. If there are any extra, consider it a deposit. In the future, if you have any good exotic creatures, I will still buy them at a high price." Han Sen was exhausted to death but suddenly got lucky, actually encountering a rich tycoon. He then proactively asked for Su Xiaoqiao's name and room number, so that later on, if he had good goods, he could personally deliver them to him. "My name is Su Xiaoqiao. My room number in Steel Armor Shelter is 1046. What's your name? What's your room number?" Han Sen certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to reveal his own information to the other party. After all, in this Steel Armor Shelter, he was precisely the object of everyone's disgust. Han Sen left with the money, not forgetting to promise, In the future if I have good things I'll go find Su Xiaoqiao. Gold coin, I only know gold coin. Han Sen said. He didn't expect Su Xiaoqiao to actually be an idiot. Someone said they only knew gold coin, but he understood it as Han Sen's name being gold coin. And he also felt that he shouldn't directly call out a master's name. So he addressed him as Coin Bro. Coin Bro, Coin Bro. I'll wait for you, make sure you come. After breaking up with Su Xiaoqiao, Han Sen returned to the Coppertooth Beast territory to continue hunting monsters. He had accidentally messed up earlier, completely slaughtering a pack of Candy Bee speed wolves. Now he had to learn his lesson. Leave one alive and use that crystal to cultivate it. Coppertooth beasts were also primitive grade creatures. Han Sen cut them down one after another, taking their lives. He eventually obtained a beast soul. The Coppertooth beast soul was very popular now. The beast soul was in weapon form, which was exactly what Han Sen lacked. Now he had both armor and a weapon, and his strength had greatly increased. After a day of fighting and hunting, Han Sen returned to the headquarters of the steel armor shelter. Just as he reached the entrance, he encountered a team riding spirit beasts heading out. Taking a closer look, it was Shin Tianzi's team. He was the lord of this area, and also one of Qin Xian's suitors. The moment Shin Tianzi saw Han Sen, his expression immediately turned colder. Then without a word, he pulled out an iron whip and fiercely struck Han Sen. Han Sen was startled by the sudden attack. He didn't even have time to dodge and took a solid whip strike, wincing in pain. Bastard! Shin Tianzi cursed loudly. Who dares to be so bold? To actually sell a primitive grade creature to you? Han Sen was furious at being hit for no reason. Meanwhile, the onlookers by the road knew at a glance that Shin Tianzi was seeking revenge, because his goddess had been offended by Han Sen in the steel armor shelter earlier. No one would be crazy enough to go against this guy. Therefore no one dared to speak up in Han Sen's defense. If I catch anyone who dared to sell such a thing to you, then both of you can expect to be punished. Shin Tianzi said arrogantly again. This clearly showed he didn't believe the Coppertooth Beast was hunted by Han Sen himself. After speaking, Shin Tianzi spurred his spirit beast and galloped away. His disciples followed him, and walking behind them was Luo Tianyang, who couldn't help but shoot Han Sen a piercing glare. Their team was in a hurry to go somewhere else today. Otherwise, Shin Tianzi would never have merely given him just one whip strike. Han Sen rubbed the whip wound on his shoulder, secretly cursing those bastards. It seemed he had to use that crystal quickly to enhance his strength, so he wouldn't continue to be looked down upon by these people. A gentleman's revenge is never too late. One day, he would step on these people. 3 days later, in Han Sen's room at the steel armor shelter, the Coppertooth Beast he had been feeding crystals to had already begun to change. Once its entire body turned bronze, like a statue. It would mean it had fully transformed into a mutant Coppertooth Beast. But even though the Coppertooth Beast's fur was already gleaming with a bronze luster, it was still far from being a true mutant Coppertooth Beast. It seemed that evolving from a primitive creature to a mutant creature was not as simple as a common creature evolving into a primitive creature. Han Sen had no choice but to wait patiently. However, just sitting around waiting like this was too much of a waste of time. In the meantime, he planned to go out and hunt a few more primitive creatures for money. He could also eat their meat himself to increase his primitive gene points. Suddenly a commotion erupted outside. Han Sen pricked up his ears through the crack in the door, listening carefully. Go quickly and see what's happening at Wind Valley. So many people have died. Don't you know? The 3 overlords of Steel Armor Shelter are teaming up to hunt a god blood creature. Hurry up, maybe we can pick up some scraps. The moment he heard god blood creature, Han Sen immediately knew where he was going next. He put all his strength into it and rushed towards the Wind Valley they spoke of. As they spoke, below the valley, Han Sen could see Shin Tianzi and Qin Xian in action, hunting monsters, but the target was a god blood creature, unparalleled in power. Dodge it! Someone in the team suddenly shouted loudly. Han Sen saw God Sun leap up. A beautiful move, dodging the attack of the god blood creature. But because of this, God Sun's mount had been torn to shreds by this god blood creature. It seems that although they are both god blood creatures, its power compared to the black beetle Han Sen hunted was not on the same level at all. Look, even though it was completely surrounded by God Sun's army, it was completely unharmed. However, this creature also seemed afraid of a prolonged battle. The evidence was that after it carved out a bloody path, it immediately fled quickly. God Sun had expended so much effort, and his mount had been torn to shreds. How could he let the culprit escape? So he took out his ultimate weapon. A blue bow. Qin Xian knew at a glance that it was a god blood-level beast soul. What's important is that this beast soul of God's son was a one-time use type. It seemed he was determined to go all out in this battle. You monster, taste my arrow filled with hatred. God's son drew his bow and shot an arrow directly at the god blood creature. The arrow was shot with extreme precision, causing the creature to immediately fall to the ground, barely clinging to life. Undeniably, God's son was very dashing just now. He even took the opportunity to show off. For Qin Xian, unexpectedly at that very moment, Han Sen descended from the sky and delivered the final blow, finishing off the creature named Shuejing Tuliujia. Because of this, he obtained its beast soul, a double-bladed axe-shaped weapon. Just looking at it made it feel incredibly powerful. The people in God's son's army didn't understand what had happened. Only Su Xiaoqiao, recognizing Han Sen by his black beetled battle armor, knew it was him. God's son, of course, couldn't let this go. He charged forward, and his army also rushed forward to pursue Han Sen. He ran with all his might, but the beast soul was too heavy, also slowing Han Sen down. This was the reason he was being chased at the beginning of the story. Although Han Sen now had some god blood genes in his body, carrying that huge axe just walking was difficult, let alone running. At this rate, Han Sen would probably be caught very soon, and God's son was eagerly chasing behind him. The axe weighed him down, making him breathless. He had just obtained the crystal. A bright future was unfolding. Was it all going to end so miserably? Han Sen was unwilling to accept it. But he felt he couldn't run anymore. Daring to snatch a monster from such a large army. It wasn't surprising for such an outcome to happen. Mom Shayan, I tried my best, I'm sorry. Han Sen closed his eyes, seemingly ready to give up. But just then, a familiar voice reappeared in his mind. So you want to give up? Do you really want to stop? Are you sure you want to give up, Xiao Sen? This voice belonged to his deceased father. Han Sen recalled his childhood, when his father had made him play a virtual reality game. At that time, Han Sen, seeing the players in front being devoured by monsters, dared not take another step forward. But his father had taught him that danger always coexisted with opportunity. He couldn't refuse to advance just because he was afraid of danger. The conversation between father and son at that time suddenly surfaced clearly in his mind. Han Sen's father had said, "The essence of evolution is the process of all creatures taking risks. Only by constantly moving forward, only by constantly bleeding can one become stronger." In the game, at that time they were surrounded by monsters on all sides. Han Sen's father said, in reality, one day, you will also find yourself in a desperate situation, surrounded on all sides. If you want to survive, you must become stronger. And to become stronger, you must not give up, no matter how difficult it is. Xiao's dad knows you're a smart kid. It's just that you're too kind-hearted and unwilling to push forward. But you must do it. Although in this game, Dad has fought by your side many times, but not in the real world. This isn't like a game. After saying these words, Han Sen's father then took the sword in his hand and plunged it into his own chest. Han's son, and thus leveled up and dealt with those monsters by himself. In the dungeon. At that time he was just committing suicide in the game. Who knew he would truly have to leave early later on? Those Aries surged strongly in his heart again. Han Sen warned himself in his heart not to give up at this moment. His father had passed away and he couldn't follow him. It was too early, he couldn't let his mother and sister suffer. Han Sen came up with an idea in his mind. Although very dangerous. But if it succeeded, he wouldn't have to run anymore. Shin Tianzi had already caught up from behind at that time. He jumped off his mount and then drew his sword, intending to cleave Han Sen in two. But just then he merged the Blood Butcher's beast soul and the Black Beetle's beast soul. Han Sen then transformed into a half-human, half-beast form. His upper body was human and his lower body was a black bull. The heavy burden was gone, and his running speed also surged. In an instant, he was able to dodge Shin Tianzi's sword edge. Everyone behind him could only gape, with wide eyes, surprised to see Han Sen merge two beast souls. What's more, merging two beast souls could bring someone to the brink of death. They didn't understand why he dared to do something so dangerous. While running away, he was clearly insane. But even so, Shin Tianzi didn't want to let Han Sen go. He continued to chase with his subordinates. Their previous battle. Some other superpowered individuals were already observing from above. And they were all people who were irreconcilably opposed to Shin Tianzi. They didn't know who Han Sen was, but they admired him because he dared to do something so audacious and outrageous. They also felt greatly relieved, seeing that guy named Shin in such a predicament. This mountain has 9 bends and 18 paths. As long as Han Sen ran the right way, Shin Tianzi wouldn't be able to find him. He had already used the Godblood Beast Soul Arrow, but he couldn't even get a single strand of that mutant beast's fur. This time Shin Tianzi suffered a huge loss. This is hilarious, haha. That Godblood Beast Soul golden axe. If he sold it, he would definitely get rich. It would certainly be worth a lot of money. Money? Do you think money can buy a Godblood Beast Soul? I wonder who that guy is. Just now, I think I heard someone call him Jingu. That name is really interesting. It reeked of money. Just as those superpowered individuals were enjoying Shen Tianzi's embarrassment, Han Sen had already escaped. He found a secluded corner and stopped. Different beast souls have different forms, and their effects also vary. It seems the Blood Butcher's Godblood Beast Soul has a time limit for transformation. With Han Sen's current abilities, this process could last 7 or 8 minutes. Fortunately, he didn't choose to fight Shin Tianzi's army, but chose to escape. Otherwise, after 7 or 8 minutes he would have been torn to shreds. This axe cannot be stored in space storage unlike other beast souls. Han Sen guessed. At the entrance of Steel Armor Sanctuary. Now it's all Shin Tianzi's army, so he couldn't take the axe back. In that situation, Han Sen could only temporarily bury it in the forest. After the incident, it was already late when he returned to Steel Armor Shelter. Sure enough, Shin Tianzi's army was gathered at the main gate. Large numbers of people were entering. Everyone who wanted to enter the city had to be searched. But they found nothing on Han Sen, so he could still pass through easily. Inside Steel Armor Shelter, people were heard everywhere discussing about Shin Tianzi being teased by someone named Jin Bigu, and the whole incident. He even brought out a Godblood Beast Soul, only to lose it on the spot. The more Han Sen listened, the happier he became. He had been slapped by Shin Tianzi that afternoon, but by evening he had repaid him tenfold. That night, Xin Xian called Su Xiaoqiao into her room. The reason was that at the time, he had accidentally called Han Sen Jin Bigu. This made Shin Tianzi suspect that there was a connection between the two of them. If Xin Xian hadn't tried her best to speak for him, Su Xiaoqiao's life would have been in danger. Quick, tell me, who exactly is Jinbi? Sister Xian, I really don't know Jinbi. I only met him once in Luofeng Valley. At the time he sold me a few swift wind wolves. I even gave some to my brothers to try. Su Xiaoqiao had no reason to lie, especially since he was also an admirer of Qin Xian. She didn't interrogate him further. Instead, she wanted Su Xiaoqiao to contact Jinbi, and then say she wanted to purchase his Godblood Beast Soul and offer a high price. That night Han Sen couldn't sleep, so he went hunting again. Shin Tianzi had already put out a bounty for him under the name Jinbi. The bounty was so high that Han Sen even thought about selling himself for the money. But of course he wasn't that foolish yet. However, there was one problem now that gave Han Sen a headache. His current ordinary gene points were 91 out of 100. He had also gained 10 primitive gene points. Godblood gene points were 8, but mutant gene points had not increased at all. This was not good. Han Sen was secretly observing an alien creature at the time, deep at the bottom of the lake. He waited a long time before seeing it poke its head out, revealing one eye. But it quickly submerged back into the water. The reason it submerged was because there was movement in the forest. Han Sen vigilantly pricked up his ears to listen. A moment later a figure appeared in the forest. But this person's clothes were ragged. No matter how you looked at him, he seemed a bit unusual. This person also quickly discovered Han Sen's presence. He then asked Han Sen where they were. He also said he was from Glory Shelter. This is Steel Armor Shelter. It's located north of the Chris Mountains. I don't know where Glory Shelter is, Han Sen answered the man. Upon hearing this, the man's expression darkened. Steel Armor Shelter. Could it be that I've already ventured into the territory of gods? Other shelters. After saying this, the man looked up again and spoke to Han Sen in a commanding tone. Take me to your shelter. Han Sen also heard the other party's arrogant tone. Therefore he was not pleased. He just pointed the way to the man, then refused to take him there, stating that he still had to hunt. But as soon as Han Sen turned around, he was suddenly punched by the other party. He fell forward, hitting his head on a large rock, bleeding profusely. Han Sen immediately got angry. What's going on? Don't talk so much nonsense. Just obey me. Quickly take me back to your shelter. The man continued to order. Han Sen couldn't take it anymore. So he pulled out his beast soul weapon, wanting to fight the other party. He looked terrifying in his anger. But the other party seemed not afraid at all. On the contrary, he seemed a bit contemptuous. 3 basic spear techniques. Is that a basic educational course trash? Even if my beast soul was destroyed, I'm not someone a waste like you can contend with. With that, the man cut Han Sen's spear in half with his bare hands. He was very surprised. He immediately recognized it as super core gene art. It was a martial art from the great universe, able to unlock potential within genes. Just like nuclear fusion. What do I need to show you again? What the difference in levels means. Worthless, I'll give you one last chance. Lead the way or die. Han Sen knew the opponent was stronger than him. But he couldn't stand a lunatic who fell from the sky, constantly calling him trash. He wanted to fight to the death, so he took out his battle armor. Who are you calling trash? Has no one taught you basic manners? When you're out and about, you should know how to respect others. After speaking, Han Sen charged forward to attack. But the opponent was extremely fast. Han Sen couldn't hit him at all. Instead, he was hit in the leg by the opponent's palm. Although it wasn't a fracture yet, the battle armor made from a god blood beast soul was actually dented. Han Sen was very surprised while wearing this armor. He had encountered countless mutated beasts, but not one of them could scratch it. Not even a little bit. This person's strength far exceeded normal standards. As for the opponent, he also seemed very surprised. Seeing Han Sen's battle armor was actually able to block his ice muscle jade bone art. He easily guessed it was god blood beast soul armor. He had just lost his own beast soul, so meeting Han Sen was like grasping a lifeline. Thus he threatened, "Hand over your god blood battle armor quickly. I will spare your life." Han Sen was not so foolish. This was an opportunity granted to him by heaven. How could he willingly hand it over to another? So Han Sen attacked once more. This time he chose to kick downwards from above. But unfortunately the opponent blocked it. He even grabbed Han Sen's leg with a backhand. Then he violently slammed Han Sen to the ground. A waste will always be a waste. If you don't hand over the god blood beast soul armor, you'll still just be trash, he insulted Han Sen, while grabbing the back of his neck and repeatedly slamming his face into the ground. Han Sen was in so much pain he wished he were dead. But his fighting will still burn fiercely. He slammed his elbow backward. This time the opponent couldn't dodge in time. Han Sen's elbow struck his chest, immediately making him cough up a mouthful of blood. "Today I'm going to cripple you," Han Sen roared. After that, he once again merged with the blood spirit beast soul. 6th stage. Before the opponent could even see clearly, Han Sen had already knocked him down to the ground. Now he completely had the upper hand. Han Sen continuously pounded the opponent's body, asking with every punch, "Who's the trash now? Who's the trash?" The man was brutally beaten, repeatedly yelling stop. But how could Han Sen stop? Until the 6th stage blood spirit beast soul's effect wore off. The man's body was already covered in blood, a gruesome sight. Han Sen calmed down a little. His body began to tremble with fear, because it was his first time taking a human life. However, if he hadn't done it, then the one who had to die today would have been him. Super core gene art is indeed terrifying. After calming down, Han Sen fumbled beside the opponent's body. His body was already a truly gruesome sight. He searched him thoroughly, because he didn't know what else the opponent had on him. Is it worth it? Han Sen indeed found something suspicious. It was a memory chip. That memory chip wasn't cheap. Han Sen, after returning to his exclusive room and steel armor shelter, took it out to examine it. To his surprise, it contained a complete set of the ice muscle jade bone art. Moreover, it was described in the form of a 3D image, making it extremely easy to understand. Han Sen was so happy he couldn't stop smiling. Today was truly his lucky day. In the daytime he snatched a blood soul beast soul, Shenqian's 6 false crystal map, and at night he obtained an advanced super core gene art. It was from that stranger. He had originally planned to buy a super core gene art once he earned some money, but now he had saved a considerable sum. So Han Sen began to learn the ice muscle jade bone art, and the more he practiced, the more miraculous he found it. About 3 days later, Han Sen felt his body growing colder and colder, but also stronger. Even his skin became much smoother. His current body temperature was already 2 degrees lower than an ordinary person's. This must be a characteristic of the ice muscle jade bone art. Just then Han Sen's phone rang. The caller was Zhang Danfeng. Han Sen, long time no see. Let's go out and hang out. Han Hao and Shueji are both here. Hearing Han Hao's name, Han Sen immediately agreed. Han Hao was Han Lei's son. And also his cousin. Although Shen Qianzi and his gang were extensively searching for him, no one knew that Han Sen was gold coin, so going out should be fine. Not long after, Zhang Danfeng drove to pick up Han Sen. On the way, Han Hao kept bragging to Shueji about the battle between Shen Qianzi and gold coin, and continuously praised how cool gold coin was at the time. Han Sen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If Han Hao knew that the brother gold he kept praising was his own cousin, he would surely freeze on the spot and wouldn't praise him in front of a girl anymore. However, Han Sen didn't want Han Hao to be sent to steel armor shelter, because family issues were still difficult to resolve. Ever since his father's death, his relatives had looked down on him, even insulting his family. Han Sen didn't intend to have them as relatives either. But now that their son had also come here, it was truly awkward. Fengzi, where are we going? Han Sen saw Zhang Danfeng had been driving for a long time without reaching their destination, so he felt a bit anxious. Almost there. Look ahead. The place they were going to was Star Radiance Martial Arts. It turned out Zhang Danfeng wanted to watch a boxing match. Today Tang Jinliu had a match. This person ranked 5th in God's Sanctuary last year, and had already ascended the God Tablet. In recent years, the one ranked first on the martial arts tablet in Steel Armor Shelter had always been Qin Xian, but her name had never appeared on the God Tablet. Once, while Zhang Danfeng was bragging below the ring, Tang Jinliu had already brought out his beast soul. It was a god-blood enraged berserker beast soul. Zhang Danfeng continuously marveled with envious eyes and tone. If only I could have a beast soul like that. Then my life wouldn't have been in vain. However, contrary to his excitement, Han Hao was unusually calm. What's so great about this beast soul? I think this enraged beast soul, Tang Zenlius berserker, can't even compare to half of Brother Gold's godblood beast soul. Zhang Danfeng snorted, then gave Han Hao a look full of disdain. Brother Gold or whatever, I don't know if he's powerful, but his beast soul was stolen. He's no hero. How can a despicable person like him be compared to Tang Jinliu? The object of Zhang Danfeng's contempt was sitting right next to him at that moment. Han Sen heard every single word he said clearly. It really was an arrow through the heart. But he wasn't wrong either. It's just that in that situation, only a fool wouldn't try to snatch that bloody butcher beast soul. Especially since that heavenly god prince was his enemy. It seems that for now, I shouldn't tell Zhang Danfeng about him being gold coin, to avoid unnecessary disputes. Half a month later, Han Sen hunted while also looking after the copper tooth beast. Just as he expected, it had evolved into a mutated copper tooth beast. Although he really wanted to eat it to gain more mutant gene points, he needed money more right now. So Han Sen took the initiative to contact Su Xiaoxiao. That night the two met in Lufeng Valley. Su Xiaoxiao used 2 million yuan to buy the meat of the mutated copper tooth beast. Seizing this opportunity, Su Xiaoxiao also told Han Sen that Qin Xian wanted to buy the bloody butcher beast soul and the double-edged golden axe. He wasn't surprised. He just asked Su Xiaoxiao to go back and tell her that if Qin Xian could offer a price that satisfied him, he would sell it. After the transaction was complete, Han Sen continued hunting. This time his target was the poison crystal scorpions in the bottomless pit. These were highly venomous xenobeasts. Fortunately, Han Sen had the black beetle armor, so they couldn't do anything to him. After clearing out the bottomless pit, Han Sen was carrying a sack full of poison crystal scorpions and was about to leave. But before he reached the cave entrance, Han Sen heard someone call his name. Brother Qi. Is that you? The light in front of him gradually cleared, and it turned out to be Qin Xian sitting there. Han Sen thought she was there to settle scores, so he pretended not to hear and walked past her. But then Qin Xian called out to him again, asking him to take her with him. Only then did Han Sen notice that her ankle was injured. He also realized that Qin Xian didn't know that he was the guy who had poked her but not long ago. With this full coverage armor, he didn't have to worry at all about being discovered. Since that was the case, Han Sen decided to seize this opportunity to gain some benefits for himself. He sat next to her, and pretending to examine Qin Xian's wound asked, "You seem to be poisoned by a poison crystal scorpion. How could this happen? You're clearly very strong." A poison crystal scorpion launched a sneak attack. When my ambergris was almost used up, Qin Xian said, and a dagger appeared in her hand. Han Sen knew this weapon. It was formed from a god blood poison heart butterfly beast soul. Don't think about using me. Your armor can't block this thing either. Han Sen originally wanted to flirt with this woman a little. But he didn't expect her to see through his ill intentions and be so cautious. Don't misunderstand, I don't have any other intentions. Don't you want me to take you with me? Han Sen quickly waved his hand, looking like he had been wronged. Qin Xian still didn't let down her guard. She proposed a condition. If Han Sen could safely get her out of the bottomless pit, she would pay him a large sum of money as a reward. He had always been trading with Su Xiaoqiao to make money. But Han Sen had already earned 2 million to pay off his mother's debts, so he didn't really need money anymore. I do like money, but I don't really need it right now. Is the poison crystal scorpion you mentioned still alive? I dealt with it, it's right behind me, is there a problem? As she said this, Qin Xian finally scrutinized Han Sen. She was quite surprised when she saw his armor, as it didn't even have a single scratch, even though he had just fought a poison crystal scorpion. As for Han Sen, he agreed to take Qin Xian out without charging money. In return, Han Sen wanted a mutated beast soul as payment, as well as that poison crystal scorpion and Qin Xian had just secured it. The two quickly reached an agreement. Han Sen then carried Qin Xian out. Along the way, Qin Xian kept thinking about what had just happened. Han Sen had already eaten all the poison crystal nuclei, and wasn't going to let a single one get away. After a while of wild thoughts, Han Sen had already brought Qin Xian to the armored beast shelter's vicinity. But neither of them wanted to be seen by outsiders, so he only left her near the entrance. As agreed, Qin Xian gave Han Sen a mutant beast soul. By the way, she also took the opportunity to ask about the blood essence, 6 armor maps beast soul, and that double-edged axe. Qin Xian really wanted to buy it, and the price she could offer was 6 million star coins. Han Sen was also very satisfied and immediately agreed. Anyway, he couldn't use that axe either. Okay, then get your money ready. I'll tell you the time and place through Su Xiaoqiao. After taking off his battlesuit, Han Sen returned to the armored beast shelter with his spoils. As soon as he entered, he ran into Han Hao, but he acted as if he didn't know his cousin. After Han Hao's friends had all left, he pulled Han Sen aside into a corner. It turned out that Han Hao's attitude was because he had heard that Han Sen had accidentally stirred up 2 fire ant nests, namely Qin Xian and Shen Qianzi, so he didn't want outsiders to know they were cousins. My path has just begun, and I don't want to be hindered by you. Fine, I'll keep my mouth shut. In this armored beast shelter we don't know each other, Han Sen said, then left. A few days ago, he was still troubled, not knowing how to face his cousin. But if now Han Hao had chosen to despise Han Sen, like his parents did, then he had nothing to worry about. Han Sen returned to his room. Now he had a lot of money, and life could finally be a bit better. Han Sen really wanted to share this joy with his mother and sister, so the next day he went home and took them out. Han Sen even splurged on taking Han Yen to eat emerald ice cream, expensive food that not long ago he couldn't even imagine. The ice cream shop was crowded, so Han Sen wanted to take his mother and sister to the 2nd floor. But they were stopped by an attendant, because the 2nd floor was only open to the privileged class and nobles. Luo Sulan and Han Yen had no objection to this, but Han Sen showed his displeasure. He swore that he would soon possess everything, and he wouldn't let those so-called upper-class privileges hinder him. After a day of fun with his family, Han Sen once again set out on his way back to the armored beast shelter. Every time he took this train it was packed, and today was no exception. When the train braked suddenly, Han Sen accidentally bumped into a girl, and whether it was unintentional or on purpose, his face directly hit her chest. Han Sen immediately received an elbow, because the other person thought he was sexually harassing her. Oh hey, I'm sorry, I didn't do it on purpose. Han Sen covered his face, trembling from the pain. After the distance between them widened, he recognized that the person he had just bumped into was Qin Xian. She in turn recognized him as the man who had seen her backside last time. Even if you jump into the yellow river this time, you won't be able to clear your name. A leopard can't change its spots. I thought you were just a fool last time, but I never expected you to actually be such a disgusting person. Qin Xian cursed through gritted teeth. The people around them also started to accuse Han Sen, believing he was taking advantage of the situation to harass Qin Xian. Han Sen wanted to explain that it was clearly because the train had braked suddenly, causing him to lose his footing. But how could Qin Xian believe a guy with a criminal record Someone like you. Just then the train arrived at the station. Qin Xian wasn't about to let Han Sen off easily either. Do you think I'd let you off easily? Aren't you heading to steel armor shelter anyway? I'll wait for you there. With that, Qin Xian disembarked first. Han Sen leaned out to look. He saw 2 rows of people lined up neatly, waiting to greet her. More importantly, they called Qin Xian Station Master Qin. Han Sen felt like had been struck by lightning. If Qin Xian was in charge of this transport station, then she would perfectly know. When he entered and exited the station, knowing his every move like the back of her hand, Han Sen held his head, complaining non-stop. What rotten luck! After that, he began to think about how to guard against Qin Xian. Once his secret of being golden coin was exposed, he could forget about living a peaceful life ever again. As for Han Sen, as soon as he returned to steel armor shelter, he ran into Luo Tianyang and his gang. What's more, Luo Tianyang wanted him to join them on a hunt initially. Han Sen wanted to refuse, citing trouble as an excuse, but Luo Tianyang dragged him along anyway. The group thus banded together and arrived at the mountain range. It seemed Shen Qianzi had already spent a large sum of money to organize a major hunt. After a few days, Han Sen started to feel puzzled. Even though they had been traveling for days, they had only encountered some primitive grade creatures. Given such a sparse number of creatures, couldn't Shen Qianzi and his group handle it themselves? Why bring so many people? He pondered over it, and still felt that the guy surnamed Shen must have other plans. Indeed, before long, the group arrived before a cliff. In front of them was a huge pit. Luo Tianyang ordered the mercenaries to lead the way, and Han Sen, who had been labeled a madman, was among them. Han Sen was extremely reluctant, going deep into the mountain range's core. Just hearing it sounded dangerous. He really didn't understand what else Shen Qianzi wanted to do. However, Han Sen and the mercenaries still had to act as the vanguard. The pit was bottomless. They walked for a long time but still saw no end. The person at the very front holding a torch originally wanted to move slowly, because he had a premonition of danger ahead. Unexpectedly, Luo Tianyang kept cracking a whip from behind, lashing them. They cursed as they whipped them. Why are you walking so slowly, dawdling like a bunch of sissies? Hurry up, don't you want your bonus anymore? Under Luo Tianyang's urging, the group's speed picked up. They arrived at a large river. There was no path to cross the river. Luo Tianyang then threw several items from his hand. As soon as they touched the water, they transformed into several large hovercrafts. Han Sen couldn't help but feel they were well prepared. What exactly awaited them on the other side of the river? Even stranger, he didn't see Shen Qianzi's group get on the boats. While he was still pondering, the water suddenly rippled. From the depths beneath the water, a huge creature suddenly lunged out, causing several hovercrafts to sway violently. Shen Qianzi stood on the bank, a smug look on his face. You finally appeared. Bloody black-scaled great serpent. The appearance of the bloody black-scaled great serpent had already claimed several lives. Han Sen immediately understood that bastard Shen Qianzi had ill intentions. He was clearly using them as bait to lure out the creatures. The other hovercrafts that hadn't capsized immediately turned around and fled. However, Shen Qianzi drew his sword on the bank and slashed again, blocking their escape route. A bunch of trash trying to take the money and run. Whoever dares to run, I'll chop them down, he roared. The mercenaries were all stopped, unable to reach the shore. They were caught in a dilemma. So they made an offer to Shen Qianzi. If that's the case, if we can hold out until the end, then you must share some of the profits with us. After hearing this, Han Sen just cursed fools to himself twice. This group of people truly had their eyes blinded by money. Clearly they were being used. Meanwhile, Shen Qianzi and his group were on the shore, enjoying the show. What talk of profit sharing could there be? He was clearly leading everyone to their deaths. Shen Qianzi wanted to fill the creature's belly with human lives, exhausting its strength, so they could cross the river safely afterward. Han Sen utterly despised this person. He had only just made his mark. He couldn't let himself lose his life for such a trivial matter. Han Sen paddled hard and very fast, but he couldn't match the speed of the blood essence black-scaled great serpent. Soon his raft was overturned by it. The moment he fell into the water, Han Sen immediately donned his black beetle battle armor. He couldn't do that earlier, because to outsiders, Han Sen's identity as golden coin would be exposed. But once in the water, it was perfectly fine. Han Sen swam as fast as a speedboat. The others weren't so lucky. Originally there were 34 people. Now only 7 were left, barely clinging to life. After seeing this, Luo Tianyang showed a satisfied smile. Tianzi, the blood essence black-scaled great serpent, seems to have eaten its fill. Now if we cross the river, I doubt we'll encounter much danger anymore. They didn't feel the slightest bit of shame for their appalling actions. A group of people began pulling each other across the river. On the other side of the river, Shintianzi had already found what he wanted. They were godblood creature eggs. And there were 2 of them. Just thinking about his godblood, gene points about to skyrocket. He couldn't stop smiling. They wanted to take the snake eggs and leave quickly. But how could that blood essence black-scaled great serpent allow humans to easily touch its offspring? It reappeared from the riverbed. Shintianzi then drew his sword and charged forward. Luo Tianyang and his other disciples also immediately rushed forward to provide cover. They threw 2 unlucky mercenaries into the monster's mouth and then fled. Shintianzi thought that was the end of it. But unexpectedly, on his escape route, he was blocked by Han Sen. More precisely, it was Han Sen appearing as golden coin who stopped him. Shintianzi, clutching the godblood creature eggs, was so happy. His eyes were practically slits. While he wasn't paying attention, Han Sen ambushed him, hitting him with a punch that made his vision go black. Han Sen grabbed the 2 eggs and turned to flee. Shintianzi was once again outmaneuvered by Han Sen, but could do nothing but curse loudly. On Han Sen's side, he was very pleased, because although he had luckily escaped the river monster's maw, he hadn't expected that he would get such good items. However, while escaping, Han Sen was again blocked by a great serpent. It seemed that the blood essence black-scaled great serpent was not the only one. In front was a monster, and behind Shintianzi's group was eagerly giving chase. Han Sen was once again pushed into a desperate situation. A mischievous idea then popped into his mind. Han Sen forcefully crushed one of the eggs, then threw it into Shintianzi's hand. Catch it, one for each of us. Let's put aside our personal grudges and team up against the great serpent for now. Shintianzi instinctively caught the egg, but he had no intention of teaming up with Han Sen. He even wanted to take his life. Blind by hatred, Shintianzi didn't notice at all that the egg was already cracked. Not until Luo Tianyang spoke up to warn him, and just at that moment, the giant serpent also went mad, charging over to attack him. Shintianzi had to respond with all his might. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Sen successfully escaped. He returned to the steel armor sanctuary. He was in an incredibly cheerful mood. Jinbi had hidden a full 2 beast souls. Shintianzi's god blood. Anyone could imagine how furious he was after eating that egg. Han Sen's godblood gene points had increased to 13. He was incredibly powerful now. However, just as he stepped into the steel armor sanctuary, Han Sen had to face a string of new troubles. Namely, Qin Xian was hiding really well. He hadn't seen a trace of her for half a month. Do you think I'd let you off the hook? Unaware, he had been following Shintianzi's group for almost 2 weeks without realizing it. Han Sen had completely forgotten about Qin Xian's matter, about settling the score with him after returning to the sanctuary. The moment he saw Qin Xian, Han Sen's face turned pale. Originally, he thought Qin Xian would drag him to a crowded place and beat and scold him in front of everyone. To his surprise, this woman was quite honorable. Qin Xian took Han Sen to the combat room. Here the two would have a unknown match. If Han Sen won, Qin Xian promised never to bother him again. But Han Sen felt this deal was clearly not worth it. Gene points. Qin Xian's godblood gene points were almost at their maximum. And she had trained in the army for so long. She also had countless high-grade beast souls. Letting him fight her would be like asking him to surrender. We won't use beast souls when we fight. If you can take 50 of my moves, then our matter will be settled. That sounds more like it. Han Sen immediately agreed. He didn't believe he couldn't take 50 moves from a woman. Qin Xian took a step back and struck a pose. You go first. As soon as she finished speaking, Han Sen charged forward and gave her a straight punch. He really didn't know how to be gentle with women. To actually hit a woman's face. Qin Xian stumbled back a few steps, then cursed. You despicable scoundrel. Seeing her unsightly appearance, Han Sen frantically apologized. Originally, he just wanted to end it quickly and leave. That's why he struck so fast. The opponent hadn't even had time to prepare. Qin Xian wiped the blood from her nose, stood up straight and continued speaking. Before she even had time to curse, Han Sen gave her another punch. This time it definitely wasn't accidental. Of course, such a good opportunity had to be seized. Qin Xian's anger had reached its peak. She charged at Han Sen, and began punching and kicking. The strength of someone who trained in the army was indeed different. Furthermore, she had just been ambushed by Han Sen with 2 punches, which made Qin Xian even more furious. She beat Han Sen until all he could do was cry and apologize. In the end, Qin Xian's 50 moves, Han Sen took them all. She showed no mercy at all. So when he returned, his face was swollen and bruised. It was also this battle that made Han Sen realize his true strength was still equivalent to that of an ant. It seemed he still had to train hard to become stronger. As for Qin Xian, after getting her revenge, her mood had also improved slightly. However, Qin Xian still held a grudge about those 2 punches. After taking a shower, she went to re-watch the match recording. Han Sen's boxing and close combat techniques were truly dreadful in her eyes. However, those 2 explosive punches were completely beyond Qin Xian's expectations. At that time, Han Sen struck without hesitation, as if he had become a killer, and put all his strength into his punches. This made Qin Xian completely unable to associate it with Han Sen, the guy who was usually clueless and ignorant, always faking it, and then suddenly, a fatal blow. He was just a recently graduated student. How could he be an assassin? Was his agility an inherent talent, or acquired through practice? Qin Xian was very curious, but regardless, in her eyes, Han Sen was still a despicable man who harassed women, and Qin Xian swore she would never forgive him. After a nap, Han Sen decided to go for tutoring. He arrived at the tutoring center. It was divided into beginner, intermediate, advanced, and special classes. They taught hand-to-hand combat, weapon arts, soft kung fu, and even hypercore mecha piloting techniques. Han Sen thought for a moment, then decided to enroll in the Egai Chanchenwing course. The center director scrutinized him for a moment, then asked in confusion, "This is not an ordinary advanced martial arts course. Does your physical fitness meet the requirements?" "Don't worry, 1 million huaxia coins card payment," Han Sen said, pulling out his card and handing it over. In fact, after practicing the Bingji Yubashu technique, his body had become much stronger and more agile than before. Earlier, Han Sen's father had mentioned evil ghost entanglement, saying it was super effective against women. That's why he chose this course, so that after practicing it, it could help Han Sen deal with Qin Xian. But once he got the secret manual, Han Sen suddenly realized he had wasted 1 million huaxia coins. What a waste! The methods of entangling women taught by that old man, all those locks and embraces, were utterly shameless. If Han Sen used this on Qin Xian, it would only make Qin Xian think he was an even more disgusting harasser of women. However, 1 million huaxia coins was not a small sum, so Han Sen still decided to learn the course. "Qin Xian, you'd better not provoke me in the future. Otherwise I'll definitely use you to practice twice as hard." Han Sen practiced evil ghost entanglement at the center for a few days. When he returned to his room, he truly felt he had become an old pervert. He only hoped it would prove effective later. He had originally been in a bad mood, but when Han Sen saw that his copper-toothed beast had upgraded to a mutant beast, he immediately cheered up. He would continue to raise it until it became a godblood copper-toothed beast. Furthermore, Shen Tianzi and the others had given up searching for Jinbi, seemingly due to a lack of clues. This was good news for Han Sen. He could be more free and unburdened. Everything was almost settled, so he began to study the mutant beast soul he had received from Qin Xian. However, this beast soul seemed much smaller than he had expected. Normally beast souls take the form of combat weapons, but the beast soul Qin Xian gave Han Sen was in pet form. The important thing was that this black cat was tiny, and he didn't know if it had any combat power. Han Sen wanted to test it, so he told the three-eyed black cat to fight the triangular scaled beast facing his pet. He also rushed forward actively, but before he could attack, he was sent flying back by the triangular scaled beast. The experiment failed. Clearly, even though it was a mutant pet, it was completely useless. Actually, it had a use, but it only meowed for affection. Han Sen felt that he had been tricked by Qin Xian, but now was not the time to dwell on it. For today's hunt, he had to rely on himself again. Over the next few days, Han Sen continued to hunt. Of course, he still had to do it himself, because the three-eyed mutant black cat was completely useless. It even ate more than he did. While beast souls usually don't need food or drink. If injured, they only need to be recalled to storage space, and after a short period of rest they would automatically heal. However, although this cat couldn't help much with hunting, but it also served as Han Sen's playmate, so he kept it and gave it a name. Niaojuan. While Han Sen and Niaojuan were still eating freshly roasted mutant beast meat, a desperate cry for help suddenly echoed. It was a superpowered individual hunting Han Sen. As soon as he saw what was chasing him, also took off running. The man immediately despaired, pleading, "Brother, don't run. I can give you money. However much you want, I'll give it to you." Though it sounded tempting, Han Sen wasn't foolish. Chasing the man were fierce mammoths. Just one was enough to flatten him. And there was a whole herd of them over there. Han Sen ran to a large rock face, then nimbly climbed the vines and safely ascended. The man begged Han Sen to pull him up. Han Sen reached out to help, and eventually pulled him up. Just then the herd of fierce mammoths caught up. Both were panting, exhausted. Although they had temporarily escaped, they still had to wait until the herd of fierce mammoths left before they could descend. "Brother, what unspeakable atrocity did you commit to attract a furious pursuit from a herd of hundreds of fierce mammoths?" The man pulled out a pack of cigarettes, lit one, then offered another to Han Sen. Han Sen recognized at a glance that these cigarettes were extremely expensive. His identity was also extraordinary. He took one and started smoking. "I was in a hurry to get somewhere, and my beast soul was destroyed. I was starving to death. So I went and caught a small fierce mammoth. By the way, brother, what should I call you?" Han Sen introduced himself. The man also introduced himself as Lin Beifeng, then asked how far it was from here to Glory Shelter. "If you're asking about Steel Armor Shelter, it'll take a few days to get there. As for that Glory Shelter, I wouldn't know." Hearing Han Sen say this, the man looked very surprised. It seemed he was also lost, and had strayed into another shelter's territory. He then spoke up to comfort Han Sen, saying that once he returned to his shelter, he would definitely pay the reward. But before that, we'll have to get along for a while. Han Sen looked at the fierce mammoths, which still showed no signs of leaving. Lin Beifeng said with a laugh. Then he asked Han Sen if he had any food or water. He had failed his hunt, so he hadn't eaten yet. Han Sen took out a cup of purified water and a piece of dried meat. Water 10,000 credits a cup. Dried meat 10,000 credits a piece. Lin Beifeng was somewhat surprised that Han Sen was charging such a high price. But Han Sen didn't flinch in the slightest. After all, where there's demand, there's a market. Lin Beifeng then sweetly begged Han Sen to put it on his tab. He promised that once he returned to his shelter, he would pay back 4 times the amount. They ate and slept on the rock face for several days like this. The herd of fierce mammoths still clung on like leeches, not a single one willing to leave. Lin Beifeng began to lose patience, but Han Sen was the most worried of the two, because the food and water he brought would only last for a few more days. If the situation continued like this, they would starve until their mouths turned moldy. He then came up with an idea, which was to climb to the top of this mountain and then go to the other side. Han Sen's body was more agile than Lin Beifeng's, so he volunteered to scout ahead. Lin Beifeng said, "Brother Sen, be careful, don't leave me behind." Eventually Han Sen climbed to the mountaintop. He never imagined that his first time using his demonic form would be to climb a rock face, but the feeling was quite interesting. However, when he climbed to the mountaintop, Han Sen saw a giant egg. He felt a shiver down his spine. What kind of creature could possibly lay an egg this big? A creature capable of nesting in a place that's neither touching the sky nor the ground must certainly not be simple. It might even be a god-blood creature. Han Sen poked a hole in the eggshell and started to suck. It turned out this thing was a storm god bird's egg. However, just eating the egg won't give you god-blood genes. You have to eat its meat to get any god gene points. Han Sen was overjoyed. He quickly drank the entire egg in one go, before the bird mom returned to this spot below. Finally the beasts scattered. Lin Beifeng breathed a sigh of relief. Just then Han Sen also climbed down. Seeing his stomach suddenly bulge out, Lin Beifeng said something incredibly ignorant. "Brother Sen, are you pregnant?" Han Sen was speechless. So he recounted the egg he had stumbled upon, which was a storm god bird's egg. He also saved some for Lin Beifeng. He was already hungry. And then he found an egg from a god-blood creature. How could he possibly be picky? So he drank it all in one gulp. "I wasn't lying, was I?" The only pity was that he didn't get any god gene points. Lin Beifeng drank the storm god bird's egg liquid. He then grabbed Han Sen's hand, shaking it back and forth, constantly praising him as a good person. Even an egg from a god-blood creature he shared with him. It was truly touching. Lin Beifeng also kept emphasizing that after he returned, he would repay Han Sen doubly, whether it was money or anything else. Seeing his enthusiasm, Han Sen had to speak up and remind him. Young Master Lin. My reputation in steel armor shelter is not very good. You'd better keep your distance from me. Who do you think I am? Lin Beifong immediately replied. You saved me and you're very upright. How could I be so ungrateful? If anyone dares to disrespect you, I'll teach them a lesson in manners. Lin Beifong looked like he was about to pounce. Han Sen then said. All right. Let's settle this after we get back. One of them returned to steel armor shelter. The other returned to glory shelter. But Lin Beifong had a straightforward personality which Han Sen also liked. He was worth befriending. After leaving the transfer station, he was still happy. Because the spoils from this hunt were quite good. Just then he ran into Qin Xian again. She seemed to be waiting for Han Sen here. But he decided to play dumb. Station Master Qin, aren't you too calculating? Follow me, Qin Xian commanded. After learning demonic possession, Han Sen stopped being afraid of this woman. So he followed her. Because he was feeling relaxed. The two of them arrived at the combat room again. Although he didn't know why this auntie was acting crazy again. But Han Sen decided. His demonic possession worth $1 million. He would make good use of it. Qin Xian kicked out without shouting start. Han Sen luckily dodged it, but he was also flustered. Station Master Qin, why are you hitting without calling start? I learned that from you. Don't you often attack others when they're unprepared? Isn't that right it seems this time? Qin Xian was determined to beat Han Sen until he was crippled. To that extent. But her next kick was caught by him. Qin Xian's thigh was tightly hugged by Han Sen. And then she was heavily thrown to the ground. Station Master Qin, does this count as my win? Han Sen asked triumphantly. Demonic possession was indeed very effective, especially against women. And as expected, Qin Xian immediately went berserk, cursing Han Sen as a shameless bastard. Her rage had broken through its limits, so she summoned her beast soul. Qin Xian's beast soul was a flaming lion. How could Han Sen possibly win, so he took off running. You cheated. Didn't we agree not to use beast souls? Even if he shouted like that, Qin Xian still had no intention of stopping. Her rage seemed capable of overturning the entire steel armor sanctuary. Without a doubt Han Sen still lost this battle. Even though Qin Xian did foul. In terms of physical fitness, close quarters combat skills, and experience, he lost to her. Han Sen originally thought he had become much stronger. But in the face of absolute power, he was still too weak. As for Qin Xian, her mood wasn't much better either. Because Han Sen actually forced her to use a beast soul. Which meant he was also much stronger than last time. So for the next few days, every day, Qin Xian dragged Han Sen to the combat room. Even though he didn't understand her reasons for doing so, Han Sen also enjoyed training with this beautiful lady. At the same time, he also wanted to improve his combat skills. It was just that after each training session his whole body ached. Qin Xian was indeed very beautiful. But her temper was not gentle at all. Brothers, in long time no see. After coming out of the combat room today, Han Sen met an acquaintance again. It was Shui Ji, the girl who once hung out with him in Zhang Danfeng's group. Last time Han Hao said, Shui Ji had reached the age to join the sanctuary. So it was normal for her to be here. Before the two could exchange 3 sentences, a luxury car suddenly appeared. Then, a tall and handsome man stepped out of the car. Little sister, didn't I tell you? You can only use teleportation at home. If you use it at the transfer station, you're bound to be bothered by those idle people. Seeing her brother mistakenly think Han Sen was a harasser, Shui Ji quickly explained. Fourth brother, don't misunderstand, this is Han Sen. He's a friend from my childhood. Seeing that the newcomer was Shui Ji's brother, Han Sen also greeted him politely. And then extended his hand. But the other party not only refused to shake hands, but also said something very unpleasant. People like you are not qualified to be my sister's friend. Don't bother her again in the future. Otherwise don't blame me for being impolite. Shui Ji looked at her brother's behavior, appearing somewhat awkward. How rude. And Han Sen wasn't pleased either. Being treated like an insect by someone he just met for the first time. Are you talking about me? It seems you didn't listen to what I said. Shui Ji's brother sneered. Then suddenly rushed over. Han Sen realized the other party was initiating close quarters combat. However, ghost shifting was a master-level close quarters combat technique. That was the grandmaster of close quarters combat. Ever since he learned this technique, even Qin Xian didn't dare let him get close to fight. He didn't expect this guy to just walk into a trap. Han Sen deftly dodged the opponent's kick, then rushed up, grabbing his collar with both hands. Then with all his strength, he threw the opponent's tall body to the ground. On the ground Jis brother couldn't help but curse. Han Sen meanwhile looked quite smug. He had already taught the other party a lesson. This is just the etiquette of men meeting for the first time. Someone as tall and strong as you should be fine, right? After that he didn't linger. Before leaving, Han Sen didn't forget to say goodbye to Ji, saying that they should eat together next time if there's a chance. Originally this was just a polite remark, but Jis brother actually took it to heart. Such a special meeting gift is truly impolite. If I don't return the favor, Ji, invite your friend over for a meal in a few days. At this time, Han Sen had already returned to his room in the steel armor sanctuary. Recently, because Qin Xian had been pestering him, he hadn't had time to hunt in the mountains. His income was too low. Therefore Han Sen started browsing part-time jobs on the GE website. Although this wasn't an official website, information could still be exchanged there. And necessities. Quite a few people also paid attention. The first thing Han Sen saw was Lin Beifeng's name. He didn't expect him to use his real name for transactions. Lin Beifeng was online, offering a high price to buy beast souls and flesh of mutant creatures. However, these items were extremely rare, hard to come by, so Han Sen couldn't fulfill the request. Afterwards he saw another requirement, which was to recruit capable individuals to deal with 10 primal creatures alone, to ensure the employer's safe combat. Simply put, it meant protecting a group of inexperienced youngsters on a hunt. This kind of job wasn't difficult, but it was troublesome. Han Sen didn't like it much. But the daily wage was 10,000 yuan, and he could earn 150,000 yuan in half a month. He was already a slave to money, so he immediately applied for the position. After finding a job, Han Sen continued to search for a suitable weapon. After all, his Azure Crescent spear had already been damaged by that stranger. Last time, Han Sen quickly found a bow. Black Knight was selling an alloy bow and alloy arrows. He didn't expect to find something this good on such a shoddy website. It's worth mentioning that this bow set had immense destructive power. The listed price was at least 2 million yuan, but it had been posted on the forum for a long time, yet no one had bought it. This Black Knight bow was a soul of the apocalypse from a legitimate store. A high-grade item priced at 668 million yuan. Its maximum range could reach 800 meters. Paired with 300-meter alloy arrows, penetrating steel armor wouldn't be an issue. It just required a alliance standard strength of 0 or higher to draw the soul of the apocalypse. Han Sen, who possessed the ice skin jade bone art, had already raised his standard to 80. He had also practiced archery many times, so he really liked this equipment. It was just that he wasn't well off recently, so the price also needed careful consideration. Han Sen first sent a message to the seller, offering 1 million yuan, but he received no reply. While he was still worried that his offer was too low, he received a message. The seller agreed directly and sent him the transaction website. Han Sen's mood immediately became excited again. The next day he received the package. After unboxing the new equipment, Han Sen couldn't wait to test its power. The Black Knight bow was indeed not to be underestimated. With one arrow shot, it could conquer all. With this weapon in hand, Han Sen felt much more at ease. Next time if he encountered Emperor God, or a god-blood creature again, he wouldn't need to risk rushing in front of them. 3 days later, Han Sen bought 20 new lightning attribute alloy arrows, and 20 lightweight alloy arrows. In addition, there were the 6 arrows that came with the bow. These were already enough for adventuring outside. He arrived at the job interview location, and then realized that many people had already arrived before him. Han Sen was stunned. He had thought they were only recruiting him. More people meant more complications. More people meant more complications. Han Sen began to regret coming here. While he was still hesitating whether to leave, a few people already recognized him. Oh, isn't that Meng Qin Xian's fanatic? He's even carrying a bow and arrows. He actually looks quite decent. Didn't you also agree to come here and protect those young masters on their hunt? I think those young masters should be protecting him instead. Haha, as everyone mocked him. Han Sen also saw Han Hao not far away. Han Hao's gaze was fixed on him. Han Hao's gaze was fixed on him. Han Sen's expression was cold, and he faced the crowd with composure. Young Master Yuan asked him with an arrogant smile, "Are you that fanatic?" Han Sen replied shamelessly, "If you think I'm not suitable, I can leave right now. However, young Master Yuan asked you to stay and protect us." Seeing this, young Master Qin tried his best to dissuade him. A Yuan, he's an arrogant fellow. Several people from the team echoed saying, yeah, young Master Yuan, let him protect everyone. He's no good if we really encounter danger. He'll run faster than all of you. No matter what anyone said, young Master Yuan still stuck to his decision. I chose him. You can go recruit a few more people. The contract, Han Sen. After receiving the contract, he quickly signed his name. Zhang Danfeng suddenly passed by, purposely bumped into him, and then scornfully said, arrogant fool. Your luck is too good to meet such a rich and kind young master. He replied calmly without a trace of panic. My luck has always been good. In the forest, the wind blew and the trees swayed. A group of people continued walking peacefully through the silent forest. Hey! Zhang Danfeng suddenly pointed in a direction and shouted. Look, there's a primitive creature there. Following the direction he pointed, the shadow of some creature indeed flashed past. Immediately everyone rushed forward to chase it. This way, hurry, catch it, protect the young masters. A hand gently touched the arrow on his back. Han Sen decisively shot an arrow. The arrow flew straight into a tree, making everyone ask in confusion, hey, that guy, where did you shoot? After shooting that arrow, he secretly thought to himself, the soul of the apocalypse indeed has something to it. But I just need to put in a little more effort. Just then Zhang Danfeng walked up to him and said scornfully, did you forget you can't shoot within 10 meters? And you still dare to escort young Master Yuan? Hearing this, he simply replied, I'm practicing. Hearing his words, the person showed disdain for his skill level. Still practicing here? Don't make a fool of yourself. Han Hao walked over from somewhere and told Han Sen, don't tell anyone. You know me. After a while, a group of people arrived at a cave and were confronting monsters. Han Sen himself stood high above observing. Young Master Yuan looked at the few monsters before him, showing great interest. Good, 3 primitive black spot beasts. You don't need to do anything. We'll handle it ourselves. The few people protecting him heard this and replied, okay. Then be careful. Without hesitation, he eagerly launched an attack on the monsters. Han Sen observed this scene from above, a satisfied expression on his face. Actually, these young masters have a lot of potential. They initially only needed protectors because they lacked experience. After many days of training, they've improved a lot, able to easily deal with those primitive creatures. Moments later, the primitive monsters all fell to the ground. A voice of admiration rang out. As expected of someone from a noble academy, they have a higher starting point compared to those who only completed the compulsory education curriculum like myself. On the other side, young Master Qing looked at the monster he had personally knocked down and began to laugh triumphantly. Done, this is our achievement. Suddenly, one of the monsters wasn't dead yet. It opened its eyes and swiftly pounced on young Master Qing. Han Hao, Zhang Danfeng and another person heard the commotion, were startled and turned to look. Young Master Yuan panicked when he saw his friend tackled by the monster, and young Master Qing, terrified, shouted, a Yuan. Suddenly an arrow flew from nowhere. It pierced directly through the monster's head, and the monster quickly fell, leaving young Master Qing utterly astonished. At this moment, the group that came along suddenly rushed forward to attack it. Damn it, how dare it fake death? Go to hell, goddammit, go to hell. Yuan Xiaoya on his side anxiously helped his friend up. Qing, are you alright? Qing Xiaoya breathed a sigh of relief and said, I'm fine. You scared me to death. Suddenly the guy named Zhang Danfeng loudly cursed Han Sen as an idiot. If there's nothing wrong, why are you shooting arrows wildly? That arrow just now almost injured Qing Xiaoye. Han Hao also chimed in, exactly. Do you know how dangerous that was? Han Sen still calmly faced the two of them when suddenly a roar suddenly came, get out. Zhang Danfeng came from unknown where, blocking Han Sen's way, trying to make him leave. Did you hear that, idiot? Young Master Yuan told you to get out. But it seemed he had misunderstood something. Yuan Xiaoye grabbed his collar furiously, roared, I meant you all get out. He pointed at Han Hao's group and cursed, I paid you to come here to protect our safety. Just now a Qing was in danger. What did you all do? He spared no one in his scolding. You all did nothing, not a single one of you reacted. And now you're blaming the only one who did his duty. You all deserve to die. Don't let me see any of you again. Zhang Danfeng retorted, not to be outdone. Young Master Yuan, if you want us to leave, that's fine. But according to the contract, your actions violate its terms, and you must compensate us for the remaining payment. Yuan Xiaoye directly threw the money over and said, take the money and get out, you bunch of useless trash. Seeing these people leave, Han Sen spoke up. Goodbye. Zhang Danfeng scoffed resentfully, you'll see. Xing Xiaoye then stepped forward to thank Han Sen. While I know thank you for saving me just now. Han Sen simply replied, it's nothing. As long as you're not hurt, it's fine. At this moment, Yuan Xiaoye's attitude towards him had become much friendlier than before. His name on the contract is Han Sen. Anyone who can use the apocalyptic soul bow and arrow from the Dark Feather series. Their strength must at least meet the alliance standard of 0 or higher. Xing Xiaoye expressed his admiration after hearing this. 70, that's incredible. Yuan Xiaoye was a discerning person. He deduced from Han Sen's performance just now. What I said wasn't accurate enough. He aimed with precision on his first try, so his strength is probably close to 0. So he wanted to befriend Han Sen. Brother Sen, let's be friends. Please look out for me if anything goes wrong in the future. Han Sen also shook his hand, becoming friends. Young Master Yuan, you are too modest. From the very beginning you hired me because you recognized the apocalyptic soul, and you already held me in high regard. Although Yuan Xiaoye was a young master, his judgment was not bad. A wise boss who can recognize value is a rare find. The next day at the guard post entrance, a crowd of people came and went. As soon as Han Sen returned, someone stopped him at the entrance. Zhang Danfeng still held a grudge about what happened that day, so he wanted to cause him trouble. You idiot, you're finally back. Because of you I can't even find food. I'm really pissed off. Zhang Danfeng pounced on Han Sen without hesitation, launching an attack. You dare to destroy my livelihood? I'm going to teach you a lesson. Otherwise you won't know your place. Han Hao, who was mingling in the crowd, saw this scene and thought, Han Sen, you fool, I can't help you with the trouble you've caused. However, things did not go as planned. Han Sen easily dodged Zhang Danfeng's attack, which greatly surprised Zhang Danfeng. What, he disappeared? Suddenly a hand grabbed his knife-wielding hand. Han Sen threw him to the ground and easily took the knife from his hand. This made him scream, "On my hand." This scene confused Han Hao. What's going on? He's too fast, he almost disappeared. I couldn't even see him clearly. How did he do it? Not only was he surprised, even his companions were equally astonished. Right. Kuang Meng defeated Zhang Danfeng. Impossible. Zhang Danfeng's physical attributes had already reached 67. At this moment Zhang Danfeng, even with his hands restrained, was still shouting, "What are you all still standing there for? Hurry up and kill that bastard." Seeing that he was too noisy, Han Sen deliberately twisted his hand, then warned coldly, "Too much talk." Zhang Danfeng's companions were truly audacious, daring to charge forward and attack him. Everyone charge, kill him. Several continuous slashes appeared. Han Sen lightly swung his blade, radiating murderous intent. Every time he swung his blade, he would cut off the swords of these people, leaving them dumbfounded. What is this thing? Even Han Sen couldn't help but marvel at the blade's sharpness, its incredible keenness. An advanced alloy blade. I can't believe it. Zhang Danfeng actually possessed such a good item. This kind of blade wasn't cheap. It would cost at least 1 million star coins or more. This made him quite satisfied. Good, this is exactly what I needed. As for Han Hao, he was still shocked by this matter. Is this the Han Sen I know? He watched Han Sen meticulously inspect the blade, his mind racing with thoughts. Didn't he only hunt black armored beetles? He couldn't even kill those primitive creatures. He was weaker than me. Why would he still get involved with Zhang Danfeng? Han Sen intended to claim his blade for himself. Zhang Danfeng, such a good item is a complete waste with you. So we'll unceremoniously take it. It's mine now. After acquiring the good item, he turned and left. As he was walking, he suddenly heard someone shout, which startled him and made him stop. It turned out that it was Luo Tianyang on horseback, who blocked his path. Kuang Meng, you've got some nerve. How dare you touch my man? Zhang Danfeng saw his savior arrive and immediately complained. Brother Luo, he not only broke my hand but also stole my blade. You must get justice for me. The pig-headed teammate's words enraged Luo Tianyang, who roared, worthless trash, useless. You only bring me shame. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly drew his whip, intending to teach Han Sen a lesson. You lunatic. Today I'll show you how you die. Showing no fear, Han Sen countered him with the blade he had just acquired. While dodging, he secretly marveled, so strong. I heard his physical attributes reached 96. It's true. Luo Tianyang himself didn't expect him to be able to fight back against him. He dodged that attack. When did this trash become so strong? Therefore he decided to get rid of Han Sen. He absolutely couldn't let him live. So he raised his whip high and roared, "You are tired of living." However, before he could even make a move, Han Sen had already aimed an arrow at him. This terrified him. What? Even Han Hao was dumbfounded. His mouth agape. Han Sen. He actually dares to go against Luo Tianyang. Zhang, Danfang and the others also didn't expect Han Sen's actions. Is this Kuang Meng tired of living? That's brother Luo, a disciple of Shin Tianzi. On Han Sen's side, he was not someone to be easily calculated. Maintaining this drawing ball posture is very physically demanding. But right now I cannot show any weakness. If Luo Tianyang dares to move, I will shoot him dead with one arrow. Suddenly, Xin Xian appeared from somewhere and ordered Han Sen. Han Sen, put down your arrow. Her appearance made Han Sen wonder. Xin Xian. How did she get here? Xin Xian angrily pointed at Luo Tianyang and rebuked. Luo Tianyang. You two, put your whip away. Her words made Han Sen turn his head. After that the two quickly put down their weapons. Luo Tianyang suddenly opened his mouth to accuse. No, Sister Qin. That arrogant guy once harassed you. Today he even dared to attack me. I must kill him. Xin Xian said nothing and suddenly struck. She directly hit the hand he was holding the whip with. Her blow made him fall to the ground, causing his teammates to rush over worriedly. Brother Luo, are you okay? She meanwhile turned to warn him. I will properly discipline my people. It's not for an outsider like you to interfere. Then she ordered Han Sen. What are you standing there for? Let's go, he stammered in response. Oh, okay. A moment later the two left under Luo Tianyang's resentful gaze. His teammates meanwhile whispered. Qinshan said that tough one is hers. She likes this type. She likes knocking him down with one blow just because of that. Ignoring his teammates' chatter, Luo Tianyang swore angrily. Damn it. I won't let him off easily. Just you wait. Han Sen followed Qinshan. After hearing her out he firmly objected. How you want me to join the Divine Archer Squad? No, I'm not going. But she believed being able to use the soul of the apocalypse proves your stamina is good. Today you've already offended Luo Tianyang. Without my protection, do you think Luo Tianyang will let you off? However, he still stuck to his decision. Station Chief Qin, thank you for your kindness. But I'll handle my own affairs. She however still tried to persuade him. This steel armor shelter only has my Divine Archer Squad. If you get into a military academy later, it will be very beneficial. Hearing this he said dejectedly. Who said I wanted to get into a military academy? My physical fitness can't possibly reach 10 points. It doesn't meet the requirements. But of course she didn't believe him, and provoked him. Is that so? That's indeed too difficult for ordinary people. But for you nothing is impossible. Xin Xian's words made Han Sen curious. What do you mean? She answered with a smug smile. Although you don't seem particularly special, you do have some strengths. I don't care how strong you are. For me, valuing talent is the top priority. He suddenly boldly asked her to value me after all I've done to you. Aren't you angry? As soon as he mentioned this, she frantically warned him. Try mentioning it one more time. After calming down she reminded him. If you don't go to military academy, and don't have a noble title, when you reach the age for military service, you'll only be able to become an ordinary soldier, and be cannon fodder on the front lines. Hearing this he smugly retorted. How do you know I can't get a high military rank? He secretly and proudly calculated in his mind. If I want to cultivate the ice muscle jade bone art, I can use gene chips to obtain higher level genes. And then I can get a high military rank. I've got it all figured out. Suddenly Qin Xian angrily grabbed Han Sen's collar and shouted. I said you can't and you can't. Do you want a beating? Seeing her so forceful, he could only give a wry smile and comply. All right, I understand. I'll join the Divine Archer Squad. That's how it was on the surface. But in his heart he kept cursing her. Damn it, this woman has connections with the military. If she really wants to cause trouble, then my life will be miserable. A moment later he returned home, lay on his bed, and muttered to himself, it's been days since I've had a good rest. I'm really tired. Why? Does Qin Xian want me to join the Divine Archer Squad so badly? Does she have some scheme? Suddenly there was a knock on his door. Han Sen went to open the door and asked. Mom, is something wrong? Luo Sulan softly said to him, Xiao Sun. Tomorrow Mom is busy. Can you take Yen Yen to school? Hearing this he asked with a smile. Has Yen Yen enrolled? Which school? She replied softly. You were busy with work before. Mom didn't get a chance to tell you about that money. Last time I used that money to get Yen Yen into Shenghua school. Knowing his sister got into a good school, he asked happily. Really? Besides those aristocratic schools on Luojia Star, Shenghua is the best on our planet. Mom, go take care of your own business first. I'll take my sister to school tomorrow. Seeing that he agreed, she said nothing more. Okay, thank you. The next day Han Sen took Han Yen to school. He also gently reminded little Yen Yen. Brother heard that Shanghua has a great environment. So make friends with everyone, okay? The little girl replied shyly, I'm a bit shy. Hearing this, he gently stroked her head and said, It'll be fine, just be sincere. And slowly get along with everyone. If anyone bullies you, call brother. His concern made the little girl happily reply A little while later, at the entrance of Shanghua Academy, as Han Yen was walking, she unintentionally saw people from Han Lei's family. That's brother. And that person is uncle, right? The little girl asked innocently. He's holding a boy and next to him is his aunt. Right, brother. Han Sen slyly replied. I don't know either, maybe it'll be interesting. Han Lei was with his son coming to the academy, and also unintentionally saw the brother and sister. Why are you two here? He replied seriously, bringing Yen Yen to school. Hearing him say that, the guy got angry. He handed the child to the woman beside him, and then raised his voice to accuse him. Shanghua School's tuition is very expensive. At least a few million yuan. Your dad has monopolized the company for so many years. He must have embezzled a lot of money from it. That guy also pointed at him and threatened him, telling you that money belongs to the Han family, and it must be taken out and divided equally. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. He, however, showed no fear, dangerously smiling as he retorted to his uncle. Oh, uncle, haven't you seen the contract yet? It's clearly written in the contract. 2 million yuan has already been paid in full. Don't even think about taking a single penny from our family. His words made the guy yell in anger, that's fraud. It doesn't count, I'll go find your mom when I get back. He calmly warned his uncle. You shouldn't do that, I have the right to beat you to death. Han Lei's anger flared. He lunged forward, trying to hit Han Sen. You brat, what did you say? Seeing this, Han Yen cried out in fear. Don't hit my brother. He calmly and easily blocked the guy's fist, then gently threw him to the ground. Then he coldly warned his uncle. If you're so eager to die, you can come to my house and try it out, it's fine by me. Han Yen, seeing how impressive he was, expressed her admiration. Brother is amazing. The woman saw this scene and quickly left, holding her crying child. Don't be scared, son. Mom will take you to school first. Then call the police to arrest him and make him rot in jail. Suddenly Han Sen sat down and pulled out his miniature camera. That woman is quite impressive too. That little guy is also quite cute. If auntie saw this, uncle, what do you think she'd do? Seeing this, Han Lei was greatly startled. You recorded all that? He frantically reached out, trying to grab the camera. Madman, delete it now. However, before he could do anything, his hand was seized by him. Then he slyly threatened. We're all family. Let's discuss this. If uncle gives me 2 million yuan, I might consider deleting it. Even at this point, the guy remained stubborn. Dream on. Of course, he wouldn't give the guy a chance to refuse. He twisted the guy's hand and ordered in a deep voice, transfer the money now. Now. So he had no choice but to comply. All right. Let me do it. Soon after, he received 2 million. After receiving the money, Han Sen immediately took Han Yen into the school and didn't forget to warn Han Lei, his second uncle. I will delete the video. But it depends on my mood. Also, don't cause trouble at my home. Otherwise, you will pay the price. He left. After a while, he dared to curse at him angrily. Han Sen, you bastard. Then he looked at his hand, which had just been twisted by Han Sen, feeling confused. Thinking, since when did he become so strong? It's like he's a different person. Afterwards, after dropping his sister off at school, Han Sen walked leisurely, talking to himself. My second uncle disturbed us. Yen Yen was even late. Did I scare her? Since then, she's been speaking more cautiously. Feeling guilty. So he sighed and reminded himself. I should use less violence in front of her. Yen Yen. She's still too young. As he walked, he unintentionally stopped in front of a building. Then decided. Physical Fitness Testing Center. I just trained Soul of the Apocalypse a few times. I wonder if my strength has increased a bit. I'll go in first and see. In the hall. Unevolved Physical Fitness Testing Center. Someone was waiting for their turn. That person was Zhao Boshan. He was nervously waiting for his turn to test, complaining in his heart, this is terrible. But I haven't used my full ability yet. One more try, I must achieve an A rank evaluation. He was still motivating himself, hoping to become a starship captain. I must keep working hard. Come on, look at the leaderboard. Someone was using the room. He was a little disappointed. Someone's using it. I specifically chose a place with fewer people and there's still someone. To pass the waiting time, he decided to see who occupied it while I wasn't there. Looking at the person being tested inside, he was a little surprised. What? He actually used a beast soul to pass through the robot passage. Then he calculated. As an unevolved person, passing 60 meters is already standard. 70 meters is satisfactory, 80 meters is excellent. 90 meters is advanced, and passing 100 meters is super. And the one being evaluated by Zhao Basan through data was Han Sen. I passed 76 meters. This person used a beast soul and actually passed. At most 80 meters. At this moment inside, Han Sen easily defeated an unknown number of robots. This simulated scenario greatly surprised Zhao Basan. What? And his score sheet was even more astonishing. He easily achieved an overall SS rank evaluation. The duration was 788 seconds. This made him ask himself in confusion. It's impossible to pass it in one attempt, and in such a short time. This is terrifying. Who is this person? Incredible. However, when he looked inside the training room again, wanting to see who this person was, he didn't see anyone. There was no one inside. Where did they go? In the blink of an eye, his face still held a blank expression. The next day, a video, Han Sen's training video, was uploaded to various forums, causing everyone to be envious. Have you seen it? That post on the forum is super popular. 88 seconds. Violent Angel crushed the robot passage so strong. Ah, that's great God Jinbi. They discussed amongst themselves. Yes, it's him, the great God is amazing. Speaking of which, it just occurred to me. Didn't he steal Shin Tianzi's beast soul? Why doesn't he have that beast soul? He's nothing but a follower. He really received the God of Luck's favor. If you're so capable, you go and steal one too. Meanwhile, at the seaside villa, shouts came from inside the house. Tang Jinliu, come take a look at this. Tang Jinliu wiped his sweat as he walked over, asking Lu Feng what's wrong. I just finished training and was about to take a shower. When he saw the video, he exclaimed in surprise, holy crap. Sklass in 788 seconds, what kind of monster is that guy? Lu Feng explained. The uploader of this video didn't show his face. But according to the analysis, other than his god gene, this person's gene index has reached its maximum. Furthermore, they also believe he cultivated super core gene art. And the armor he's wearing is definitely a god blood beast soul. Upon hearing this, Tang Jinliu immediately became curious. With all these necessities, I immediately want to know who he is. He also indignantly declared. It was so hard to finally wait for those freaks to enter God's sanctuary. Second sanctuary. If this bastard dares to block my path and contend for the position of great God's son, I'll definitely get rid of him. Lu Feng softly reminded him for him to reach this level. His background is definitely not simple. He might be connected to the military. Do you think you can afford to offend him? At this reminder, Tang Jinliu also felt a bit embarrassed. He cleared his throat and replied. No way. I just got carried away by anger. Come on, don't be so serious. Lu Feng ignored him, because he himself was still pondering the identity of the person in the video, but am still very curious about his background. With such strength, he will certainly have a huge impact on the sanctuary. 2 days later, at the transfer station, Han Sen, the infamous man from that video, was following the station staff. He complained to himself as he walked. I only left for a few days, and Qin Xian called me back. A dignified man of 7 chi. But in front of her, I'm like a little boy. He remembered that day she called him back and scolded him. Stop running around all day. You're my subordinate now. I have the right to know your whereabouts. He then retorted, how am I running around? Something happened at home, he explained. She quickly dismissed his explanation. Go find Yang Manli and join the Divine Archery Squad. Upon hearing this, he immediately showed rejection. Still need to, what a hassle. Of course she didn't care if he liked it or not. She just warned him. I'm going to Xingyu Group. You'd better complete the task before I get back. Hearing her, he asked doubtfully. Xingyu Group is that young master Shin Tianzi. He secretly wondered, is my father's death also related to them? Why would Qin Xian cooperate with them? Qin Xian did not answer Han Sen's question. She just turned her head and reminded him. Do you understand? I mean, you will join the Divine Archery Squad. Right under my command. He wouldn't dare touch you. He just smiled after hearing that. Station Master Qin, you're truly wonderful. Thank you. Back to reality. When he thought about everything Qin Xian had done for him, he confidently thought. She's protecting me. Could she like me, humph? I have a god blood creature. I've also cultivated super core gene art. And my physical fitness has reached 91. Just then the person leading the way opened the door for him and invited him in. We're here. As soon as he walked in, Han Sen greeted. Hello, Station Master Chin sent me to report to you. Yang Manli saw him and asked. Are you Han Sen? She coldly said he was 10 seconds late. Han Sen explained, confused. I didn't mean to be. Station Master Chin just called me and scolded me. Yang Manli asked after hearing this. Are you saying you're late because of Qin Xian? Of course she didn't believe his lame excuse. So she said. You're late and making excuses, blaming others. Deserves it. Then she gave him a contract. Please fill out this form. He replied okay without hesitation. As he filled it out, he thought, what's wrong with this woman? It's like she hates me and I don't even know who she is. Suddenly Yang Manli said to him in a sarcastic tone. What kind of person are you for her to accept and reuse you like this? However, Han Sen didn't pay attention to her words. Instead he noticed something he shouldn't have. Team leader, I can't fill this out with you sitting like that. He thought this to himself, but he quickly and skillfully finished filling out the information and handed the paper back to her. Done. Hearing this, she immediately ordered him. Tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. sharp, report to the Shrine Squad training camp in the Shelter World. Report. Remember, I don't like people who are late. As she was speaking, suddenly her communication device connected. Qin Xian contacted her and requested. Come to my office now. Bring Han Sen with you. A moment later the group arrived at the office. Qin Xian had Yang Manli watch a video. She introduced it to Yang Manli seriously. This video. Manli, look. This video is causing a stir on the forums. The moment Han Sen saw this video, he felt a sudden panic rising within him. Isn't this me at the physical assessment center? Who, with nothing better to do and too much money, actually filmed me? Damn it, my identity is about to be exposed. But mercifully he hasn't been exposed yet, because Yang Manli still didn't know the person in the video was Jin Bai. Really, this person has such high attack power. Didn't anyone see his face? Qin Xian also naturally didn't know his identity. The person who filmed it only captured the segment of him passing through the robot passage checkpoint. That's all. Hearing that the two girls still didn't know who he was, his heart immediately relaxed. With a sigh, oh dear. Oh my god, you scared me to death. Phew, that was close. At this moment, Qin Xian began to analyze everything seen in the video. From the video it's clear that Jin Bai was wearing Beast Soul battle armor and had cultivated some kind of advanced super gene art. So she suggested there's also important news. The footage from the physical examination center's hall is from Luojia Star. We need to find a way to locate him. This person would be a great help to us. Hearing this, Yang Manli also offered her opinion. On Luojia Star, there are no famous big families, nor are there particularly powerful forces. I'm afraid someone like Jin Bai couldn't have been nurtured there. Qin Xian didn't seem too concerned about this issue. She had only one goal to try no matter what. If he joins us in the future, even if he doesn't get along with Shin Tianzi, as long as those powerful figures join forces, we can still successfully hunt down god blood creatures. After hearing these words, Han Sen understood her true purpose. I see, so that's what it was about. Last time Qin Xian saved me from Luo Tianyang. She also said she was recruiting talent. She must be looking for someone even more powerful. So he quickly pretended and said, but I heard he always acts alone. He probably won't join, right? However, Qin Xian wasn't too worried, because she already had a secret weapon to help. Don't worry. We have Sister Manli's honey trap. Yang Manli also replied smugly. I don't care. I only fear he's not a man. These words from the two beauties made Han Sen's face turn pale as he thought. Nonsense, no, that's impossible. These two women are truly cunning. A moment later at Han Sen's shelter home, he was checking the monster he had caught and kept at home. Excellent, just a little bit more, and the bronze-tooth beast will be upgraded to a god blood creature. His heart was filled with anticipation to the extreme. Now we just need to wait a few more days patiently. The next day at the marksman squad's base, Han Sen had already walked in to look around. Among the training crowd, he accidentally spotted a familiar face. Hey, isn't that Su Xiaoxiao? He then went up to talk to him. Su Xiaoxiao, you're in the marksman squad too? Seeing Han Sen suddenly speak to him, he was surprised and asked Quan Meng suspiciously, how do you know me? With that question, Han Sen knew his cover was blown. I forgot. I usually trade with him as gold coin. So he quickly fabricated an excuse to brush it off. How could I not know you? You were the first one to call me coin bro. Hearing him say that, Su Xiaoxiao burst out laughing happily. Am I that famous? If I hadn't called out his name, coin bro wouldn't be this famous now, would he? Alright, that's enough chit-chat. He then asked Han Sen, brother. How did you end up? Joining the marksman squad. Training here is really hard. Han Sen didn't hide anything and answered frankly. I don't know if it's hard or not. But I think bows and arrows have long range. So you don't have to fight desperately. Hearing him say that, Su Xiaoqiao also agreed, but didn't forget to warn him. I think so too, but it's still best to be careful. Yang Manli is a sadist. Finding an ally, Han Sen echoed. I've seen her before. She really didn't let Han Sen. Before he could finish, young Manli's voice rang out, startling both of them. What are you two doing? The moment she appeared, an aura of intense hostility emanated from her, making Han Sen's heart pound. He cursed Yang Manli silently in his heart, while Su Xiaoqiao was scared out of his wits, shouting, "We're doomed." A barrage of arrows fiercely shot towards the bullseye. Su Xiaoqiao cried out in terror. What training with a 70 bow? 1,000 arrows each. Yang Manli glanced at the two of them, then sternly warned. You can only leave when you're done. Dare to slack off. Just wait and see how I'll deal with you. Her coldness made Su Xiaoqiao's face turn pale, and he quickly pleaded. Oh my god, does she want to kill me? My strength is only 70 liter Yang. We were wrong. Please spare us at this. Han Sen spoke up to comfort him. Don't be so desperate. She's already gone. We can just practice casually, she won't know. However, Han Sen's words, instead of relaxing him, made him even more panicked. Brother, you're too naive. That perverted old virgin sent special personnel here. Anything outside the line doesn't count. Anything not hitting the bullseye doesn't count. Not a single one of these 1,000 arrows can be missing. Han Sen smiled after hearing this and said, well then, we'll just have to shoot them. Anyway, there's no time limit. At the same time, he put his hand on Su Xiaoqiao's shoulder and said, remember, it's better for men to last longer. Han Sen himself had high hopes for Su Xiaoqiao. For someone like him whose strength reached 91 using a 70 bow. For training was indeed not difficult. Su Xiaoqiao might not believe it, but with effort he would become stronger. A moment later, while the two of them were training, everyone else had already left. They also didn't forget to tease the two Xiaoqiao. Quang Ming, train hard. Tomorrow we still have to hunt a god blood creature. You two are out of luck. Su Xiaoqiao felt confused upon hearing this, and asked, god blood creature? How come I don't know about this? Someone in the crowd proudly replied. Shen Tianzi and his group found one, and asked us to team up to get a share. Hearing this, Han Sen pondered to himself, Shen Tianzi. Could it be that Qin Xian is discussing this with Xingyu? Suddenly Lu Hongdao appeared from nowhere, and sternly reprimanded. That's enough of this nonsense, keep training. As soon as he saw him, Su Xiaoqiao went forward with a pleading expression and begged. Deputy Leader Lu, please tell Leader Yang for me to let me go with you tomorrow. But he of course coldly refused. Do you think you're haggling for vegetables at a market? Then he turned to Han Sen to pick a fight. And you, don't think that just because you're relying on Captain Qin's influence to get in, you can run wild in the marksman squad. Our marksman squad is not a place for trash. Before leaving, he also left a warning for the two of them. Team Leader Yang said you have to shoot 1,000 arrows. Not one less will do. Don't even think about going anywhere before it's over. As for his insults, Han Sen already felt a little uncomfortable. After that, he also turned around. It's training time, we can't slack off. The marksman squad's rules are so strict. Su Xiaoqiao responded with dissatisfaction. Strict my ass. Normally, that guy surnamed Lu took a lot of money from us. He's just putting on an act. Then he turned to remind his brother. He has ill will towards you. This made the boy a little confused. Why would he have ill will towards me? He quietly revealed the information. I only found out after asking around a lot. Lu Hongdao seems to have a thing for Team Leader Yang. He's always trying to butter her up. He probably knows that Team Leader Yang is displeased with you, so he's deliberately making trouble for you. Hearing this, he said somewhat helplessly. He's doing this to me just because of that. Lunatic. Han Sen said no more and immediately picked up his bow. While aiming and shooting, he comforted Su Xiaoqiao. This time I've dragged you into this, but you don't need to worry. He shot an arrow. When the arrow hit the bullseye, his firm declaration also rang out. Tomorrow we're still going to continue hunting sacred blood creatures. Su Xiaoqiao saw the arrow hit the bullseye and was surprised by the scene. Shouted, oh my god. 150 meters, that's amazing. On Han Sen's side, he easily shot arrow after arrow, while thinking to himself, practicing with the zero bow is easier than with the soul of doomsday. Continuous shooting isn't hard. It would be even easier if I grasped the principle. So he shot arrow after arrow, every single one hitting the bullseye. This greatly surprised Su Xiaoqiao. 40 arrows in a row. Such high accuracy. You're really amazing. A few people stood there watching. And they also found this scene hard to believe. Wow, that must be hand speed. That must be the hand speed of someone single for 35 years. Did I see that wrong? They immediately gathered around him discussing. He seems to have been using his right hand the whole time, never switching. And there's no sign of his strength weakening. Yes, he hasn't weakened at all. This guy definitely has some secret technique. I'm starting to remember something. However, another person who didn't quite like the scene spoke up. Nothing to make a fuss about. Anyway, he can't go anywhere. On Han Sen's side, he spoke up to remind his friend Su Xiaoqiao. Focus, we must shorten the time. Upon hearing him, he immediately entered a focused state. Drew his bow and shot an arrow. But didn't forget to say, brother, if we can really leave, you'll become my idol. Hearing this, he confidently smiled, believe me. He began to calculate in his mind. At this current speed, we can finish by midnight. Nothing is impossible. I can't miss such a good hunting opportunity. Just then, in the observation room, Yang Monli was monitoring the two of them. She thought to herself, it's Han Sen as expected. He definitely has potential. It feels like Qin Xian chose the right person, but even so, she confidently asserted. But whether you stay or not, it's up to you. At this moment, arrows were scattered all over the room. Some arrows were firmly stuck in the targets, but there were also quite a few scattered on the ground. Lying forlornly on the floor, Su Xiaoqiao knelt dejectedly on the ground, a sorrowful expression on his face. He complained, we really did shoot all 2,000 arrows before dawn. Even though you shot most of them, my hands feel like they're about to fall off. Han Sen looked at the arrows scattered all over the table, reached out to rub his shoulder and reminded Su Xiaoqiao, remember to put some ointment on. Don't let it affect tomorrow's hunt. Su Xiaoqiao stood up, happily grabbed Han Sen's clothes and said cheerfully, brother Sen, you're a true man. If I were a girl, I'd definitely love you forever. Hearing him say that, Han Sen replied expressionlessly, thank goodness. You're not. Han Sen suddenly remembered something, scratched his chin and asked, Su Xiaoqiao's comment just reminded me. Did you find out what kind of god-blood creature we're hunting tomorrow? Or rather, what do we need to prepare? Su Xiaoqiao had a confident look on his face. He pointed to the sky with a smug smile and reassured him. You don't need to worry. I just found out this morning. In this world, there's nothing money can't solve. Recalling how he had secretly slipped money to Yang Manli's assistant, Su Xiaoqiao said confidently. Yang Manli's assistant said, it seems to be a flying god-blood creature. A hint of surprise appeared on Han Sen's face. He glanced at Su Xiaoqiao and asked, it can fly? Then it won't be easy to hunt. Su Xiaoqiao put his hands on his hips and replied, full of confidence. Yes, very few of those God's chosen ones know how to shoot arrows. So they really need our help. Han Sen stroked his chin, frowning, and thought, this is going to be difficult. Ordinary alloy arrows won't work. It seems he'll need to buy his steel arrow. Late at night, when the moon hung high in the room, Han Sen was still sitting in front of his computer screen. The light still on. Steel is a new type of metal, whose toughness far surpasses ordinary steel. His hands continuously typed on the keyboard. Han Sen thought to himself, once metal is added to an alloy, the strength of the weapon will also greatly increase. The market price is too expensive. I can't afford it with the money I have left. His gaze was fixed on the screen, thinking, the bow of the Terminator's body only has 0.4 steel. The bowstring barely reaches 0.5. If it's an arrow, it needs to reach at least double digits. On the computer screen, a rectangular sea blue stone was displayed, along with a dark red stone of unknown shape. He let out a surprised hum. On the computer screen was a picture of an arrow with the following description below it. Steel content 12, price 300000, custom made. If interested, please contact 21330. Han Sen exclaimed joyfully, this arrow is good. The price is reasonable, I should go talk to them. In the red light district, Han Sen walked in alone. The surrounding environment was exceptionally noisy. Girls in sexy two-piece outfits kept waving at him. Han Sen lowered his head, pretending not to notice the waving. He thought the place the arrow seller mentioned sounds very strange. So the place mentioned on the phone was here. Recalling when he was sitting in front of his computer, he picked up his phone and dialed the number. Han Sen asked, can you have someone deliver it? The voice from the other end of the line replied, if you want to buy it, come yourself, I'll give you the address. In the distance behind a door there was a mysterious arrow seller, wearing a hat to cover his face, dressed in a robe, waving at him. Han Sen concluded that must be him. The mysterious arrow seller confirmed, are you the one who wants to buy an arrow? He replied yes. The arrow seller opened a shimmering golden arrow box, allowing Han Sen to inspect it. He introduced, this is a handmade arrow that I crafted myself. You can try it first. If you're satisfied, well, proceed with the transaction. Han Sen observed the arrow, the golden shimmering arrow in his hand, and remarked, the balance is excellent. The craftsmanship is also good. He took out a knife, looked at the arrow seller and asked, can I cut it? The arrow seller, after seeing Han Sen's knife, smiled slightly and said, it's an iron slicing blade series, cut it however you like. After getting the arrow seller's permission, he quickly and forcefully chopped the arrow. The arrow was completely unharmed, but the knife in his hand had a piece chipped off. Han Sen looked at the bow and arrow in his hand and said, the blade of iron slaying has another chip. There isn't even a scratch on the arrow. This arrow has at least 0.7 steel content. What a great find. The arrow seller's face showed a very proud expression after hearing this. He bragged. He said, it's made from planet-grade warship steel bearings. The standard steel content is 12. And my craftsmanship isn't some machine-made junk. It can't compare. Han Sen paid the arrow seller. He said, at first I was very skeptical, but now there's nothing to worry about, thank you, boss. The arrow seller put the money into his clothes and told him, come find me again if you need anything next time. The next day, at the entrance to the shelter world, a large crowd of people stood densely outside the entrance. They were very noisy. Luo Tianyang saw someone and said, Tianzi, look. That lunatic is here too. Shen Tianzi immediately glanced over after hearing this. Luo Tianyang thought, how dare he come with Qin Xian? Watch me kill you. The leader was Qin Xian with Han Sen behind her. Su Xiaoqiao Yang Manli. Shen Tianzi walked forward and shook hands with Qin Xian. He said, Qin Xian, this time we must cooperate well and successfully hunt the god blood creature. Qin Xian replied, of course, God Archer team. We won't disappoint you, let's go. Luo Tianyang suddenly walked to the side. He grabbed Han Sen's hand and said mockingly, since when did the God Archer team start accepting trash? Qin Xian glanced at him and said with a cold expression, Luo Tianyang, your memory is really bad. I think I said he was my subordinate, didn't I? Seeing Qin Xian unhappy, Shen Tianzi immediately reached out to stop Luo Tianyang. He said, Luo Yang, what are you doing? Don't make things difficult for Qin Xian. Luo Tianyang replied, Tianzi, okay. Even though Shen Tianzi had reminded him, Luo Tianyang still glared at Han Sen, his tone contemptuous. He sneered, you waste who clings to a woman. Han Sen heard everything, but he remained silent, looking at Luo Tianyang's departing back. Su Xiaoqiao walked up to Han Sen and said, brother Sen, that lunatic. Han Sen immediately interrupted Su Xiaoqiao and said expressionlessly, he's just a barking dog, no need to pay attention. After the meeting, where the stream wound, amidst towering mountains and treacherous terrain, Shen Tianzi stood on a rocky outcrop. With his hands on his hips, he said, we've arrived. This is the place. Qin Xian looked around and said, I'll send people down. Then we'll lure the god blood creature out. You just need to follow the plan. Shen Tianzi looked at her and replied, no problem. Luo Tianyang stood behind him, waving, signaling something. Shen Tianzi crossed his arms and said confidently, Team Leader Qin, this is a special gift I prepared for the God Archer team. A box of Jingmong arrows, 1 steel content. You can distribute them to your subordinates. Luo Tianyang, with a boastful look, opened the arrow box. Shen Tianzi pointed at Han Sen and commanded firmly, accept for him. Yang Manli angrily stepped forward and questioned Shen Tianzi. Why not Han Sen? He's also a member of the God Archer team. Facing her question, he sneered and replied, what, we are the providers of the Jingmong arrows. Shouldn't we also be the ones who decide who gets them? Yang Manli, hearing him say that, can we only accept his unreasonable demands? Of course. Because you are in charge of this operation, we will obey. She commanded Lu Huangtao, come here. Take these and distribute them to the top 5 from the last test. Each gets 20 arrows and the rest are yours. Don't feel uncomfortable. Each of our arrows is no worse than the Jingmong arrows. No need to use up all of their stuff. Yang Manli looked disdainful. She felt that Shen Tianzi seemed to have set his sights on Han Sen. No matter what happens, he doesn't even give me face. That scoundrel's expression is truly disgusting. I really want to slap him to death. Luo Tianyang immediately gathered everyone. Don't just stand there. Act quickly according to the plan. Prepare for the ambush. Members, the elites of the team, choose their positions first. Everyone looked at him and responded, yes sir, yes sir, yes sir. Luo Tianyang stood on a rock, looked at Han Sen and Su Xiaoqiao and ordered, you bunch of good-for-nothings. What are you doing standing so close? Get farther away. Su Xiaoqiao angrily clenched his fist and said, "Hey, don't be so arrogant." Han Sen immediately patted Su Xiaoqiao's shoulder and comforted him, "It's fine. It doesn't matter where we stand. Let's go over there." The two of them hid together behind rocks and bushes. Su Xiaoqiao complained angrily, "This is really infuriating. Does he think he's so great? It's bad enough he won't give us any starlight. But he has to provoke me too." Han Sen stared straight ahead expressionlessly. His tone calm. He said, "It's quite normal. Ever since Shen Qianzi started hating me." Su Xiaoqiao turned his head and asked, "Brother Sen, aren't you angry?" "I'm furious. I really want to beat him up." Han Sen replied firmly, "Of course I am. But don't let emotions cloud your judgment. If you want to teach them a lesson, just take action. Otherwise, well, just become their laughingstock." He continued, "Just wait and see, maybe I can kill a god blood creature. What if I'm lucky enough to get its beast soul? I want to see what his expression will be like. He'll definitely go crazy with anger." Su Xiaoqiao reminded him worriedly, "You can't. Those people on the edge of the cliff. They're all Shen Qianzi's people. Once the god blood creature flies up, they'll keep shooting starlight." He rotated the arrow in his hand somewhat dejectedly and said, "We won't even get a chance to get close." Suddenly a huge roar came from afar. Su Xiaoqiao asked fearfully, "What was that sound? It's terrifying." From among the rocks a huge purple flying dragon soared into the sky. Someone shouted in surprise. Station Chief Tan and the others lured it out. "Oh my god, the purple-feathered scaly dragon." Yang Manli pointed at the purple-feathered scaly dragon and commanded loudly, "Everyone shoot it down." Dozens of archers stood in various places, spread out on different rocks, heard the command, raised their arrows aimed at the purple-feathered scaly dragon and responded, "Understood, understood." Understood. Hundreds of arrows came from all directions, shooting towards the purple-feathered scaly dragon flying in the air. They thought they could easily shoot it down, but it swept all the arrows away with its tail. Arrows hit its body but bounced off. Su Xiaoqiao exclaimed in surprise, "Starlight doesn't work on it. Its scales are harder than steel." Han Sen reached behind him and pulled out his refined arrow. He sighed, "As long as you shoot it in the eye, even starlight arrows will work." Han Sen drew his bow and aimed at the purple-feathered scaly dragon. He thought, "This arrow has 12 steel. It will disappear after I shoot it. I'll take it down with one shot." Su Xiaoqiao heard him say that and exclaimed in surprise, "Useless, oh. No wonder Shen Qianzi arranged so many people." The monster turned Before he could finish speaking, Shen Qianzi leaped from a rock. He drew his bow, knocked an arrow and shot at the purple-feathered scaly dragon. He said confidently, "God blood creature, you are mine." His arrow shot towards the purple-feathered scaly dragon. With astonishing speed, the entire arrow with a golden glow grazed its wing, tearing its wing. The purple-feathered scaly dragon roared in pain. Han Sen saw the scene and thought, "No, it's not time yet. Its defense hasn't been completely broken through yet. Wait a little longer." The purple-feathered scaly dragon flapped its damaged wings and flew higher into the sky. Yang Manli also didn't show any weakness. She took out an arrow shimmering with silver light and said to Shen Tianzi, "I won't let you take it." She drew her bow and aimed an arrow at the purple-feathered Kirin dragon. Her arrow shot out like a rocket. The purple-feathered Kirin dragon's other wing had already been pierced by Yang Manli's arrow. Everyone shouted, "Shen Tianzi's beast soul arrow!" And Yang Manli's arrow can be used again. Shen Tianzi, riding on a giant leopard, commanded everyone, "Both its wings are injured. It can't fly far, chase it." Everyone immediately mounted their rides and gave chase. They set up an ambush, preventing it from escaping to this side. Han Sen and Su Xiaoqiao also quickly followed. He thought to himself, "We don't have beast soul arrows nor mounts. They'll catch up to it first." Su Xiaoqiao ran alongside Han Sen asking worriedly, "Sengu, what are we doing? If we keep running like this, we won't catch up to them." Qin Xian immediately shouted loudly, "Han Sen." Han Sen looked over in surprise, thinking Qin Xian. She walked up from the rock wall. She extended her arm and said to him, "Quick, give me your hand." Han Sen jumped up, reaching out to her. He thought to himself, "Now's the time." Qin Xian easily grabbed his hand. Han Sen was effortlessly pulled up by her. Seeing this, Su Xiaoqiao shouted loudly, "Station Master Qin, me too." Han Sen reached out and put his arm around Qin Xian's waist. He immediately showed a perverted expression, thinking, "So slender, her mount is really quite special too." Qin Xian immediately turned around and looked at him with disgust, reminding him, "Don't touch me. I'm taking you with me, because Manli said your shooting skills are good, and you can be helpful to us, that's all." Han Sen immediately pouted and said, "I understand, Station Master Qin," but deep down he thought, "Don't you actually like me? I don't care anyway." The crowd below looked at the rocky cliff above, continuously discussing. It's too high, how do we climb up? What should we do? Only those with flying beast souls can get up there. Qin Xian and Han Sen walked forward and asked Yang Manli. Manli, what's wrong? Shen Tianzi glanced at Han Sen, his expression displeased, thinking that scoundrel actually dared to ride Qin Xian's mount. Yang Manli walked towards Qin Xian and said, Qin Xian, you came just in time. That sacred blood creature has already flown over the mountain. It's a beast soul arrow. We won't be able to kill it if we keep chasing it. What should we do? Qin Xian looked up and said with a firm tone, we must find a way to get over there and kill it, or lure it down. Even so, the odds weren't good. Shen Tianzi gritted his teeth, clenched his fists and said angrily, send someone to climb up and lure it down. Well, wait here and then kill it. Everyone helplessly looked at the mountaintop, discussing, who can do that? This mountain is too steep. People often fall to their death before reaching the top. Even if you climb up, you'll be attacked by that creature. Shen Tianzi immediately questioned angrily and loudly, we've come all this way. Do you want to give up? Who dares to step forward? Afterwards there will be generous rewards and fair distribution, right? Hearing Shen Tianzi say this, everyone immediately agreed. Shen Tianzi makes a good point, sounds good. If we eat more beast souls, our geno points should increase quite a bit. Exactly. Han Sen stood at the back observing everything. He thought, just like last time when we went to kill the black-scaled great serpent, he will only sacrifice others' lives to achieve his own goals. Qin Xian rubbed her wrist and said, we will implement the plan quickly. Whoever wants to gain more, come up with me. Shen Tianzi anxiously tried to stop Qin Xian. Qin Xian, you don't need to go up yourself. Just order others to go. Qin Xian ignored his dissuasion. She still walked forward and said, command what? I don't want to wait. Knowing he couldn't stop her, Shen Tianzi pushed Han Sen's shoulder, commanding, you quickly follow them and protect Qin Xian. His eyes full of murderous intent glared at him. He thought, you'll die when you reach the top. Han Sen looked at him with a puzzled expression. He wondered what new scheme this lunatic was up to. Teams of people climbed forward, clinging to the vines. Qin Xian climbed ahead with Han Sen right behind her. The purple feather-scaled dragon was frantically flapping its wings, filling the air with dust. It roared loudly, threatening the approaching crowd. It ferociously bit and killed half of the people who charged at it. Everyone saw this but felt no fear at all. Instead, they seemed invigorated. They charged at it with even more force. Qin Xian looked up at the enormous purple feather-scaled dragon before them. She shouted a reminder. Everyone quickly find cover and shoot the purple feather-scaled dragon. Everyone immediately called out to each other to quickly find cover. Ready to shoot, the purple feather-scaled dragon easily used its tail to swat the group of people away. Han Sen stood on a distant rock, drawing his bow. He aimed at it. He thought, this creature is heavily wounded. With so many people continuously shooting, he drew the bowstring ready to shoot. He thought, it will die soon. Just wait for the right moment. I can use this teal arrow to finish it off. Suddenly from behind, Shen Tianzi leaped up, bringing with him a surge of dark green aura. Shen Tianzi immediately transformed into a beast god. He attacked Han Sen from behind. Han Sen cried out in pain. He laughed triumphantly and said, I warned you already. Today you will die here. Han Sen fell from the mountaintop. He struggled to grasp the vine in his hand. Han Sen gripped the rope tightly with both hands. His body violently slammed against the rock wall. Han Sen gritted his teeth, frowning as he thought, ugh, that hurts. He finally stopped sliding down, secretly relieved. Luckily my physical condition has improved. Otherwise even my bones would have shattered. Shen Tianzi is truly despicable. To use such a powerful mutated beast soul just to kill me. Han Sen climbed back up to the mountaintop. He thought, you want me dead, but I have a strong life force. The purple feather scale dragon was surrounded by Qin Xian and Shen Tianzi, one on each side. Everyone hiding behind the rocks said to each other, it's surrounded. Everyone quickly close in and form a circle. Don't let it escape. Han Sen reached out and wiped his sweat. He thought, Qin Xian has also used her beast soul. She transformed into a golden lion. Although my bloody butcher is very powerful, this terrain is not suitable. His eyes firm, he thought, he'll just have to wait. This isn't the right time. Qin Xian, with her giant divine beast lion, charged forward and bit the purple feather-scaled dragon's leg. It cried out in pain. On this side, Shen Tianzi also used all his strength, relentlessly striking its head. The purple feather-scaled dragon immediately struggled, breaking free from their attacks. Qin Xian immediately reverted to her original form. She charged forward and set its dying attack. Shen Tianzi also reverted to his human form. He charged forward with his sword and said, all right. This beast will die by my sword. The two of them, one on each side, stabbed towards the purple feather-scaled dragon's chest, thinking they could easily subdue it. However, it roared, knocking both of them flying. Xin Xian was hit by its force and slammed into a nearby rock. She grimaced, gritting her teeth to endure the pain. Han Sen was hiding behind the bushes. Seeing this, he anxiously shouted, "Xin Xian!" The purple feather-scaled dragon looked towards the opposite side. A person shouted, "Oh no! This creature is too strong." It wanted to fly towards the cliff on the opposite side. Han Sen thought, "I can't let it escape." He immediately hurried to chase after it. He thought no one will have a chance to kill it if it flies over there. Han Sen looked at the purple feather-scaled dragon, his face filled with determination. He drew his golden bow and arrow from behind him. Shin Tianzi also summoned his arrow. He said angrily, gritting his teeth, "How can I let my prey escape? If you want to, then taste my arrow first." He shot a blue arrow, saying angrily, "You damn lizard BTCH. You're mine, die." Watching the purple feather-scaled dragon prepare to take flight, Han Sen made up his mind, thinking now's the time. He then shot a golden arrow. Although his arrow was shot after Shin Tianzi's, his arrow flew faster than Shin Tianzi's. Han Sen's golden arrow shot rapidly towards the purple feather-scaled dragon. One shot, one kill. Han Sen killed the purple feather-scaled dragon before it could escape. Han Sen's eyes suddenly widened in surprise. How this is? The people around, seeing this scene, were also stunned and started discussing, "Oh dear. That's Kwang Meng, he killed it. What, Kwang Meng killed the purple feather-scaled dragon? I can't believe it." Shin Tianzi murmured in shock. Why did his arrow hit first? Qin Xian, holding her injured shoulder, looked at him doubtfully and asked, "Han Sen, you?" Shin Tianzi furiously rushed over, grabbing his collar, and questioned, "Why do you have a mutated beast soul?" Facing his interrogation, Han Sen calmly replied, "I just wanted to hunt beast souls too. But my luck was just two." He suddenly sneered, then continued, "I didn't get anything." Xin Xian looked at Han Sen and said, "Han Sen, did you get a beast soul? The beast soul will completely belong to the one who finished it. If you got it, name your price." Han Sen touched his injured cheek and said innocently, "To be honest, I didn't get anything. If there was such a chance to make a fortune, why would I give it up? I was a bit flustered at the time. That purple feather-scaled dragon was flying away, that's why I shot the arrow. Otherwise everyone's efforts would have been wasted." Xin Xian frowned as she looked at him, thinking, he seems to be telling the truth. Beast souls aren't that easy to get either. Xin Xian looked at Han Sen with a serious expression. She warned, "Forget it, let's forget about that matter. Don't run around for the next few weeks. Otherwise you won't even know when Shin Tianzi kills you." "Don't say I didn't warn you then." Upon hearing this, Han Sen happily replied, I understand, Section Chief Qin." He thought if Qin Xian hadn't stopped him today, recalling his conversation with Shin Tianzi, he angrily hit him, saying, "Damn it, were you doing that on purpose? I'll cripple you today." Han Sen covered his cheek in pain. Qin Xian immediately rushed forward, shielding Han Sen with her body. She said, "Stop, Shin Tianzi. If you touch my people, don't blame me if something happens." Looking at Qin Xian in front, that's seemingly glowing back, Han Sen thought, "I might. If I could get this kind of help, it would be great." Night fell, the glass building surrounded by green plants. Han Sen was taking a shower, still smiling continuously. He said, "Purple feather-scaled dragon, a flying-type beast soul." Han Sen looked at the purple glowing energy mass in his hand. System notification. Hunt successful. Hunted purple feather-scaled dragon obtained beast soul. Getting a beast soul can earn less than 10 points. Han Sen recalled when he shot that arrow. He felt very lucky. Thanks to that arrow, he bought himself some time. Han Sen laughed out loud as he showered. This kind of beast soul. In this shelter few people can get it. I am going to be rich. Han Sen finished showering, dried his hair and walked out, still humming a song. Han Sen looked down and said, "My bronze tooth beast." His bronze tooth beast had evolved a lot. Han Sen grabbed the iron bars in front of him. He exclaimed joyfully, "Oh my god, godblood." It evolved into a godblood creature. The gene nucleus fragment is truly amazing. He happily stroked the bronze tooth beast's head, caressing it. Han Sen said, 3 months. Just 3 months. A gene nucleus fragment can raise a godblood creature. Qin Xian and Shin Tianzi spent several years and still hadn't reached full godblood points. Han Sen said with a face full of joy, "At this rate, within at least 5 years, he'll be able to enter the second world of the God Sanctuary." Han Sen tightly gripped the knife in his hand. With a murderous look, he determined, "I must take care of it." Then he walked to the plaza and bought a primitive grade creature with money. "Bring it back alive." Han Sen furrowed his brows. With a serious expression he brutally plunged the knife into the man's body. Thinking of the copper-toothed beast. The plan to cultivate a god-blood creature is urgent. Han Sen happily enjoyed the copper-toothed beast's meat. He marveled at its exquisite taste. System notification: consumed god-blood copper-toothed beast meat. Obtained 1 god gene. Han Sen happily gnawed on the bone in his hand. System notification: consumed god-blood copper-toothed beast meat. Obtained 1 god gene. Han Sen stood up laughing. I've reached 7 god genes. Plus the previous 18 points. I have a total of 25 god genes. Han Sen walked towards the computer and said. That being said, Z-Steel. These arrows are also single-use and too expensive. I should consider getting a beast soul arrow. Han Sen scratched his head helplessly and said. The internet is full of irrelevant information. It's too much of a time-waster. Dark marsh. Just the name sounds terrifying. He clicked on the words Journey of Horror on the computer. Traversing the dark marsh. Han Sen immediately got into character. I was chased by a mutated creature ID never seen before. I've never seen a creature like that. I ran for my life. Until I was only a few hundred miles from Steel Shelter. A mysterious man in black was trying to escape this marsh. He continued to read. Only then did I realize this was the dark marsh. There are many strange creatures here. I fought desperately against the black needle bees. Han Sen continued reading. Luckily I obtained a beast soul arrow. A flying type beast soul arrow. But just as I was about to leave. What the hell is that thing? I just screamed and ran. If I had been any slower, I would have become its prey too. Bees coming from nowhere attacked me. I'm sure it was a mutated black needle bee. A mutated creature. Reading this, Han Sen happily exclaimed, sounds good. He said happily, if I can get its beast soul, I'll become a sharpshooter. Han Sen suddenly stroked his chin and said. But this article doesn't mention how to get there. Just rushing in is too dangerous and a huge waste of time. Han Sen sighed irritably, scratching his head. Forget it. I just need to do what I can. At night on the rooftop of a certain building, Han Sen went to see the bow and arrow merchant. Looking at the swords displayed in the corridor, Han Sen then asked, Boss, you have so many weapons, did you make them all yourself? The bow and arrow merchant replied, of course. The bow and arrow merchant smiled and said to him, Young man, I didn't expect you to use up that arrow so quickly. You're a regular customer, let me show you something much better. In a room filled with all kinds of sharp objects, glittering, a hand reached out. A finely crafted knife lay on a silk cloth. He immediately said, Z-Steel alloy dagger 300,000. Han Sen's gaze focused intently on the blade in his hand. He said with satisfaction, the price is comparable to the last arrow, but the Z-Steel percentage has significantly increased. Alright, no tricks, I'll buy it. Then he pointed to the other side and asked doubtfully, Hey boss, you have so many weapons here. Why is only this knife hanging on the wall? On the rack. The long blade glimmered with cold light, as if whispering of its potential power. Han Sen said curiously, it looks very special. What kind is it? He smiled mysteriously, then stated the price. A blade containing 75 Z-Steel. Give me 100 million and it's yours. Hearing the exorbitant price, he immediately blurted out in shock. Are you joking? What kind of knife costs that much? The bow and arrow merchant without hesitation pushed him out the door, shouting, Get out. You're not worthy of owning it. Han Sen could only plead, No boss, don't be like that. He growled mercilessly, Get out. Sweat beaded on his forehead as the door closed. With a resolute bang, Han Sen cupped his chin and said thoughtfully, It's unbelievable that he's like someone with modern technology. How could a human possibly? I got a weapon that's 5 stronger than steel. What kind of sword was that? The one he pulled out. Suddenly his phone rang in his pants pocket. He picked up the phone and asked indifferently, What is it? Old Han's voice came from the other end of the line. Tomorrow at 4 p.m. come to Huanghan Xiaozhu. I have something good to show you. Han Sen replied impatiently, What's with the mystery? Can't you just send a video or a photo or something? But the other party hung up after speaking. How could I? It's only fun if you come and see it yourself, that's all for now. The next morning at Huanghan Xiaozhu, inside the luxurious house, the two walked along the corridor. Han Sen couldn't help but ask, What do you want to show me? Zhang Danfeng smiled. He spoke and laughed at the same time. He led the way, smiling, It's nothing special. I'm treating you to a meal. He quickly led him to a room. Xin Hao was already waiting there. He spoke with a calm expression. I invited everyone here. Of course I won't do anything to you, so don't worry. Xin Hao saw him arrive and said, somewhat surprised, Bro Sin, you're here too. He also asked in return, Oh, Xin Hao, you're here as well. But he wondered, strange, he calls me bro. Zhang Danfang stretched out his hand and then said, "Come on, our main character is here." The phantom of a tiger emerged above it. Its roar echoed with majesty, as if to suppress everything around it. In a flash it transformed back into the sword's original shape. Then he asked arrogantly, "How about it, old Han, what do you think of my mutant beast soul?" Joy appeared in his eyes and he said excitedly, "Wow, that's not bad. Weapon-type mutant beast souls are not weak." He clapped him on the shoulder smiling excitedly. "Look, it even has a name, Shuehu Dao." Han Sen generously praised that name, sounds really cool. On the surface he smiled and congratulated him. But in his heart he sighed, "Even this fool has a mutant beast soul, I'm so jealous." Afterward Zhang Danfang opened another box. His eyes lit up when he saw the cold sharp blade lying silently in the box. With Shuehu Dao. "I won't need to use those other blades anymore. Big profit if you don't mind. Don't refuse, just take it." Han Sen was stunned and asked, "Is that the Zhantia Dao?" "It's not cheap, how can I accept it?" Zhang Danfang placed the box in his hands. Then he said generously, "We are brothers who share life and death. Why would you say such a thing? Anyway, I don't need it. Just take it." He hesitated, then replied, "All right." Han Sen really liked this blade and secretly marveled. He truly is a person of loyalty and integrity. "I must repay this kindness. The Zhantia Dao was destroyed by me before, when I was inspecting that arrow. This gift comes at just the right time." Han Hao sat by watching the two of them chat happily. He thought their relationship is really good. "I want that too. Even though relying on Qin Xian is shameful. But if I hadn't been able to enter the steel armor group, then it wouldn't have been so troublesome." Han Hao walked up to him holding something in his hand. He spoke with a smile. "Bros, and I have something." Before he could finish, a shout from outside came in. "Han Hao, you brat." Han Hao's mother walked in furiously. "Mom told you to go to General Manager Huss banquet. You refused, saying you had something important. And then you come here just to hang out with these people." As soon as she entered she grabbed him and pulled him away. Then she continued to say loudly, "General Manager, who also invited his son's friends. This is an opportunity for you to build connections with high society. You should be friends with them, son." Han Hao tried to explain. "Mom, wait, She turned around and shouted angrily, "Shut up. The eldest young master is also at today's banquet. Lin Beifeng of Xinzhong Group. I heard he's also at Yuhu Suo. Hurry there." Upon hearing this, Han Hao thought, Xinzhong Group. High society, this is a good opportunity to become Lin Beifeng's friend. What is Han Sen? Zhang Danfang felt very frustrated watching this scene. So he turned to him and spoke. Han Hao is already so old, yet he's still controlled by his mother. He recalled Han Lei's words and couldn't help but feel annoyed. What's the point of gathering with this group? This is clearly just to provoke me. Han Sen scratched his face deep and thought. Lin Beifeng, I think I've heard of him, probably at a banquet. In a luxurious room. People were divided into groups chatting excitedly. Two girls smiled and approached young Master Lin, striking up a conversation. Young Master Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. May I have your contact information? I usually don't take the initiative like this. Two people in the distance watched them discussing. That's the young master of Xinzhong Group. Lin Beifeng. Right, their ancestors must have accumulated a lot of good karma. That's why they're so lucky. What else could it be but luck? Acquired a derelict planet. Who knew they'd discover a large amount of precious minerals? From a small company. Becoming the largest group overnight. This Luojia star. It's truly enviable. Han Yumei also seized the opportunity to bring Han Hao. She enthusiastically struck up a conversation. Young Master Lin. I am Han Yumei. This is my son Han Hao. He also greeted him. Young Master Lin, it's a pleasure to meet you. He gave them some face and replied, hello. Is there something you two need me for here? The people around couldn't help but start talking. Who are they? Trying to attract attention, someone answered with a chuckle. That's Mrs. Han of the Han Group and her son. They're probably discussing something. Maybe they want to build a close relationship with young Master Lin. Han Yumei happily began. Young Master Lin. My son Han Hao is also in the Gangjia shelter. In the future, you two can become good friends. He quickly chimed in. Yes, young Master Lin. We're both in the same shelter. If you ever need help, just let me know. He listened to the mother and son, a ripple stirring in his heart. But on the surface he still smiled. Oh, all right. I'm also looking for someone. Suddenly her eyes flashed as she looked over. Han Sen was casually walking, praising. The hot pot here is pretty good. Zhang Danfang walked ahead, proudly replying. Indeed, they are all famous chefs. Han Yumei's eyes gleamed maliciously as she softly uttered Han Sen's name. Then she pushed Han Hao forward, cunningly saying, if you're looking for someone, I've definitely found the right person. Han Hao is very good at this. You two chat. I have something to attend to. She then stepped forward and roughly pulled Han Sen away. She said viciously, "Hey, what do you think this place is, daring to come here? I heard about you from Han Hao. Now scram. Your bad reputation has spread everywhere. Don't mess up my son's future." Han Sen and Zhang Danfang remained silent. She threatened him venomously. "Don't think that just because you're in the shelter, you can just look for anyone." Han Yume pointed at Han Sen's face, speaking contemptuously. "Do you think you're worthy?" Han Sen also lost his patience listening to her nagging. He retorted, "Where I want to go, what does it have to do with you? I have nothing to do with any of you." Hearing this, she became even more enraged. "Ah, you little brat, I'm warning you, my son Han Hao." The argument caught young Master Lin's attention. "What's all that noise over there? Ha, is that person?" Seeing the familiar figure, he recognized Brother Sen. Suddenly young Master Lin's figure sprang up. He hugged Han Sen, cheering, Brother Sen, it really is you. I finally found you. I missed you terribly." Han Sen was suddenly hugged, momentarily taken aback. "Ah, hey. He is young Master Lin." His eyes lit up as he said excitedly, "Brother Sen, you are my benefactor. It was really hard to find you. Knowing you were in the Gangjia shelter, I came to find you." Zhang Danfang was puzzled and asked benefactor old Han, "Did you save young Master Lin? Ah, what happened?" He looked helplessly at the person in front of him. Everyone around them was gossiping. Damn, he saved young Master Lin. His ancestors must have accumulated a lot of good karma. Yeah, he's risen to the top in one go. I didn't expect his savior to be so young. Who is he? Is he married? I have a daughter." Han Yume exclaimed in horror. How did it turn out like this?" Han Hao was equally surprised. "Mom. Young Master Lin said Han Sen saved him. He is his benefactor." Han Sen pretended to cough. Cough, "Young Master Lin, I apologize. This kind of welcome isn't for me. If you have something to say, we can talk about it later. I have to go." Young Master Lin grabbed him and asked, "Brother Sen, where are you going?" "There's an aircraft outside, let me give you a ride." Han Sen waved his hand, refusing. "Ah, no need, young Master Lin, thanks for the offer." He waved his hand and shouted after the receding figure, "Brother Sen, well, meet often, I'll follow you." The gossiping crowd grew noisy again. Who is that young man? Why is young Master Lin so impressed with him? He doesn't look like a noble, does he? I've never heard his name in noble circles. Strange, but to be able to save young Master Lin, he certainly isn't an ordinary person. Zhang Danfang put his arm around Han Sen's shoulder and asked, "You really stole the show tonight. You have to tell me how you saved that young Master Lin." Han Sen replied dismissively, "No rush, let's enjoy ourselves first. We'll talk about it later." Han Yume was furious. That brat. Han Sen dared to use young Master Lin as a backer for her son. Han Hao gritted his teeth, burning with rage. "I thought he only ever clung to women. I didn't expect there were others. What a nuisance." Under the clear sky, skyscrapers pierced the clouds. Han Sen walked leisurely with his hands in his pockets. "Finally got that guy explained away. He seems to like gossip. But I hope I never see Lin Beifeng again. He thought that guy is pretty rich too. So there's no need to worry about him paying or not." Suddenly a huge explosion echoed in the distance. A large fire broke out on the building. Han Sen was shocked. What's going on? At this moment the system alarm sounded. "Alarm, unknown object detected." Alarm. The crowd ran out of the fire scene in a panic. The scene was chaotic, accompanied by shouts of "Fire, help! Run, get out!" Han Sen didn't think twice and rushed straight in. He mused, if he wasn't mistaken, that fireball seemed to have fallen from a spaceship. Only the Shura race possesses such spaceships. The Shura race, enemies of humanity. Their characteristics are similar appearances. Wearing masks and horns are their features. Furthermore, humans have fought them for centuries. On this planet, in the early days, because the Shura race's physique far surpassed humans, humanity repeatedly lost battles against them. But now it wasn't until the last 200 years that humanity discovered the sanctuary world, where they gained strength. The crowd, panicking, ran and shouted, "The defense system has been destroyed. Quick, call the rescue team. Communication devices are down too. Connection lost, there's no way." Han Sen rushed forward, secretly analyzing. Strange. Luogia Star is a commercially oriented planet. Why would their spaceship be here? He worried if anyone had died inside. Han Sen looked up at the high-rise building. A spaceship had smashed through the glass, creating a huge hole with black smoke billowing out. From the shattered ruins, a little girl hung suspended, crying miserably. "Save me, Wah. Daddy, Mommy, I'm scared, Wah." Han Sen was shocked. Danger. If that little girl falls from that height, shell Suddenly his eyes widened, greatly startled. The inner hatch suddenly popped open. Then Ashura emerged. His eyes were blood red. His build was tall and his muscles were bulging. Han Sen was horrified at Golden Horn Noble. He slowly walked out with the little girl beside him. The little girl was still terrified, sobbing and crying, "Dad! Mom!" The Ashura swung his blade, preparing to strike. Just then, all that could be seen was a fleeting glimpse of his figure. Jinbi appeared, weapon in hand. A beam of light flew towards the broken hole in the corner. The reporter had already raised his camera and snapped a picture. Reporter Fong Quan stared, his mouth agape. He asked himself, what's going on? Am I seeing things? That was exactly when he intended to swing his blade down. Jinbi rushed in front of the little girl just in time. He quickly scooped the little girl into his arms. The shining arm shield wrapped around his hand blocked the blade. Jinbi turned sideways. One hand blocking the Ashura's slash, the other holding the little girl. Witnessing this intense scene, Fong Quan excitedly took photos and exclaimed, "He saved the child. Amazing, that's right, it's Jinbi. That person must be Jinbi. I've only seen him a few times in the latest trending news, and I finally saw him in person. I'm so lucky today. Tomorrow's headlines are definitely mine." He seized the opportunity to quickly put the little girl down, comforting her, "Don't be scared." In here, Jinbi couldn't help but think, breaking into a cold sweat. His sword can destroy mutated armor. I can't act rashly. How could the Ashura easily let him go? He leaped down to pursue, and struck down again with his blade. Jinbi cursed under his breath, "Damn it, he's so fast." He changed his trajectory, flashed lightly, then flew into the air. His figure quickly vanished. Jinbi plunged directly into a building. The glass windows shattered because of it. He instructed the little girl to find a place to hide. "Don't make a sound." The little girl wiped her tears. "Okay, thank you, big brother." There were many people around, which made him even more worried. There are too many people here. The Ashura had already caught up, blocking the entrance. The Ashura easily slashed him and blood was already seeping from his mouth. He gritted his teeth, silently complaining, "It hurts like hell if this keeps up." Fong Quan saw the situation worsening. Why didn't Jinbi dodge that attack? With his abilities he could easily defeat it. He suddenly realized, maybe Jinbi can't hold on. An adult Golden Horn Noble. Its combat power would not lose to an awakened among humans. And Jinbi isn't an awakened. If this continues, hell Daigo. Jinbi beat him. He clenched his fists, slamming them to the ground, ready to fight. Fong Quan gritted his teeth, struggling. Was I wrong to livestream this? If Jinbi gets killed, what am I doing? Jinbi threw a full force punch at him, vowing, "Damn it. Even if I die, I'll drive the Ashura out." In that very instant he was struck by the blade again. Only one thought flashed through his mind. He's decided to kill. No exceptions, the Ashura. His eyes, glowing red, exuded intense killing intent. Fong Quan's mouth fell open, fearing that if Jinbi took another hit, he would die. He has to dodge it. The Ashura raised his blade again, intending to finish him with one strike. Fong Quan cheered him on. "Jinbi, don't die, dodge it quickly. You have to do your best. No one will blame you." Only a green stream of energy was seen rising. "Cheers!" continuously echoed through the livestream. "Jinbi, he's fighting back, kill him. Teach that scoundrel a lesson, don't let him live. Jinbi is invincible, my little angel, I love you." At the same time he embraced the Ashura's massive body, pushing him downwards. The two plummeted directly downwards. The Ashura looked at him even more fiercely. "Are you crazy?" Jinbi at this moment just clenched his jaw tightly, clearly expressing his determination. The two figures spiraled upwards amidst a stream of light, the speed of their descent growing faster and faster. Cheers were endless. "Amazing, I chose a name that fits his actions. Trampling the Ashura. So cool, so awesome. Coin's aura. The god of war descends, Ashura go die. Falling from such a height. What will Coin do next?" Thick smoke billowed, rubble scattered. The spectators began to discuss. What happened? That Ashura is dead. Is our Coin scared? What happened to him? Everyone look. What are you still thinking about? He's fine. Fong Quan ran over, carrying his equipment. He kept repeating in his heart, "Although I wish my news could make the front page. I don't want a hero to be sacrificed. Please Coin. Please don't die." He stopped. A huge crater was visible before him. The smoke gradually dispersed. Inside was the Ashura lying in a pool of blood. Fong Quan was greatly surprised. The Ashura is dead. He looked around, searching, where is Coin? Why don't I see him? Cries came from above. The audience's murmurs sighed. Coin just fell like that, what should I do? Fong Quan raised his camera to look. They were. From that hole children looked down anxiously. Exclamations of admiration were endless. The children. Was Coin's room there? Oh my goodness. Coin, he didn't dodge the Ashura's attack. To protect the children. He's so kind. Coin is a true man. Coin was here. Where did he go? Did he die? Go find him quickly. Under the bright moonlight. The modern city scene was particularly striking. Skyscrapers stood tall. Lights shining brightly. The TV screen replayed the scene from earlier. Coin saving people. The audience continuously cheered. Coin God is awesome. Coin God is too strong. With admiration, Han Sen returned to his room. At this moment he was bandaging a wound on his chest. Thoughts flooded his mind. The Ashura are truly too powerful. At that time I almost couldn't win. Fortunately my God gene points increased quite a bit, so I only sustained minor injuries. He looked at the screen somewhat worried. I didn't expect someone to record that battle. After I knocked him down, that guy immediately ran off. I thought my identity wouldn't be exposed then. Han Sen picked up the warblade again, lost in thought. After I knocked him down, that guy immediately ran off. I thought my identity wouldn't be exposed. Fortunately that Ashura was already injured. Otherwise it would have been hard to kill him. I might even have died an obscure death. Or escaped with severe injuries. And I wouldn't have gotten this thing. He carefully examined the warblade, then remarked, Ashura. They are much more advanced in melee weapon alloys. Clearly surpassing humans. Moreover, this warblade is a golden horn. Ashura's weapon, which makes it even better. Han Sen secretly pondered carefully. This warblade looks very conspicuous. Anyone who saw the video would surely recognize it. I need to make it smaller. Turn it into a sword. The color can also be changed. Suddenly, by accident, a piece of the blade detached. He muttered to himself in confusion, did I break it? From that spot a small object was revealed he recognized. This is a memory card. So Han Sen excitedly inserted the card into his computer. Good stuff, let's take a look. At this moment the screen displayed the Ashura clan using an extremely powerful move. Reversed heart slash. He was very interested. A secret technique passed down by an Ashura noble family. According to the description, my physical condition allows me to learn it. Having said that, he immediately began to learn. With just one slash the thick wooden stake was split in half. Han Sen's eyes lit up as he looked at the item, treating it as a treasure. This is reverse scale slash, truly amazing. He laughed loudly, what a bargain. Suddenly his phone rang. It was Lin Beifong. Han Sen answered the call. Young Master Lin, what can I do for you? Lin Beifong smiled happily. That fellow named Lin. Aren't you at the shelter right now? Young Master. Are you bringing me a big hunt? Han Sen said as if scheming. My apologies. I'm a bit busy right now, I have a big plan. After a while. As soon as Han Sen walked in, he hurriedly said. Station Chief Chin I know you're a very good person. A great one, He still said it out loud. I really don't want to go to Blackhawk Military Academy. I want to join Luojia. Qin Xian and Yang Monli stared at each other with wide eyes. Yang Monli angrily slammed the table. Han Sen, are you an idiot or a fool? Blackhawk is among the top 50 most famous academies, while Luojia can't even make it into the top 1,000. Why on earth would you want to go there? Qin Xian also echoed coolly. The education and services at Luojia can't compare to Blackhawk at all. There you can even get Han Sen experience with battlesuits and warships, and the best coaches for new martial arts. Understand? Then she walked up to him and stated, if you graduate from such a good place, your future will be incredibly bright. I'm recommending you to Blackhawk. Every year it has special quotas for archers. With my recommendation and your archery skills, you could secure many opportunities. Han Sen hesitated as he also had his own concerns. Although she was right, Blackhawk wasn't on Luojia star. If I leave, who will take care of Mom and Nyen Nyen? Qin Xian crossed her arms and said coolly, since you want to stay at the shelter, that's fine too. But opportunities like this aren't easily come by for everyone. She then pointed over there and said, Qin Xian, analyze the data from this video done. Qin Xian replied, alright, okay. Take a look. The three walked to the large screen. On the screen, it was actually playing a scene of him fighting Ashura. Han Sen was furious. I knew it, I really want to catch that guy who filmed this video and give him a good beating. Qin Xian looked at the scene before her and asked Monli, what do you see? Monli simply said, God of Gold is so stupid. Han Sen was stunned when he heard this. This woman actually dares to call me stupid. Does she not have the concept of powerful? Yang Monli observed his every move and analyzed. His strength and speed are definitely top-notch in the first shelter. The best way to fight should be long-range attacks, followed by continuous moves. but he chose to directly confront his opponent. Which is indeed a bit overconfident. Xin Xian propped her chin watching intently. And thoughtfully said, "You're right. That golden horn Shura, at first glance seemed to have been heavily injured before. Otherwise the god of gold would have been killed by him long ago." Han Sen couldn't help but break into a cold sweat, and was full of praise for the two girls' professionalism. They truly are women who have received military training. Their judgment is too accurate. Yang Mali said with sharp eyes. "This is the second time I've seen him display his abilities. The last time was when he fought in that room, but now he has wings on his back. It should be him, right?" Xin Xian smiled slightly and replied. "The wings in that battlesuit are both from a god-blood creature. He didn't use a bow and arrow before from that perspective." Then she glanced at him. The meaning was clear. This was completely different from this guy who only knew how to improve himself. Han Sen waved his hand blushing and said with a dry laugh. "Of course. How could I compare to the god of gold?" Xin Xian gave him a warning look. "You may go now. Think carefully about Blackhawk's admission. Don't disappoint me." Under the clear blue sky a corner of the street could be seen. Han Sen walked slowly down the street, thinking fretfully. Xin Xian seems very happy to send herself into Black Hawk. What a bother. I'm not even 20 yet. I can't serve in the military yet. He still couldn't help but worry. Planning ahead, if he were sent to Black Hawk, even if he went, he'd have to leave enough money for his mother and sister, so they wouldn't have to worry about food or clothing. Afterwards Han Sen made a phone call. "Hey young Master Lin. Those two Z5 alloy arrows from last time. Have them sent over to me." Lin Beifeng replied, "Brother Sun. Are two really enough, my Fami? I can cooperate with this typed steel production group. For the alloys. These goods are only at cost price. You should take more. Brother Sun, won't you consider letting me come along?" He said sincerely, "I can really help. I won't be a burden." Han Sen scratched his head and still refused. "It's very dangerous here. And your identity is special. How can I risk taking you? I only need 2 arrows. If I'm lucky, I might even bring back a mutated creature as a gift for you." In the dense jungle the moon was high in the sky, a crescent moon hanging aloft. Han Sen walked leisurely carrying his backpack. His lone figure walked along the silent path, surrounded only by mountains and forests. He walked to the riverbank, a tranquil spot, surrounded by rocks and bushes. 2 days later Han Sen stood on a cliff, with 2 flying beasts beside him. He mused. "Finally we've reached the dark swamp." In the eerie jungle Black Needlebee mutants swarmed around their nest. He said with certainty, "This is where the beast soul arrow is. It's hiding right here." Han Sen, filled with determination, muttered to himself. "No matter how dangerous it gets, nothing can stop me from becoming stronger." The fierce black Needlebee mutant, with its sharp venomous sting, seemed capable of taking the life of any intruder. By the eerie riverbank, various ferocious alien beasts circled and flew. He felt no fear, thinking no surprise there. Entering the dark swamp is indeed not easy. The mutated creatures here are much more terrifying and ferocious than anywhere else. Unfortunately, I can't kill them all at once. I need to find a suitable creature to hunt. He looked around. Under the dim moonlight the water reflected the slender figures of a group of snakes swimming swiftly by. Jinbai stood midair, drawing his bow and aiming at his prey, and said, "That snake. You're the first prey." Instantly the arrow plunged down with force. He calculated to himself. "I only have 2 arrows. I must lure attack, then retrieve them, no waste." Soon, the huge creature underwater was pierced by an arrow. He commanded, "Come back." An alien beast surfaced again. An arrow decisively pierced its head, causing its slender body to leap out of the water. Meanwhile a notification panel popped up. "Hunting successful. Hunted Ghostfang Serpent King, no beast soul obtained. Consumed alien flesh and blood. Obtained less than 10 mutant genes." Hearing this, Jinbai excitedly shouted, "Fantastic." At this moment, beneath the water's surface, schools of alien fish swam at the bottom, unaware of the approaching danger. Bubbles continuously rose. Arrows rapidly darted through the water, chasing the fish. Soon 1 fish was shot. Then 2 golden fish were simultaneously pierced by arrows. The other fish immediately scattered and fled. He excitedly controlled the rope. "My prey. The more you struggle, the more I like it." Jinbai spread its wings, skimming the water's surface, pulling the rope, and said enthusiastically, "Little one, you're next, come here." With one hand he pulled up the arrow. When it pulled the fish out of the water, the other hand immediately chopped it in half simultaneously. The notification panel popped up again. "Hunting successful. Hunted mutated blood carp, obtained beast soul. Enjoyed the strange flesh. Gained 1 to 10 points of mutant gene. Hearing this, Jean Tai's eyes lit up. What? He raised his fist, leaned forward and smiled contentedly. That's right, I've already obtained a beast soul. And it's a mutated beast soul, dark corruption. This is simply heaven. The result of this hunt was a pot full of meat. The aroma was tantalizing. Just then it appeared. System prompt. Enjoyed the strange flesh, gained 1 point of mutant gene. System prompt. Enjoyed the strange flesh. Gained 1 point of mutant gene. The prompt panel kept popping up. System prompt. Enjoyed the strange flesh. Gained 1 point of mutant gene. He ate the meat contentedly and kindly. Gave a piece to the small animal next to him. System prompt. Enjoyed the strange flesh. Gained 1 point of mutant gene. Jean Tai gently stroked the small animal, happily boasting to it. Cat Lord, it's only been a few days. It's only been a few days since I came here. And my mutant gene points have increased by 31. Then he stood up. Holding the spear, he examined the beast soul of the mutated blood maggot. The beast soul of the mutated blood maggot was a spear. Not an arrow, but that's fine, this is good enough. Anyway, beast soul weapons don't need repairs or anything. And they are easy to carry. Even if completely destroyed, they will restore themselves. Suddenly, a puff of white mist accompanied by a sound flew closer. Jean Tai immediately became alert and asked, "Who's there?" Just then a large eagle descended from the sky. Smoke billowed. Jean Tai immediately drew his sword to defend, thinking, this might be a flying creature. These creatures usually don't attack humans without reason. The beast lowered its head. Following that, a figure jumped down. Lu Weinan walked straight over. Pointing at the green meat, he suggested, "Kid, is this meat yours? Let's talk." Jean Tai lowered his head and thought, this is a mount beast soul. I didn't expect anyone to be bolder than me, daring to train in this swamp. He directly said no. Lu Weinan walked over and sat beside the boiling pot of meat. He just scooped up a spoonful to taste, while saying, just a reminder, that's poisonous swamp beast meat, be careful. At the same time it sounded again. System prompt. Enjoyed the strange flesh. Gained 1 point of mutant gene. He stood up happily. I gained mutant gene points. Mutation means this place is full of mutated creatures. Lu Weinan raised his knife threateningly. I am warning you, you must trade with me. Otherwise, you will become prey for the mutated iron spirit eagle. Jean Tai didn't mind at all and replied indifferently, no means no, are you stupid? Hearing this, he was furious, raised his knife and arrogantly said, idiot, you need a good lesson. Lu Weinan rushed over, shouting, I've already given you a chance. Die. The blade pierced the hard armor but left no mark. Lu Weinan broke out in a cold sweat and said, what? An alloy knife is useless against you. Jean Tai raised his own spear, and a supernatural power emanated from it. He arrogantly said, an alloy knife, this trash wants to fight me, before attacking others. After saying that, he swung a blow and the long knife in Lu Weinan's hand shattered. Jean Tai furiously gritted his teeth and continued, you should first examine your own combat skills. He just swung a few times like that. But Lu Weinan arched his body and dodged him. He used the momentum to stop. Then, as if he couldn't believe it, he touched the slight scratch on his face and yelled, ouch. My dashing and handsome face. Lu Weinan knew he couldn't win. So he jumped onto the iron spirit eagle's back, growling a challenge. Don't get too smug. You'll pay for this today. After saying that, the iron spirit eagle pushed off and flew up with him. How could Jean Tai easily let him go? He jumped up and taunted. You think I can't do anything? Just because you're on a mount? Lu Weinan looked in horror at the fast-approaching figure. How are you flying? And so fast too. Beast soul god blood. Jean Bai grinned, pointing his spear at the other person, and praised. An excellent answer. Your reward is a poke in the butt. Lu Weinan clutched his bleeding but stabbed by the spear. He shrieked, ow. My butt. Jean Bai chuckled maliciously and stabbed again with his spear. So his butt was stabbed again. Lu Weinan cried out in pain, begging. Please spare me. Stop stabbing. If you keep stabbing, my butt will never heal properly. I'm sorry, I was wrong, please spare me. He covered his bleeding butt cheeks with both hands. Lu Weinan, tears streaming down his face, raised an item and begged. Sage, I surrender, please spare me. Let's just pretend nothing happened and let me go. Scene change. A crescent moon hung brightly in the night sky. By the bonfire, Jean Bai watched with folded arms as the person lay prone but in the air. He said, kid, your life is in my hands. Tell me some useful information or clues. Like where the black stinger bees are. Hearing this, Lu Weinan looked up and retorted, black stinger bees? Those things are dangerous and not going in a desolate forest. Han Sen and Lu Weinan had already flown here. Lu Weinan stammered, are there black stinger bees everywhere here? He also seemed a bit reluctant to go. Han Sen put a hand on his shoulder and threatened. Lu Weinan. Think about your butt and be good. I'll give you a few pieces of mutant beast meat. Lu Weinan replied in horror. Understood. After speaking, Lu Weinan rode the iron spirit bird down to land. As he flew, he complained, who exactly was that guy? As soon as I entered the shelter, I came here to train, and then I ran into this pervert. Finally the mount also landed on the ground. But it exploded as soon as it touched the ground. Lu Weinan fled in horror. So many black stinger bees. The iron spirit bird flew away higher. Han Sen said excitedly, the time has come. Then he immediately spread his wings and flew down. Han Sen powerfully slaughtered these black stinger bees. Each time he killed one, the system prompted. Report hunt. Successful. Killed black stinger bee, no beast soul obtained. Consumption yields less than 10 god gene points. The more black stinger bees he hunted, the more excited Han Sen became. The system continued to report. Hunt successful. Killed black stinger bee, no beast soul obtained. Consumption yields 1 to 10 god gene points. More and more black stinger bees were killed. The system kept prompting. Hunt. Successful. Killed black stinger bee, no beast soul obtained. Consumption yields less than 10 god gene points. Hunt successful. Killed black stinger bee. No beast soul obtained. Consumption yields less than 10 god gene points. Han Sen said happily. Finally I got the black stinger bee beast soul. Now I also have beast soul arrows. This is great, absolutely wonderful. The next morning as he walked around, Han Sen walked happily, recalling. After the hunt in the black swamp, my mutant genes have also reached 47 points. And my god genes have reached 26 points. I'm not far from reaching the limit. People around him hurried off again. This year's martial arts competition has begun. Registration closes today, hurry. This event set people abuzz. The words of the people around him made Han Sen suddenly remember the martial arts competition. It's only been a few days and I forgot about it. If I get into the top 10 I can get a random beast soul. Such a great reward. I must participate at the martial arts arena. When Han Sen just went in to register, the system displayed his participant number as 8888. Han Sen softly asked him, my participant number 8888. It sounds like it's a huge scale this year. I wonder which guy I'll run into. But I'm very excited now. At the competition venue, people excitedly discuss this year is really interesting. The number of participants is double last year's. Whoever performs well in this competition must be the strongest among us. Their status will be extraordinary. On the arena, everyone was excited. Go for it. Die today, I'll take all of you down. I'll be the ultimate victor. Han Sen observed thoughtfully, just like last year's rules. Each round has 100 participants. Everyone will engage in a free-for-all, a true honor versus 100 battle. The current battle groups are 51 to 55. He calculated inwardly. Now only the 50-plus groups are left. I should be participating around the 80-plus groups. I don't need to fight today, I'll find a good spot to watch the matches. As soon as he turned around he ran into Shintianzi. He asked the guy with a smile, tell me, what's your number? What if we're in the same group? Han Sen replied with a smile, I'm afraid I'll disappoint you. I'm not planning to participate. Luo Tianyang angrily rushed over, grabbed his collar and cursed. You coward! Why were you even born a man? Don't show any weakness or I'll kill you. Qin Xian suddenly walked over and asked Shintianzi. It's almost your turn. Aren't you getting ready yet? Shintianzi said arrogantly. Of course I'll perform brilliantly. And I'll definitely get an advanced certificate. He said confidently, it's my time to shine. Qin Xian, make sure you watch my match. As soon as he left, Qin Xian turned around and asked Han Sen, are you afraid of Shintianzi? Han Sen answered directly yes. She curiously asked why. He replied, he's very powerful and he's also the young master of Xingyu group. How could a small fry like me dare to provoke him? Yang Manli retorted. But when you killed the purple feather-scaled dragon in front of Shintianzi, you were incredibly brave. Qin Xian asked seriously, Han Sen, are you protecting your family? Are you afraid they'll get dragged into your feud with that guy? So you're trying your best to avoid him. Qin Xian's insight made Han Sen feel surprised. Yes. Can she read my mind? That's right. I don't care what they think of me. What matters is my family. Mom and Nian Nian. I must protect them at all costs. Xingyu is really connected to Dad's death. Now is not the time. When she saw his expression, Qin Xian knew her guess was correct. She continued, you truly are a filial child. You always care about your family like this. Regarding the Black Hawk matter last time, you should consider it. Han Sen asked doubtfully why. Qin Xian said, once you join Black Hawk, I'll have you join the special forces. All members are protected by the military. No one would dare touch them. Shun Tianzi is no exception. Han Sen continued to ask curiously. That sounds like a high status. What kind of missions does that team do? Xin Xian gave a vague answer. You'll know once you join. A moment later as he left the arena, Han Sen pondered. I should consider joining. Black Hawk might be beneficial for me. If one day, Shun Tianzi targets Mom and Xiao Yan. No, that will never happen. The next day on the arena, the crowd angrily asked. Which bastard is the last one? Why haven't we seen anyone yet, or did they get scared and run away with their tail between their legs? Someone cursed angrily. Damn it. 99 people waiting for one. How ungrateful. That guy should just give up. Otherwise he'll be the first one to beat him up. Suddenly a voice rang out. Sorry for keeping everyone waiting. When they saw the last person walk in, everyone's faces showed expressions of terror. That hat. It's really him. Isn't that the one who killed the Shura Horned Gold? Jianshin is here to compete. Han Sen secretly smiled. Han Sen didn't appear. Jianshin is taking his place for now. Jianshin monopolized the spotlight tonight. As soon as the match began, Han Sen made a decisive move. He took down one opponent after another in just a few seconds. Those who were defeated by Han Sen, they only knew how to fall down in pain. They lay on the arena groaning. My hand. My stomach hurts so much. The god of defeat is too strong. He's taking advantage of his power. Who here can defeat him? Why even fight? Han Sen arrogantly challenged. Is there anyone else? Come on, all of you. Everyone immediately smiled bitterly and conceded. As expected of the god of defeat. We're all done for. Let's surrender quickly. Yeah. Let's surrender. It's clear how weak we are. Fighting the god of defeat will only result in losses. Let's stop here, please. Let us go. Han Sen listened, then smiled and said thanks for the match. He happily exclaimed, I won. Thanks for your help. The audience clapped and congratulated him, convinced. Winning is so easy for him. As expected of the god of defeat. The god of defeat truly didn't disappoint us. There's no dispute about this victory. After leaving the arena, Qin Xian, Shun Tianzi and Quan Gu walked over and asked, God of defeat, can we talk for a moment? Han Sen couldn't help but feel worried. It's the three of them. Why are they together? Seeing him look back, Qin Xian spoke. God of defeat, I'd like to invite you to join the Steel Armor Group. Han Sen smiled and retorted. Are you three trying to recruit me? I'm truly honored. Shun Tianzi warned, displeased. You stole two of my godblood creatures. I've already come to you for the sake of appearances, so make the right choice. Qin Xian asked. In this shelter our power is the strongest. We are also allies. You're already so strong. Shouldn't you choose allies who are your equal? Han Sen refused. No opponents, no allies. I just want to be alone. Just by myself. After saying that, he turned and left. Quan Gu immediately stepped forward to stop him. Wait, god of defeat. You can refuse us. But you're so powerful. You must have some special godblood creatures. Please tell us. Han Sen secretly smiled. Buddy, you guessed right. Too bad I can't say. I was raised using gene chips, you see. He replied, there's no special method, just good luck. However, I still have a few mutant creatures. If you're interested. Quan Gu was overjoyed. Really? Name your price, I'll take them all. Xin Xian angrily cursed. What do you mean take them all? Do you think I'm invisible? Shun Tianzi also hastily competed. Want to see who's richer? Do you think you can beat me? 1.5 million for one. I'll take them all. Watching them fight over them, Han Sen couldn't help but feel pleased. What kind of allies are these, so ready to stab each other in the back? What great friends. I didn't expect the black needle bees I brought back from the dark swamp would come in handy so quickly. He said, no rush. I don't plan to sell them for money. He continued. But for the qualification to shop at Shelter S. Shun Tianzi asked in surprise. What? Quan Gu also spoke hesitantly. Do you want to buy advanced super gene arts? But Qin Xian said seriously, Shelter S. has high-level restrictions. You can't buy that with money. Shun Tianzi refused. That request is too difficult to fulfill. I'll offer 2 million for one. How about it? Han Sen left indifferently. He walked away saying, no deal. I don't want anything else. You can take your time to consider. In the end, those three people couldn't keep him there any longer. In a secluded forest, Han Sen slowly walked. Qin Shan took out the entry pass for Shelter S. and asked, I already have the qualification to shop at Shelter S. Did you bring enough mutant creatures? Han Sen smiled, took it and said, new station master. That was fast, much more reliable than those two. He pulled out a bag filled with mutant creatures and said, there are 30 black needle bees in total. If they're all eaten, my gene points will increase quite a bit. Han Sen took out another bag and said, there are also mutant blood giant fish and ghost tooth snake king here. If you want both it Only costs 3 million star coins. Qin Xian proudly said money was not an issue. I can afford to buy them all. But Jishin is a smart person. So he should understand why. I'm not negotiating to boost Jishin's points. Afterward, Han Sen happily returned home with the Scrade Sanctuary card. And Scrade Sanctuary card was easier to obtain than I imagined. He whispered as expected of Qin Xian, a high-ranking member of the Armored Queen's Legion. Perhaps she's doing this because she wants to recruit me. If she knew Han Sen and Jishin were the same person, I wonder. If she'd go crazy, forget it, I should check out that advanced gene art first. He cautiously said this card can only be exchanged for one gene art. So I must choose carefully. I can't always stay by my mother and Han Yan's side. If they could also learn some gene arts. Before long, Han Sen carefully examined the Sacred Angel gene art. Combat skills can be improved in a short period of time. Then I won't have to worry about Shen Xianzi causing trouble. This Sacred Angel gene art can improve one's genes. He carefully read the instructions. The cultivation process is gentle and steady, with little risk. According to the description, Sacred Angel is also similar to a gene art, allowing cultivators to gradually become stronger without realizing it. A way to become stronger unnoticed. But relatively speaking, gene arts are still stronger than Sacred Angel. The Sanctuary's Scrade gene art is still weaker than Snow Dragon Goose's. At Shanghua Academy on Luojia Star, Teacher Chu asked, "You want to ask for leave for Han Yen?" Han Sen replied yes. Teacher Chu, because of some family matters. He'll need some time off. The Shanghua teacher was none other than Chu Weiner. She said sternly, "Your parents are too irresponsible." Although Han Yen has been enrolled, not once has a parent met her family at a parent-teacher conference. This is your first time appearing as her brother and it's to ask for leave. This is your first time appearing as her brother and it's to ask for leave. Han Sen awkwardly replied, "I'm very sorry. Our family has been busy so we neglected it." He thought, I can't tell her the real reason. I want Han Yen to practice Sacred Angel at home. Chu Weiner stood up sternly and said, "To be honest, Han Yen is very talented. But she is still using ordinary nutrient solutions. If she doesn't use it in conjunction with advanced nutrient solutions for treatment, she might fall behind. I hope her family can attach importance and seriously address this issue." Han Sen asked confusedly, "Advanced nutrient solutions?" She explained, "It's a higher quality nutrient solution. The sooner you supplement with nutrient solutions the better, as it can enhance physical and mental qualities." Surely her family doesn't want Han Yen to stay at the starting line, do they? Surely her family doesn't want Han Yen to stay at the starting line, do they? He asked, "How much does that cost?" Chu Weiner replied, "If it's great, it's 5 million star coins per year. Since you sent her to Shanghua Academy, I presume you anticipated this expense, right?" Han Sen anxiously thought, crap, I don't have enough money. I can't ask mom either. The fastest way is to use gene cores, raise mutated creatures, and then sell them. At this time back home on Luojia Star, Han Sen watched Han Yen, enthralled, practicing along with the people on TV. Han Sen smiled happily, thinking, Han Yen is indeed very talented. She quickly grasped the cultivation method. Having such a talented younger sister makes me proud too. He called out, "Han Yen, you're amazing. When mom comes back, remember to teach her the Sacred Angel gene art." The little girl asked happily, "Really, can I do it?" Han Sen patted her head and said, "Of course. But don't tell anyone that you're practicing the Sacred Angel gene art. This is our family's secret. Once you have Scrade nutrient solutions, you'll improve even faster." Han Yen said excitedly, "That's great, big brother is the best." Han Yen wants to become stronger too. That night at Qin Xian's residence, Yang Manli sternly asked Qin Xian, "Are you really going to do that?" Qin Xian calmly replied, "Don't worry, it's nothing major." Qin Xian said furiously, "It's been so long already. That brat still hasn't given me an answer. My patience has run out. I really want to see what kind of person he is." Yang Manli had no choice but to take out the pill and say, "That person is truly not simple. Since you insist, I have nothing more to say." Han Sen had already arranged to meet Qin Xian in the combat room. Qin Xian furiously charged forward to attack Han Sen. He thought, annoyed, what's wrong with this woman again? Qin Xian directly kicked him in the face. What the hell, such a fierce attack? Is she out of her mind? She walked over coldly and said, "You seem to be making slow progress recently. I should pay more attention to you. Drink some water and rest. Well, continue later." Han Sen saw Qin Xian eagerly drinking water, then nodded okay. Han Sen thought happily, "You must be tired too, right? Forcing yourself to fight me so intensely." He slowly opened the water bottle and took a small sip. After drinking, the sight before him filled him with dread. Qin Xian stood sensually before him and asked Han Sen, Am I cute? At this moment the ice muscle jade bone art was expelling evil. Activating automatically. Han Sen weakly collapsed. The ice muscle jade bone art was operating on its own. What did she put in the water? What does Qin Xian want to do? Qin Xian walked over gently and asked Han Sen. I have a good figure, don't I? Han Sen was furious. Damn it, how dare she try to seduce me? I can't let her hypnotize me. Alright, I'll trick her first then figure out what to do. He mumbled. Bo Qin Xian asked, what is it? Han Sen answered loudly, round and very fair. Qin Xian was enraged upon hearing this. Men are truly as depraved as ever. She leaned slightly closer and said, shall I let you touch it and see? Han Sen trembled as he raised his hand. She immediately slapped that hand. So obedient. He's completely hypnotized. Good. Qin Xian asked seriously. Han Sen, tell me, are you Jin Bai? He honestly replied no. She continued to interrogate him. Why are you still hesitant to join Blackhawk? He answered, Blackhawk is very far from home. If I go I won't be able to take care of my mother and sister. I feel uncomfortable being so far away from them. Qin Xian suddenly understood, so that's the reason. He truly cares about his family. Suddenly she asked Han Sen from the bottom of her heart. What do you think of me? Han Sen vaguely replied, you Qin Xian you. Han Sen said tiredly, Qin Xian, you are the most beautiful woman I've ever seen. And the loveliest person in this shelter. Qin Xian was extremely shy. She immediately slapped him in the face. Han Sen immediately jumped up. Commander Qin, what did you do to me? He turned around to complain. I only remember drinking the water you gave me and then. Qin Xian coldly interrupted him, nothing. It's just that we were so engrossed in training. You were too tired and fainted, I just woke you up. She thought, annoyed, what was I worried about? I'll make him tell the truth later. Han Sen achieved his goal and chuckled to himself. Qin Xian is just a girl after all. She can't handle being teased even a little. She shouldn't suspect me anymore. With her protection, everyone will think I became stronger because of her help. Then I can slowly improve my combat skills. One day in the future, I can completely erase Jin Bai's existence. That night in that desolate forest, Han Sen handed the mutated creature package to young Master Lin. He said to young Master Lin, these are what I promised you. I deliberately waited until now to give you these two. I don't want to attract attention, so don't tell anyone else. Young Master Lin opened it, and looking at the contents was very surprised. Mutated blood sawfish. Brother Sen, you really keep your word. Of course, Han Sen said confidently. Of course I keep my promises. Shin Tianzi walked over and said gloomily. Isn't this young Master Lin? What are you doing with this fool? Luo Tianyang was behind Shin Tianzi. Young Master Lin quickly stepped in front of Han Sen to retort. Shin Tianzi, what a coincidence. Let me tell you. Brother Sen is my friend. There might be some misunderstanding between you and him. For my sake, let's just drop it. Luo Tianyang cursed angrily. I'll never let that pauper off the hook. Shin Tianzi raised a hand to stop him. He left coldly. Tianyang, let's go. Don't waste time here. The next match is against that gold coin. Prepare well. Han Sen thought to himself after hearing that. So the opponent for the second match is Luo Tianyang. This is a great chance for revenge. The next morning at the martial arts arena, the crowd was buzzing. This match is worth watching. Luo Tianyang is not weak. But no one can say for sure. When he meets Coin God. Luo Tianyang versus Coin God. They are indeed not on the same level. He's Shin Tianzi's man. He doesn't care about Coin God. No matter how strong he is, he wouldn't dare to oppose Shan Tianzi. Right. Su Xiaoqiao confidently declared Coin God will definitely win. I guarantee it. Lu Hongdao spoke up to remind her. Don't judge a book by its cover. Luo Tianyang has Shin Tianzi backing him up. Can Coin God stand against Shin Tianzi? The two quickly walked to the stands and took their seats. When Su Xiaoqiao saw the man next to her, who was completely wrapped up, Su Xiaoqiao asked doubtfully. Hey buddy, aren't you hot? Are you role-playing here? Lu Hongdao said. Coin God stole Shin Tianzi's god-blood creature. No one knows. What if Shin Tianzi lends a beast soul to Luo Tianyang? Had use this chance for revenge. What if Shin Tianzi lends a beast soul to Luo Tianyang? Had use this chance for revenge. Su Xiaoqiao retorted disdainfully. Isn't it just a gorilla beast soul? Coin God has many beast souls too. Coin God has many beast souls too. Luo Tianyang is just a brawny simple-minded fellow. Luo Tianyang is just a brawny simple-minded fellow. He couldn't last a minute in a fight against Coin God. Lu Hongdao said, alright then, let's make a bet. If Luo Tianyang lasts more than a minute, your mutant blood hoof beast will be mine. Otherwise you lose your mutant night wolf. He hesitated. My mutant night wolf. Yang Manli spoke warily from the front. It's too much trouble. This match has nothing to do with you, yet you're going to bet your beast souls. A notification appeared on the screen. Gold coin versus Luo Tianyang. Everyone got excited. The battle begins. Where's Coin God? Where is he? Suddenly, the man in the black robe sitting next to Su Xiaoqiao abruptly stood up, and as he took off his cloak, Gold coin also appeared. Su Xiaoqiao cried out in surprise, Coin God, oh my god. He was sitting right behind us. Yang Manli was very shocked. I didn't sense him at all. A person who likes to do strange things. Su Xiaoqiao excitedly shouted, Coin God. You have to defeat him in 1 minute, please. Han Sen frowned, thinking, Su Xiaoqiao, you're really putting me in a tough spot. Luo Tianyang furiously cursed, you bastard. Coin God, come here and die. Han Sen subtly checked his personal information. He silently calculated. My current status is pretty good. 3 Godblood Beast Souls. 4 Mutant Beast Souls. Although that mutant 3-eyed cat isn't very useful. The Black Scale Great Serpent is only useful underwater. Gold coin slowly walked onto the arena. The battle begins. Luo Tianyang energetically made his move. I'm going to chop you into mincemeat. His Godblood Beast Soul appeared instantly. The Godblood Gorilla Beast Soul has manifested, Lu Hongdao said with a smile. Luo Tianyang actually brought out Shin Tianzi's Godblood Beast Soul. I've definitely won. Su Xiaoqiao angrily tapped Coin God's head. You can't let him last more than a minute. Otherwise my mutated night wolf will disappear. Please. Shen Qianzi is secretly observing from above. The people around were discussing animatedly. 1 divine blood creature. 2 mutated creatures to deal with Lishan. Shen Qianzi really gave him a lot. Lishan is in trouble. Shen Qianzi said with a frown. Lishan can't defeat you alone. What you took from me, it'll make Luo Shenyang return it slowly. Bit by bit. Han Sen walked over full of killing intent, and asked Luo Shenyang, who gave you the guts to stand before me? With that his legs immediately transformed into horse legs. Then he charged straight out. Then he landed a heavy punch on that gorilla beast soul. The gorilla roared in pain, and immediately punched Han Sen's sword away. Lu Hongdao shouted with exhilaration, good. Shen Qianzi said with a smile. Is that all? Tianyang, kill him quickly? The gorilla beast soul roared a few times in anger. Then immediately charged at Han Sen. Han Sen also calmly went to meet it. He drew a new sword coldly and slashed at the gorilla. The gorilla painfully spat out a mouthful of blood, then collapsed onto the arena. Everyone was terrified. What's going on? What happened just now? Lu Hongdao said in horror. And no, impossible. Yang Manli asked in surprise. Killed him instantly with 1 move. Su Xiaoqiao also couldn't believe his eyes. Dishan won. And the match time was 9 seconds. In just 9 seconds, he defeated Luo Shenyang. Su Xiaoqiao was ecstatic. Dishan won in less than 10 seconds. Amazing, he truly is the fastest. Shen Qianzi was utterly shocked. His divine blood beast soul and mutation. Impossible. He roared furiously, Luo Shenyang, you piece of trash, get up. Get up right now. But just then, the gorilla's form was gradually dissipating, revealing Luo Shenyang's figure. Luo Shenyang was lying in a pool of blood unconscious. The people in the stands excitedly shouted, Dishen. Dishen, Dishen, Dishen. Han Sen smiled happily and said, poor Shen Qianzi. You are no match for me. Shen Qianzi swore furiously, bastard. Just you wait, I swear I'll make you taste a flavor more painful than death. Sometime later, leaving the arena, Su Xiaoqiao happily rode on the bloodhead beast. Hey, that's my bloodhead beast. Pretty cool, right? The 2 people next to him said enviously. What great luck. Xiaoqiao, this bet was worth it. If I had known this earlier, I wouldn't have bet with Deputy Leader Lu. Don't he holds grudges? He'll definitely find an opportunity to get back at you. Han Sen found this scene very irritating. Even though he had defeated Luo Shenyang and angered Shen Qianzi, the one who benefited most was Su Xiaoqiao. He didn't even get a single beast soul. Su Xiaoqiao walked over and shouted, Brother Sen, Leader Yang was looking for you just now. It seems to be something important. Han Sen asked suspiciously, what does she want? I didn't do anything wrong. Su Xiaoqiao asked with a smile. Do you want me to give you a ride on the bloodhead beast? It'll be quick. Han Sen replied indifferently, no thank you. He thought angrily, don't be so conceited. I'll get a beast soul soon too. A moment later, Han Sen gently knocked on Yang Manli's door. He walked in and asked, Leader Yang, you were looking for me. Yang Manli said, Station Master Qin just informed me that you are to attend special training. You should know why, right? Right, Han Sen thought to himself, it's just as I expected. After being hypnotized by Qin Xian, she no longer suspects me, so I can officially join the army. He nodded and replied yes. Yang Manli continued, starting today, you need to transfer to the base's military testing hall for training. The new station master has high hopes for you. Don't disappoint her. She said seriously, of course. If you can't pass the test, or if you find it too difficult, you can leave. This proves you're not a strong person. In the military testing hall, Han Sen walked out tiredly. Team leader Yang, I'm done. How do you feel? Yang Manli looked at the data on the screen, then said thoughtfully, all statistical data showed nothing over 10. Quite disappointing. This was just a regular test. And you look very tired after finishing it. Han Sen gently wiped the sweat from his forehead. My previous comprehensive data already showed over 10. If I showed my true strength, would you believe it? Hiding my true strength. That's the hardest part of this test. Han Sen said, I'll work harder. Yang Manli left coldly. Don't waste any more time. Follow me, let's get back to work. Yang Manli led everyone into the testing room. The military squad, she said. Watch carefully, I'm only doing this once. Don't say I didn't warn you. Everyone watched her go in full of curiosity. What's so special about this equipment? She's just demonstrating ordinary skills. At first glance it doesn't seem difficult. The stout man next to them whispered. It's not as simple as you think. That's called precise microgravity. It's equipped on aircraft and battleships, and can adjust the gravity. Training with this kind of thing, it has a nickname, the demon. He continued, look. Team leader Yang moves so effortlessly. That's because her physical fitness is very high. If you don't have at least 10 points in physical fitness, you'll just be walking, and you'll fall down a moment later. Yang Manli came out and told Han Sen to go in. Go repeat all my movements. Report to me when you're done, she chuckled to herself. Without more than 10 points in physical fitness, I want to see how tired you'll be after training. It will be easier for me to order you around later. Right. The stout man whispered. Hey, the numbers, team leader Yang said. I'm afraid it'll be really hard for you to pass with your skills. Want me to tell you some tricks? Next time bring and provide all information and resources to me. Han Sen questioned back suspiciously, is it reliable? Then he walked into the testing room. The military squad began the test. Han Sen entered the room. Feeling the change in gravity, he angrily cursed. My body is as heavy as an ox. This microgravity actually doesn't show. Those beasts can secretly change the parameters without being discovered. This is clearly cheating to pass. Don't worry about it too much. I just need to pass the parameters Yang Manli set. Han Sen stepped forward and pressed the maximize button. Let's see where my limit is. He trained hard. Who knows if I can continue to improve, continue to upgrade, continue to get stronger. In the evening, Yang Manli looked at the data on the report, then slammed her hand on the table. She yelled at Han Sen, tell me honestly, you cheated, didn't you? Han Sen calmly replied, no. I just completed the test under team leader Yang's guidance. That's all. And the process has been recorded via video and back-end monitoring data. It can prove I didn't cheat. He chuckled to himself. I did change the parameters. But that's not cheating, it just eased the difficulty. If I had known, the results would have been even worse. Yang Manli said with a livid face, the machine has no problem. But your physical fitness has a problem. It's impossible for you to finish so quickly. Han Sen shouted excitedly, of course I can. Because this microgravity has awakened my potential. Team leader Yang, thank you for your help. Yang Manli faltered, unable to speak. She cursed, a bit embarrassed. You've got quite the sharp tongue. Don't think he'll let you off that easily. He'll keep increasing the difficulty, letting you adapt slowly. You can go now. Han Sen left the room delighted. Yang Manli really responds to a soft approach, not a hard one. Understood. The next day at the main arena, everyone was discussing animatedly. Have you heard? Dishan's next opponent is Qin Xian. They're fighting for first place. Qin Xian is the top fighter in the first sanctuary. In Steel Armor Sanctuary. Can Dishan do it? I'd rather see Dishan fight Qin Xian. This could be a bloodbath. Someone regretfully said. It's a shame Shin Tianzi lost to Qin Xian. Han Sen took out something and handed it to the fat man. Hey, I've brought what you asked for. Thanks for the gravity instrument. He happily took it, saying no problem, it's all natural. It's the real deal, I didn't expect it to be so fast. Looks like I don't have to worry about bragging about it anymore. To show my sincerity, I'll show you something. With it he suddenly brandished a dagger and held it against Han Sen's neck. Han Sen was astonished. Suddenly the dagger disappeared again. Han Sen asked, surprised. The dagger disappeared. Then it reappeared. He was stunned with surprise. It's back again. When did that happen? The man twirled the dagger, smiling. Sleeve universe. How does that feel? Want to learn? Later in the testing hall, Han Sen excitedly practiced again. I didn't expect that. His sleeve universe was actually a move from sleeve blade. A move from sleeve blade. He said excitedly. How interesting. It's actually designed based on arm muscles and joints. Only by skillfully using muscles and joints can one manipulate these things. After some time practicing, Han Sen was already starting to tremble. The purpose of this exercise is flexible reaction speed. But it's too difficult. My success rate is no more than 20. Suddenly Qin Xian walked over and asked, Han Sen is practicing sleeve universe. The fat man cried out in fright. Station Master Qin. She looked at the rank board, then asked, novice level. This thing, if you don't start learning from scratch, it would still take 7 or 8 years to master. She thought doubtfully. And for a novice level, this technique is divided into 3 levels: novice, evolved, and demigod. Each level has 10 difficulties. For him to learn at this age, it's too late. Never mind. If he can improve his combat skills, he'll be noticed more easily in the army. In the arena, everyone cheered happily. Qin Xian. Qin Xian Di Shun. Di Shun Qin Xian. Qin Xian Di Shun Di Shun. The two people behind Shen Tianzi said displeasedly. The final showdown. The battle for first place in Steel Armor Sanctuary. If Station Master Qin can defeat Di Shun, she can immediately avenge us. Luojia. Shen Tianzi gritted his teeth and said, gold coin. You're no match for Qin Xian. If you know what's good for you, surrender now. I'll kill you with my own hands later. Walking up from below the stands on her side, a wave of loud cheers erupted. Qin Xian Qin Xian. On the opposite side, a person wearing a full set of armor was met with another wave of cheers. Di Shin. Han Sen, wearing the armor, stood on this side, confidently waving to the audience. He loudly said to everyone, everyone, thank you for your support. I'll definitely give it my all. On the surface he looked very relaxed, but actually deep down inside Han Sen was sweating profusely. He clutched his hair, thinking, oh god, the pressure is immense. In facing the Queen of Steel Armor Sanctuary, Qin Xian. Then he looked at his trembling hands, losing control. Then he thought, I was so busy practicing sleeve universe, I didn't have time to prepare at all. My hands are trembling right now. Opposite me, Qin Xian has already fully stepped onto the arena. She put her hands on her hips and made an offer to that person. Trash god, how about we make a trade? If you lose, join the armored squad and become the vice captain. After I enter the second world, you will become the captain of the armored squad. Han Sen's face under the mask instantly furrowed, filled with doubt. He unbelievably retorted, what? In the stands, there were so many people that from a distance, only dense little black dots could be seen. In the stadium's corridor, Shen Tianzi frowned, looking into the arena, and said Qin Xian's words. She seems to be inviting gold coin. A person standing behind also spoke up. Gold coin might already be stronger than Qin Xian. That's true. She has already lowered her status. At this moment by the stands, Su Xiaoqiao, after hearing Qin Xian's proposal, also felt extremely excited. He excitedly stood up and cheered. Trash god, hurry up and agree. Hurry. Contrary to the excitement of the person behind, Liang Manli in the front row of the stands felt very puzzled at this moment. Facing that proposal, she frowned, thinking to herself, Qin Xian, the armored squad represents the military and the Federation. Is she serious? Just as the entire venue was buzzing with discussion, Han Sen calmly said, sorry. I am honored to receive your offer, but I cannot agree. Qin Xian immediately retorted, why? Han Sen held up 2 fingers and arrogantly stated 2 reasons. First, you can't beat me. Second, I will enter the second world earlier than you. Qin Xian frowned displeasedly and said, you are too arrogant. On the surface Han Sen's lips curled into a slight smile, looking down on everyone, but internally he was filled with regret. Oh right, why did I brag again? I didn't actually want to fight her, but there was no other way to refuse. So I had to be a little arrogant. Over there, Liang Manli crossed her arms and said, this man, are his brains filled with bullets? Does he not know what nonsense he's spouting? Su Xiaoqiao, however, squinted his eyes with a smile. He said, as expected of trash god, a material god cannot dictate a strong will. That's so cool. And on the other side, Shen Tianzi was angrily shouting, Qin Xian, don't waste your breath on that lunatic. Attack now. At this moment on the arena, Han Sen approached Qin Xian and whispered. Qin Xian whispered, but I have another proposal. If you win, I will reveal my identity. After hearing this, the girl was a little disbelieving and retorted, really? Han Sen took a step back. He calmly and confidently offered an additional condition. Otherwise, Enshrank Temple Master will buy my qualifications. At this point, Qin Xian raised her hand, and her whole body entered an attacking stance. She said, "Deal, come on, Han Sen." Gazing at the mass of purple energy swirling around, the girl opposite him, Han Sen, fell into deep thought. Godblood rank poisonous heart butterfly. With just one strike, my Godblood battle armor could also be destroyed. Immediately after, he thought, this is getting exciting. Let's fight full body. Han Sen leaped into the air, with two sharp blades popping out from his arms. Han Sen loudly declared, "I will do my best to defeat you, Qin Xian." As he quickly charged forward, he analyzed his own strengths and weaknesses. Right now, I've already become familiar with her movement style and skills, through numerous unexpected practices. Now to you, I'm just trash god. I'm a stranger. Someone you know nothing about. This is my biggest advantage. A single blade strike shattering the arena. Qin Xian leaped backward, successfully dodging it. Han Sen remained unwavering, thinking to himself, "That's right, you dodged it with ease." Meanwhile, over there, after dodging Han Sen's blade, Qin Xian did a flip in the air. She charged at Han Sen from the side. In her hand she held a pointed dagger. As Qin Xian charged, she smirked and said, "Good blade." But the main problem was that its attack speed was too slow, because it was too heavy. The sharp blade had already reached the side of Han Sen's face, but he remained motionless. Contrary to his dangerous situation, only his exposed mouth was visible. His armor bore an air of arrogance. Qin Xian wondered, why isn't he dodging? At this moment, facing the girl who was still charging, Han Sen suddenly swung his blade sideways. His entire body still didn't move. A flash of light caught the corner of Qin Xian's eye. She frantically dodged a distance away, then thought, "Is he trying to counterattack me with defense? Look at the trouble he's gotten into." After retreating to a safe distance, Qin Xian said silently, "Emperor God, I have to say you're a cruel man." Han Sen stood opposite her, continuously swinging the greatsword in his hand, saying, "I have Godblood battle armor protecting my body. Your dagger won't kill me even if it stabs me." He gripped the giant greatsword with both hands again. Han Sen continued, "On the contrary, you might be split in half by this blade. Dodge left, dodge right." Han Sen's subsequent swings were easily dodged by Qin Xian. Her long hair swayed. The girl pouted and said, "Still quite strong, huh? Let me see." Watching Qin Xian approach him again, yet she wasn't greatly affected. Even with the greatsword in his hand, Han Sen frowned, thinking, "I've already used the blood battle golden horn Shura." Qin Xian actually managed to dodge those attacks. Thinking this, Han Sen had to admit, this woman was really strong. Over in the stands, Su Xiaoqiao watched the match and exclaimed loudly, "Station Master Qin seems to be suppressed by Emperor God. She has no chance to counterattack." Yang Monli frowned upon hearing this and retorted, "What do you know? Qin Xian is just continuously dodging Emperor God's attacks. She has already cultivated atomic fission art. She's just patiently waiting for him to exhaust his stamina." Su Xiaoqiao listened and asked confusedly, "What atomic fission art?" With her eyes closed, the scene of Qin Xian cultivating appeared in young Manli's mind. She calmly explained to Su Xiaoqiao, "An advanced gene art. It requires using every part of the body, as its name suggests. It's almost the foundation of all gene arts. It can conserve energy and significantly enhance physique, therefore Qin Xian will hardly feel tired." Looking again at Qin Xian's serious expression during the match below, Yang Monli continued, "Qin Xian's goal is to be one of the top 10 chosen. Only by reaching the standard can she achieve first place in Steel Armor Sanctuary. Therefore, she will achieve a complete victory in this match." Shen Qianzi, through the transparent glass in the corridor, also said excitedly, "That's it. Qin Xian defeat him once he's exhausted. Give him the fatal blow." Just then a voice came from beside him, "Emperor God will not lose." Shen Qianzi turned towards the direction the voice came from and saw two people. One with blonde hair, one with brown hair. He exclaimed, "Isn't that Yuan Shao and young Master Chang?" The one who spoke just now was young Master Yuan, but at this moment he disdained to reply, instead focusing on watching the match below. With a box of popcorn in his hand, young Master Qing could only turn sideways, looked over and replied to Shen Qianzi, "Oh, isn't that brother Shen Qianzi? What a coincidence." Shen Qianzi spoke again, "Yuan Shao, you are still young and inexperienced. You don't really understand combat techniques. Don't guess carelessly, otherwise you'll embarrass yourself." Young Master Yuan then finally turned around and gave him a look. A corner of his mouth curved and he smirked mockingly. God tier combat skill. It seems he also learned quite a lot from you. He doesn't even reflect on himself. Shen Qianzi immediately got angry and whispered to Han Sen. At this moment below the ring, Han Sen threw his blade at Qin Xian. Yuan Xiaoye's voice continued to resonate. That incident was called the Legend of the Steel Armor Shelter. Shelter. How could a legend ever fall? Qin Xian jumped to dodge the blade flying towards her, while thinking this is too strange. Her body was being circulated by the atomic fission technique, so she didn't feel tired at all after such a long battle. Then she retreated with her short sword. Qin Xian continued to ponder, feeling puzzled. But why doesn't he feel tired either? Han Sen calmly walked forward, drew his blade, and provocatively said, Captain Qin, I know what you're wondering. That's right, I don't feel tired at all. He rested the blade on his shoulder, grinned, pointed at Qin Xian, and continued for someone who's steadily climbing into the top 10 chosen ones in the steel armor shelter. How could I not be prepared? At least I can't fall before you do. Han Sen then recalled his previous training. Han Sen thought, the ice muscle jade bone technique lowered my body temperature, and my energy accumulation also increased at the same time. I've already improved my physical fitness significantly through gravity training. He pointed his blade at Qin Xian, then thought to himself, pleased. Before I thought I was at a great disadvantage against Qin Xian, but now I'm doing really well. Qin Xian spoke. God, it seems I must use a special skill to deal with you. After saying that, Qin Xian's eyes became sharp. She spread her arms out to her sides, then shouted loudly. Beast Soul Fusion. Purple lightning began to appear around her, encircling her. She then crossed her hands together. A gust of wind swept through, messing up the girl's hair. Then from Qin Xian's body, a giant blurry image of a golden lion shot out, soaring into the sky. Seeing this, Shen Qianzi was immediately shocked, and said, that's a god blood crystal spirit and a mutated golden lion Yang Manli. In the audience also spoke. This is the first time I've seen Qin Xian use this. Su Xiaoqiao, sitting behind, also leaned forward to add, I've heard that this god blood crystal spirit can be used in water form to defend against an opponent's attacks. This is going to be tough. At this moment on the ring, Qin Xian in her lion form knocked Han Sen's blade away with just one paw. Facing this sudden change, Han Sen felt very uneasy, thinking, her power has increased and by more than double. Before Han Sen could finish his thoughts, Qin Xian immediately jumped up and pounced on Han Sen. He immediately retreated to dodge the attack, thinking of a countermeasure. Under the protection of the god blood crystal spirit, even if I attack again, it'll be useless. Immediately after, a pair of red wings suddenly grew on Han Sen's back. Shaped like bat wings, he abruptly flew upwards, dodging the lion pouncing from below. Witnessing this scene, Su Xiaoqiao excitedly shouted, wow! God can fly. He's dodging Qin Xian's attacks. So cool, Su Xiaoqiao. Whose side are you on? If you like God so much, I can teach you a lesson right here and now. Yang Manli angrily grabbed Su Xiaoqiao by the collar and said. He immediately got scared and quickly begged for mercy. Team leader Yang, I was wrong. Over in the corridor. At this moment, Shen Qianzi worried for his goddess and murmured with a frown, this is bad. In contrast to him, Yuan Xiaoye was completely unconcerned. He casually said, Qin Xian doesn't have wings. She'll have a hard time winning. Back to the match. When Qin Xian jumped up intending to pounce on Han Sen, he immediately did a somersault in midair and flew to the side, easily avoiding her sharp claws. When Qin Xian pounced from the side again, Han Sen flew upwards to dodge. Qin Xian gritted her teeth, thinking this scoundrel dares to fly around and provoke me. Damn it, the stands below were abuzz with discussions. One person said, he's going too far. How can he be like this? Another person added, exactly. Qin Xian can't win against him at all. He's bullying her. Someone else chimed in. He stole Shin Tianzi's beast soul last time, and now he's toying with my goddess. I really want to kill him. Someone else said, I don't understand. Why do so many people like him? At this point Qin Xian was thoroughly enraged. She shouted, Is this how you want to compete? If you're a man, act like one. Hearing this, Han Sen stopped dodging. His body hovered in midair, and he calmly looked at the lion below, saying, Qin Xian is a soldier. You should know that victory is key, isn't it, if you get first place and fight against other shelters? What if they also have flying skills? He paused, then continued. Would you ask your opponent to give up that skill? And come down to die by your hand? Struck speechless, Qin Shen could only utter one word. Young Master Yin Yuan, who was watching the match, heard this and said, that's perfectly reasonable. You can't force others to have the same skills as you. The winner is king, the loser is a bandit, it's that simple. After that he turned and left, not forgetting to say to the person beside him before leaving, Ching, let's go, this fight is already over. However, Shen Tianzi standing nearby was not convinced. He gritted his teeth and said angrily, nonsense. He's just feeling ashamed. That sly scoundrel went towards Qin Shen, complaining with a dark expression after hearing what was just said. She thought, exactly. Now I can't even touch him, let alone defeat him, damn scoundrel. Then she suddenly changed back into her human form. Qin Shen silently and loudly declared, Dollar, I concede, no need to fight anymore. Hearing this, Yang Manli and Shen Tianzi were both stunned. They both exclaimed in unison with confusion. The audience in the stands below were equally surprised. People started discussing again, did she just concede like that? Impossible. Someone else retorted, what else could she do? Continue being a laughingstock for Dollar. Everything Dollar did was fine. He used every means to win. Finally Han Sen raised his hands, proudly accepting and smilingly embracing his victory. At the same time a notification sound rang out. First place revealed, congratulations Dollar. He will represent Steel Armor Shelter in the upcoming God War. 10 days later, Xiao Qiao excitedly whistled in congratulations. Wow, my Dollar won. That's awesome, Dollar is so strong. Meanwhile in the arena, Qin Shen approached with a cold expression Han Sen, who had just landed, and said, if you want to get the qualification to purchase Inscrade Sanctuary, come find me at the Steel Armor Group. In the wide plaza, a huge sign stood in the center of the area. People around were discussing. The martial arts tournament is nearing its end. The top 100 names will be engraved on the martial arts steel. What an honor. If I work hard one day my name will also be carved there. Looking at the ranking list again, 2 new entries appeared. First place Dollar. Second place Qin Shen. People chuckled and joked again, calling him Dollar has become a habit. We've all forgotten his true name now, just calling him Dollar. That's not his real name. When Shen Tianzi recognizes his identity, we'll find out who he really is. But God's son can defeat the lowly god. He should forget about that, shouldn't he? Sooner or later he'll lose all his beast souls too, just wait and see. Han Sen also stood there. He looked at the sign deep in thought. Qin Shen was indeed unhappy and very disappointed, because she didn't get first place. The Steel Armor Group was her territory. If I go there as a lowly god, I might fall into a trap. However, he didn't spend too much time thinking about it. After that, he relaxed his hands and walked in another direction. Han Sen thought to himself, forget it. I'll go prepare for the God War first. If I get another chance to obtain a God Blood Beast Soul, the ones obtained by chance will be better than the qualification bought from Ensrank Temple. In another place, Su Xiaoqiao was raising a large bow aiming to shoot. Next to him was Han Sen, who was also preparing to draw another bow. Su Xiaoqiao shot another round, then reached up to wipe the sweat from his forehead. He turned his head and asked Han Sen, Brother Sen, your archery is truly amazing. Why do you train so seriously? There's no need to push yourself so hard. You can relax and still complete Group Leader Yang's task. Han Sen released the bowstring and the arrow shot forward. Hearing Su Xiaoqiao's question, he replied, how could I do that? A man is never satisfied with all that he has. Outside the training area few people could be seen. 3 men stood at the entrance of the training room. One person said, Han Sen is training with the gravity device again. He's really working too hard. The person next to him replied, he probably annoyed Group Leader Yang, which is why he's being punished with these tasks. One of them was Gambling Old, who remained silent. He thought to himself, it seems that changing the parameters wasn't discovered. He was actually able to complete it easily. He then worriedly thought, he's been in there for so long. Could he be addicted meanwhile inside? Han Sen spun a few times in the air. He suddenly thought. After the parameters were increased, the difficulty also sharply rose. Fortunately, my body can still adapt. After landing, he wielded the sword in his hand again. He mused again. Those who participate in the God War are champions from various shelters. There will be many people stronger than me. I don't want to lose and I can't afford to lose. 2 days later, the outdoor sunlight warmly shone upon the Steel Armor Group headquarters. Qin Shen was walking down the headquarters corridor. As she walked, she thought, it's been a few days since the martial war. But that lowly god still hasn't come to find me. Heck, quite smart, isn't he? If he really dares to come to the Steel Armor Group, He can forget about escaping from here. Suddenly Qin Xian heard some movement from inside the training room. It was nearby. The girl curiously thought it's so late. Who could still be training? As she got closer, looking at the blurred figure on the one-way glass door, Qin Xian thought in surprise, Han Sen. He's practicing sleeve universe. Last time he was still at beginner level. Let me see how much he's improved. Looking at the system panel in front of her, which displayed the current level. Evolutionary Stage 3. Qin Xian immediately cried out in disbelief. Impossible. Her eyes widened in surprise. In just a few days, he went from a beginner to evolutionary. Stage 3. From someone who knew nothing, this is simply impossible. She frowned again, pondering even I in the past. Took several years to reach that. This person's potential is terrifying. Han Sen was currently wearing virtual reality glasses, sweating profusely, with protective gear on his arms. He was operating something in front of him. Han Sen idly thought to himself again. When practicing ice muscle jade bone art, it strengthened my muscles and the flexibility of my joints. I should have known this sooner. The words past appeared on the electronic screen. Han Sen took off his glasses. He said happily, "It feels great to pass." At this moment Qin Xian stood by and handed over a bottle of water to him. She praised, "That's fantastic." The sudden appearance startled Han Sen. He exclaimed, "Qin Xian, when did you get here?" Looking at the water bottle offered to him, Han Sen said to her, "I don't dare drink yours. Last time I drank it I lost consciousness." Then he secretly warned himself. There's no such thing as a free lunch. She must have added something to it. Qin Xian didn't seem to care much. She handed him the bottle, forcing him to take it. Then she said, "Suit yourself." Then she turned and left, leaving Han Sen scratching his head, looking puzzled at the water bottle in his hand. Qin Xian smirked again, thinking to herself, "You're lucky you're one of mine." With his current abilities, his adaptability is very strong. Activating weapons, controlling armor. A person with such top potential, he might become even stronger. Scene change. A few days later in Han Sen's apartment. At this moment he sat in front of his computer with his arms crossed, beginning to analyze. Tomorrow marks the start of the gods' battle. Suddenly I feel a bit uneasy. According to an experienced person, there are two great fears. Looking at the text box displayed on the screen. Gods Battle Rankings. Level 5 Tang Jinliu, Level 2 Gods Battle Lin Feng. Han Sen thought for a moment and said, Tang Jinliu is an object of fanatic admiration. As for Lin Feng, I'm not very familiar. But the name sounds a lot like Lin Beifeng. Don't tell me they're related. Resting his chin in his hand again, Han Sen asked himself. Objectively speaking, these two have already gone to the second God's Sanctuary world. Why are they still occupying this place? How strange. He leaned back and analyzed. But putting aside combat skills, just mentioning their advanced beast souls is already terrifying enough. I hope I don't run into them too early. Otherwise, even if I could fight them, I would suffer heavy losses and gain nothing from that battle. At this moment the phone on the desk rang a few times. Han Sen was startled and looked over. Unknown number calling, it might be an AI. Picking up the phone, Han Sen spoke first. "Hello. May I ask?" The other end of the line replied, "Are you Han Sen?" "I am Feng Jingqi." Hearing this name, Han Sen immediately remembered the man he had previously knocked down. He thought to himself, Feng Jingqi. Ah, so it's him, Shuezai's fourth brother. On the other end of the phone, Feng Jingqi was leaning against a desk. Next to him was a boy, slowly reading a book. He looked down at the floor and continued speaking into the phone. "Actually, that guy asked me to find you. This matter is related to the gods' battle. If you can come tomorrow." Feng Jingqi added, "My friends will be sending gifts." Nearby a young man in red stood in front of a glass window, looking at the scenery outside. Han Sen on the other end of the phone caught the main point. He sternly retorted, "God's battle." A short video was playing on the electronic screen. A hooded person, holding a short sword, was being surrounded. From that side one could only see. Then he swung the sword in his hand. A few times, the blade left trails of pale blue afterimages, slicing across the necks of those surrounding him. After the youth withdrew his hand, everyone else except him had already fallen to the ground. Outside the electronic screen, Feng Jingqi, Tang Jinliu and Han Sen stood in front of the screen, watching intently. Behind them was Lin Feng, calmly sitting on the sofa. At this moment Han Sen put his hands into his pockets and said with annoyance to the others in the room, "Did you call me here just to watch that thing?" Tang Jinliu asked, standing next to him. "Don't you think it looks familiar?" Han Sen didn't answer immediately but thought silently. "I really didn't expect this. I didn't expect the friends Fong Jingqi mentioned to be Tang Jinliu and Lin Feng. I was worrying earlier that I might have to face them in the God Wars. I didn't expect us to meet under these circumstances. He frowned again, shifting his attention to the boy on the screen, and continued to ponder. The person in the video is indeed very strong. It looks a lot like Sleeve Universe, but he seems more ruthless and decisive. Every attack carries an intent to kill. Han Sen thought, then turned and asked the person next to him. Who is that? Tang Jinliu replied. Dongmu, a demigod-level expert, the grandson of a Senate counselor. Han Sen frowned upon hearing this. You said the grandson of a Senate counselor. What do they have to do with me? I don't want to get involved with anyone connected to politics. Tang Jinliu smiled and replied, don't worry. It's not easy for us to even approach him in the alliance. No matter where he is, he's closely monitored. The reason we invited you here is to have you mimic Dongmu's tactics and style. Then practice with us to prepare for the God Wars. Han Sen felt confused. He asked back, are you kidding? That pervert's close combat skills are better than mine and he's more skilled. If we're going to practice, wouldn't it be better to find him? However, Tang Jinliu replied with great confidence. I've also looked for him. He said your potential is limitless, Han Sen. Brother Sen, this is common knowledge. You just need to practice with us, and we'll meet any of your demands. On the surface, Han Sen showed an indescribable pensiveness, but in his heart he thought proudly, Tang Jinliu is so famous yet he's asking for my help. He'll definitely be very grateful. Then he raised a finger and proposed a condition inscribed, Saint Hall Jean. Tang Jinliu smiled and said, deal. Lin Feng spoke up from behind Brother Sen. Here are some videos of his combat techniques. Watch and study them carefully. The God Wars start tomorrow, so you'll probably have to stay up all night tonight. After a long time, the sky outside had darkened. A crescent moon hung high in the sky, casting a clear glow. Tang Jinliu stood with his arms crossed, looking at the clock behind him. He said, several hours have passed already. Is Han Sen spending too much time on that? Jingqi has already gone back to sleep. Lin Feng sat in a chair and replied calmly. No rush. The fact that he's spending so much time proves that he's studying it thoroughly. Just then Han Sen opened the door and walked out. He lowered his eyes and said, Dongmu's movement style. I pretty much understand it, let's start. Tang Jinliu, however, said in disbelief. You seem very confident. Han Sen didn't answer the question. He picked up a small dagger and said, isn't this dagger sharpened yet? It's too light. Lin Feng walked over with his hands in his pockets. He said slowly, although I'm not sure if you can defeat us, I should still be careful. It would be better. The God Wars are really important. Tang Jinliu, on the other hand, said directly, still being picky. Don't think you're stronger than Dongmu. Han Sen directly swung his hand to attack, and said you should be more serious when facing me. Tang Jinliu leaned back before Han Sen's stabbing hand could make contact. Leaned back. He angrily shouted, damn it, it hasn't even started. And you ambushed me and changed your moves several times. Han Sen said, do you think Dongmu would wait for it to start? Han Sen's other hand reached out again. That hand was empty, carrying nothing. Tang Jinliu immediately said in a panic, the knife is gone. The hands in front of him waved forward again. The dagger appeared and disappeared. Then a streak of light brushed past Tang Jinliu's cheek, splashing out some blood. It was then that Tang Jinliu hastily retreated. He glanced at his injured cheek. Then he said in disbelief. What? Lin Feng stood in the corner on the other side. Frowning, he said, that's right. He's the right choice. Next, Tang Jinliu began to counterattack with a swing. His powerful spinning kick forced Han Sen to difficultly raise his arm to block. He gritted his teeth and let out a groan. Then he was kicked back a considerable distance. After steadying himself, Han Sen frowned, looking at Tang Jinliu, and thought, he's too strong. His physical attributes are definitely much higher than mine. On the other side, Tang Jinliu gradually found his rhythm. He smirked and said, don't be so lacking in confidence. The two had separated by now. Han Sen braced himself on the ground and thought, if I directly confront him with strength, I definitely won't be his match. But I have an advantage in close combat. Hesitating for only a moment, he swiftly charged towards the opponent, making Tang Jinliu jump in surprise and shout. What? The dagger in Han Sen's hand came thrusting forward, but it was easily dodged by Tang Jinliu. He swung his hand to counterattack again, mocking, kid, you're still very green. But Han Sen replied, did you really see my trajectory? He tightly gripped Tang Jinliu's swinging hand. His eyes widened in astonishment. Han Sen's other hand began to reach upwards. He moved around to the underside of the arm he was gripping tightly. once again restraining Tang Jinliu, then went straight for his opponent's chin. Tang Jinliu was startled, thinking what? Looking at the blade appearing below the hand that was pointing at his throat. Cold sweat streamed down Tang Jinliu's face. He thought in disbelief. The knife was just in his right hand. How did it get to his left hand? At this moment, Lin Feng clapped his hands in praise, interrupting the match between the two. He said it was indeed right to find brother Han. Compared to Yi Dongmu, he is indeed much better. Meanwhile, at Tang Lijia's home, the bustling streets at night were brightly lit. Holding the golden card with the S printed on it in his hand, Han Sen said with satisfaction, "It's finally mine. My efforts all night were not in vain." He took the card, patted his face, and then secretly analyzed the impressive aspects of the match just now. It's truly great to be able to defeat Tang Jinliu again. I had a chance to fight him. If it were a fair match, it would be hard for me to win. Suddenly the young man frowned, thinking of Lin Feng. I don't know how strong he is. Recalling Dongma's battle scene, Han Sen continued to ponder. The sleeve universe technique that I practice has become even more flexible. It can exploit the opponent's blind spots. Compared to Yi Dongma's unusual movement style, that level of flexibility isn't necessarily better. This is the result of my gravity technique training. Han Sen looked at the golden card in his hand and said softly, "Perhaps I should use this to buy a gene core technique." In the room just now, Tang Jinliu sat cross-legged on the ground. He rubbed his elbow. Then he said to Lin Feng, who was standing behind him, "I've been fighting Han Sen for so long, but in the end I couldn't get the upper hand. Old Lin, you were right, he's not weaker than Yi Dongmu at all." Lin Feng replied, "Yi Dongma's technique is superb, but when it comes to Han Sen's close combat, it's truly too flexible. If he had Yi Dongma's physique, he might be much more terrifying." Tang Jinliu, however, didn't quite agree with this assessment. He said, "Hey, you're rating him too highly. If that's true, won't he surpass you in a few years?" Responding to Tang Jinliu was Lin Feng's arrogant stance. He said, "In the first sanctuary I am invincible." Tang Jinliu was speechless after hearing that. My mother shouldn't have asked. Another hour passed and then another. Outside the martial arts arena it was packed with people. Su Xiaoqiao appeared. He said excitedly, "The God War has finally begun." The Ace God Emperor of Steel Armor Shelter. "Are you ready?" Behind him was a portrait of Han Sen in armor. It was from the day of his match against Qin Xian. The people around shouted God Emperor's name. God Emperor Han Sen was also walking into the stadium gates at that moment. He walked amidst the cheers from both sides. "Long live God Emperor! Long live, we love you. Even though I can't cheer for him in person, this little heart will always be with you. God Emperor is the coolest." Han Sen waved back at the cheers and said a few words. Thank you, thank you." Under his helmet, Han Sen thought to himself. So many people came to cheer him on. Gold coin must have won the hearts of the fans. One day, everyone will recognize my true identity. Standing before the spatial gate to the arena, Han Sen walked and thought. As expected, Qin Xian didn't come to see him off. She must be very ashamed of that loss. "Qin Xian, I will prove it to you. I am the one who can bring glory to the shelter." Deep inside were neatly arranged competition fields. The stands were still packed with people. Noisy sounds erupted. The God War is indeed as the rumors say. It's spectacular to be able to come here and watch battles between shelters among a total of 10,000 people. It's like a war, picking one out of countless individuals. The list was announced. As expected, it's a solo knockout tournament. I must give it my all. Han Sen stood before the system panel checking. He thought if he could know his opponent in advance, his chances of winning would be higher. Let's see who it is. He suddenly gasped, thinking this is. Two names were displayed side by side on the screen. One was God Emperor, his own name. Han Sen silently read the other name in surprise. Dongmu. Han Sen, I should think about this list. If neither side wins or loses, then they can fight again after 10 matches. Tang Jinliu and Lin Feng, unless I enter the top 10. Otherwise I won't be able to meet them under the helmet. Han Sen's mouth curved upwards. In his mind, he recalled Dongmu's back and then thought excitedly. This is too troublesome. Those two are afraid of Dongmu. That's why they came to me to practice. But this also helped me. His mouth curved into a secret smile. He suddenly felt excited. Dongmu, don't lose before I get to face you. Tang Jinliu's match against Shang Tsung. Tang Jinliu brandished his massive saber. Match over. The system announced the end of match T31-21. Tang Jinliu wins. Han Sen looked down, calmly analyzing. It's no surprise that Tang Jinliu won. His style is merciless. He gives his opponent no chance to breathe. Lin Feng's match against Chen Yi. The system announced the end of match F6732. Lin Feng wins. On Lin Feng's match arena only he remained standing. His opponent was already lying on the ground. Han Sen immediately fell into contemplation. It seems he appeared too strong in this match. He was the second person chosen after the God War. As for that Chen Yi, he wasn't anything special. Strange, Lin Feng is hard for me to read. His strength is indeed vastly different from Tang Zhenlius, he thought as he watched the person wiping sweat on the arena. Then Han Sen started to move. He secretly decided, now is not the time to worry about others. My match hasn't started yet. I should go check on Idong Mu. Coincidentally, he happened to meet Lin Feng walking from the opposite direction. The man extended his hand and spoke first. Hello, I'm Lin Feng, what a coincidence. You must be Gold Coin from Steel Armor Shelter, right? Han Sen shook hands and said, it's a pleasure to meet you. I'm just a nobody not worth your attention like this. Lin Feng chuckled lightly. Some famous veterans were once nobodies too. In the end he left. As he passed, Han Sen also said, see you in the finals. The surrounding crowd gradually grew noisy. What, the second-ranked contestant from the last God War? Lin Feng is going to face this person in the final match. You must be kidding, right? Jin Bai was it? Seems very ordinary, never heard of him. Han Sen ignored those people, turning instead to Lin Feng, and thought as he walked, this person is truly unfathomable. Looking at his retreating figure, he silently uttered two words in his heart: threat. A shout rang out. Idong Mu versus Divine Dragon Swordsman. A man wearing a straw hat calmly said, I hear your hidden sword technique is superb. Go on up. He is the top 10 ranked Divine Dragon Swordsman. Standing before him at this moment was the one with the nickname Idong Mu. Hearing this, Idong Mu sneered and disdainfully said, had enough of your little act. The people in the audience seats pointed and discussed animatedly. The man in black pointed to the audience seats and said, among the top 10 of the last season's Divine Sword ranking, he has never lost a single match to this day. That Divine Dragon Swordsman. The blond man's expression turned serious upon hearing this, and he leaned in to whisper, the outcome of this match is hard to predict. It might be a prolonged battle. The Divine Dragon Swordsman's eyes suddenly narrowed and a swoosh sound rang out. After 7 moves, the Divine Dragon Swordsman fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Idong Mu's figure darted about, his swordsmanship skills perfected to an art. In the end, he swiftly finished off his respectable opponent, all within the space of 7 counts. Immediately after, the system announced match K336 concluded. Idong Mu was victorious. The entire audience could barely believe what had just happened. A spectator exclaimed, good heavens, what just happened? What happened? Did something just happen? Right before their eyes, Idong Mu stood tall and imposing, sheathing his sword, standing over the fallen, weakened body. Other opponents seated below, seeing this, were also struck with fear and panic. One person stammered, Idong Mu defeated a top 10 ranked opponent in an instant. The person next to him was drenched in cold sweat. This is too brutal. Good thing I didn't face him. Jin Bai looked at the scene before him, feeling a sense of apprehension in his heart. He thought just one slice to the throat, and the Divine Dragon Swordsman surely would have gone to heaven, but Idong Mu actually added several more blows, truly enjoying sending people to hell. This guy is a real pervert. On the other side, a blonde youth, bored stiff, spoke to his friend who was engrossed in a book. This can't be the real Divine Dragon Swordsman, can it? How could he possibly be sent to hell in one go? His friend stood nearby, slowly lowering his gaze, and replied, this shows that our choice to train earlier was correct. The blonde youth turned around and said casually, why are you here reading a book instead of watching the match? The next few matches won't be very interesting either. Let's go grab a drink. His friend excitedly replied, no. There's still one match we absolutely can't miss. That important match is Jin Bai versus Lei Ban. The image of Lei Ban, fighting fiercely, appeared. He said menacingly, I hear this is your first match in the God War. You're going to suffer greatly. The one named Jin Bai looked at the arrows flying towards him, and thought cautiously, indeed no one here is weak. Those 2 beast soul arrows are similar to black needle bees, they're also poisoned. Just then, with a sudden whoosh, 2 highly venomous arrows rapidly shot towards where he was standing. He was startled, turned to dodge, and shouted towards his opponent. Lei Ban is brandishing a soul blood arrow. Interesting whoosh, a green poison arrow shot over again. It's indeed too fast. This arrow automatically tracks its target. After seeing this, the blond man in the audience scratched his head and yelled, Old Lin, you're not talking about Jin Bai, are you? He seemed quite confused by his opponent. On the other side of the stands, a row of veteran spectators were discussing among themselves. I specifically investigated him. He's known as Waste God. Rumor has it he's a legendary figure from the Armored Sanctuary. Legendary, haha. You're kidding, he's that weak. Good thing the God War isn't livestreamed. Everyone watching there would probably be furious. Suddenly, with a boom, a golden power surged upward. The announcement board interrupted the noisy discussions, displaying information that battle no P1228 had ended. Jin Bai is in the lead. The blonde man grinned triumphantly. One arrow did it. No need for a soul blood mount, right? Doesn't look like much. Why is Lin Feng paying so much attention to him? 2 days later at the transfer station, someone's voice rang out. Xin Shan, look, the internet is buzzing. Yang Monli stared intently at the computer and said to the green-haired person, a draft about the battle between Waste God and Lei Ban. This is more like a draft than a record. At this moment, a song titled Song of Mighty Battle appeared on the screen. Mighty Battle. The legendary Waste God. He is one of the legendary figures of the Armored Sanctuary. Fighting alone against Xiaolua Zhao Jin, he defeated Qin Xian on the eve of the God War. In short, kneel down and worship. This is indeed a hymn, affirming that he can emerge victorious in this God War. Lin Feng pondered for a moment before saying, Waste God looked so weak when fighting. This distorted report was probably written by his fans. Below this article, criticisms and mocking comments poured in. These keyboard warriors are truly vulgar. Yang Monli looked at the screen and continued. It's not just Lei Ban. Waste God hasn't had any impressive victories. His next opponent is Ito Mu, who was ranked in the top 10. Do you think he can? Lin Feng replied, from the moment he took my place, I won't allow him to fall before anyone. Otherwise, wouldn't I be less than a man? Yang Monli pointed at the screen and said, there's also a video everyone's paying close attention to. The surveillance footage showed on the screen Lin Feng standing next to Jin Bai and saying, see you in the finals. Qin Shan asked doubtfully, why would Lin Feng say that? Is there something wrong? Yang Monli smiled faintly. Everyone is mocking these two. One a complete failure with no skill whatsoever. The other always ranked second. There are many other interesting things too. On the second day of the God War, the top 10 ranked Ito Mu walked alone up the steps to the stands. In this match, Jin Bai will be Ito Mu's next opponent. He arrogantly raised his hand, gesturing. Ito Mu provoked Jin Bai. He'll send you straight to heaven in this match. No sooner had he spoken. This also confirmed that it was an important battle, deciding who would enter the top 10. The spectators in the stands were startled. A fan shouted, is Jin Bai planning to fight Ito Mu in close combat? Is he crazy? Ito Mu specializes in close combat. Jin Bai thought to himself, if I'm going to die ITLLB after Ito Mu faces a grueling test. He thought to himself, Ito Mu, I've got you all figured out. In my eyes you're just a puppet. Whoosh. Jin Bai regained his form and unleashed an incredibly straightforward attack, making Ito Mu feel threatened. He forced a smile. This kind of attack change. Jin Bai quickly counterattacked and charged forward. Powerful claws swept out. Inside his summoned beast, Ito Mu was dripping with cold sweat. This is. The camera returned to the stands. Tang Jinliu said to Lin Feng. Well, Lin Feng interrupted triumphantly. Universe in the sleeve. As expected, you didn't disappoint me. Victory is already decided. Are you going to your grave so early? Yai Dongmu said with a sinister smile. Seeking death so quickly. Interesting. After speaking, he summoned his true form. A gigantic monster suddenly appeared. Beast Soul Fusion. Below the stands, the blonde man folded his arms and thought and said to Lin Feng, is Coin's fused beast soul a divine blood type? Yai Dongmu doesn't use a beast soul of the same rank to deal with him. Lin Feng replied, because it's not suitable. Yai Dongmu excels at close quarters assassination, and he doesn't have a human form divine blood beast soul. Therefore, to maximize his advantage, he must use the mutated demon monkey. He believes he will definitely win. What's more, the weapon he's gripping tightly, that is a divine blood beast soul. Yai Dongmu's beast soul charged ferociously. The giant monster leaped high, seemingly overwhelming Coin. A heavy blow was swung out. Coin quickly leaned back to dodge. In the video, the situation showed that Coin had the upper hand, slaughtering that arrogant opponent until blood splattered everywhere. Finally, Coin leaped high, stomping Yai Dongmu's beast soul to the ground. Yai Dongmu was kicked 8 meters away. Tang Jinliu exclaimed in shock, so fast. Lin Feng, as if expecting it, simply smiled faintly. He said, the legendary figure of strong armor shelter. This is proof of his power. After being kicked away, Yadanmu painfully struggled to get up. He maliciously cursed his opponent. Ugh, bastard, bastard. With that, he collapsed from exhaustion. The entire stand erupted in an uproar. Yadanmu couldn't get up. He was knocked down by a single strike from Coin. It seems this is the reason. Did what Lin Feng said really happen? Was I just watching a show? Coin stood up and said, your internal organs are damaged. And your physical fitness won't last 5 minutes either. If you want to live, go get treatment immediately. Yadanmu clutched his stomach, climbed up and said angrily. Just you wait, next time he'll send you to meet King Yama. The scoreboard displayed. Match C60-58 concluded. Coin takes the lead. The entire audience cheered Coin. Coin, Coin God, Coin God. Strong armor legend. Coin stood proudly with his hands raised, surrounded by the city and the azure sky as always. Qin Xian sat in front of the computer searching and said to Yang Manli. Strong battle song. Legendary Coin God, his own story already has over 1 million views. The view count has exceeded 1 million. Fong Mingquan also became famous overnight. Yang Manli said in shock. Yadanmu was no small fry either. Coin truly did not disappoint the shelter. Qin Xian replied hesitantly. Coin, Coin God. I'm really curious about his true identity. Inside Han Sen's strong armor shelter, Han Sen looked at the screen. His expression becoming serious. Displacement. If I could improve my displacement ability, perhaps I could defeat Yadanmu faster than this. Even faster. There are too many good things in the S Sanctuary, it's too hard to choose. Just then his phone suddenly rang. The name Fong Jing was flashing. Han Sen sighed dejectedly. Not again. Is he calling for a battle companion again? He picked up the phone and said, hello, what's up? The other end of the phone replied to Han Sen. Old Tang and Old Lin are very satisfied with your performance. So I want to offer you a good job. Han Sen replied, what's in it for me if I accept? The other end briefly replied, you'll know when you get here. He hung up the phone, humming in confusion. Text appeared on the screen. Super particle displacement acceleration type. At this moment, outside the shelter, a group of imposing people walked up to Han Sen and asked, are you the one Big Brother mentioned? Isn't that Gong Meng that guy? That guy is really weak, he'll be a burden. Upon hearing this, Han Sen replied, Brother Quan and the others can do it themselves. Everyone wants to keep the divine prophets to themselves. Tianzi and Qin Xian. Right, the fatty excitedly grabbed his collar and shouted. You should know we're not here to play around. This hunt is about whether our brothers can obtain sacred genes. Otherwise, just go to the second sanctuary. After speaking, the fatty turned around and said to the people behind him. Forget it, he's unreliable, let's go. The tall guy waved his hand. No need, brother said. He knows Lu Feng and Tang Jinliu. Let's give him a chance. The tall guy continued, just as planned. We will ensure your safety. After this journey, he'll give you a mutated reward as a bonus. Just then another person spoke up. Hey, Quang Meng. How about you prove to us now that you're not messing with us? Han Sen replied, all right. Looking at the rolling mountain range in the distance, the group was riding down the mountain on various strange animals. They shouted. It's a 3-day walk from here to the shelter. Han Sen sat behind the tall guy, thinking cheerfully. This mount isn't bad. Quite convenient actually. After much trekking through mountains and waters with everyone and their mounts exhausted, finally someone shouted, we're here. From now on they had to be highly vigilant. They responded in unison, understood. Everyone entered the cave to explore. Han Sen looked around and saw it was all strawberry syrup. He touched it and asked, are these traces of strawberry syrup left from the last trip? The fatty replied, yes. The sacred blood creatures here are very powerful and fast. We suffered heavy losses. Just then, the tall guy suddenly said cautiously and seriously. It's on that bank over there. After we lure it well, seize the opportunity. It will dive into the water, then when it lets its guard down, quickly attack its abdomen, that's its weak point. You must aim for that spot. Han Sen replied, all right, the black scale beast is coming. This cave connects through, so proceed as planned. Han Sen looked at the animal in front of him. He understood that its recovery ability, strength and defense were all top-notch. Han Sen said to the tall man, Brother Quan, this plan is too risky. What if that black scale beast doesn't react as we expect, and I get unlucky? You should give me a mount. The fatty listened and angrily retorted. You're demanding to negotiate in this situation. Do you think that's right? Another person echoed, in my opinion, he shouldn't get any benefits. Brother Quan, I can't give it to him. What if he runs off first? Brother Quan heard this without distraction and firmly said, all right. If he truly has such an idea, his name will surely be etched in everyone's hearts. Take it. After speaking, he opened his palm and offered it to Han Sen. Subsequently, everyone cautiously split into 3 positions. The index finger, middle finger, and ring finger watched the monster's movements. Han Sen and another person remained at the starting point. Brother Quan and the fatty advanced, attacking to lure the animal into the trap. The cry of start rang out. Brother Quan and the fatty picked up huge stones and threw them forward. The stones were thrown onto the animal's hard shell. As expected, the stones didn't damage its scales at all, not even leaving a scratch. Just then the fierce animal turned towards the two and roared ferociously. Horrifying green light shot from its eyes. Whoosh! It transformed into a huge gleaming stone and hurtled forward. The 2 members of the team quickly discussed. Quick, the black scale beast took the bait move. Han Sen was currently moving against the current, diving into the deep water. He had an oxygen tank on his back, which helped somewhat. Inside the cave, huge rocks kept falling. Brother Quan and Fatty ran away in a panic. Run, this place is about to collapse. Meanwhile, 3 people stood on a high stone slab shouting, the time has come, lure it over. Boom! The black scale beast turned into a stone slab, rolling wildly in all directions. Then it spotted them. They panicked, running and screaming. Damn it, it's rolling towards us. Run, ah, run. Han Sen was calculating the time. It's been a long time. They must have succeeded. It's my turn. Over here, the black scale beast returned to its original form. It cautiously crawled to the river's edge, searching for something. The black scale beast was getting closer. Han Sen focused on its body. This side was the only soft part of its body. He reached for his stick, swish. He poked the weak spot of the black scale beast. A gurgling sound came from underwater, and the black scale beast painfully arched its head, opening its mouth to the sky. It thrashed its tail and dodged aside. Han Sen was slightly affected and was also flung away. The black scale beast in pain leaped into the water. Everyone quickly recognized it and shouted, "It's escaping, catch it quickly, everyone follow me." Han Sen wearily lifted his head out of the water to breathe. He pulled open his shirt to check the wound, saying with annoyance, "This totally not worth it." Everyone watched the black scale beast still being chased. They shouted in panic, "How can that thing still run so fast after being injured? Why didn't that guy aim for its weak spot?" Another person replied, "I'm afraid so, it rolls like a wheel." As if nothing had happened. Han Sen clutched his wound, his brows furrowed as he spoke. "Impossible, the arrow must have hit it. Unless it's immune, it should have been paralyzed. Or dead." The person pointed and commanded, "Chase it. If you want to, don't waste time here." As they traveled through the deep cave, they cautiously reminded their companions, "This place is like an endless purgatory, don't separate." Words appeared on the display board. Hunt. Successfully hunted the black scale beast, obtained beast soul. God blood, consuming the beast soul grants less than 10 points of God gene. Han Sen's face betrayed his surprise. Brother Quan noticed and immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Han Sen replied, "The black scale beast went to heaven." In the distance, the mountain peak made strange noises at this moment. Brother Quan then asked, "What's that sound?" The 2 people on the rock shouted, "Ah, that thing is too big." Fatty asked impatiently, "What's going on?" At this moment, Han Sen and Brother Quan quickly ran over. Han Sen's face changed drastically again. A giant white animal descended. It roared like a mad beast, displaying its might. This scared everyone present out of their wits. And they shouted, "Split up and run. Run, we're doomed. How did we run into this monster again? Oh my God, help, run." In stark contrast to their panic was Han Sen, still stood calmly alone, observing the giant monster. He thought to himself, "That monster must be a godblood beast soul. This must be its territory. Brother Quan and the others definitely can't escape. I must act." He yelled at it, "You monster, take this." At the same time, he raised his bow and arrow. He aimed and shot without hesitation. The arrow grazed the giant white bird. It was unharmed. It flapped its wings and flew away. Han Sen was also knocked back by the force. He ran through the valley. Behind him was the angry monster in pursuit. Han Sen was hit by a physical attack. He grunted. The harder he ran, the more fiercely the beast soul chased. Fatty saw Han Sen's actions and said in surprise, "That guy is luring it away. Doesn't he fear death?" Brother Quan then said, "He's really brave. Crazy tough, I owe you one. I admit you're not joking around." At this moment, Han Sen had also transformed, running at full speed. He cursed silently as he ran. "This crazy bird is like a blood leech, constantly chasing me. Damn it, don't think you'll catch me." So he kept running and the bird kept chasing. He crossed a lake and shook off the bird. He grinned inwardly, feeling triumphant. There's an underground river. That bird can't wade through the water, and saved. With it he plunged headfirst into the emerald green river. But, unexpectedly, the bird was still able to attack and hit him, making him let out a muffled grunt. Heavens! This thing can still peck me after diving underwater. This thing's claws are too sharp. It can even tear through the black scale armor with its beak. If I didn't have that, it would be terrifying. My back would be severely injured. Losing his patience, he released the mutant black mullet beast soul. He didn't expect that. Only this beast soul could be used underwater. He said to his beast soul, "My life is in your hands, run as far as you can." Meanwhile at Tang Zhenlius and Lu Feng's home, Lu Feng was engrossed in a book chuckling to himself. Tang Zhenliu asked puzzled HM, "What's old Lu laughing about? He looks so silly." Lu Feng replied, "There's something I'm very much looking forward to." Tang Zhenliu excitedly asked, "Looking forward to what? Is it the match between you and Golden Coin?" Lu Feng said with a smile, "The god battle is a point system. I don't know what rank he'll achieve. But next year, this book will be filled with his brilliant performances." The scene shifts to Han Sen's perspective. A blonde little girl shook him. "Wake up. Did you hear something?" Han Sen, with a face full of injuries, was shaken awake. The little girl Li Xiaogu happily said, "That's great you're awake. Thank goodness my herbs worked." Han Sen scratched his head trying to remember something and mumbled, "Excuse me. Where is this?" Another man named Su Shangjian was sitting by a campfire. He answered for the little girl. "The forest near Glory Sanctuary, you were lying by the shore. Almost dead, we saved you." Su Shangjian pointed ahead and to Han Sen he said, "It's still 7 or 8 li to Glory Sanctuary." Han Sen, the medical and escort fees total 100,000. Han Sen scratched his head, smiling, "Brother Su, I'm very grateful to both of you for saving me. But I don't have any money right now." Su Shangjian generously said, "That's all right, just transfer it to us after you get back." Hearing him say that, Li Xiaogu unhappily whispered a reproach. "Brother Su, is that really necessary? Saving a life is more meritorious than building a 7-story pagoda." Su Shangjian said seriously, "Xiaogu, we came here to hunt yesterday. We only managed to hunt a single primitive grade creature. Our primitive gene points are growing too slowly. This could be an opportunity to make money, why not take advantage of it?" Looking at the two of them, Han Sen commented inwardly, "Their equipment is too crude. They're still hunting primitive grade creatures. They're not rich second-generation kids born with silver spoons. I was really lucky to encounter them." Suddenly Li Xiaogu exclaimed, "Look, something's there." Before them was a large group of monkeys. They were a troop of blacktail poison monkeys. At least one of them was a mutant. She quickly got behind Su Shangjian and shouted to Han Sen, "Run, its claws are poisonous. And it's an entire troop, how terrifying." Han Sen was unfazed, merely smiled faintly and retorted, "If I can earn you mutant gene points, then 100,000 should be fine, right?" Su Shangjian paused. Han Sen quickly reached for his crossbow, ready to shoot. He shot and excitedly said, "Creatures from Glory Sanctuary. Feel just like those in Steel Armor Sanctuary." Whoosh! An arrow surged forward. Su Shangjian exclaimed in surprise, "That's a mutant beast soul arrow." Li Xiaogu excitedly exclaimed, "That's amazing." Whoosh whoosh, arrows continued to fly. One more arrow. The arrow flew straight towards the largest and oldest monkey in the troop. Su Shangjian shouted, "Blacktail poison monkeys have tough hides. Don't try to be a hero like that." Han Sen didn't waver in the slightest, saying, "Don't worry. One arrow is enough." The blacktail poison monkey was standing leisurely. Suddenly, thud. The arrow struck it, severely injuring it and causing it immense pain. It then quickly fell to the ground. Han Sen twirled his crossbow and casually said, "Done." Su Shangjian asked admiringly, "You're so strong, who exactly are you?" Li Xiaogu said excitedly, "Brother Han is so cool. We saved an excellent archer in Glory Shelter." Han Sen said to the two of them, "This is my first time in such a lively place." Suddenly a thought struck him and he said, "I remember now. Lin Beifeng and Shui Longyan both came from here." Su Shangjian turned to him and said, "Han Sen, you don't need to transfer any more money to me. Let's consider us even." He no longer refused, replying, "All right." With that group of blacktail poison monkeys and even some mutated ones among them. Then the gene points. Your mutated and primitive gene points will all increase quite a bit. Li Xiaogu said happily. "It's worth more than 100,000. Brother Han, thank you." Han Sen replied, "It's no big deal." At this moment, Su Shangjian said seriously with conviction in his eyes, "I will definitely become stronger than you in the future. This is the transfer station. You can go back from here. But entry and exit are quite complicated. If you leave Glory Shelter, you'll still return here when you come back." Han Sen asked, puzzled. "You mean if I want to go back to Steel Armor Shelter, I have to pass through Glory Shelter?" Li Xiaogu replied exactly. Hearing this, Han Sen thought worriedly, this is troublesome. I might not make it to the God War. If I don't participate, I'll forever remain in the top 10. Unable to obtain a God Blood Beast soul. Despite these thoughts, he still chose to turn and leave, saying goodbye. Alright, I should get going. Thank you everyone. Goodbye. Li Xiaogu raised her hand and said, Brother Han, we should be thanking you. Take care till next time. At this moment the system announced. The first place qualifier for the God War is Lu Feng. Congratulations to him. The entire stands erupted in cheers at the sight of him. Lu Feng, Lu Feng. Lu Feng, a group of people discussed animatedly. I heard Jinbi didn't participate in this competition. Didn't Lu Feng challenge him to a fight? He must be scared. TSK, anyone would be scared facing such an opponent. Reporters were clamoring, interviewing the person who had just walked off the red carpet. Lu Feng, do you think Jinbi didn't participate because he's afraid of you? Lu Feng smiled faintly and said, just as I wouldn't be afraid of any opponent. He wouldn't either. Reporter Ming Quan handed over the microphone and asked Lu Feng, excuse me, do you have confidence you can defeat him? Lu Feng replied, Jinbi must participate first. Then the answer to that question can be revealed. In a corner by the roadside, Jin Lu pouted enviously, muttering to himself, humph. In second place too, can't anyone come interview me? When he was alone, Lu Feng muttered to himself, Jinbi, I don't know why you didn't participate. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and intrigued thoughts emerged. But now I'm very excited. And am anticipating the outcome. The outcome between you and me, led to Luo Jiaxing. Han Sen had bandages wrapped around his chest, and walked calmly with his arms crossed. A voice rang out. You're really lucky to be alive. Luckily you weren't eaten by that bird, he said into the phone. Fong Jingqi, please tell Brother Quan for me. I'll give him the beast soul when we meet next time. Fong Jingqi stirred his cup with one hand, and held the phone with the other, replying, no need. Although Hylan was killed by that bird, he already ate the shredded meat, and his mutated gene points have now reached full capacity. Preparing to enter the second shelter. He has already entered God's sanctuary. He asked me to pass on the message. Thank you for your help. He's very grateful. Han Sen scratched his head and said, it's no big deal. Just a small matter. If I had a bow and arrow beast soul, I would have taken care of that bird as well. Fong Jingqi brought the cup to his lips, smiling as he said, you're quite confident, aren't you? Brother Quan also has a godblood bow and arrow beast soul, but he doesn't dare to use it. He's planning to sell it. Han Sen asked excitedly, really, is he really going to sell it? Fong Jingqi wondered. Han Sen, I've helped you twice already after all. You need to give me some assurance. Did you get the inverse scale of the sheep soul? Han Sen remembered when he used the shield to recover. He had indeed gotten it. It was a sturdy shield. It also had many sharp spikes on it. Fong Jingqi placed the cup on the table and replied, all right. Perhaps he would need that thing. Keep it safe. I'll make arrangements and come back later. Han Sen walked with his hands in his pockets, saying, okay. I'll wait for your news. Fong Jingqi, why are you acting like a pimp? Hanging out with Tang Jinliu and his crew. There must be some benefits, right? A voice came from over there. Shut up, it's none of your business. Suddenly someone called his name, Han Sen. He was startled, thinking, oh no, why is Sun Xian here? I just got back today, is really unlucky. Sun Xian questioned him sternly, how many days has it been? Where exactly have you been? Don't you know Blackhawk only recruits new students for 3 days? He chuckled awkwardly. Sun Xian handed him a ticket. Then she instructed, I just got to school. Take this ticket to the starship. It will take you directly to Blackhawk in 3 days. She grabbed his collar and threatened. If you dare to run off again like during the coin battle last time, I'll show you what happens. When I lose my temper. Han Sen chuckled awkwardly, thinking, is she only angry because of this? I really wanted to go. Who knew I'd run into all those unlucky things? At Han Sen's home. A simple wooden house. His mother asked Shao Sen, have you made up your mind? He replied, MHM. Han Sen sat next to his sister, talking to his mother. Station Master Qin has high hopes for you. I want to join Blackhawk. I can train better there. This is indeed a rare opportunity. Once you become a soldier, Mom and your sister will be safe under the army's protection. His sister asked worriedly. Brother, after you leave, will it be a long time before you come back? Han Sen stroked her head and comforted her. The army is very strict. After recruitment, once you're officially enlisted, you can only come home during holidays. Nian Nian. You must study hard. And remember to practice Holy Angel often. Han Sen replied with a smile. I won't disappoint him. At the Loga Stars starship station, tens of thousands of starships were docked around. People were preparing to board. Han Sen swiped the ticket in his hand. The system prompted identification successful. Welcome aboard, passenger. Wish you a safe journey. He walked straight to the entrance. The starship was guarded by 2 security personnel. He thought, it's my first time here. It's really huge. He looked at the gigantic starship and couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. It's a dream for people like me. Han Sen looked at the seat number on his ticket. He found his seat with a young girl sitting opposite him. He exclaimed happily, here it is by the window NDT0. Han Sen sat down and looked at the girl opposite him. The girl was wearing a Black Hawk uniform. She was focused on looking at her screen. He secretly guessed. Looks like she's playing Pocket World, the new PvP mode. The other hand is being controlled by someone else. Han Sen boredly rested his cheek on his hand. I've only played single-player mode, never tried PvP. The girl won, exclaiming excitedly, I won. 10 consecutive wins are so easy, the opponents are too weak. Only then did she notice Han Sen sitting opposite her. She said sternly, hey, it's very rude to stare at people like that. Han Sen scratched his head and replied, sorry. I see the PvP mode of this game is very popular. Are you playing NDT0? Ji Yanran crossed her arms, thinking impatiently. This guy keeps staring at me and using the game as an excuse. I hate men like him the most. Han Sen tried to strike up a conversation. Miss, are you a student from Black Hawk Academy? I'm here to enroll. I didn't expect to meet a student from that school here. She said in surprise, oh, are you a new student then? You're right if you pass the exam. I've also looked into the admissions test. I think it's pretty easy too. Ji Yanran slapped the table and asked the young boy. You're way too confident. Do you want me, your big sister, to spell it out for you? Han Sen asked in surprise what he thought. Why do I feel like she's angry? Ji Yanran raised her phone and challenged. Sleeve Universe PvP mode. If you beat me, you'll be your girlfriend. The spaceship flew through space. Han Sen asked the senior student. Sis, do you know what you're saying? If I win, will you really become my girlfriend? Ji Yanran replied seriously. Of course I, Ji Yanran, always keep my word, he replied. I've only played single-player mode before. I haven't played the PvP version yet. She happily suggested, I'll train with you for 5 rounds. Black Hawk members are all strictly selected. Even an unfamiliar gun or armor. After 3 tries. You must be proficient, let alone a game. Han Sen gave a wry smile, thinking. She's really ambitious. It's like she wants to teach me a lesson. Did I provoke her? Ji Yanran is really interesting. He opened his phone and said, forget about training. I know how to play now. As a future Black Hawk member, I can't be this weak. He tapped a few dots on the screen and continued. Let me get familiar with the tablet's functions. 1 minute is enough. Ji Yanran's eyes widened as she asked, are you sure? Don't you dare go easy on me. Just because I'm a girl. He replied straightforwardly, I want. The main purpose of this game is to test speed. Others don't matter. He set up his game ID. Then announced him registered. Let's start, Ji Yanran. She gave him a displeased look. You're using this name. You don't have some ulterior motive, do you? He replied calmly. No, didn't you say you'd be my girlfriend? Ji Yanran stretched her arms, getting ready. You think you can beat me? I'm the president of the Divine Hands Club. You treat me as a friend, use me to create a room. And it's even on hard mode. She looked at the screen, thinking, let's see how I teach you a lesson. Han Sen pressed his lips together seriously. First time playing PvP, I'm quite excited. System message, match start. As soon as the match began, the account win a girlfriend gained 3 points. 3 white dots appeared on the screen. Han Sen touched the 3 dots with 3 fingers. Ji Yanran's hand trembled in front of the screen. Han Sen focused on playing the game. Ji Yanran gasped in surprise. At this moment there were 2 dots on the screen. Han Sen touched the 2 dots with his hand. Screen message, win a girlfriend, gained 2 points. Ji Yanran said furiously, that must be luck. That button was close to his hand, your account gained 4 points. Han Sen operated extremely fast. Her hands froze in surprise, impossible. How is that possible? The system continued. To display, win a girlfriend, gained 4 points. Ji Yanran saw 4 dots on the screen and secretly rejoiced. 4 dots are right near me. An opportunity. Han Sen reached out and touched her screen, startling her. Ji Yanran wondered. Why would he snatch those from my side? There were clearly 3 buttons right next to him. She asked, are you intentionally messing with me? System message, win a girlfriend, gained 6 points. Han Sen reminded her while playing Senior Focus. Ji Yanran glared at him unhappily. Even members. The best of the Divine Hands Club. Few can touch my score in this mode. She reached out to the screen. This despicable guy, he must have cheated. Before Ji Yanran could even touch it, Han Sen's hand had already made the move, leaving her furious. Again. She looked at him helplessly. The cheating is too fast. I can't keep up. The system prompted. Win a girlfriend to gain points and ultimately won by a score of 100-0. Han Sen, kneading his hands, teased her. Is it over? As if whoever scored 100 points won. All in all, this was much easier than solo mode. Ji Yanran was seething with rage. She clenched her fists in anger and muttered, "Crazy lunatic, you despicable scoundrel." He asked her, puzzled, "Senior, how could this be?" She pointed directly at his face. "You cheated." "Yes, you cheated, admit it." Han Sen waved his hands awkwardly. "No, I didn't. This is my first time playing today. How would I know how to cheat?" Ji Yanran slapped the table. "That result is impossible for me." "You cheated." He scratched his head and said, "I'll tell you. If I'm lying, my mutant gene points will drop directly to 0. Ji Yanran crossed her arms over her chest. "If you insist on pretending to be innocent, then fine. Let's have another round using Blackhawk's professional equipment." Han Sen smiled smugly. "No problem. Once I officially enter Blackhawk Academy, you can challenge me whenever you want." She stormed off angrily. "Talk to me after you get accepted. Blackhawk Academy doesn't accept liars." Han Sen ran a hand through his hair. "I was too aggressive. I should have let her score fewer points. It seems I'm addicted. I should be gentler." The area outside Blackhawk Military Academy. It appeared very modern and spacious. In the sky, several jet planes flew by in the hall. People came and went. It was very lively. Han Sen looked at the scene. He thought, so this is the admission center. There are so many people. He walked up to the reception desk. Someone asked, "Are you the one Station Master Qin recommended?" He replied, "Yes, that's me, I'm Han Sen." The person continued with Qin Xian's guarantee. "We won't make things difficult for you. One written test is enough. Like a recruitment course for archery experts. You have to pass." Han Sen stood straight and said loudly, "I can take the test anytime." He thought it's good to have connections. An archery test probably only requires using my hands right. Han Sen continued inside, looking around nervously. Military academies are indeed very strict. The atmosphere is solemn. I'm a little nervous too. He arrived at the special room for the archery test. He hesitated slightly. "It's my turn. Should I step with my left foot or my right?" As soon as Han Sen entered the room, he was lifted up. He excitedly looked around. This 3D archery space is so cool. He proudly gripped the bow in his hand. "I've never used anything like this before. How interesting." The screen in front of him displayed test start. Han Sen drew his bow and aimed. "The target isn't fixed. Let me try this. Let's see. All right. I'm going to shoot through everything." Around the spacious center, many people were coming and going, bustling. A voice sounded. "Finally finished. I feel so much lighter." Han Sen stretched and walked out thinking. The commander said official enrollment is in 3 months. I still have plenty of time. He wandered around. There were a few girls chasing each other on the road. He thought, before I had some things to attend to back at headquarters. 2 female students chased each other under a peach blossom tree. Their laughter ringing out. "Wait for me, don't run so fast. Hurry up, we're going to be late." Han Sen's face flushed and he drooled. "Oh. Is this what my dream campus life is like?" The person held the screen, seemingly not believing their eyes. "This result is impossible, it's horrifying." The screen displayed Han Sen's test results. His score was almost perfect. In 6 minutes and 30 seconds. At the transfer station. The sky was clear blue. White clouds drifted by. Qin Xian arrived at the agreed location. She spoke. The commander called personally. "Thank you so much, I can hardly believe it. Just as expected." Sending Han Sen to Blackhawk Academy was the right decision. Yang Monli followed behind her and replied, "If that's the case, I should register his family as a military family." As a military family. Qin Xian agreed. "Exactly, handle it as soon as possible." Yang Monli retorted, "Does he qualify to join a squad?" Qin Xian replied, "That's right. When the time is right, I will give him a special mission." A few days later, outside Glory Shelter. The moonlight was bright, and mountains rose one after another in the forest. Han Sen, surrounded by divine energy, thought, "Now that the procedures are done, I've got a decent understanding of Glory Shelter. It's time to go back to Steel Armor Shelter." He rode his crazy sacred beast galloping all the way. He also planned to return as quickly as possible. Only by passing through the dark swamp. A place too familiar to him and the Mount Quan Gu gave him. Could he be much faster than going by sea? Dawn had broken. The sky was azure and peaceful. A few wisps of cooking smoke curled upwards. Han Sen was sleeping face down. Suddenly a loud noise woke him up. He grumbled, "So noisy. What the hell is that sound?" The noise grew louder and Han Sen sat up, scratching his head. Don't tell me. An earthquake, a flicker of vigilance appeared in his eyes. He immediately rushed to the door. He opened the door and was surprised to find a sacred blood pig was frantically ramming against the iron fence. He exclaimed in shock, a pig beast. It's become a sacred blood creature. He looked at it worriedly. I barely slept for a few days. And fell asleep right after I got back yesterday. Luckily, it didn't break the cage. Otherwise I'd be finished while I was sleeping. He took out an arrow infused with divine energy and said, I'm starving, first meal after coming home, dig in. Han Sen shot the arrow at the pig in the cage. System notification: hunt successful. Pig beast hunted. Sacred blood, no beast soul obtained. Absorbing pork. Obtained less than 10 sacred gene points. Before long he had already cooked a pot of pork. System notification: absorbed, gained 1 sacred gene point. Absorbed, gained 1 sacred gene point. Han Sen sat down on the ground with a thump, rubbing his already bulging belly, and let out a sigh of relief. So full. Half a month later his sacred gene points had reached 34, a third of 100. He looked at his stats panel with satisfaction, thinking, after eating the black-tailed poison monkey last time, my mutant gene points also reached 52. Han Sen looked at the blue bead in his hand, thinking, if this continues, it'll grow stronger without anyone knowing. Then everyone will be greatly surprised. What creature should I target this time? If I'm lucky enough to get a beast soul, that would be great. That's worth a lot more. Han Sen was suddenly startled. Sacred blood beast soul, crap. I haven't gone to the martial arts arena to claim my God War reward yet. A golden stone floated in the air. Han Sen peeked from behind the tree, looking left and right, thinking, after the God War ended this place was closed. It's the middle of the night, so there shouldn't be anyone here, right? He walked up to the stone, thinking how he almost forgot about the God War reward. Even though it's a late arrival, it's still a sacred blood beast soul no matter what. Han Sen curiously reached out to touch the stone. Once claimed, I can't participate in the God War. Not until next time. A random sacred blood beast soul, what could it be? The stone he touched suddenly glowed even more brightly. Han Sen's eyes widened in surprise and he murmured to himself, a weapon amount so exciting. A ball of flame appeared in his palm, surrounding a golden bead. A voice rang out. Master Han Sen was surprised, looking at the girl standing within the stone. It was a human form beast soul. The flame in his hand flew before his eyes. System notification: obtained sacred blood beast soul, fairy queen. Flames enveloped Han Sen's body. He exclaimed, is this a transformation? He looked at the battle armor on his body and praised, it looks so cool. Han Sen thought, fairy queen beast soul. I can feel my combat skills are being enhanced, growing astonishingly. It's reaching a balance. He focused his attention forward. He thought, even though his speed and strength weren't stronger than similar beasts, but his gaze was fixed on the forest. Something in the forest came into his view. He gradually saw it clearly. He seemed able to see things extremely far away. Everything outside was incredibly clear. A white bird stood on a branch, even a flying insect. He could see it. Han Sen noticed the moving beasts. They were like slow motion in his eyes. Han Sen smiled triumphantly. He put his hand on his head and thought, is this the power of the Empress Fairy? Why aren't there any special magic wings? Never mind, one shouldn't be too greedy. This is enough. He maintained his transformation state and quietly left the place. The important thing is, he could fully use the Empress Fairy using Han Sen's identity. The Beast Soul gold coin couldn't possibly know what his Beast Soul was. A few days later, in the male dormitory, in room 304, 3 boys were arguing non-stop. The one in army green clothes slammed the table and said, this has already been decided. The red-haired man clenched his fists and said, why don't we fight it out? The one with glasses crossed his arms and asked, who do you think you are? Han Sen pushed the door open and introduced himself, my name is Han Sen. The 3 of them looked at him displeased. Han Sen asked uneasily, why is everyone looking at me like that? The man in army green immediately pulled him into the room and said, you're finally here. It's too late, come in quickly. Han Sen was pulled in, vaguely replying, oh okay. The door slammed shut with a bang, followed by a scream. What are you doing? Stop. The golden badge was on the table. Han Sen cautiously asked, are you all acting this way because of this thing? The man in army green clothes was sure Jikung. He pointed to himself and said, the position of dorm leader is very important. It represents image and morale. I'm the oldest in this room. More experienced than you little kids. I'm very suitable to be dorm leader. The man with glasses was Lu Mang. He pushed up his glasses and spoke dangerously. Only intelligent people can become leaders. My IQ is as high as 167. The red-haired man was Zhang Yang. He rotated his wrist and asked belligerently, hey fresh meat. What do you think? How about we prove it with strength? Han Sen replied with a dry laugh, so it's about this. You guys decide, I'm fine with anything. I thought they were jealous of each other. Turns out it's for this, how childish and boring. Zhang Yang held the badge in his hand and made a suggestion. How about this, we're all from the archery department. Why don't we prove it with that 100 arrows? Whoever hits the bullseye the most will become the dorm leader. Shi Zhikong and Lu Mang looked at each other for a moment. Both immediately agreed. Everyone's face was filled with seriousness. Han Sen also chimed in, okay, I have no objections. Zhang Yang then picked up his clothes, walked towards the door smiling triumphantly. Let's go battle for dorm leader. Shi Zhikong pointed at him. Who said you could go first? Don't be so arrogant. Lu Mang immediately grabbed his hand. It's fine. He's just a little excited. Han Sen scratched his head awkwardly. Why do I feel like I won't have a moment of peace with these three? I'm afraid there won't be a single peaceful day in the future. In the shooting training room. After a contest. The battle for dorm leader of 304 ended. Shi Zhikong held his head and cried. Why is my score the lowest? This can't be. Ranking first. Zhang Yang naturally became the dorm leader of 304. He patted Shi Zhikong's shoulder, comforting him. Fourth brother. You should start improving from now on. Work hard. Ranking second was Lu Mang's second brother. He looked at his hands thoughtfully, feeling strange. I did so well, why am I only second? Does this mean I wasn't diligent enough? Second place Han Sen didn't want it. He also didn't want his junior Shi Zhikong to comfort him. It's okay, it's just a game. The eldest senior brother is still the big brother. Shi Zhikong happily held his Han Sen's hand. Junior brother, just tell me what you want. Han Sen forced a smile. Okay. The four of them walked out of the training room. Han Sen thought Zhang Yang's shooting skills are indeed much stronger than the other two. He always seems to be a brilliant person. There's nothing to complain about him becoming the club president. I'll let him do it. Zhang Yang looked curiously in one direction. What's everyone doing here, so many people? A line of people were queuing to enter. Outside was a poster. A huge photo of Ji Yanran with text next to it. God's Hand Club is recruiting new members. Han Sen thought in surprise, she looks a bit familiar. Shi Zhikong excitedly pointed God's Hand. The club is recruiting members. And Ji Yanran herself is recruiting. Han Sen rested his chin on his hand. He remembered the girl from the spaceship a few days ago. So that was Ji Yanran, I see. He asked, that girl is Ji Yanran, is she that famous? Shi Zhikong was stunned for a moment, then asked back, huh? You don't know anything? Han Sen awkwardly scratched his head and replied, I don't know. His Shi Zhikong's eyes sparkled as he talked about her. Ji Yanran, president of the God's Hand Club. She's the symbol of beauty at our school, a goddess. She has such a good background. Wisdom, beauty. Her beauty truly lives up to its reputation. Everyone who confessed to her was rejected. Lu Meng adjusted his glasses and reminded fourth brother, you're drooling. Don't look so eager. Focus on practicing your shooting. Shi Zhikong squinted and replied. Don't insult me with those words. Zhang Yang rolled up his sleeves and said fiercely, everyone. Let's sign up and join that. I want to defeat Ji Yanran. And become the master of that club. Shi Zhikong glanced at him thinking. Is that really his goal? Just you wait, you'll be single your whole life. Lu Meng pulled Shi Zhikong and Zhang Yang's clothes, dragging them back. Stop it, it's too embarrassing. The line is too long. Are you planning to stay here all day? We all belong to the archery department. Don't go to those irrelevant game clubs. Shi Zhikong shouted, no, I can really win. Let me go. Zhang Yang also left reluctantly. Han Sen left thinking, Ji Yanran. It seems she's very famous in this school. As for me, defeating her, it's best to keep it hidden. A few days later at Blackhawk School. In the lecture hall. The lecturer was giving a class. Human civilization having developed to this point. Due to many complex factors, gene evolution has reached a new height. There are some differences in the genes of males and females. Han Sen took notes while thinking. These basic knowledge points I've already learned before. Using this time, I'll learn what I missed before. In the shooting training room, the teacher adjusted his posture, arms straight. Don't bend your elbows. Focus, Han Sen commented. As expected of Blackhawk Military Academy, it's amazing. In another classroom, the lecturer said, next is combat with robots. The lecturer shouted, Han Sen, come here. Afterwards there was another class on cockpit usage. The lecturer instructed him. This is the control settings area. In this green light zone. Han Sen thought excitedly, I can touch these things. It's not a dream, right? In the future he'll be able to pilot it and travel the universe. Amazing night fell and the other three were already asleep. But Han Sen's bed was empty. He was still studying. This week's homework is quite heavy. I can't finish it. Next week it will be double. If I don't review properly I'll fall behind. Suddenly his phone vibrated, indicating an incoming call. Han Sen immediately opened it to check. Fang Jingqi had so many missed calls. A while later, by the woods near the steel armor shelter, the space was quiet. The person he was meeting said to him, "Hey, Fang Jingqi said he couldn't reach you. Do you still want the God Blood Beast Soul Bow and Arrow?" Han Sen scratched his head and replied awkwardly, "Sorry. I was busy earlier and didn't have my phone on me." The person smiled, summoning a bow and arrow into his hand. "I heard you were accepted into Blackhawk Academy. Your future looks bright." As the bow and arrow took shape, the person continued, "You saved us last time. You did very well. This magic horn serpent bow, perhaps it will be worthy of a future military marksman like you." Han Sen picked up the shield and said, "Hey, race the shield you wanted. I hope you can lead your team to new glory." After exchanging items, the two went their separate ways. Han Sen thought to himself, "With this beast soul bow, I'd become much stronger now." In boys' dormitory room number 9, two students were walking together. And inside the room someone was standing by the table. Han Sen placed his hand on the door, about to push it open and enter, when he heard a voice coming from inside the room. "Do you think you're so great? You just hired a killer to help him get back at me, didn't you? What if you want to? You still can. Too bad you're acting like a fool." He wondered how could there be a woman's voice in the room. He walked into the room and asked. Shirji-kan, holding a game console, asked, "Fourth brother, who are you talking to? The atmosphere seems pretty tense." The voice sounded again. "You stupid weakling," he yelled into the phone. "Don't be so arrogant. People like you only make the game more boring." Shirji-kan looked up and asked Han Sen, "Third brother, have you played Hand of God in PvP mode? Help me teach this trash a lesson." Han Sen looked at the screen and replied, "Hand of God, I just play it casually." In the match there were 3 game IDs, namely Standing Tall, Clinging Bird and Godlike One, all on mic. Clinging Bird said, "That guy is trash. Only trash like you gets ignored by girls." Godlike One also raised his voice to retort, "Trash trying to find someone to help. You're all the same trash." Han Sen said, "This is just a game. Don't be so venomous." Godlike One immediately provoked, "You dare lecture me? If you've got the guts, come in and fight me. I'll teach you a lesson." Shirji-kan looked earnestly at the game screen and pleaded, "Han Sen, third brother, you're practically my first friend in this room." Han Sen looked at the screen and said, "Standing Tall is your ID, quite fitting." He handed the console to him and explained, "Third brother, first log into the website, then register an account." Han Sen replied, "I have an old account. Never mind, registering a new one is fine too." Next to the Standing Tall ID another ID appeared. "My girlfriend is Ji Yenran." Shirji-kan stammered, "Third brother, your ID." Clinging Bird burst out laughing. "My girlfriend is Ji Yenran, how incredibly dumb. How interesting." Godlike One also sneered, "Hey man, not bad. You should be ashamed of your ancestors." Shirji-kan said to Han Sen worriedly. Han Sen remained calm. "Third brother, wait, that ID. Aren't you afraid of being mobbed by the boys in school?" Han Sen asked seriously, "Are you playing or not? I only have half an hour." Godlike One said, "All right. If you call me dad, I won't humiliate you." Clinging Bird also threatened, "I'll let the whole school know that a toad like you dares to dream of eating swan meat." System message, game start. Han Sen raised his hand. His hand operated on the screen. System message. "My girlfriend is Ji Yenran, gains 3 points." Shirji-kan was greatly astonished. "What, I can't even see the speed." The further they went, the higher Han Sen's score soared. Godlike One said weakly, "No, impossible, I haven't even gotten one." Clinging Bird asked, "Brother Long, what's wrong? Hurry up, too slow, it's over there." "Why are you so slow? Hey, are you really that stupid? Why don't you get the closer one first?" She continued to urge, "Hurry up. Why can't you speed up even a little bit?" The person yelled irritably, "Shut up." The little bird nestled in his arms and said, "Feeling wronged, you yelled at me, you." Students gathered in the corridor. They were talking animatedly. "Have you heard Wang Long was played by a newbie? He's truly a genius at Hand of God. That guy is way too cocky. He even named his ID, my girlfriend is Ji Yenran." "Yenran, do you know who he is?" "I don't know. Maybe it's another account of some expert." That student said to the people around them. "I also heard that Wang Long asked Lu Ku and Li Zhe for help." But they were still shocked by that newcomer. A score of 180 points is too unbelievable, isn't it? They all stopped at exactly 80 points, no more no less, so strong. A female student covered her mouth in surprise and said impossible. Lu Ku and Li Zhe, they are all my idols. They must have been really shocked too. Another person continued. The last hand of God competition. They ranked 11th and 7th respectively. How could such a thing happen? People were coming and going around the academic building. Chu Lily just ran over and shouted Yenran. Yenran turned her head and asked blankly, what's wrong? Why are you running like you're being chased by a ghost? Chu Lily narrowed her eyes and asked tentatively, tell me the truth. Who is your boyfriend? Ji Yenran was stunned. She looked at the phone her friend was holding and retorted. Boyfriend, oh, what about it? Chu Lily explained, still denying it. The entire school website is in chaos because of you. She snatched the phone and asked loudly, oh, what the heck is this? This idea, I have no idea who he is. Chu Lily grinned, oh, stop pretending. He defeated Lu Ku and Li Zhe. This means he's very strong, introduce me to him. Ji Yenran shoved the phone back into her hand. Her friend angrily turned and walked away saying, don't waste time on such trivial matters. I told you I don't have a boyfriend. You don't? Chu Lily asked back blankly. Yenran, do you two really not know each other? Meanwhile, the 4 young men in dormitory 304 were talking animatedly arm in arm. Zhang Yang said to Han Sen, third brother, I can't believe you're a hidden master. You're already the most popular person in school. How about treating us all to a meal? He humbly replied, I just know how to play. Nothing particularly skillful. Shi Jikong said generously, if you hadn't stopped me, third brother, I would have definitely posted it on the school website by now. The views would surely skyrocket. Lu Meng interjected. He's so smart and careful. That way no trouble will arise. The 2 girls and the 4 young men passed each other by just like that. Ji Yenran thought, if I ever find him, he's dead meat. Damn it, perfect timing. As Han Sen passed through Luojia transit station, a few days later, Qin Xian pushed the document to Han Sen and said, this is the operation schedule. This is your first mission. Do it while I've already submitted your leave request. Han Sen reminded Station Master Qin. You didn't tell me what this team does. What do I need to do? She replied, babysitter. Han Sen said worriedly, a babysitter, but I'm a man. Qin Xian leaned her hands on the table and explained seriously. You need to protect children with special identities. For example, young Master Yuan and young Master Chang. They are among those we need to protect. If you do well, you'll get rare rewards. For example, 1st grade sanctuary. Han Sen picked up the paper, glanced at it and said, sounds decent. Where will the mission be carried out? Qin Xian replied, White Devil Great Desert. He asked back, you're really going to take the children there? I'm not sure if I can bring this little girl back alive. Profile. It recorded the information of a little girl named Wang Mengmeng, 16 years old, identity confidential. Currently studying in the special class of Blackhawk Military Academy. Has been in steel armor shelter for 1 month. Qin Xian said to him, if you can't complete the mission, don't even think about any rewards. He might be kicked out of the team and get a terrible scolding. Somewhere outside the White Horse Great Desert, someone spoke up. Senior Han, what did you major in at school? To be assigned by the new station master to protect us. He must be very strong. Han Sen pondered for a moment before answering. Archery department. Wang Mengmeng immediately hugged his arm, saying she understood, senior. Her action made Han Sen a little awkward. Afterward he walked and assessed. I didn't expect Qin Xian to even call Su Xiaoqiao. And that guy too. It seems this mission is very important. There are many beast souls here. I hope nothing unexpected happens. Otherwise I won't get the Scrade Gene badge. These are all Sanctuary's mutant armor and weapons. Lin Beifeng, could it be? Her identity might be noble or even higher. Then he glanced, thinking the gap was too wide. For an ordinary person like me, if I want to enter the noble class, I need to risk my life to acquire advanced genes. Never mind, someday I will make mom and my sister nobles. Suddenly the gambler pointed in a direction and shouted, look, that's a mutant creature. There was a fox on a tall rock wall. Green spiritual power emanated from behind it. Someone excitedly yelled, a group of foxes. We're so lucky to encounter such big prey. Wang Mengmeng immediately raised her weapon and charged, shouting, I want to test my skills. All of you stay outside. Han Sen then loudly instructed the other 2. Let's split into 2 and protect Wang Mengmeng. Afterward the gambler and Su Xiaoqiao obeyed and followed. In front, Wang Mengmeng hurled a spear, shouting, die. However, that orange fox had already flashed aside, roaring furiously. Next, Wang Mengmeng launched another attack. She cursed, damn it, that's quick reaction. She summoned her white mount, then rode it, charging next to the fox on the rock wall, cursing. This is it, don't even think about escaping from my white bear's grasp. Wang Mengmeng ordered the chase. Don't let it get away. Seeing this, Su Xiaoxiao was surprised and curious. Isn't that a godblood beast soul? The gambler also replied blankly, big guy white fur. That's right, it's a godblood beast soul. On the other side, Wang Mengmeng galloped on her white bear. Han Sen ordered from behind. Summon all your mounts. Don't let her get lost. Afterward he himself rode a three-eyed red ox. Su Xiaoxiao riding a white qilin caught up and shouted. Hey, wait for us on the other side. The gambler riding a wolf anxiously shouted. Wang Mengmeng, don't chase any further. It's too dangerous. At this moment Wang Mengmeng was already standing below, right next to the fox. She pointed proudly at the fox and said, little fox, you can't escape, just surrender. Anyway, I still have to thank you for increasing my gene points. Suddenly green flames flickered in the fox's eyes, and it snarled, baring its fangs. Then a pack of gray foxes appeared on the mountaintop, on both sides of the orange fox. Wang Mengmeng's face turned pale in shock at the sight. That's a whole pack of primitive foxes too many. It was only then that she realized the problem. Did it intentionally lead me here? This is a trap, oh no? How can I deal with all of them? Wang Mengmeng ordered her white bear to turn around. Big White, run! Meanwhile a pack of foxes chased closely behind her. Wang Mengmeng was greatly alarmed by the sight, urging Big White to go faster. Moments later a gray fox leaped up and bit Big White's hind leg, making it howl in pain on its back. Wang Mengmeng anxiously cried, Big White. Then she frantically saw dozens of gray foxes jumping onto her mount to attack. Suddenly two gray foxes behind her leaped over, ready to strike. Wang Mengmeng. From somewhere unknown 3 iron arrows flew, accurately hitting the 3 foxes behind her. Behind Wang Mengmeng, Han Sen was in the air holding a bow with 3 arrows. He ordered his companion Su Xiaoxiao. Quick, kill them. He helped me, Dubois. Quick, take Wang Mengmeng away. Seeing him, Wang Mengmeng happily cried out, Shige. Nearby Su Xiaoxiao, while dealing with the fox pack with his bow and arrow, said, Girl, you had us worried sick. Meanwhile Dubois was creating weapons with his bare hands, chopping the fox pack to pieces. He shouted, Wang Mengmeng, hurry over here. Seeing that the surrounding fox pack had already been dealt with, Wang Mengmeng encouraged her white bear Xiaobai. Just a little longer. Running to Han Sen's side, she turned back and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have insisted on chasing it. After she finished he replied, Now's not the time for apologies, run. Suddenly earth and rocks exploded behind Su Xiaoxiao, making him turn back in confusion. What was that sound? Then a long-bodied monster with a mouth like an abyss, sporting fangs, burrowed out from underground. Han Sen exclaimed, A rock sandworm. Now we're in big trouble. In the desert Han Sen and the others were running in front, followed by the fox pack, and finally a rock sandworm. What is that? Oh my god. How can something so bulky run so fast? Rock sandworms love this terrain, just like dolphins in the sea. Han Sen, close behind Wang Mengmeng, said, Crap, if I remember correctly they're pack animals. Hearing this she asked in a panic, what? Suddenly earth and rocks exploded in front of them. Su Xiaoxiao screamed in fright, is that really its mouth? First those foxes, now this. Immediately Han Sen gave a prompt and reached out to Wang Mengmeng. He told Wang Mengmeng to ditch her mount and come over. After he said that, she refused. No way. I'll just be a burden to you. But Han Sen analyzed. This is the only way to minimize attacks. Hurry. Then he helped her sit behind him. Then he turned back and asked Dubois, Are you sure you can handle them? Behind them Dubois, biting on a cigarette, happily replied, Brother, thanks for the trust. Leave it to me. At the same time he was as fast as lightning, charging left and right, slashing through the gray fox pack and shouting, Sleeve Universe Dual Version. I'll clear the way. So Dubois ran ahead dealing with the fox pack, while Han Sen rode his mount behind him, carrying Wang Mengmeng and shooting arrows, while giving orders. Keep up with Dubois, you'll die if you fall. Mutant three-eyed beast, don't stop. Sitting behind Han Sen, Wang Mengmeng tearfully complained, saying, It's all my fault, I put everyone in danger. I am sorry. After she finished, he, while fighting, said, Our duty is to protect you. If you get hurt it means we weren't capable enough. So don't overthink it. Hearing this Wang Mengmeng's cheeks flushed and she looked up, touched, and said, Even at a time like this you're still so gentle with me. Shige, you're truly the best. Over there Dubois was charging left and right, sending out dozens of golden spirit blades to cut down the fox pack. Meanwhile Han Sen observed him assessing the situation. Dubois' close combat skills are no worse than mine. But there are too many foxes. He won't last long. I'm out of arrows. Only the black needle-winged mutant beast soul is left. Suddenly the orange fox raised its head and let out a long howl. Hearing the sound, Han Sen glanced over in surprise and asked confusedly, "Is that damn it?" At this moment the orange fox had already conjured blue spirit energy to envelop its body. At the same time the biological information system displayed, Divine Blood Fox King, Divine Blood Grade. Details unknown. Below the desert, looking at the fox pack on the rocks, Dubois exclaimed, "A Divine Blood Fox King," and it brought a whole group of living subordinates. Instantly Wang Mengmeng cried out in fear, "Leave me, hurry and run. Everyone, don't worry about me. I should pay the price for my mistake. Let them eat me. Everyone run." Suddenly Han Sen helped her dismount. She asked, puzzled, "Senior brother, what about you?" He said, "It's too early to give up now, give me your 2 daggers. Then, Han Sen looked forward with cold eyes and asked her, "Ever been carried on someone's back? It'll be fun." Then he adjusted the straps, making her cry out in panic, "Senior brother, what are you doing?" Then Han Sen transformed his hair, turning golden. Wearing red armor, he tied Wang Mengmeng to his back. He instructed, "If you're scared, close your eyes." He then instructed his teammates, "Gambler, protect my back. I'll lead the way. Su Xiaoqiao, continue providing support." Then Han Sen flew forward imbued with 5-colored spiritual power. Gambler shouted, "Brother, leave your back to me. Just attack." Meanwhile Su Xiaoqiao noticed something else. "Brother Sen, oh my god, this armor is so cool. When did you get it?" As Han Sen killed a few gray foxes, the system also announced, "Hunt successful. Hunted a primitive grade fox. No beast soul obtained. Absorption grants 0-1 primitive gene points." This happened repeatedly. Later, even though he had already blasted the gray foxes' bodies to smithereens, Han Sen still sighed in his heart. "Too slow, can't even keep up with the Fox King. These foxes are all too slow, like slow motion, kill more of them." His eyes gleamed red. Han Sen guessed the Fox King was nearby. "It will last at least another 10 minutes, so before it ends, let's leave here first." Clinging to his neck, Wang Meng paid no heed to the difficulties of the world. Instead, she blushed, secretly admiring how cool her senior brother was. Suddenly, on the mountaintop, the Fox King let out another long howl. After that, some of the foxes retreated. Seeing this, Gambler gritted his teeth and cursed, "This Demon King is really cunning, swapping in mutated foxes so that it can retreat to conserve stamina, letting them wear down our stamina." At this moment, behind Su Xiaoqiao, that swarm of rock sandworms was still rumbling after them. He turned back and reported, "What should we do? I've run out of arrows, we're going to die. The rock sandworms are catching up." Hearing this, Han Sen decided, "This Fox King is too smart. If our stamina runs out, we'll all die. We have to kill it first." Wang Mengmeng, clinging to his back, asked in confusion, "Senior brother, how can you shoot that far? That's hundreds of miles away from us." Han Sen remained resolute. He raised his bow and arrow, saying, "I must deal with it. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. This arrow will decide our fate." Across the vast desert strewn with gray fox corpses, an arrow imbued with golden spiritual power flew towards the Fox King. The Fox King emanated blue energy. Its eyes were fierce, sitting perfectly still. Su Xiaoqiao over here wondered aloud, "It's still just sitting there." Meanwhile, Gambler cursed as he fought off gray foxes. "This beast is too arrogant. It actually dares to challenge Han Sen to attack it." Over there, the iron arrow flew straight towards the Fox King. Seeing this, Wang Mengmeng, from behind Han Sen, she peered over his shoulder, crying out worriedly, "Senior brother." At the same time, the arrow struck the Fox King's abdomen. It startled the Fox King. It stood up on 2 legs, lowered its head, and opened its mouth in terror. This scene made Wang Mengmeng gasp in astonishment. A hit, senior brother killed it. Gambler, however, was too shocked to believe it. What? The arrow he shot was incredibly precise. Meanwhile, Su Xiaoqiao gasped in admiration. "That's incredible, who told you to be so arrogant?" Those fox ES also turned to look at the mountaintop. Someone shouted, "Well done." The fox pack fell into chaos, having lost their queen. Then Su Xiaoqiao, who was nearby, turned back to report, "The rock sandworms have stopped too." Han Sen was still uneasy. He ran first, then yelled, "Run." Later, Han Sen said to Wang Mengmeng, "Summon your mount." She immediately cast a spell and responded clearly. As the two rode Dubai away, suddenly dirt and rocks ahead burst forth from underground. Another monster broke through the ground, appearing before them, startling them with cries of "Oh my god." It was a rock sandworm. At the same time, the Fox King stood on the sandworm's head, its eyes glowing green, looking down at them. It roared, emitting an eerie green spiritual energy. Seeing this, Su Xiaoqiao covered her head in fear. The Fox King. How can this monster control even rocks? Beside them, Kobak Dice held a cup to his mouth and added, The rock sandworm is another god-blood creature. Han Sen immediately commanded Kobak and Su Xiaoxiao. Let's split up and run. Hearing this, they ran in different directions from Han Sen, saying, Brother, be careful. Han Sen, watch out. But after a while Han Sen broke out in a cold sweat. He looked back and still saw the rock sand worm chasing him. He thought, it's still chasing me. That cunning fox will definitely come back for revenge. So he drew his bow and arrow and shouted, Wang Meng. Meng, get down low. She immediately bent down, hugging Han Sen's waist, and replied, okay. At the same time Han Sen fired an arrow, killing the gray fox. Right behind Dubai it died. System notification. You have hunted a mutant grey fox, no beast soul obtained. Absorbing it grants 010 mutant gene points. Seeing this, Han Sen thought triumphantly, did I hear that right? He looked back and smiled happily. I actually got a beast soul this way, this is truly a blessing from the heavens. Come on, more beast souls. Behind them the Fox King opened its mouth and roared furiously. Suddenly Wang Meng shouted, Senior brother. Dabe's stamina is reaching its limit. We need to speed up. Hearing this, Han Sen agreed, that's right. So we have to take a risk. Then he pointed in a direction and said, go that way. Wang Meng asked, puzzled, that way. Looking at the abyss ahead. She questioned, Senior brother. That doesn't look like a path. It's a cliff, she cried in terror. Senior brother, don't tell me you're going to jump across. No way, Dabai can't do that. Han Sen, full of confidence, reassured her. Trust me, we'll be fine. Just do as I say. Seeing this, Wang Meng had no choice but to take the plunge and shouted, all right, I trust you. Dabai, do your best. It leaped violently into the air. Immediately Han Sen turned around and drew his bow and arrow, then told Wang Meng, recall Dabai. He shot an arrow at the Fox King. It was riding the rock sandworm, chasing them from behind. As the arrow flew, the Fox King dodged it, roaring furiously. But the sandworm was hit. It immediately thrashed around, slamming into the rock walls on both sides. Meanwhile, in midair, Wang Meng cried out in panic. Oh no, Dabai can't make it, we're going to die. Immediately she quickly calmed down and looked down. Seeing a pair of wings below, she wondered, no. We're not falling, we're flying. This shadow. Wings, I've heard of people with such beast souls. Suddenly Han Sen, in his Gene B form, held Wang Meng and covered her eyes. This made Wang Meng secretly wonder that person. Gene B. Before landing, Wang Meng secretly suspected. Senior brother, is it senior brother Han Sen? Then she turned to look at Han Sen. But by then he had already changed back to his original form. She wondered, where are the wings? I remember seeing them just now. Hearing this, Han Sen scratched his head and said, puzzled. Wings, oh. Are you talking about the reflection we saw when we were falling? I saw it too. As for wings, those must have been formed by clouds. But Wang Meng didn't believe him. How could it be clouds? Suddenly she looked at the mountain wall. Seeing the monster climbing down, she cried out, the rock sandworm. Immediately Han Sen stood in front of Wang Meng. He said, it's just deserts. It walked right into a trap. Then he looked at the cloud of smoke and dust. He said to Wang Meng, all right, you're safe. Well, come back later to find Su Xiaoxiao and that gambler. It's too dangerous here. And this training ends here. Meanwhile, the system prompted Hunt the Godblood Fox King to obtain its beast soul. Absorb it. You can gain 10 god genes. Seeing this, Han Sen was overjoyed. He chuckled to himself, and also obtained a good beast soul. In the gym, Ouyang Xiaosan, wearing a vest, threw a punch, shattering a wooden board. Seeing this, the female fans cheered in admiration. Ouyang Xiaosan is so cool, naturally gifted and powerful. Ever since he enrolled, he's become very famous, making everyone want to kiss him. Girl, you're dreaming. I don't think he's interested in women at all. Otherwise, why wouldn't he look this way? We have such good figures, don't we? Suddenly behind them, Li Yufeng with a stern face. Curse these sissies, move aside, you're blocking my way. Seeing this, a girl yelled, hey, this lunatic dares to call us. But before she could finish, her friend next to her already covered her mouth. She apologized, sorry, well, leave now, and kindly explained, that's Li Yufeng. He's the #1 ranked Hand of God player from our school. Is he here to challenge Ouyang Xiaosan? Walking past them, but Li Yufeng still glanced sideways, listening to their gossip. There's a rumor that Ouyang Xiaosan is stronger than him, but he didn't participate in the school competition, so he has no ranking. This is going to be interesting. Li Yufeng is so handsome, but he only likes Ji Yanran. What a pity. While watching him, the 3 girls commented, is that how he is? He's blind, calling others sissies and ugly. He's just Ji Yanran's lackey. You scared me to death. Aren't they here to meet? Then what is he here for? Keep your voice down, he'll hear you. At this moment when Li Yufeng stood behind Ouyang Xiaosan, Li Yufeng asked, "My girlfriend Ji Yanran, is that ID yours?" Ouyang Xiaosan didn't turn his head, and replied with his eyes closed, "You won't be disappointed. Always getting jealous over a woman and causing trouble." Hearing this, Li Yufeng turned and challenged, "Since it's not you, then we don't need to waste any more words. That ID that mocked Ji Yanran, it'll make that guy learn some manners." Suddenly someone exclaimed from somewhere, "You said Li Yufeng wants to challenge me?" Han Sen, sitting in front of his friends, asked confusedly, "I don't even know who he is, so what challenge?" LV Mang, standing beside him, pushed up his glasses and corrected him. "Actually, he said he wants to challenge my girlfriend Ji Yanran." Zhang Yang added, "Everyone in school knows Li Yufeng is pursuing Ji Yanran. That ID of yours caused trouble. Look at this post again. It's all over the school forum with criticism." Then he placed his phone on the table. The phone displayed trending searches. Han Sen picked it up and read curiously, "How strong is Li Yufeng? A true hand of God player, even surpassing Ouyang Xiaosan rumored. Unbeatable. Fighting to protect Ji Yanran's reputation. An enviable love, so jealous." Then he scrolled through the phone, seeing other comments. "That guy definitely won't dare accept the challenge. It's already been a few days. Coward Ji Yanran's suitor, how amusing. I need to prove Ji Yanran's boyfriend how special he truly is." Seeing this, Han Sen said, "How childish all these accusations. I can't let things get too out of hand." Then he said, "First he'll take a shower, then get ready for action." The previous mission was also successfully completed, although quite dangerous. But he still hadn't seen any Scrade God Temple chapters. "Qin Xian, that woman is playing dirty tricks. I need to punish her." He recalled his previous conversation with Qin Xian. She said to Han Sen, although Wang Mengmeng was very grateful for his performance, and Sklash chapter in the sanctuary couldn't be accepted yet. He had to become her guardian in steel armor shelter. Until Wang Mengmeng reached her gene point limit, only then could it be obtained. In the bathroom, Han Sen was naked. Han Sen moaned, two golden red flames in his hands, and commented, "But this is ridiculous. Luckily I got 2 beast souls, otherwise this trip would have been a waste. Sigh, I haven't even had a chance to see what this beast soul is. Let me see." The system immediately prompted mutated fox beast soul, mount type beast soul. He looked at the red beast soul and evaluated a mount. "That's not bad. Even though I also have a 3-eyed cat mutated beast soul, I can still make a lot of money selling this one. More importantly, what is the Godblood beast soul? So exciting, what could it be?" At the same time, the system provided information. Godblood rock sandworm beast soul, pet type beast soul. Looking at it, Han Sen angrily clenched his fists and wondered, "What the hell is this now?" Then with a fierce expression he looked at the beast soul in his hand and cursed. "The Godblood beast soul is a pet type just like that cat. Damn it. I almost died for this. Such a huge loss." He buried his face in his hands, furious. "Why am I so unlucky lately? It's infuriating. I must teach that Li Yufeng guy a lesson. To vent this frustration, what if I get luckier later?" That evening on the playground, everyone was intently staring at their phones. Someone reminded everyone, "Log in quickly. It's almost 1 p.m. in 1 minute. It's Li Yufeng and Ji Yanran's boyfriend. There's a limit to the number of viewers. Hurry up, don't miss out on a spot." In the classroom, Ji Yanran looked at the screen and said, 5-minute countdown. Chu Lily, sitting next to her, leaned over and teased, "Yanran, who do you hope wins? Li Yufeng or your boyfriend?" After speaking, she quickly denied it. "I told you I don't have a boyfriend," she said. Then stated with a straight face, "I don't care about winning or losing. I just want to know who that guy is." On Li Yufeng's side, he was already sitting in front of his computer. Behind him, a chubby classmate asked doubtfully, "It's almost time. In 1 minute will that guy run away?" A skinny classmate next to him echoed, "What else is there to say? He's definitely scared of brother foam." Li Yufeng, arms crossed, was full of confidence. If he admits his mistake and repents, all he needs to do is apologize to Yanran in person, and he'll give him some face. A notification suddenly appeared on the screen. "My girlfriend is Ji Yanran has logged in." In another location, the host stood on the podium, looking at the big screen that read, "Li Yufeng versus Ji Yanran's boyfriend." He couldn't help but exclaim, someone actually dared to accept the challenge. Then he picked up the microphone and introduced, "Hello everyone in the audience. I'm the campus announcer. Welcome everyone to this match. The number 1 ranked hand of God. The showdown between Li Yufeng and the player rumored to be Ji Yanran's boyfriend begins now." Li Yufeng on one side was radiating confidence. On the other side, the player with the ID, Ji Yanran's boyfriend, remained a mystery. The campus announcer continued, "Everyone, please witness the ultimate showdown between the real and fake boyfriends." At the same time, the screen displayed number 1 ranked match. Seeing this, the campus announcer exclaimed, "As you all probably know, Li Yufeng, ranked number 1 in Hand of God, is a formidable presence. And the other player, who claims to be Ji Yanran's boyfriend, will be having a friendly match with him in this competition. Although he has fully locked in his points, it seems his skills still need significant improvement." In an instant, the match on the screen had begun. 3 yellow dots were moving. The campus announcer commented, "All right. The first one to score is." On the other side, Li Yufeng was completely focused. 3 fingers deftly manipulated on the screen. The campus commentator immediately exclaimed in admiration. Li Yufeng's speed was so fast people couldn't even see it clearly. As expected, he truly is the top rank, leaving his opponent flustered. He's already opened up too great a lead. Over here, Han Sen was leisurely drinking water, staring at the 3 yellow dots on the screen. Meanwhile, the campus commentator was shouting loudly. Li Yufeng scored another 5 points. Amazing. His opponent remained the same. He was motionless. Has he already given up? Or has his ultimate skill broken the opponent's psychological defense? He saw this too and was secretly pleased with himself. A newcomer indeed. How could he arrogantly use that ID? Today I'm going to make you unable to lift your head. In the arena, people were staring at the big screen. The campus commentator continued to report. Another 8 points. Li Yufeng currently has 40 points. His opponent is still far behind. The audience below cheered. Li Yufeng, crush him. Has that guy already quit automatically? Is it because he's too afraid of this skill? He can't even get 1 point. Terrifying, the number 1 is forever a god. They even mocked the ID boyfriend. Ji Yanran, you should drop out. If he's really that good, why doesn't he face it himself? At this moment, the campus commentator raised both hands and cheered. Yes. If it were just an ordinary match, it wouldn't be very interesting. He's too strong, there's no chance to fight back at all. This certainly isn't a real joke match. On the other side, Chu Lily rested her chin in her hand, watching the screen boredly. Yanran, your boyfriend is scared stiff, he's useless. What a waste of time. Ji Yanran asked doubtfully. I don't understand either. I've looked up a few of his matches, he's not usually like this. Over here, standing behind Han Sen and Lu Mang, asked doubtfully, third brother, what's going on? Are you really giving up because you're scared? Do something. And Zhang Yang reminded him, third brother, you're being humiliated. As the two of them were getting anxious. Han Sen, however, seemed very calm. His gaze was firm. Your moves are too slow. This is way too slow. Now is the time for me to let everyone know what speed is. On the electronic screen, the score showed Li Yufeng with 74 points. My girlfriend is Ji Yanran with 0 points. The campus commentator excitedly commented. The score gap is widening. I think we're about to say goodbye to my girlfriend. Is Ji Yanran. Then he was shocked again. Report 6 bright spots have appeared again. Attacking again. Li Yufeng indeed wants to completely defeat his opponent. The score has already reached 80 points. At this moment, Li Yufeng was extremely focused. His hands danced across the screen. Suddenly a message appeared on the arena screen. My girlfriend is Ji Yanran. My apologies. I just went to the restroom. Now I'm starting. The campus commentator was confused. Below the stage, the students scoffed. What is this guy talking about? In such an important match, he actually went to the restroom. He probably couldn't stand this embarrassing situation. So he deliberately made up an excuse. But that's such a terrible excuse. I find it hilarious just watching this. Suddenly Han Sen operated on the screen like a whirlwind. It felt as if he had 6 hands. Immediately the screen displayed. My girlfriend is Ji Yanran, scored 9 points. Seeing this scene, the campus commentator opened his mouth wide in astonishment, asking in confusion, Thighs this? Someone else cursed, holy SHT, he actually scored 9 points with just 2 hands. What kind of hand speed is that? What the hell, this guy actually scored. Afterwards others also couldn't believe their eyes, exclaiming, is it an illusion? Is he cheating? An unevolved person. Can he actually achieve clicks of this difficulty? Ouyang Shaosan probably couldn't even do that. Meanwhile, Li Yufeng frowned in surprise. In the arena, the commentator remarked. What did I just see? My girlfriend is Ji Yanran. Actually completed 9 clicks with 2 hands. But Li Yufeng couldn't make a move. Others, however, called it a sneak attack. This jerk deliberately sent messages to harass Li Yufeng. The great god actually made him lose 9 points. How shameless to actually be able to use such tactics to break the stalemate. Have some decency, will you? The streamer sweating secretly commented, "No, this isn't a sneak attack." This message was broadcast on the game's public screen. Li Yufeng was in the middle of the game. He wouldn't have been able to see it normally, which means these 9 points were earned purely by skill and at an overwhelming speed, leaving the opponent unable to score at all. Watching the two players' monitor screens, the audience excitedly commented, "Oh my god, Li Yufeng's points were stolen again. What's going on? My eyes can't even keep up. Holy crap, is this jerk hacking Li Yufeng? Quick, snatch them back. You're the top-ranked great god." Ji Yanran was also stunned, puzzled. Chu Lily meanwhile gasped with an open mouth. What happened? How did he become like a different person? His hand speed is way too insane. On Han Sen's side, Lu Meng happily praised, "Damn, third bro is incredible. How did he do it?" Zhang Yang excitedly shouted. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap, third brother's hand speed is terrifying. Are you really not an evolver? During the match, Han Sen raised an eyebrow and secretly explained, "Recently, due to the increase in my godblood genes, my physical abilities have become increasingly formidable. In my eyes, the opponent's speed is like a crawling turtle. So you're the one pursuing Ji Yanran, huh? Go chase the ball." Finally, the score information displayed on the screen: 80100. Winner. My girlfriend is Ji Yanran. This made everyone watching the game stand up in the venue. Unbelievable. Ji Yanran covered her mouth in surprise this 100-80 score. On the other side, Li Yufeng furiously clenched his fists and cursed exasperatedly. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could I lose? How could I lose? Later at a dinner table, Han Sen and his 3 friends gathered. Shi Jikong laughed happily. He raised his beer bottle and cheerfully shouted, "Mess hall. Tonight we must swipe third brother's meal card until it's maxed out." Then he excitedly drooled and exclaimed, "Now the whole school is talking about it. Li Yufeng lost by 20 points. And was even utterly crushed. Saying he was too embarrassing and doesn't deserve to remain at the top of the combat rankings. Many fangirls are also disappointed in him. What kind of damn #1 expert? In front of our third bro he's absolutely nothing." Sitting opposite them, Zhang Yang said, squinting while eating, "Victory makes a man more charismatic. Third bro, another 50 skewers of lamb please." Lu Meng meanwhile raised his beer bottle and congratulated. "Admit it right now outside. There must be many people looking for this ID's owner. Third bro doesn't want us to reveal his identity. That's why he's treating us. This is called hush money." Shi Jikong beside them turned to Han Sen and said, "You're beholden to those who treat you. Third bro, don't worry. I'll keep your secret. I'll just come find you when I'm hungry in the future." This made Han Sen sweat and he joked, "I seriously suspect you guys just want to bask in his glory." Suddenly a girl walked over and spoke. "Senior Han Sen. Is that really you, Wang?" Meng Meng waved with 2 friends greeting them. "I can't believe we came for a late-night snack and ran into you. Senior, what a coincidence." Next door the girl with twin pigtails happily said, "Hello senior, my name is Li Jinjin." The girl with short hair squinted and said, "Senior, Meng Meng mentioned you to me. My name is Wang Chun." Seeing Hansen and them sweating, they squinted and smiled genuinely, replying, "Hello everyone. Meng Meng, we meet again." Shi Zikong suddenly grabbed his neck and asked, "Third brother, tell me honestly, when did you meet these pretty junior schoolmates? Have you been up to no good behind our backs?" "Ow." Hansen coughed a few times and retorted, "What nonsense are you talking about? Let go of me." Beside them, Lu Meng adjusted his glasses and analyzed with third brother's capabilities. It's certainly no problem for him to charm 3 girls at once. Zhang Yang raised both fists and praised the legendary time management master. So impressive. After speaking, Hansen waved his hand in denial. "It's not what you think," Wang Meng Meng said. "Since we've met you seniors, it's perfect. There's something I'd like to ask for your help with." Hearing this, Shi Jikong ran over, flexed his muscles and replied, "Junior schoolmate, just say the word, and we'll definitely do our best." These words delighted Wang Meng Meng. "Really, that's great." Then Wang Meng Meng put her hands on her chest and stated, "Our team is really short on people right now. So if any of you seniors haven't joined other teams yet, you can come join our heavy armor team." No, immediately the 3 people, Zhang Yang, Lu Meng, and Shi Jikong, were so shocked their jaws dropped, exclaiming, "What 3 cute and soft junior schoolmates like you," and imagining them sitting in giant mechs. Giant are actually in the heavy armor team. The next day, on a bright and sunny morning, at the entrance of the training area, someone asked in surprise, "What, all 4 of you are from the archery department?" Zhang Yang and his 3 friends along with Wang Meng Meng stood before two men in blue clothes and unhappily retorted. What's wrong with the archery department? Why are you making that disdainful face? Shirjikong standing behind them was also displeased, saying that's right. If it weren't for the enthusiastic invitation from the three junior schoolmates, we wouldn't have come. Hearing this, the heavy armor team captain Lu Pingzi replied. Students from the archery department are all specially recruited, with lower physical requirements than regular students. You guys, before he could finish, Choho, a heavy armor team member nearby, chimed in. It's not that we're picky, but if your physical fitness doesn't reach 11 it might not work. Wang Mengmeng immediately hugged Han Sen's arm and said, Oh Captain, don't worry. Senior Han Sen and his friends definitely won't disappoint, come on. I'll take everyone to see the training ground. Seeing this, everyone looked at the two of them with stunned expressions. Afterwards, in warehouse number 7, Zhang Yang looked around and observed, exclaiming, Holy cow, am I seeing things? Is this an illusion? Han Sen meanwhile said in surprise, I also think the heavy armor team is just too rich to actually use real heavy mechs for training. Looking at the three massive mechs standing there, someone introduced. These three are our team's training mechs. Ours are the TRT, the RS console, and the construction dummy. Standing next to the blue mech, Wang Mengmeng introduced among them. The construction dummy is a multifunctional heavy mech, and its operating difficulty is the highest among the three. If you're just starting to learn, it's best not to choose this one. There's also a virtual mech training room next to it. Everyone can come and train anytime. Seeing this, Shirjikong exclaimed, It's my first time seeing such a dazzling mech. Zhang Yang meanwhile said enviously, These three mechs look much more advanced than the training mechs at school. Lu Meng pushed up his glasses and said, Junior schoolmate Mengmeng, you'll come here to train every day from now on. You won't find it troublesome, will you? Beside him, Wang Mengmeng playfully stuck out her tongue cutely. Replied, Of course not, you're very welcome. In the future the Alliance will also host a large-scale mech combat competition. Meanwhile, Han Sen looked at the battle armor secretly delighted. This is great, going to the school's training room. I still have to queue. It's a huge waste of time. He said I can practice freely here. Joining the heavy battle armor team was really the right choice. It's so worth it. Meanwhile, in another place, Luo Shangyang seriously tried to dissuade him. Principal, isn't this risky? How can you give the training grounds, warehouse number 7, to those little brats? And those three heavy battle armors? Can ordinary students even control them? Done. The bald middle-aged man who was the principal explained. Old Luo, they are all students of excellent character and talent. They are very passionate about heavy battle armor. The school provides them with all the necessities. What's wrong with it? Your temper really is. Hearing this, Luo Shanyang was displeased. He turned his head and sneered, Excellent character and talent. I think it's more like they come from prominent families. The school gives them too much preferential treatment. Even so, I can give them warehouse number 7. But those three heavy battle armors cannot be wasted. I must take them back. Opening the door to warehouse number 7, Luo Shangyang complained, before even entering the Star Martial Arts tournament might be starting soon. It might be starting soon. Training time is tight and the tasks are heavy. We're short on battle armors. Those three heavy battle armors. I must take them today. Even if I offend the parents of those rich kids. I don't care. After entering, he was surprised to see a battle armor. The blue one training. He muttered. Someone is piloting the battle armor. After observing for a while, Luo Shangyang guessed. Could it be the new coach for the heavy battle armor team? The operation is quite skilled. To reach this level, one must at least be an evolver. In that case, he climbed into the red battle armor and said, Then I'll challenge you to see if you're worthy of this battle armor. Meanwhile, inside the blue battle armor's cockpit, Han Sen was full of enthusiasm. Inside it's still this kind of humanoid mech. After training for several days, he finally mastered the basics. Suddenly a warning popped up on the screen, confusing him. Who is this annoyed yet curious attacking people from behind? On the other side, the red battle armor threw a powerful punch at the battle armor. But Han Sen had already raised his weapon to block. Inside the red battle armor's cockpit, Luo Shangyang praised. I didn't expect someone could play with a heavy battle armor, like a combat armor, and even block my attack. Quick reflexes. This new coach's strength is finally stronger than before. The heavy battle armor finally looks like it should. Let me test your limits. Meanwhile, Han Sen frowned, analyzing his opponent's control method. It's not a combat-type battle armor, but the opponent's operation is so skilled. Could it be Captain Lu Pansy or Cho Ho? Are those two really that strong? The red battle armor pulled a chainsaw from its hand. Han Sen, surprised by this, blurted out, "It's just a spar. No need to be so brutal, buddy." So he picked up an iron pipe and blocked horizontally. But the red battle armor was merciless, cutting it directly in half. Inside the battle armor, Han Sen broke out in a cold sweat, worried. The power is terrifying. If I don't dodge, the body will be cut. He immediately controlled the blue battle armor to retreat, avoiding the saw blade Luo Shangyang had just swung. Seeing that his opponent could easily dodge his moves, he was very pleased. It's been too long since I had such a satisfying fight. I really miss the golden era. Now I'm getting more and more excited. Show me your full strength. Then Luo Shangyang took out 2 more weapons from his shoulder and transformed his other hand into an iron hook. Seeing him show off his gear, Han Sen's jaw dropped in surprise. Holy crap, they really came. Captain Lu Pansy Cho Ho, who the hell is it? I have no grudge against you, so there's no need to hate me so much. This, however, only fueled his fighting spirit, and he said, who cares? As long as my hand speed is fast enough. Even if the architect can react. I won't be a fish on the chopping block for anyone to tear apart. After that, Han Sen sped up his operations, the hand speed on the screen. Then he shouted, "Architect, go!" and launched a fierce attack on the VS on the control panel. Seeing this, Luo Shangyang frowned and commented, "Damn, this new coach is really ruthless. This kind of extreme operation is truly unexpected." But soon he became even more excited, grinning as he said, "No, someone like this staying in the heavy mech team is a total waste. I have to find a way to get him out of this bitter sea." Suddenly, the architect kicked the red mech in its side. After taking a hit, Luo Shangyang exclaimed a moment of hesitation, and he actually counterattacked. After a while, Han Sen jumped out of the cockpit. The architect cursed, "Phew, damn it, my hands are numb. Operating a battle heavy mech consumes more stamina than imagined." Over there, Luo Shangyang was still sitting in the control panel. He thought to himself, this new coach's strength is indeed not that great. But during the match just now, he actually got stronger the more he fought. His learning ability is truly remarkable, this person. I need to talk to him. There's no future in staying with the heavy mech team. Suddenly he was startled and looked at the uniform in confusion. Walked down and stood in front of Han Sen, pointing at him and asking, "Are you a student?" Over here, Han Sen raised his hand to wipe off sweat and said with equal surprise, Aren't you Captain Lu Pansy and Cho Ho?" Then he muttered to himself blankly, "I knew it, how could those two be so strong?" Luo Shangyang approached, asking in astonishment, "Are you really a student?" Han Sen extended his hand and replied, "Hello, my name is Han Sen. I just joined the heavy mech team. Are you a senior from our team? But I haven't seen you before. Your technical operation is amazing." Luo Shangyang didn't answer, but instead continued to ask, "Have you operated a heavy mech before? Have you received professional training?" And he thought to himself, he can't be an outside spy coming here to scout for competition information, right? With this kind of strength. If he really is a student from our school, there's no way I wouldn't know him. Hearing Han Sen honestly reply, "No. I used to only practice on the school's machines. Only after joining the team did I get such a good opportunity." At this moment, Luo Shangyang interrogated him again. "What's your department?" Han Sen replied him, "From the archery department." This made him exclaim inwardly, could he really be this year's freshman? Damn it, I've stumbled upon a genius. Yet he asked suspiciously, "Archery department?" But there was no time for more small talk. Han Sen turned and bid farewell, saying, "Senior, the team has a meeting soon, so I'll be going. Let's spar again if we get the chance." Luo Shangyang, still stunned in place, commented, "An archery department student actually has this kind of stamina. If we poach him for our mech team, then our military academy league ranking will definitely improve." After that he made up his mind. This person, I will absolutely not let him stay in the heavy mech team's mess. What a waste. The next day in the auditorium, a chubby student held a notice. In a few more days the Xingyu Huai competition will begin. All mech-related events are listed here. Everyone, which event should we sign up for? Wang Chun chimed in. Our heavy mech team, in combat events, has no advantage. Let's pick something simpler. Si Jinjin, who was beside him, agreed. Exactly, let's choose something like a transport or hauling competition. Our chances of winning would be higher. Hearing this, Han Sen turned to Wang Mengmeng and asked, "How are the prizes for this competition?" She held up 3 fingers and replied that they were very generous. The top 3 all get prizes. There are mechs, new models, From the Star Beast series and Star Emperor series, market prices reach millions, even tens of millions. Seeing the money, Han Sen's interest immediately soared. He said really then missing out would be a huge loss. Sign up for all events. Shirjikong looked puzzled. Sign up for all events. Third brother. You're not joking, are you? Lu Meng, standing nearby, thought it was unreasonable. I know you're capable, but this is simply too absurd. This is a team competition. Zhang Yang, however, supported him with a knowing look. I don't see any problem. A real man should sign up for all events. Beside them, Wang Mengmeng also raised her hand in agreement. I agree, it'll be more fun this way. Meanwhile, Captain Lu Pingzi tried to persuade Han Sen. We can't mess around with this. Otherwise we'll become the laughingstock of the entire school. Skinny Monkey beside him echoed exactly. We can forego the rankings, but the team's honor must not be tarnished. But Han Sen smiled and reassured everyone not to worry. I just want to increase the team's chances of winning. Anyway, this is the only way to better establish our team's image. Seeing this, Captain Lu Pingzi pondered. What you said makes sense. But even if we sign up for all events, some event times will overlap, so we can't participate in all of them. Suddenly someone knocked on the door and called out from outside. Han Sen, sorry to interrupt. I have something I want to say to Han Sen. Looking at the newcomer, Si Jinjin wondered. It's Luo Shangyang, the mech team's coach. Why would he come to our team? Wang Chun whispered from the side. Is it because of those 3 mechs that he came to lecture us for the heavy mechs? Is he? Hearing this, Han Sen turned his head curiously. What? You said he's the mech team's coach? He was worried inwardly. Did I just make an enemy of the coach? At the same time, Luo Shangyang had already walked over and shook his hand. He introduced himself. I am Luo Shangyang, the mech team's coach. Your mech operating skills are quite good. I'd like to invite you to join our mech team. Shaking his hand, Han Sen replied, hello Coach Luo. Joining the mech team about that. Behind them his 3 good friends gathered to gossip. Shirjikong exclaimed. Coach Luo is interested in our third brother. Zhang Yang crossed his arms, frowned and asked curiously. What happened between those two? Lu Meng pushed up his glasses and scrutinized them carefully. I heard he's very strict and demanding. It's never been easy to recruit team members. Suddenly Wang Mengmeng spoke up. Coach Luo, Han Sen is a member of the heavy mech team. We can't join your mech team. Hearing this, Luo Shangyang squinted and smiled persuasively. Han Sen is a promising talent. If he joins the mech team and receives professional training, he'll have a much brighter future. He's simply wasting his talent here. The one watching the commotion, Captain Lu Pingzi, said sheepishly. To receive an invitation from Coach Luo. Very few people in the entire school get such an opportunity. Skinny Monkey beside him secretly guessed. Han Sen will definitely agree. Right. However, contrary to his expectations, Han Sen flat out refused. Coach Luo, I'm truly sorry. I'm a member of the heavy armor team. I appreciate your kind offer, but I won't be joining the armored team. Han Sen's words made his friend's expressions vary. Wang Mengmeng's eyes widened and she excitedly asked Han Sen. Senior, is what you said true? Lu Meng on the other hand had his mouth wide open in disbelief. Third brother, are you really not going? Captain Lu Pingzi looked as if he'd been struck by lightning. Surprised that Han Sen would refuse, Luo Shangyang still didn't give up. Why, with your talent, I can make you win the College League Championship in a short time. Our team's goal is the championship. But Han Sen replied assertively. I don't want any championship. The heavy armor team suits me better right now. Luo Shangyang found it hard to accept hearing this. So he said loudly that winning the league championship would greatly benefit your graduation scores. The higher your score, the higher your position and rank will be after enlisting. Even so, Han Sen remained resolute in front of Luo Shangyang. I know all of this, but these are not what I want. Coach Luo, thank you for your recognition. Seeing he couldn't convince Han Sen, Luo Shangyang angrily turned and left. He sneered, don't speak too soon. You don't know what you'll face after enlisting yet. Whenever you figure things out, you can always come find me at the armored team behind him. Sure, Zikong asked Han Sen in confusion. Third brother. Coach Luo offered such terms. You'll definitely regret refusing them. Captain Lu Pingzi was happy inside, but still puzzled. Even though I'm happy you're staying, Han Sen, what exactly are you thinking? Wang Mengmeng said cheerfully. I knew Senior Han Sen wouldn't abandon us. Zhang Yang on the other hand gave Han Sen a thumbs up, saying third brother was a true man. Not even a coach could make you yield. Then Han Sen, with his hands in his pockets, turned his head and glanced, reminding them. Alright, I'm not going to the armored team anyway. Don't worry about me anymore. Hurry up and train. Because he already had his own plan in mind. Even without Luo Shangyang's help, he could, on his own, still achieve and rank graduation score. His goal was to acquire God's blood genes and evolve into a God's blood noble. Nothing else mattered. A few days later, everyone was lining up for food in the cafeteria. In another corner, two hands simultaneously reached for the single bottle of water. Han Sen angrily looked at the person trying to take the water from him and shouted, "It's her." He thought to himself, Ji Yanran is at Heiying too. I've been here so long and this is the first time we've met. She on the other hand glared at Han Sen with fiery eyes. Then Ji Yanran opened her mouth and cursed. It's you, the cheater from the spaceship. What are you doing at our school? Hearing this, Han Sen unhappily pointed to himself and replied. I got in through the entrance exam. I think I told you senior sister back then, didn't I? Suddenly Li Yufeng appeared and asked Yanran. Who is he? Is he bothering you? But Ji Yanran didn't even turn to look at him. Instead she put her hands on her hips and craning her neck said to Han Sen. No one important, just a junior student. It has nothing to do with you, go away. Han Sen corrected her senior sister and the junior student who beat you. Anyway. Li Yufeng scoffed, that junior student who supposedly beat senior sister Yanran. Before you speak, weigh your words first. And take a look in the mirror to see what you look like. These words made Han Sen pick at his ear, thinking. Hey cripple. I actually beat you. But he sneered aloud. I heard Li Yufeng is the number one hand of God in the team. So you must be really good, right? Want to play a game with your junior? Afterwards the two sat facing each other. On the table were 3 cups. Ji Yanran sat to the side. The people around them were buzzing with discussion. This new kid who doesn't know his place actually dares to challenge Li Yufeng. Is he out of his mind? What game does he want to play? No matter what they play, Li Yufeng will not lose. You can't be sure about that. Didn't he lose to Ji Yanran's boyfriend before? And he lost 20 points. There's going to be a good show now. Han Sen picked up a small ball. He said. Senior, don't blink in front of so many classmates. It would be too embarrassing to lose. He quickly shuffled the positions of the 3 cups on the table. Seeing this, Li Yufeng mocked. You dare to show off with such a small trick? In front of me, junior? If you lose, stop bothering Yanran in the future. Otherwise you'll have a hard time at school. To the side. Ji Yanran said unhappily, why are you threatening people? How many times have I told you? My business is none of yours. Then she looked at Han Sen with a puzzled expression. And you, this kind of game for children? Are you serious? It's too childish? But Han Sen narrowed his eyes and teased. Senior, if I win, will you go on a date with me? She immediately cursed. What nonsense are you spouting? And Li Yufeng angrily yelled. Kid, don't push your luck. A moment later Han Sen reached for the 3 cups. Please, senior. Guess which cup the paper ball is in now. Li Yufeng immediately closed his eyes. He used 2 fingers of his right hand to tilt over the 2 outer cups. He answered, it's not in these 2. Then he pointed to the middle cup. He stated confidently, so it must be in here. But when he picked up the cup, he saw nothing, which made him exclaim, what? At the same time, Ji Yanran and the others couldn't believe their eyes. All 3 are empty. Where did the paper ball go? It disappeared without a trace. I was watching the whole time. It was in the middle just now. Can this kid really do magic? How is that possible? I've been watching closely the entire time. It definitely should be in the middle cup. Finally, Han Sen held the ball between his fingers and happily teased. Senior, it seems your eyesight isn't very good. I let the paper ball slip away and you didn't even notice. So Ji Yanran, you'll have to go on a date with me. The deep mountains outside the steel armor shelter. Blue sky and white clouds, perfect for hunting. Lin Beifeng happily said to Han Sen. Senj, I found that mutated creature's nest. It's really well hidden. No one has found it. We too can wipe them all out. Well, definitely gain a lot of mutant genes. We can sell the rest. Hearing this, he exclaimed, young Master Lin is truly loyal. You always think of me when something good comes up. But in his heart, Han Sen muttered, it's good to get out and avoid the fuss. A few days would be nice. At school, Ji Yanran would definitely target me. He recalled how he had just said to senior Ji Yanran, let's go on a date. But before he could finish speaking, she slapped him and cursed. Who wants to date you, a toad wanting to eat swan meat? Remembering this, Han Sen wiped the sweat from his forehead. Standing on a mountaintop, Lin Beifeng pointed below and said, it's right here. Look below that crack in the mountain wall. Below, a swarm of blue ants was crawling at this moment. They were densely packed. Lin Beifeng smiled triumphantly. They're ghost elfin ants, so many mutated ones. Didn't I tell you? After that he went down with Han Sen. He instructed go find a hiding spot. These guys have very hard shells, no need for close combat. I can handle them with a bow and arrow. Hearing this, Lin Beifong agreed okay. A moment later he was holding his bow and arrows. Han Sen calculated there are so many of them. I must be careful. If they find me it'll be troublesome. Suddenly a golden arrow struck the ant's head. Seeing this he asked in surprise. Someone's here. Then a volley of arrows shot towards the ant colony. Subsequently 3 men ran down the cliff. The green-haired guy commanded switch to star spike alloy arrows. Keep shooting these good things. We're taking all of them today. The other 2 immediately chimed in yes. Yeah, shoot them dead, shoot now quickly. They then stood on a rock near the riverbank, shooting arrows at the ant colony on the opposite bank. One of them said, "These creatures still want to come over and eat us. What they fear most is the water on this side." Lin Beifong said unhappily, "Damn it. How did those bastards find this place too? Coming to steal our treasure." Han Sen lowered his head to observe. "Don't rush. They don't know we're here yet. Since they're fellow travelers, let's give them something exciting to play with." He then raised his bow and arrow and secretly smiled. "Blame your bad luck. Stealing kills him a professional." And shot an arrow with lightning. The arrow struck the ground behind the 3 men. Suddenly the rock they were standing on cracked and collapsed, causing the 3 men to scream in unison, "Holy crap, what's happening? What's going on? The ground collapsed." "No way, how could the ground collapse?" From a distance, Lin Beifong laughed heartily and praised Brother Sen is awesome. "You're like an arrow god descended to earth. Let's see if they dare to steal our stuff now." By this time the 3 men had already fallen into the river, while the ghost-type ants gathered at the riverbank. Seeing this, the 3 men swam in the opposite direction shouting, "Holy crap! Those guys are coming. Run, damn it, what terrible luck we're having." Then they ran desperately, yelling, "It hurts like hell. Bear with it, run if you don't want to die here." A few seconds later only dust remained in the distance. Meanwhile the ants stopped, watching leisurely. This behavior of theirs made Han Sen wonder why are the ghost-type ants no longer chasing those 3 funny guys. But he didn't think too much of it, raised his bow and arrow and said, "Let them be, now it's time for some crazy killing." Then he shot an iron arrow, directly hitting the joint on the ghost-type ant's back. Next Han Sen pulled the rope connected to the arrow, pulling the ant towards them. Lin Beifong standing by praised enthusiastically, "Brother Sen is really smart. Although the ghost-type ant's shell is hard, if you hit a crack in its shell, you can kill it with 1 arrow." At the same time the system reported kill successful. Mutated ghost-type ant obtained mutated beast soul. Consuming its flesh and blood can randomly grant 0 to 10 points of god blood gene. What a surprise! Han Sen exclaimed excitedly, "One shot, 1 soul. To be able to so easily obtain a mutated beast soul." Behind him Lin Beifong exclaimed, "Brother Sen, what kind of dog's hit luck is this? I'm so jealous I could cry. Brother Sen, sell that mutated beast soul to me." After that Han Sen continued his hunting journey. He replied, "No rush for now. Who knows, there might be more later. Let's finish the main business first." After a long time, the 2 sat down to eat green ant meat. Han Sen reminded Lin, "Eat quickly. Those ghost-type ants have very low intelligence. They won't be able to find us. Let's deal with the rest after we're full." As he ate he commented, "This is my first time eating so many mutated creatures in one go. It feels like a dream." Suddenly the system displayed new information. Consuming mutated ghost-type ant flesh and blood obtained 1 point of mutated gene. And so it repeated. A moment later Han Sen clenched his fists and said excitedly, "Now my mutated genes are at 64 points. It's growing so fast." Suddenly Lin Beifong saw a gigantic ant. He asked doubtfully, "Brother Sen, what's that?" Then he widened his eyes and asked in confusion, "Isn't that a ghost-type ant god blood class?" Han Sen immediately noticed it too. No wonder they didn't chase those 3 goofy guys just now. It was to let the Ant King escape. At the same time, he drew his bow and knocked an arrow, sneering, "You're truly unlucky. The colossal creature just crawled out of the mountain only to fall into my hands again." He shot an arrow but it wasn't successful. Han Sen thought Blackthorn winged beast soul arrow. It couldn't even wound it a little. It even enraged it, making it charge towards them. Panicked, Lin Beifong anxiously asked, "It spotted us. Not only does this god blood creature have a hard shell, its intelligence is higher too. What do we do now, Sengu?" Han Sen leapt into the air and said, "You go first. Hide somewhere safe, I'll deal with it." Hearing this, Lin Beifong immediately ran off, shouting back as he went, "Sengu, be careful. Before he finished speaking, Han Sen had already flown far away. And he transformed into his red armored god of war form. He thought after practicing the super particle flow acceleration. My movement technique is indeed more agile. Suddenly Lin Beifeng shouted from afar. Too close, Sengu. You'll get caught by its pincers, run. But just as the Ant King charged over, he had already jumped up, avoiding its giant pincers. After that, a cold glint flashed in Han Sen's eyes. He drew his bow, nocked an arrow, and sneered inwardly. Too slow. Movements like that, in my eyes, are like slow motion in a movie. Then he shot an arrow into its mouth, and along its massive body. It pierced through the Ant King. At the same time, the system prompted. Ghost Ant killed. Obtained Ghost Ant Godblood gene. Consumed flesh and blood. Randomly gained less than 10 Godblood gene points. Lin Beifeng's eyes widened, sparkling with light. He tightly gripped Han Sen's hand, pleading, Sengu, are you like related to the goddess of fortune? How do you always get Godblood beast souls? Sell it to me. Sell it to me. After saying that, he scratched his head and refused. Sorry, Lin Xiao. Godblood beast souls and Godblood genes. I'm really short on both right now. Suddenly Lin Beifeng put on a straight face and spoke seriously. I'll trade you a super bio armor for it. Trade you for it. Absolutely worth it. Han Sen heard this and asked curiously, super bio armor. Immediately Lin Beifeng closed his eyes. Pointing at the sky, he spoke effusively. It's made with the latest technology. The newest battle armor developed. Currently only military laboratories have a few finished products. Finished products. Our company provides metal to the military. That's how I got the chance to get my hands on a prototype. Han Sen stood with his hands on his hips, asking doubtfully. A prototype, isn't that just a half-finished product? But Lin Beifeng explained. No, the reason it's called a prototype is because it isn't equipped with a weapon system. Other functions definitely surpass regular bioarmor. Then he remembered the black briefcase with a mysterious X symbol on it. He said, the super bioarmor. Aside from not being usable in the sanctuary, it has almost no flaws. It's made with nuclear recombination biotechnology. The body is lightweight, fitting into a briefcase. You can put it on as soon as the briefcase opens. The prototype, although it has no weapon system, its power is incredibly strong. It could kick the Star Emperor series from Stereo Group several blocks away with one kick. After listening to Lin Beifeng's bragging, Han Sen was embarrassed and didn't quite believe it. Armor in a briefcase, is that for real? Sounds way too fantastical. He stood aside, gave a thumbs up, and grinned provocatively. Intrigued, aren't you? So what do you say, wanna trade with me? No way. Han Sen remained firm. Lin Xiao, I'm really sorry, but Godblood items. I also really need Godblood items. I can't trade with you. Han Sen took out 2 beast souls. Haggling, if you don't mind, I can give you these 2 mutant beast souls. One is a unicorn sand fox mutant beast soul, amount type a mutated ghost crystal ant. That armor from earlier. Lin Beifeng happily replied, take these 2 beast souls. 2 mutated beast souls. Thinking about it like that, it feels really worth it. Brother Sen truly is loyal and righteous. Let's decide on that after we go back. I will give you the super bio armor. After that, Han Sen scratched his head, looking at the group of mutated ghost crystal ants. The difficult part is that we both ate too much. Mutated flesh. Eating more won't increase anything. There are still so many mutated genes left. Suddenly he threw out a bug and said, let this guy take some advantage. He watched it eat with relish. Lin Beifeng asked curiously, Brother Sen, what is that? Are you feeding the mutated flesh to your beast soul? Pet. Han Sen sat cross-legged to the side, picked up a piece of ghost crystal ant meat, ate it, and replied, this guy is a Godblood beast soul. I'm not sure what it does yet, so I'm feeding it first, hoping it can transform quickly and gain compatibilities for me. At the same time, the system prompted consumed ghost crystal ant flesh. Godblood gene 1. He looked at the piece of meat in his hand, thinking, it's a pity I can't summon Meow Monarch to eat. After all that was given to Bei Shin by Qin Xian, it would be troublesome if it was exposed. He'll take some jerky back for it later. My god gene is already at 45 points. This is awesome. Suddenly the system prompted consumed ghost crystal ant flesh. Godblood gene 1. At the same time, Lin Beifeng was in tears, crying out in heartache. I'm so angry, brother. Sen's beast soul pets are all Godblood level. And they're actually eating mutated flesh right in front of me. Brother Sen himself is eating Godblood flesh, while I can only watch helplessly. I'm so angry, so angry. 2 days later, in the woods, Han Sen squatted on the ground, saying, it's the middle of the night behind the school mountain. There shouldn't be anyone here, young Master Lin. He really wasn't bragging. The super bioarmor was indeed in the suitcase. Opening the suitcase inside was something that looked like a blue puddle. At the same time, the system prompted. Scan successful. Analysis progress 100. Super bioarmor silver killing intent. Activated suddenly grew larger and attached itself to Han Sen, startling him. These particle organisms are covering my body. And constantly fusing, becoming stronger. After covering his entire body, it attached to Han Sen's face. He widened his eyes in surprise. I feel my body filled with power. Or rather, I've gained power. Finally, when the silver killing intent finished transforming, Han Sen's entire body was encased in silver armor, emitting blue spiritual energy. He burst into joyful laughter. This feels amazing. I am Blackhawk's Iron Man. Afterward, Han Sen tried moving around. He let out a shout and charged forward. Let me feel the power of the super bioarmor. When he stopped, Han Sen could still see shimmering after images behind him. He blurted out, so cool. It's almost like teleportation. Then he exclaimed. The power of silver killing intent is definitely 10 times stronger than the bionic armor. His eyes lit up. Han Sen praised it endlessly. This is still just an experimental product without weapons. It feels truly worth it to exchange 2 mutated beast souls for this armor. Now I can practice my combat techniques even better. Meanwhile, in the media reception room of Blackhawk Military Academy, Fong Mingquan, while looking at the data and asked the cameraman, Xiaolu, what are Blackhawk's traditional strengths in this Starry Sky Association competition? What are Blackhawk's traditional advantages? He turned his head and replied, if we're talking about advantages in the new ancient martial arts solo competition, then Blackhawk can definitely rank above the Starry Sky Association. Last season, the new ancient martial arts team, led by Ouyang Xiaosan, won 3rd place in the league finals. Fong Mingquan listened, then continued to ask, anything else? Xiaolu replied, the others aren't very outstanding. Hand of God is only considered average. Around 20th place in online matches. Fong Mingquan was more interested in other things. I heard about the strongest person. That Li Yufeng. Not long ago he was also defeated by JIS boyfriend. Yanran won by 20 points. However, this mysterious boyfriend is a username. Nobody knows who he is. Blackhawk's archery competition. Actually ranked last. Next to him, Xiaolu offered his opinion. After all, few people pay attention to archery. The competition is also slow to warm up. Audiences prefer to watch exciting competitions, like flying machines, or mechas, or real-life combat. Host Fong this time. Ouyang Xiaotan's new ancient martial arts competition. We must broadcast live. And midway while at a Hand of God match. Because the beautiful Ji Yanran will be fighting. The viewership ratings will definitely explode. That's a good idea. Fong Mingquan agreed. Let's set it like that for now. That's settled, let's go get something to eat. Blackhawk Cafeteria is open 247. Well, go back and prepare. The information on the competition participants. A moment later, the Blackhawk Cafeteria was still brightly lit. The two walked in and saw Han Sen striking up a conversation. Student, are you eating this late? He turned around and replied. I just finished training, I'm hungry, so I came for a late night snack. Are you a teacher? It must be hard to work until now before eating. Hearing this, he frowned a little displeased. I am Fong Mingquan. Had written so many reports about B-God. With hundreds of millions of clicks. He was a well-known reporter no matter what. He actually didn't recognize me. Then he sat down opposite Han Sen. And curiously asked the student. You said you just finished training. What kind of training is so tough? Han Sen answered while eating. Just regular physical training. But he's secretly mused. I'm not telling anyone that I'm practicing Silver Killer. At the same time, Xiaolu brought over 2 more meals. Fong Mingquan narrowed his eyes, intrigued. The reporter curiously asked. You're training so late for physical conditioning, are you? Preparing for the Starfall Cup. Student, what's your name? Which department are you from? Which events are you planning to sign up for? Caught off guard by the barrage of questions, he didn't mind revealing. My name is Han Sen from the archery department, but I'm a member of the heavy mech squad. This time, I signed up for all mech-related events. However, there's a time conflict with one event, so I probably won't be able to participate. Hearing this, he was dumbfounded. You signed up for all events? The mech ones? Beside them, Xiaolu jokingly asked in confusion. Those are all physically demanding events. Student. You're not trying to muddy the waters, are you? Han Sen replied seriously. It's not that difficult. With some effort, I should be able to get several first places. As soon as he said that, Xiaolu had to give him some advice. If you're from the mech squad, that's fine. But if you're from the heavy mech squad, don't brag. I suggest you participate in some simpler events, like archery or Hand of God. But Han Sen, while taking his tray to put away, turned back and said, archery. It no longer offers a challenge for me. Hand of God is also very boring. The strongest one. I can also easily win against him by 20 points. I'm leaving you to enjoy your meal. Seeing his attitude, Xiao Lu scoffed, humph. That kid just knows how to brag students these days. Don't they know how to be humble? Fong Mingquan, however, muttered to himself, 20 points. Suddenly he sprang up. Looking at Han Sen's retreating figure, Xiao Lu was startled and asked, Host Fong, what's wrong? At this moment Fong Mingquan, still in a daze, said to Xiao Lu, do you still remember that you mentioned Ji Yanran's boyfriend before? Han Sen waved at the sullen-faced girl in front of him. Hey, senior sister Ji Yanran, we meet again. She, however, ignored him, furrowed her brows and walked straight past, thinking how unlucky. Why is it this brat again? Seeing this, Han Sen grabbed her hand and questioned, Senior sister, why are you so rude? Last time you slapped me, and you still haven't apologized. Ji Yanran, whose hand was held, yelled unhappily, hey, let go, she secretly thought. Always getting physical at the slightest provocation. He definitely isn't a good man. Then she reminded him, last time you decided on your own that it was a date. I never agreed to it. Isn't it just knowing a few tricks to fool people? What's so great about that? Don't cause trouble carelessly anymore. Han Sen immediately retorted. What do you mean I carelessly provoked you? You're my girlfriend. This made Ji Yanran shout in annoyance. If you spout nonsense again, don't blame me for being impolite. Han Sen suddenly asked cheekily, if I can just prove my strength in Xingyu Hui, will you acknowledge me as your boyfriend? And give me a kiss of love? Hearing this, Ji Yanran pointed at the sky and scoffed. What do you think Xingyu Hui is? Is it a game where knowing a few magic tricks lets you bluff your way through? If you can get first place in 5 competitions, I'll agree to your terms. But if you lose, you'll have to be my slave. She thought, secretly disdaining at this moment all talk and no action. Do you dare to agree? Han Sen on the side asked warily. Empty words are useless. What if you go back on your word later? You always broke your promises before. And you never trusted me. I don't feel secure. Ji Yanran took out a document on her phone and said, alright then, let's sign a contract. This is a legally binding personal customized contract. Just scan our respective smartwatch codes to use it. She cursed inwardly, you annoying fellow. Let's see if you still dare to provoke me. Seeing this, Han Sen happily scanned the information. Couldn't ask for more. Now I can rest assured, he smiled, thinking, Ji Yanran, let's see how you'll go back on your word this time. At the same time she also confidently thought, there's no way this guy can get 5 first places. Just wait to be taught a lesson by me. Sometime later, Xingyu Hui Competition Day 1 Mech Arena. The announcer declared, distinguished audience and media friends, our competition is about to begin. Please observe discipline and watch in a civilized manner. In a certain room, Xiao Lu said to MC Fong, the Han Sen that Fong Mingquan mentioned meeting in the cafeteria. Could he be Ji Yanran's boyfriend? I don't think it's very likely. Are coming here because of him to live stream the mech competition. Seems a bit too rash. Fong Mingquan stepped forward, adjusted the camera and replied, Ji Yanran's boyfriend beat Li Yufeng by 20 points. This perfectly matches Han Sen's claim. If he really performs outstandingly in the mech competition, or if we can prove that he is Ji Yanran's boyfriend, then our show will definitely be a hit, alright. Let's start the live broadcast. He then took the microphone and began hosting. To all the viewers watching our show, I am Fong Mingquan, your familiar host. Starting today, I will be live streaming the entire Mech Grand Prix. Xingwu Hui from Blackhawk Military Academy watched him on a big screen somewhere. Several students wondered, what's going on? That big reporter Fong, why is he here live streaming the Mech Grand Prix? Yeah, what's there to see? Doesn't everyone want to watch Ouyang Xiaozhen's match? Why aren't they streaming that? At least they should choose Hand of God. I want to see the campus belle Ji Yanran. On the screen, Fong Mingquan continued. In this year's Mech Grand Prix, Blackhawk Military Academy will feature a powerful contestant, capable of dominating the entire Military Academy League. This contestant has participated in all competition categories. Mech. But there's one category that, due to a schedule conflict, he couldn't participate in. So let's just wait and see his performance. As soon as he said this, the crowd burst into an uproar. A powerful contestant, capable of dominating the entire Blackhawk Military Academy League. Is there really such a person? Impossible. I used to be part of the mech squad. Our team's level hasn't even reached the top of the entire academy. People nearby also discussed animatedly. Is that big reporter Fong looking for trouble? Last time he hyped up God of War Bachan. But Bachan didn't even participate in the finals. Yeah, he's definitely going to get embarrassed again this time. Just then, Fong Mingquan hinted that this contestant was a freshman from Blackhawk Military Academy's archery department, participating in the heavy mech team. At the same time, in the Hand of God competition's lounge, Li Yufeng crossed his arms, looked up and scoffed. What nonsense is this reporter spouting? You can't fool the audience like this, can you? Ji Yanran, who was looking at data nearby, said, "Our match starts in half an hour. Don't bother with these irrelevant things." On the screen, the Mets were already in position at the starting line. Fong Mingquan announced, "Alright, ladies and gentlemen, the Mech Grand Prix is about to begin. Let's cheer them on." The camera then turned to a blue mech. Someone wondered, is that the builder? Li Yufeng exclaimed. Our academy really has a lot of hidden masters. I heard the builder was discontinued years ago. It used to be a best-selling luxury model, worth tens of millions and highly collectible. He then turned to Ji Yanran and said, "Yanran, you should take a look too. Think of it as pre-match relaxation." That reporter said, "That contestant is probably the builder's pilot. I bet he doesn't have what it takes." Ji Yanran found it uninteresting. The race had already begun. The host shouted, "The race officially begins, charge." Suddenly the builder fell flat on its face on the track. Seeing this scene, the host commented, "There's an unexpected turn of events on the track. The builder is off to a bad start. Is the pilot too nervous?" Then the blue mech stood up again and chased after the other contestants. The host said, "Alright, the race continues. The other mechs are already at full power and seem unaffected. Who will ultimately win this 10,000-meter race?" In the lounge, someone scratched their head and sneered, "It's a shame such a classic mech like the builder. What a waste." Li Yufeng meanwhile covered his mouth and snickered, "I'm dying of laughter. What most dominant contestant? This is clearly a noob." Someone behind him echoed, "Exactly. Did this reporter get paid? Boasting so much it's clearly fabricated." Ji Yanran said, "How embarrassing, falling down in front of so many people. What kind of dominant, strongest contestant is this, huh?" At this moment Wang Mengmeng said sheepishly, "I'm sorry everyone. I really am too unskilled. The builder is just too difficult to operate. I should give it to someone else." Meanwhile, the silver killing machine was rapidly charging forward, leading the fighter team. Han Sen said with a smile, "It's fine, Wang Mengmeng. You can just withdraw from this match. Go prepare for the later matches." Captain Lu Ponzi also encouraged, "We're still here, don't worry." Ugly Monkey confidently chuckled, "I'm about to get first place." At the same time, the silver killing machine charged forward shouting, "I never said I would just hand over first place to someone else, even if you're my teammate." Looking at the situation on the field, the host announced, "Next we enter the final round. Currently leading is mech number 69, the silver killing machine. It might become an unexpected champion, taking first place. The champion of the first day of the Star Martial Arts Tournament." In the lounge, Li Yufeng wondered, silver killing machine? What kind of mech is this? This shouldn't be a product developed by Xingyu Group, right? Nearby Ji Yanran also stood up to observe, asking, "Never seen it on the market. Judging by its performance, it's definitely a new product. Who is piloting it?" A moment later the host announced, "The champion has emerged. Congratulations to mech number 69, the silver killing machine." Han Sen raised his hands in celebration, shouting, "We won. Thank you all for your support. I have many more exciting matches coming up. Don't miss them." At the same time, the host announced, "The pilot from the heavy mech team, Han Sen, the strongest dominant player." Hearing this, Ji Yanran thought in shock, Han Sen, he actually got first place? Then my agreement with him? No, it can't be. Beside her, Li Yufeng was sweating in astonishment. How could it be him? Impossible. Meanwhile, Fong Mingquan happily thought, Han Sen, you really weren't bluffing. You're even more impressive than I imagined. Are you really Ji Yanran's boyfriend? Are you truly just an ordinary student? Wang Mengmeng happily gave a thumbs up and congratulated. "Senior, I knew you could get first place. Congratulations." Nearby Ugly Monkey praised Han Sen. "You truly are very strong. Losing to you, I'm completely convinced." And Lu Ponzi patted his head and said, "Our heavy mech team has produced its first champion. This is truly glorious. Then Han Sen raised his arm and said with a joyful smile. As for the silver killing machine's burst power and speed, I'm very confident in them. Racing is my strongest event. Let's all work hard in the upcoming matches. Afterwards, some people discussed among themselves disparagingly, saying, "Isn't he just relying on that silver killing machine? What's there to be proud of if the performance is good?" That's right. The imposter has already been humiliated like that, and still has the nerve to compete. We must make them cry miserably. In the upcoming obstacle race, suddenly Luo Shangyang walked behind that group of people, reminding them there's no point in disparaging your opponents. Go prepare for the next match. Seeing him, they replied, sweating on their foreheads. Yes, Coach Luo. Left alone, Luo Shangyang thought. Compared to my team members, Han Sen is indeed too ordinary. However, if you can teach them a lesson, it wouldn't be a waste for me to value you so highly. A moment later, Fong Mingquan announced on screen. The second match, the circular obstacle race, is about to begin. After student Han Sen won first place, the tension and animosity on the field have intensified. Alright. The heavy mech team is already flexing their muscles, ready for a big fight. It's very tense and exciting. Hearing this, Ji Yanran felt a little worried. The heavy mech team is so strong. Han Sen has no reason to win again, right? Hurry up and eliminate him. But on the track, he was leading the pack. The commentator began narrating the start of the race. Silver Killer charged forward first in speed, reaching maximum speed as the competitors approached the obstacles. The commentator stated that Silver Killer hadn't slowed down. At this speed, it would be difficult to get over the obstacle. What exactly is Han Sen trying to do? In the lounge, Li Yufeng sneered. He's getting addicted to putting on a show. No matter how good that mecha's performance is, it still needs time to decelerate at close range. There's no way he can cross this obstacle. However, something unexpected happened. Han Sen had no intention of jumping over it. Instead, he charged straight through it, shattering the obstacle. Seeing this, the commentator's voice rang out again. Oh, my Silver Killer actually smashed right through the obstacle. That's simply astounding. That's a truly savage and brutal approach. This left Li Yufeng and the others dumbfounded. They started discussing amongst themselves. Holy cow, that was a 1-meter thick concrete wall. And it was shattered. Is Silver Killer's defense that strong too? That's a foul. An obstacle course. Isn't it supposed to be about overcoming obstacles? But the rules don't say you can't destroy them. Nearby, Li Yufeng frowned, gritting his teeth as he roared. Is there something wrong with Han Sen's head? The essence of this competition is to test jumping ability. There are so many obstacles in this race. Is he really planning to smash through all of them? Chu Lily turned and asked Yanran. You don't look so good. Are you feeling unwell? She replied, I'm fine. But her heart was burning with anxiety. Please don't let Han Sen get first place again. Come on, everyone behind him, catch up. But just then, he had already demolished a series of obstacles on the track. The commentator also shouted excitedly. Silver Killer still hasn't slowed down. It's taking the most daring approach, smashing through all the obstacles. Finally, Han Sen easily passed the last obstacle. At the same time, the commentator announced the champion had emerged. Let's congratulate Silver Killer Han Sen. Seeing this, Li Yufeng trembled with rage and cursed. That brat is so detestable. What on earth is he? Nearby, Ji Yanran cried out, dumbfounded. What the hell, those guys behind him? Those mecha team members are too incompetent. After that, she said sternly. So many experienced people, and they still can't win against a freshman, a bunch of good-for-nothings. These people should just withdraw from the competition and the team altogether. They've brought complete disgrace upon us. Seeing her like this, Chu Lily asked Yanran in surprise, you. Why are you so angry? Nearby, Li Yufeng also wondered Yanran. She suddenly pointed outside and shouted, stop watching. We still have our own matches. Hurry and follow me to the arena. Everyone immediately responded, yes, Captain. Meanwhile, Lu Pengzi patted Han Sen's shoulder and praised him. It's really you, Han Sen, this performance. Silver Killer's performance is amazing. I'm practically dying of envy. Wang Mengmeng meanwhile exclaimed. Senior Han Sen won again. He's so cool. He's so strong. The ugly monkey next to him gave a thumbs up, 1,000 likes. He said with a smile, there are even more spectators now. I heard they're all here to watch your match, you're famous. Han Sen glanced over, indicating that this was nothing out of the ordinary. He said, quiet everyone. Quiet, I've only gotten 2 first places, haven't I? I can get even more. In his heart he thought, gee. Yanran, 5 first places are within reach. Sis, don't forget our agreement. Meanwhile elsewhere Luo Yuyang shouted. What, they're changing the rules of the competition? That's unreasonable. Mecha competitions have always involved scanning the mecha's body to create a virtual image. The competition. This is to protect the participants. But the person in charge from Xingyu Group's organizing committee, Zhao Ningtian, picked up a cup of hot tea and defended himself. Coach Luo, don't be so anxious. Changing the rules is precisely to protect the players. With the existence of a mech like Silver Killer, do you think it's fair? To the other players. Despite this, Luo Xiangyang still argued. But we can't use physical mechs for the competition. This is a competition, not a war. And they are all students. If their lives are endangered, who will be responsible? Seeing this, Zhao Ningtian replied. You don't need to worry about that. Xingyu Group is capable of handling any situation. Then he stood up and asked Coach Luo. Such rules are more beneficial to your mech team, aren't they? Facing Zhao Ningtian, Luo Xiangyang replied. Mr. Zhao, you've misunderstood. If our mech team wants to win, we will win by our own strength. Just then the host spoke. Next, I will announce the rules for the upcoming mech competition. First, virtual projection mechs will be changed to physical mechs. Hearing him continue, the entire arena erupted. Second, the competition will adopt a free-for-all elimination system. That is to say, 50 mechs in the competition will enter the arena simultaneously. The last one standing will be the champion. Someone immediately wondered, battle royale elimination. These rules are clearly aimed at that Silver Killer mech. Someone next to them echoed. Exactly, apart from people from their team. Everyone else will definitely focus fire on him. In the stands, people began to curse Xingyu Group. How despicable. Silver Killer isn't their product. So they're using rule changes to prevent it from reaching the finals. These powerful people will stop at nothing to achieve their goals. That's disgusting, absolutely trashy. Standing next to the camera, Fong Mingquan mused. I didn't expect Xingyu Group to use this trick. Han Sen is in big trouble this time. Here Captain Lu Panzi said. Han Sen, you will become the target of everyone else's concentrated fire. To put it bluntly, this is Xingyu Group's conspiracy. Beside them Wang Mengmeng, sweating with anger, cursed. How shameless. We absolutely cannot let Han Sen Sr. get hurt. But he smiled and comforted everyone. A small fry like me to actually cause such a big reaction from Xingyu Group. I'm truly a bit flattered. But I don't care about them anyway. The Silver Killer isn't easy to deal with. Beside him Lu Meng said, to ensure victory, we must devise a plan to protect our third brother. Hearing this, Shi Zhikang asked, have you thought of any countermeasures? Afterwards Lu Meng drew a diagram on paper and analyzed. They will definitely focus on the area where we appear. Sacrifices are unavoidable. However, as long as someone from our team can charge into the opponent's mech swarm, they will become our best cover. Then he pointed to third brother and instructed. Boss and I have the best operational skills. So you all must cover us as we charge into the enemy's formation. Captain Lu Panzi will charge in with us. If necessary, you can sacrifice yourself to escort us. The three of you girls are responsible for suppressing enemy fire. Wang Mengmeng immediately clenched her fists, determined. That sounds exciting. I will definitely protect Han Sen Sr. Beside her, Li Jinjin squinted her eyes and agreed. Leave it to us, don't underestimate a woman's firepower. Finally Han Sen reached out to his teammates, asked everyone to put their hands in and said, alright, it's settled. Let's fight a beautiful coordinated battle together. Dazzling everyone's eyes. On the mech battle arena, several contestants stood in the center of the ring. The others formed a circle. Standing at the edge, Lu Meng, sitting in his mech, spoke. I wasn't wrong, was I? They're all coming for us. Lu Panzi said warily. Besides the members of the mech team, other people's mechs also joined in. These people were surprisingly united. Han Sen said from the side. Did everyone remember Lu Meng's battle plan from earlier? No, we can do it. Afterwards you shouted out loud. They immediately charged forward together. Just then someone shouted, Jinjin and Chun, suppress their fire. Two people immediately acknowledged the order. Meanwhile someone on the field also shouted. Everyone open fire together. Don't give them any chance. Everyone attack them, kill them. Don't leave a single mech standing. Especially that Silver Killer. We're done for. Han Sen used Silver Killer's advantage of being small, weaving in a shape through two mechs. He told everyone to spread out, making these people our human shields. Afterwards two mechs with orange helmets indeed started yelling, blaming each other. Damn it, which way are you shooting? Are you blind? Can't you see over there? Idiot, your reaction is so slow. Whose fault is that? Look here. Han Sen's team didn't stop at all, continuing to run, letting the gunfire rain down on them. On his screen, Lu Meng reported. They have a huge advantage in numbers. Third brother, make sure to protect the firepower. Well, suppress them together, allowing you to charge forward. Boss and I will handle the left route. Captain Lu Pansy and Ugly Monkey will handle the right route. Third brother, it's all up to you. Hearing this, Han Sen responded, leave it to me. Then he jumped up, taking out his yellow fairy beast soul, and shouted, so what if you have more people? In the eyes of the fairy beast soul queen, everyone else was just a snail. Afterwards, Han Sen raised his hand in a gun shape and shouted, bring it on. Seeing this scene, someone exclaimed, the heavy mech team is taking the initiative to attack. They're truly fierce. These are real men. And when they saw Han Sen shooting at the opponent's mech group, someone commented, go Silver. Killer, knock them all down. That's amazing. Watching this makes me want to join the match. Meanwhile, Fong Mingquan grinned. Han Sen is indeed very smart. The opponents piloting these mechs are not professionals. They're a ragtag bunch. The best way to turn the tide is to take the initiative and attack, catching them off guard. In another location, Zhao Nantian was sitting in a room watching the match on a screen. The more he watched, the angrier he got, and he roared. Just a few people from the heavy mech team definitely can't defeat so many mechs. Kill the Silver Killer over here. Han Sen charged into a hail of bullets. Attacks came from other mechs. They roared loudly. Fire, don't let him get through. Damn it, don't point your cannon at me. It's that traitor in front. Damn it, stop arguing. Follow my command, concentrate fire. Concentrate fire. Seeing their confusion, Han Sen raised his hand to block bullets and scoffed. How disappointing. Is this all the strength you have? Now let me show you the heavy mech teams. Wrath of bombardment. Our. He rushed through the crowd like a golden flash. Meanwhile, they were bickering loudly. Their firepower is still going, damn it. How can they hold on for so long? Silver Killer blocked it just now, so I couldn't see my teammates behind. Damn it, stop talking nonsense. Move quickly. You fools, turn off your fire. Stop shooting wildly, damn it, turn it off. Suddenly a loud bang roared. Someone screamed in terror. However, Han Sen had already vanished. And arguments still echoed from behind. It's all your fault, you idiots, and you too. What rotten luck do you think you're so great? Isn't the commander just a good for nothing too? Watching this scene, Fong Ming was dumbfounded. The comments are truly amazing. The heavy armor team successfully turned the tide, completely controlling the situation on the field. This student Han Sen truly doesn't seem like a freshman. Not only does he know how to use blind spots, but he also knows how to lure the opponent's fire to tie down their combat. This is true tactics. Inside Silver Killer, Han Sen's figure shown, combined with the Fairy Queen Beast Soul. With determination in his eyes, he thought to deal with a bunch of reckless brutes who only charge headfirst. This bit of tactics is enough. Even if they had paid a little more attention in their military strategy classes, it wouldn't have come to this. In a corner of the arena, the blue armor said, take out those who helped him and let's see how long he can keep acting arrogant. Next to him, the orange armor cursed. Those scumbags from the heavy armor team, go get him. I had 2 golden armored figures, Zhang Yang cursed. Damn it, when did they sneak behind us? And beside them, the blue armored Lu Meng sighed. It must be the invisibility function, we overlooked it. Meanwhile, Lu Pingzi was also being bombarded, shouting, Han Sen, we can only help you this far, go for it. Ugly Monkey also cheered. Don't bring shame to the heavy armor team. Make those guys cry for their grandmas. Over here. Han Sen swept past a group of fallen armors, promising, I understand, thank you all for your help. I will definitely carry your pride and unleash the strongest lightning strike. Elsewhere, the audience praised. So cool, Silver Killer is invincible. The opponent didn't even have the guts to stop, they just froze. Below the arena, Han Sen continuously swung his moves, creating bursts of orange-yellow light. Beautiful and splendid, knocking away the armors in his path. The audience exclaimed upon seeing this. Such high-difficulty maneuvers. Student Han Sen is like a senior military officer. I really want to see the expressions of those bastards from Starnet Group right now. At this moment, Zhao Ningtian was so angry he knocked over his coffee, cursing a bunch of good-for-nothings. Don't expect any more sponsorship from me. What company's product is that Silver Killer anyway? Investigate it thoroughly for me. At the same time, on the arena, only Han Sen remained standing among a pile Of fallen armors. The host announced Armor Unique Operation Unique. This is a great victory. Let us remember these two names. Silver Killer and its operator Han Sen. Afterward, as everyone gathered around, everyone praised him profusely. Another first place senior Han Sen is too strong. Truly our third brother. He is the pride of our dorm. The pride of dorm 3-0 for the pride of the heavy armor team, followed by everyone's blessings, accompanied by the host's commentary. Perhaps we are witnessing the powerful rise of another king in the military academy competition. In another place, walking down the corridor, Chu Lily asked Yen Ran concernedly, "What's on your mind? You performed very unusually in the match just now. This isn't your usual standard." Before she could finish, she cut herself off saying, "I'm fine." Opposite, 2 girls and 3 boys walked over discussing. "Silver Killer is too strong. I really want it. Where can I buy one? There's no sales channel for it. That guy Han Sen won several first places. A true tough guy. If I were a girl, I'd definitely fall in love with him. Who doesn't like a strong person?" Ji Yenran suddenly slammed her fist against the wall, fuming. Seeing this, Chu Lily asked Yenran in surprise, "Yenran, you really aren't yourself today. Who exactly made you so angry? Yenran, tell me. You're really scaring me like this." After saying that, her face twisted into a demonic grimace. But she replied, "Lily, I'm fine. Let's go eat first, I'm hungry." This made her friend's face turn pale with fright. Then Chu Lily, furious, cursed, "Well, this is a first. You look so strange, it's scary." The next day, military factory office. 2 men watched Han Sen's competition video. They exclaimed with Professor Tang's confirmation, "It seems there's no mistake. This is indeed the T9R Labs test machine." Tang Ningtu, who had research and development authority for battle armor, said, "The one operating this test machine is a freshman from Blackhawk Military Academy. His name is Han Sen, an unevolved person. In this battle armor competition, he practically swept all the championship titles." Beside him, the factory manager Lu Changming asked in confusion, "An unevolved person can operate a battle armor like that and even get first place? Impossible." Tang Ningtu glanced at him and said with certainty, "We were also very surprised. But it's a fact everyone witnessed. Furthermore, as far as I know, Han Sen is part of Qin Xian's ultrasafe team. Qin Xian's ultrasafe team. So we decided to have him be the spokesperson for the new T10 product. To help us expand." Ji Yenran dressed completely wrapped up like a private detective went somewhere thinking. Ran dressed completely wrapped up like a private detective went somewhere thinking, "That damned Han Sen, that bastard. He actually won more than 5-star martial arts championships. Seriously, this guy is actually so strong. And he even made such a request. 8 hours earlier, after showering, Ji Yenran was only wrapped in a bath towel with a towel on her head. Ji Yenran received a call and Han Sen on the other end said, "Then I'm really looking forward to it. So let's meet tonight at midnight. At the cafeteria entrance, don't be late." Hearing her impatiently question, "Why at the cafeteria entrance? There will definitely be many people eating late night snacks then." Hello. But Han Sen had already hung up. That's why Ji Yenran was dressed so completely covered, wearing a hat, muttering to herself, "This bastard is definitely doing this on purpose. After tonight, I will definitely never see him again." Suddenly someone said, "Wow, senior, you're quite early." Han Sen, with his hands in his pockets, taunted, "Miss me that much? Couldn't wait, could you? But senior, why are you dressed like that? Afraid of being recognized by classmates?" Senior Ji Yenran. She immediately covered his mouth and warned, "Shut up if you keep spouting nonsense. I'll cut your mouth off." But Han Sen joked, "You just suddenly lunged into my arms." She then released him and asked in confusion, "I'm asking you, do you have an account on the school internet? What's your ID?" Han Sen replied, "Of course. My girlfriend is Ji Yenran. This ID is me." This made her even more uncomfortable and she said, "It really is you, I knew it all along. Who else would choose an ID like that?" Han Sen spoke from beside her. "Senior, it's your turn to fulfill your promise, hurry up." Seeing this, she replied, blushing, "I know I'm not someone who goes back on her word." But in her heart she thought, "Do I really have to kiss this smelly man? Just a quick touch, then he'll run." Then she stepped forward, planning in her mind, "When I go back, I must thoroughly wash my mouth. Chew gum all day to get rid of the taste." Then she closed her eyes, leaned close to Han Sen and thought, "Absolutely don't leave even a trace, any scent of this man. Then I'll kiss you." Suddenly Han Sen embraced Ji Yenran and kissed her. Startled, she cursed, "Hey, what are you doing? Let go suddenly." Just then 3 girls walked over and pointed, scolding, "Hey, you 2 students. If you want to do this kind of thing, Can't you find a secluded grove? Yeah, doing it in public, how shameless. Are you really that desperate? What a disgrace to the school. Han Sen pressed Ji Yanran against the wall and asked Senior. It seems like one of them is your good friend. Isn't she? Should we go say hello? No, at this moment she was blushing profusely, sighing inwardly. Oh my god, it's Lily. They can't see us. A moment later the three girls turned and walked away complaining. Honestly, this situation. I definitely have to report it to the student union. That's enough. It's an eyesore over here. Han Sen teased. Who told you to? You're my girlfriend. Why are you running away? And Ji Yanran angrily cursed. You perverted hooligan. You're detestable, get lost. A moment later Han Sen opened the door to his room and muttered to himself. Seriously, Yanran is still too shy a girl. I need to spend more time with her. Suddenly the three-eyed cat meowed. System displays information. Three-eyed divine blood cat, third order. Divine blood level pet, super evolved. Fully capable of combat. Seeing it he was startled. Thinking Lu lucky it's Mao Jun. Then he hugged its head and asked in confusion. What's going on? You've evolved into a divine blood level. Is it because you ate too many mutated phantom crystals? Then he took a closer look at the information panel and suddenly understood. So that's how it is. Beast souls also possess the ability of super evolution. Some people raise many beast souls for research. In terms of pets, some people go from normal level to primeval level. Han Sen immediately hugged its face and said happily. This is great super evolution. It feels even more valuable than hunting mutated creatures. I still have a divine blood level beast soul. The Golden Sandworm King. I wonder what it will transform into. Mao Jun, you must be 1,000 times more imposing now than before. Let's go out and make a big splash. A moment later. The great white devil desert Han Sen, clad in golden armor, rode on Mao Jun's back. Remarking its speed is much faster than a mutated mount. I wonder about its combat power. Suddenly he saw a purple snake nearby and commanded. Mao Jun, prey has appeared, take care of it. Immediately the black cat snatched the purple snake. At the same time the system prompted killed primeval level snake eel. Obtained primeval level beast soul, consumed flesh and blood. Randomly obtained less than 10 points of primal genes. Seeing this Han Sen happily hugged the black cat's neck and praised. It can indeed actively attack prey. That's an extra boost to my combat power. A divine blood combat pet. Truly a good partner. Essential for venturing out, good boy. Let's go together to find that divine blood fox king. And get revenge for last time. Let that beast know what arrogance means. It will pay the price sooner or later. After speaking he looked around in confusion. How strange. The rock weasel, sandworms and horned sandfoxes I encountered last time were all around here. Why can't I see a single one now? Afterwards Han Sen found a sandworm that had already been killed. He wondered. All these rock weasel sandworms are dead. Who exactly came here and did this unknown evil deed? Then he recalled the black cat and said, let's go back, Mao Jun. Your head is too big, you'll be easily spotted. Next I need to investigate secretly to see what exactly happened. Han Sen followed the bloodstains and said curiously. The bloodstains extend all the way here. That's the sound of the horned sand fox. Over there. At this moment Shin Tianzi picked up a gray fox. And sighed, my luck is pretty good today. Not only killed those rock beetles, but also found these several horned sand foxes. The crowd behind him fought monsters while shouting in agreement. Kill them all and eat them. And we can increase several points of original and mutated genes. Seeing this scene, Han Sen recognized them as Shen Qianzi and his group. Wait, who's that big guy? He saw a burly man in a vest punching a gray fox. He exclaimed softly. Damn, this man is really strong. That hammer is probably a god blood grade beast soul weapon, right? Shen Qianzi. When did he recruit such a powerful expert? Suddenly he stepped forward, patted the strong man's shoulder and praised. Ju Dage is truly a born strongman. I'm really impressed this time. The man named Ju next to him turned his head and said politely. You flatter me, Shen Qianzi. I merely got lucky and obtained a god blood beast soul hammer. Which is why I am where I am today. Then Shen Qianzi looked at the Fox King and the two gray foxes. And said. You can't escape. Just die obediently by my hand. You'll die a quicker death. Then he raised his sword and bared his teeth. Craving such a rare god blood grade creature. I want to enjoy this all by myself. Han Sen, seeing this from his spot, was a little puzzled. I remember that Fox King. This god blood creature isn't lacking in intelligence. It's very cunning. It wouldn't be easily subdued by Shen Qianzi like this, would it? On the other side, the Fox King suddenly bared its fangs and roared. Then it collapsed and burrowed into a stone cave. Shen Qianzi immediately shouted, damn it. They're trying to escape, chase them. He cursed, raising his sword, and said, "These beasts planned this beforehand. Don't let them get away. Capture the god blood fox king alive for me." The crowd behind him responded yes. Han Sen observed all this inside. Indeed, that old fox isn't so easy to deal with. Shen Qianzi, let's see how you play this game now. Suddenly the ground shook and someone shouted, "What's happening? The canyon is shaking. How can this be? What do we do now?" Shen Qianzi immediately ordered a retreat. Everyone retreat immediately. Then another swarm of monsters surged like dust, surrounding the crowd. They were surprised and exclaimed, "Everyone look! What is that sand, damn it? It seems to be surging towards us." Hiding in a corner, Han Sen secretly scoffed. "That fool, it's not sand at all." He watched the yellow mass flowing down the mountainside and understood it was the golden devouring ants devouring everything. Shen Qianzi, you'll also become their delicious meal. At the same time, one of them was covered by the golden devouring ants, while Shen Qianzi was busy escaping and shouted, "You idiots! Get up quickly! If you want to save your lives, run!" He cursed. "This must be the god blood fox king's trick. Once I break out, I'll show it how I'll skin it." On the other side, Zhu Dage waved his hand and shouted, "These devouring ants are weak. Don't be afraid, everyone. Follow me and charge out." Seeing this scene, the crowd behind him while he fought monsters shouted, "As long as we get out, we'll treat Zhu Dage to a big meal." Amazing, Zhu Dage is incredibly resourceful. Seeing this, Han Sen exclaimed in surprise, "Wokao, this strongman is like a machine. Too strong. So many golden devouring ants. And they can't even kill Shen Qianzi. Damn it." Soon after, the crowd stood safely beside a giant rock. Shen Qianzi said to Zhu Dage, "This time we owe it all to you. Otherwise we'd be dead. Thank you so much." Hearing this, he scratched his head and said, "You're welcome, Shen Qianzi. No need for such talk between brothers." Suddenly Shen Qianzi's subordinate grabbed Zhu Dage tightly, made him freeze. Then they forced Gu Ming down, making him kneel, which made him cry out, "Oh Tianzi Gidge, what are you doing?" The crowd nearby said, "Put you trash. You worthy of our Tianzi Gu to call him brother. You just got lucky and got a god blood beast soul axe. That's why you're here today." Their actions made Han Sen freeze. He sighed, thinking, the ones behind ambushing these bastards are truly inhuman. That strong man is truly simple-minded with his limbs well developed to actually believe Shen Tianzi. Meanwhile he grinned, threatening Gu Ming, "Since you once saved my life, hand over the god blood beast soul axe. I can spare your life." But Gu Ming stubbornly refused. "Bullshit, you scoundrel. I'd die before giving it to you." Immediately Shen Tianzi slapped him, cursing, "You refuse a toast and want to drink a forfeit, huh? Make him pay." Hearing his subordinates respond, understood Tianzi Gu. So they punched, kicked, and stepped on Gu Ming's back. Seeing him being bullied like this, Han Sen unhappily thought, "These beasts are too cruel. I have to find a way to save this strong man. Otherwise I won't be able to change his fate of being tortured to death by Shen Tianzi." Suddenly a cry came from a nearby mountaintop, making Shen Tianzi look over in confusion. "Mutant creature." Suddenly a creature darted across the mountain wall. Immediately Shen Tianzi and his group were drawn in and chased after it, shouting, "Holy crap! Is that a god blood creature? A whole one, and so big." "Daozi and Tuzi, stay here and guard Gu Ming. The rest of you follow me. Don't let it get away." The two holding Gu Ming down responded, understood Tianzi Gu. Then Daozi and Tuzi stepped on Gu Ming's back, mocking Gu Ming. "Why do you look so weak? Weren't you strong as an ox? I advise you to behave yourself. Hand over the god blood beast soul axe, so you don't suffer more." Suddenly Han Sen descended from the sky, raising his sword and cursing, "Doing such despicable things. What kind of men are you?" Seeing him, the two cried out in surprise, "Jinbi." But before they could do anything, he unleashed a golden sword shadow at them. Immediately one lay prone on the ground unconscious. The remaining one slumped to the ground, muttering in fear. "Tianzi Gu, help me." Han Sen helped Gu Ming up and said, "Big brother, hold on." As he slowly stood up, he asked in confusion, "Are you Jinbi?" Just as Han Sen flew up holding Gu Ming, Shen Tianzi and his group ran back shouting, "Jinbi, you bastard again. You ruined my plans. Even if you have wings, you won't take Gu Ming away. That stubborn oaf." At this moment Han Sen replied from the mountaintop. Han Sen replied, "Who said I had to keep flying with him? Do you think him a fool?" So he placed Gu Ming on Mao Jun's back and instructed, "Good boy, I'm counting on you." Seeing the scene, everyone was dumbfounded. Isn't that the god blood creature from before? How could it be helping Jinbi? Could it be that Jinbi had already subdued it? Shen Tianzi standing nearby angrily cursed, "Shut up. That's not some god-blood creature at all. It's a god-blood grade beast soul pet. This devil. He actually raised a god-blood pet." From the mountaintop, Han Sen flew up greeting Shen Tianzi. "Till we meet again." He furiously roared, "Jin be ill. Tear you to pieces sooner or later." That night Gu Ming sat on the ground and asked, "Why did you save me?" Han Sen stood before him and replied, "I'm not someone who specifically saves people. Or someone who specifically does good deeds." Hearing Gu Ming ask, "Do you want my god-blood beast soul axe?" Then he denied, "Not necessarily that. However, I can't just risk my neck for you for nothing, can I? At least pay some protection money. I promise to safely escort you back to the shelter." Then Gu Ming took out 2 beast souls. "Tell me you have a grudge against Shen Tianzi. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I trust you. I cannot give you the divine blood beast soul hammer. But I can give you 2 mutated beast souls instead. One is to thank you for saving me. The other is as payment for escorting me back." Han Sen immediately took them, saying, "Deal." He was very pleased in his heart. This was a profitable transaction. 2 days later at the modern base, Manli opened the door and asked Station Chief Qin Xian, "Is there something urgent you need me for?" Qin Xian saw her and immediately said, "Manli, please contact Han Sen. Tell him that tomorrow afternoon, he must come to my office as soon as possible. Digong Corporation has sent an invitation. They want Han Sen to be the spokesperson for their new type of battle armor and biological creatures." Manli, standing beside her, asked curiously, "What Digong wants Han Sen? Are you sure there's no mistake? As one of the 3 major military-industrial alliance groups, they're looking for someone who hasn't even evolved yet. A military academy freshman to be their spokesperson." Han Sen scratched his head, disagreeing with being a promotional video spokesperson. "This whole thing is too troublesome. And I'd have to attend events. I don't want to go, I refuse." Manli listened and said unhappily, "You think it's troublesome? What kind of talk is that? Digong Corporation must be blind to pick a freak like you. Do you know, with your background, you couldn't even get into Blackhawk Academy." Qin Xian raised her hand to stop her. She continued, "All right, Manli, that's enough." Then Qin Xian analyzed the situation seriously for Han Sen. "You'd better understand this clearly. We are not asking for your opinion. We are giving you a mission. Becoming the spokesperson for Digong Corporation is an honor for our special security force. It's an honor." Then she slapped a document onto Han Sen's chest. She ordered him to read the document carefully. They offered many conditions. "Prepare well." Han Sen flipped through it and said, "Since Station Chief Qin has put it that way, it would be insubordination if I refused again. Wow, the remuneration is really high. But can I propose a condition?" She asked doubtfully, "What condition?" But Manli at the side yelled, "You brat, you still dare to make demands." But Han Sen ignored her and raised his index finger. He said, "My silver killer also came from Digong Corporation's experimental lab. I hope they can equip it with a weapon system." Qin Xian's expression stiffened and she replied, "All right. This condition isn't too unreasonable. I will convey your request to the person in charge at Digong Corporation." After some time in the lecture hall, Zhang Yang excitedly said, "Third brother, I heard that today Professor Yan's new ancient martial arts class has invited 2 heavyweight guests to give a demonstration lecture. None other than the 2nd son of God, Tang Jinliu, and the 6th son of God, Yu Mingji." Sitting next to him, Han Sen turned his head and remarked, "Aren't you a fan of Tang Jinliu? You're in for a treat today." Meanwhile, Han Sen thought to himself, "Tang Jinliu. It's been a long time since I last saw him." Behind them, other students asked curiously, "Isn't that superstar Han Sen? What a coincidence. Are you here for Professor Yan's class too?" "So? Even a superstar likes to follow other stars. We're all your fans. Hurry and join our group chat." "Superstar. I'm also from the archery department in the battle armor competition. You really brought glory to our department. So cool hearing their praise." Han Sen squinted and chuckled, "You all are too enthusiastic, calling me superstar over and over. I'm a little embarrassed." Despite this, his heart was blooming with joy. Superstar sounds much better than Bone Fiend Maniac. My path to a comeback has officially begun. Just then a middle-aged man, accompanied by 2 young men, walked in. He spoke, "Class is starting. Students, please quiet down." The students immediately started clamoring, "They're here, they're here. Wow, Tang Jinliu is so handsome. So dazzling, Yu Mingji is so cool." Standing on the podium, Professor Yan spoke, "Students, today we are very honored to have 2 divine sons as our guest lecturers." He then continued, "Next, let's all welcome the 2nd divine son Tang Jinliu and the 6th divine son Yu Mingji." Then from behind, Professor Yen and the two of them greeted hello students. He then explained seriously, the essence of new ancient martial arts is the perfect application of one's own power. In actual combat besides strength, psychological factors are equally important. Take Black and White Fist for example. It focuses on the use of virtual and real power, which is also a manifestation of psychological warfare. He then spread his hands and said, "Next please. Yu Mingji and Tang Jinliu will demonstrate Black and White Fist for everyone." Immediately Yu Mingji interrupted him and suggested, "Professor Yen, if we only demonstrate, the students won't truly grasp the essence of Black and White Fist. How about we invite 2 students up to spar with me and Tang Jinliu in actual combat respectively? What do you think?" Hearing him say this, Tang Jinliu glanced at him thinking, "Oh Yu Mingji, I crushed you so badly in the divine armor. Now you're afraid to challenge me. You must be afraid of losing face in front of these students." Then Professor Yen looked down and asked, "That's a good idea. It's an extremely rare opportunity to spar with a divine son. Which student would like to come up?" Immediately many people raised their hands high eagerly saying, "Professor Yen, me, pick me." Only Han Sen propped his chin thinking indifferently, "I'm not interested in this kind of excitement. Whoever wants to go up, go up." Zhang Yang next to him also enthusiastically shouted, "Professor Yen, me. I'm willing to come up, pick me on the podium." Tang Jinliu saw Han Sen and wondered, "Hot, isn't that Han Sen? What a coincidence. He actually came to listen to the lecture too." Then he said to Yu Mingji beside him, "I know this guy's strength very well. I advise you not to pick him otherwise." But before he could finish, Yu Mingji pointed downwards and said, "I see the student didn't raise his hand. Are you not interested in Black and White Fist? Come. I'll teach you personally. Black and White Fist is very interesting." Han Sen, who was called out, felt like he was struck by lightning. Pointing at himself, grumbling to himself, "Damn it, why am I so unlucky?" Immediately Professor Yen invited student Han Sen, "Please come up. Work with Yu Mingji to practice Black and White Fist." Watching him walk up, others shouted, "Go Great One. You can do it, we support you." Wow, the Great One is going to spar with a divine son. This is going to be a good show. And Yu Mingji spoke, "It seems you're still #1 on the student popularity list. My judgment is quite good." On the other side, Tang Jinliu secretly rejoiced. "Indeed, Yu Mingji. You'll just watch you dig your own grave." Then Professor Yen stood on the podium, explaining Black and White Fist sparring is an exercise in judging virtual and real power. One person throws a punch to attack, the other defends. The punch thrown by the attacker has 2 different ways of exerting force, namely Black Fist and White Fist. Black Fist is real power, while White Fist is virtual power. The defender must accurately judge and react accordingly. Black Fist must be dodged in time, while White Fist requires blocking or remaining still. After he finished speaking, Yu Mingji waved his hand and said to student Han Sen, "Let's begin. You throw the first punch, the first attacker has the advantage. Don't say a divine son didn't give you a handicap." Suddenly, as soon as he finished speaking, Han Sen struck him with a punch in the chest. Wu Mingji was sent flying far away. Han Sen then said, "Didn't you say start? I thought you were already ready." Seeing this scene, the students exclaimed, "Damn it, I didn't even see it clearly. The Great One's preemptive speed is too fast. It's impossible to defend against." Meanwhile, Professor Yen analyzed. Student Han Sen did very well, using standard chess game psychology, striking when the opponent's attention was distracted. However, this punch should have attacked a vital spot, such as the nose or eyes, which would make it easier for the opponent to lose. Combat ability. The struck Wu Mingji gritted his teeth in anger, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, this brat ambushed me, I was careless." Then he forced a smile and said, "Student Han Sen has great potential. Let's continue." Behind him, Tang Jinliu secretly praised Han Sen. "As expected, he's not simple. Wu Mingji, I advise you not to make things harder for yourself." On this side, he raised his fist again and responded, "Then please instruct me again." At this moment, Wu Mingji was already prepared. Green energy emanated around him, and he secretly disdained putting on an act. It's obvious. There's no killing intent at all. Who is he trying to scare? This is clearly a white punch with no strength at all. I was at this level when I was in kindergarten. But soon, Wu Mingji was beaten black and blue, his heart filled with secret doubt. This forces a black punch, how is that possible? Meanwhile, Han Sen casually threw another move, reminding Professor Yen about the black and white punches, focusing on chess game psychology. It seems the godchild's mental fortitude isn't very good. You still want to step on my head? and show off your godchild demeanor. Little brat, how could I let you have your way? On the other side, Wu Mingji folded his arms, guessing inwardly. No aura at all. No strength at all. No threat at all. This time it must be a white punch again. Absolutely no mistake. As a result, he was once again struck by Han Sen, landing on his back, falling to the ground. Seeing this scene, the students commented, "It's a black punch. Another black punch. The Great One is truly strong, hiding both real and feigned power. Yeah, not a single flaw, as expected of our Black Hawk Great One. So cool." Struck repeatedly. Wu Mingji frowned, squeezing words through gritted teeth. Impressive, impressive. Student Han Sen has a boundless future. It seems I underestimated you. Now it's my turn to attack. Then he used all his strength, secretly calculating in his mind. I'm going to aim for this exact point of yours. And throw this one punch. That way I can win this round. And also show how magnanimous I am. At least I can save some face. Seeing this scene, the students guessed. Wu Mingji must be feeling stifled, wanting to throw a black punch. He must. Otherwise, how can he save face? But when the fist swung over, Han Sen already firmly caught it and said, "A white punch. No strength at all. No pressure at all. Your intentions were seen through by me long ago." To the side, Professor Yen praised. Student Han Sen's psychological quality is truly beyond what ordinary students can achieve. Very good, excellent. Meanwhile, Tang Jinliu observed intently, secretly evaluating in his heart, playing mind games with Han Sen. Even I can't beat him, let alone you, Wu Mingji. Below, the students discussed animatedly. The Great One actually guessed it was a white punch. So awesome. He's so calm. Not backing down at all. He knocked down this confident godchild in 3 punches. No one else could do that. The Great One is not only skilled at mech operation, but his black and white punches are invincible too. That afternoon in the school cafeteria, Chu Lily sat opposite Ji Yanran gossiping. "Yanran, I heard that the mech Great One, Han Sen, in Professor Yan's class, put pressure on the 6th godchild Wu Mingji. What a shame. We didn't take Professor Yan's class. Otherwise we could have witnessed it ourselves." Ji Yanran replied while eating. "What's so great about that? Men who like to put on airs are never good people." And she felt that this scummy Han Sen completely disappeared after kissing her last time. He never came to see her once. Pervert, scumbag, jerk. Meanwhile, someone in the cafeteria hall spoke up. "The god is here to eat. What would the god like to eat today? He'll treat you, god. Tell us your secret to defeating Yu Mingji. Tell us. We want to be as strong as you too." Han Sen glanced at Ji Yanran with a puzzled look. She also looked back, sighing inwardly. That scummy man. To actually run into him in a place like this, how unlucky. Zhang Yang saw Chu Lily, who was sitting and eating with another girl, and waved to say hello. He said loudly, "Isn't that the great school beauty Ji Yanran? What a coincidence to run into you while eating." Han Sen, who was behind him, also smiled broadly, greeting the 2 senior students. "Excuse me, may we sit here?" Chu Lily stood up when she saw them, and said with a smile, "Of course you can. Please sit, god. You 2 juniors don't be shy either." The boys around them started talking amongst themselves after seeing this. The god is actively sitting with Ji Yanran. There's nothing going on between them, is there? That person denied. Probably not right. I heard they knew each other before. Ji Yanran turned her face away unhappily and complained. "You annoying people. There are so many seats in the cafeteria. Why do you have to sit at this one?" In contrast to Ji Yanran, Chu Lily was smiling brightly at this moment. She took Han Sen's arm and introduced, "God, your story has already spread throughout the entire school. Let me introduce myself. My name is Chu Lily. I'm the commander of the battleship department. This is my good friend Ji Yanran, Blackhawk's school beauty. You must know her, right?" Han Sen also showed a brilliant smile without hesitation. He replied, "Hello, my name is Han Sen from the archery department. I'm Ji Yanran's boyfriend." Hearing Han Sen say this, Chu Lily turned to look at her best friend and said, "You're Ji Yanran's boyfriend? How come I don't know?" After Ji Yanran heard this, the water in her mouth sprayed out. 2 friends sitting at the next table whispered, "Did you hear that? The god said he's Ji Yanran's boyfriend." The other friend added, "I told you. There's definitely something going on between them. When did they start dating? They're really good at keeping secrets, huh?" A boy named Li Yufeng stood in front of Han Sen. He said, "If you want to be Ji Yanran's boyfriend, you'll have to beat me first." Han Sen said disdainfully to him, "Beat you, the hand of God, Li Yufeng? You've already lost terribly." Li Yufeng angrily grabbed Han Sen's collar. "If you're scared to compete, just say so. Why pretend?" Han Sen looked at him with a challenging gaze. "You once lost 20 points. What else do you have to compare with me? You're just a defeated opponent of mine." He was too angry to speak. Chu Lily suddenly said loudly, "Oh my god. Are you my girlfriend is Ji Yenran?" The students started talking amongst themselves after hearing this. "My girlfriend is Ji Yenran. Isn't that the ID online? The one from our school?" Another student also said. "It seems true. The mysterious figure who defeated Li Yufeng. The armor god who swept through Starry Stage. The master who defeated Sixth Godson's Black and White Fist. The monster who took 20 points from Li Yufeng's Hand of God. The school bowtie's boyfriend. Ji Yenran it turns out. They're all the same person, Blackhawk's god Han Sen." Ji Yenran heard the chatter. Stood up, grabbed Han Sen's hand and pulled him away. "Come on, let's get out of here quickly. Don't disturb everyone's meal here." Han Sen looked at her and asked Yenran, "Why are you in such a hurry?" Chu Lily stood in front of them with her arms crossed and asked. "Wait, God Han Sen. I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. Not at the Xingyu Cup and not at the restaurant either." "School." Ji Yenran said anxiously. "Lily, you're mistaken." It was then that Chu Lily remembered. It was the time she saw Han Sen and Ji Yenran hugging, so she cheered. "I remember now, it was that time." Chu Lily slung an arm over Ji Yenran's shoulder and smugly said to her. "Yenran, spill the beans. When did you and the god tier begin dating? You used to say you didn't have a boyfriend, you really kept it a secret." Ji Yenran replied calmly after hearing her. "Oh, it's not what you think. This can't be explained in just a few words." Suddenly Han Sen took Ji Yanran's hand and then put his arm around her waist. He said, facing her, "What's there to not be clear about? Everyone already knows now. Ji Yanran, you are Han Sen's girlfriend. This is an undeniable fact." Ji Yanran blushed scarlet and shyly said to him, Hey, let go, everyone's watching." Whispers erupted around the two of them. "Stop talking, those two are truly a match made in heaven. Yeah, the campus belle and the god tier. A perfect match, so romantic. I'm going to faint." Zhang Yang gave Han Sen a thumbs up and loudly said, "Well done, third brother, a hero for a beauty. I support Chu Lily." Chu Lily's eyes also widened. Dreamily she said, "Divine love. I want to meet my true love too." In a room, Zhang Yang and two other people were discussing something. Lu Meng spoke up. "Xingyu group is going too far. They actually disqualified third brother from subsequent matches." Shi Zhikan also said angrily. "These bastards are really abusing their power. A bunch of trash." Zhang Yang said with his arms crossed. "They talk about the silver slaughter, saying it's an illegal mech. But they can't even produce accurate data themselves. To put it plainly, they're just afraid third brother will keep winning and steal the spotlight from their mechs. They're really useless." Han Sen walked out of the bathroom. Holding a towel to dry his hair, he said calmly, "It's fine. Anyway, I've won enough championships. Xingyu Group is the sponsor. Whatever they say goes." Lu Meng pushed up his glasses and said to Han Sen, "The finals are on the 10th of next month. Third brother, you're not going to the Grand Xingyu Cup. There are many people online now, all complaining that they won't watch the matches anymore. Of course, there are also many people who support Xingyu Group." Han Sen draped the towel around his neck and slowly said, "Let them argue. I no longer care about the Xingyu Cup. There are more interesting things waiting for me." D Gang dedicated film and television base. Two voices came from within the company. Director Lu. "I believe I have the ability and the confidence. As the protagonist of the promotional video, I will complete the filming task." Another voice rang out. "But this time, why let an ordinary student be the protagonist? Please give me an explanation." Inside the company, a man and a woman were talking in a room. Lu Changming had his hands in his pockets and said to the person opposite him, "Ten Xin, you are the female lead and student Han Sen is the male lead. You are both protagonists, there's no difference." Yu Tianxin said calmly, "Director Lu, are you treating me like a child? I've already read the script. For this shoot, I have no scenes piloting a mech at all. How can that count as a protagonist? I'm just a pretty face." Lu Changming closed his eyes and calmly replied to her, "Tianxin, you are an outstanding student of the Military Alliance Academy and a special mech soldier member. You're also a big star. You need to trust your own acting skills to handle any role." Yu Tianxin hesitated to answer, but Lu Changming lost his patience. Frowning, he commanded, "No. However, this is an order." Tianxin pursed her lips and said reluctantly, "All right, I understand. I will obey the order." As soon as he turned around, Yu Tianxin gritted his teeth and thought, "Let me see who exactly this person is. Who can snatch the protagonist's spot from me?" Outside, Lu Changming shook hands with Han Sen, smiling as he said, "Han Sen, you're finally here. Let me introduce myself. I am Lu Changming, General Manager of Digong Group. These two are the director and cinematographer for this promotional video. Han Sen greeted with a smile. Hello General Manager Lu. I'm Han Sen, it's a pleasure to meet you, please guide me. He thought to himself. Qin Xian said that. He's not only the general manager of Digong Group, but also holds the rank of Major General. He's a formidable figure. Entering the room, Lu Changming pointed at the briefcase in front of him and said, Han Sen, this is your representative product for this time. The brand new Dr. Silver Killer. We have in all aspects conducted precise trial runs. Now you can go to the training room and try it out. Han Sen replied. Aren't you going to thank him? As General Manager Lu held the briefcase, Han Sen exclaimed. This equipment compared to the Silver Killer. The lethal potential within this briefcase is no less. Han Sen opened the briefcase and said. General Manager Lu said that to better align with civilized society, the combat performance of Dr. Silver Killer has been somewhat reduced. I wonder how it will be while integrating with Dr. Silver Killer. Han Sen spoke. The integration process with my body seems more comfortable. The sense of gravity has also greatly reduced. As expected from Digong Group's release, the latest bio battlesuit. It's amazing. Han Sen moved his body, continuously praising. The cockpit is perfectly suited for physical techniques. The operating system is also more comfortable. Alright, let's test its performance. Inside the Dr. Silver Killer battleship, Han Sen frantically shouted, it's going to crash. The swords seemed to be about to strike. Han Sen's words also sounded like a sigh of relief. That was too dangerous and used to Silver Killer's high combat performance. The stats have dropped. I really haven't adapted yet. A shadow suddenly flashed past Han Sen. Another battleship charged towards Han Sen, followed by a voice. Do you even deserve to pilot Dr. Silver Killer? The voice continued. Show me your true strength. Prove it to me. Otherwise get out of here right now. Han Sen shouted in surprise. What the heck, who is this attacking me right off the bat? In the room, several people were watching the screen, displaying footage of Han Sen and Yu Tianxin fighting. They commented, the one piloting Dr. Silver Killer is Yu Tianxin. When did she enter the training room? When did she get in there? She's really causing trouble for General Manager Lu. Will go stop her now. Lu Changming said, still watching the screen. It's too late, that girl is stubborn. She won't be convinced until there's a clear victor. The man said to Lu Changming. We all know Tianxin's strength and she has experience piloting Dr. Silver Killer. But Han Sen. Lu Changming calmly put his hands behind his back and replied serenely this way. It's perfect. It allows us to see Han Sen's skill level, whether he truly deserves this position. As the spokesperson in the room, Yu Tianxin was shouting. I'll make it clear to you right now. Who is qualified to be the protagonist in the video? The promotional video. The two confronted each other, the atmosphere extremely tense. Han Sen felt a little nervous. He said, Yen Jiang said that real combat is different from training with a coach. It's different from training with a coach. Being ambushed feels absolutely awful. No matter who you are. You provoked me first. The two clashed again, attacking each other with swords. Seeing Han Sen block her attack, Tian Sun was surprised. What, Han Sen has gained the upper hand and is charging forward. Finally he delivered a fatal blow to Tian Sun. Tian Sun was defeated, crashing into the wall and falling down. Tian Sun said, grinding her teeth in anger. Damn it, to use such a dirty trick, how shameful. You soldier. Han Sen pointed his sword at Tian Sun and shouted loudly. You lost, come out. Tian Sun yelled, damn it. Reporter Fong Mingquan said, surprised. Han Sen actually defeated Tian Sun so easily. Lu Changming also sighed with admiration. As expected of someone who dominated the mecha competition. For an unevolved person to have such control. It's truly impressive. Tian Sun walked out of the mecha. Seeing her, Han Sen thought in surprise, oh my god. It's actually a female officer. Wait. She seems to be the only female among the 10 great divine sons. The 4th divine son superstar Yu Tianxuan. Yu Tianxuan, with her hands in her pockets, asked Han Sen. Han Sen, right. Are you really just an unevolved person? Han Sen scratched the back of his head and replied. I didn't expect it to be Senior Yu Tianxuan. I am indeed unevolved. I apologize for any offense earlier. Yu Tianxuan asked him. Your mecha operating skills. How did you develop them? Han Sen replied, how did I develop them? Just practice a lot and summarize your experiences. As a famous saying goes, success is 99% talent plus 1% hard work. Yu Tianxuan frowned and corrected him. You're mistaken. It's 99% hard work plus 1% talent. Han Sen broke out in a cold sweat and quickly responded. My apologies, I got it backward. Backward. It seems I need to brush up on my literature lessons. But he thought to himself. This woman's military background is also not simple. Qin Xian, I really don't want to cause any more trouble. Yu Tianchuan turned and left, leaving 2 sentences behind. 99% talent, right? Alright, you'll remember that your strength. I acknowledge it, the promotional video. I hope we have a pleasant collaboration. Hearing her words, Han Sen asked, confused, huh? Am I going to film a promotional video with her? Why did no one tell me? No wonder she was so angry with me. So it was because I stole her lead role. At the filming location, people bustled about. Several reminders sounded. Everyone, hurry up. Prepare your makeup and props. Hurry up. Today's schedule is packed inside. Lu Changming was speaking to Han Sen. Han Sen, we have followed your request and installed the Extreme Chi system in the Silver Killer. The volume has also been compressed. We hope you're satisfied. Han Sen smiled, opened the briefcase and responded. Thank you. I didn't expect the volume could be reduced so much. I will definitely cherish it. Lu Changming said to him. The filming has gone smoothly these past few days. The director said you're very photogenic. And you look great with Tian Sun. As a token of our gratitude, we have decided to present you in Tian Sun with a Silver Killer fighter jet each. 2 fighter jets appeared on the screen. Lu Changming continued. These are special editions custom made for the 2 of you. The blue body is yours and Tian Sun's is red. The fuselage is engraved with the Digong emblem. You can enjoy lifetime free after-sales service. Han Sen outwardly thanked CEO Lu with a smile. You're too kind. It's so valuable, I really don't dare accept it. But he thought to himself, are these couples mechas? If Yen Ran saw the shed tear me apart. This filming was originally a confidential mission. Without reporting it. If I confess to her, she'll be a little upset. Meanwhile, Tian Sun said to Lu Changming. It's beautiful, I love it, CEO Lu. It seems the RD level has quite an improvement, isn't it? He answered boastfully, that's right. Technology is always advancing. But what we're offering are still regular machines. Yu Tianqin turned to Han Sen and said. After we finish filming today, let's use these new machines for hunting. One time Han Sen quickly refused. Senior, let's not. He thought this woman is truly persistent. I need to find a way to slip away. A man walked in and said to Han Sen and Yu Tianqin. Tianqin were about to move to outdoor shooting. Get ready quickly. Han Sen replied, got it. Yu Tianqin also agreed, be right there. Han Sen and Yu Tianqin walked out together. Looking at their retreating figures, Lu Changming said, excellent. Excellent, a perfect match. I'm already looking forward to the broadcast on September 1st. It's definitely going to make an impact then. It's almost unimaginable. September 1st at the press conference. Daigang's new biological battle armor Silver Slayer Warrior. Welcome to all media friends and our new and old customers who have come to the venue. Daigang's new product launch event. Next, please enjoy our epic-making masterpiece. The sound started. The video played along with it. Video. Official promotion for the biological battle armor. New type. Silver Slayer Warrior. Yu Tianxin's footage was shown. This was followed by a noisy buzz of discussion. Yu Tianxin, it really is her. I knew it, the spokesperson for Daigang's new product. Could only be her. Otherwise, who else? Which big star has military background? Only she can uphold Daigang's reputation. The video played to Yu Tianxin, who seemed to see something. What is that? In the video, a giant shadow was leaping towards Yu Tianxin. A new wave of discussion erupted. Oh my god. It's an Azura battle armor and so many of them. These special effects are great, very realistic. So cool. The Azura battle armor in the video slashed its sword down onto the ground. Yu Tianxin and other students scattered and ran, shouting in terror. Run, the Azura battle armor is attacking. Help, I don't want to die yet, someone save me. Why would the Azuras suddenly attack our school? The war shouldn't spread here. The scene in the video was chaotic. At this moment, Yu Tianxin tripped over a stone and fell to the ground. The battle armor stood behind her. It immediately roared in fury, die. Damn human. Just as it was about to strike, it was blocked. It roared furiously, bastard, who are you? A briefcase was thrown down, accompanied by an oppressive voice. What power could a weak woman possibly have? Han Sen appeared and said, Azuras, you truly are despicable and shameless. The audience below discussed animatedly as they watched the video. They discussed one person saying, hey, who's that guy? Yu Tianxin's promotional video actually has another character. The person next to him chimed in. Why do I feel like he looks familiar? I've seen him somewhere before. Another person excitedly shouted, no way. Digong isn't trying to promote this guy and Yu Tianxin as a couple, are they? I disagree. The video showed Han Sen merging with the Silver Slayer battle armor. The audience immediately screamed frantically, holy crap. Isn't that the Silver Slayer battle armor? The person next to them quickly said, I remember now. He's Han Sen, the top contender in the Star Martial Arts competition. Others chimed in, that's right, it's him. What's this guy's background to actually appear alongside Yu Tianxin? Han Sen merely swung his sword once, and the enemy was split in half. It screamed, this is impossible. Someone in the crowd immediately shrieked, holy crap, 1/an instant kill. So cool, the job's done. Han Sen stepped forward and took Yu Tianxin's hand. She looked into his eyes and said, thank you for saving me. May I ask who you are? The crowd below clamored again. I'm so jealous. I want to hold Tianxin's hand too. That guy's move is really something. In the video, he didn't answer, coldly turned around and prepared to leave. She quickly stepped forward and shouted, wait, don't go. He flew into the air, striking an attacking pose. Dazzling light shot out from the muzzle. A hail of bullets poured onto the opposite side. Those Shura people rushed over furiously. They roared, gnashing their teeth. Damn it. What kind of battle armor is this? It's so powerful. The one leading them roared, everyone attack. He's only one person. He's no match for us, kill him. Han Sen sneered, who said him only one person? Immediately after countless silver kill, mechs immediately appeared behind him. He pointed his sword tip directly at the Shura and said, comrades, everyone attack together. Human civilization is protected by us. Both sides charged at each other like a storm. Every move was dazzling, combined with professional sound and light effects, unfolded before their eyes. Among the crowd below, someone exclaimed in getting goosebumps, this film production technology can rival high-budget films, it's so inspiring. The person next to him watched Han Sen unleash every blow, and excitedly said, go for it, defeat those Shura. Let these beasts know the might of us humans. The entire sky was as bright as a starry night. The periphery was surrounded by a circle of colorful light. Text appeared on the screen. Dr. Silverkill, protecting human civilization for 10,000 years. This is our responsibility. The Shura were utterly defeated, lying on the ground. Red syrup was spilled everywhere. The screen continued to display text, dig on release. Top quality product. Dr. Silverkill's battle armor is shaking up the market. Limited release on September 10th. The crowd grew noisy, speaking one after another. Digong is indeed Digong. Military grade is military grade. This battle armor is amazing. The person next to him clicked his tongue in praise. If it's really like in the promotional video, I definitely have to buy one. The person next to him cried out, how is one enough? As a supporter of Yu Tianxin, you should buy at least 10. Another person couldn't help but say, I support Han Sen after watching his battle armor competition. I've become a fan. This time I'm even more impressed. Lu Changming stood on the podium smiling as he said, everyone, Dr. Silverkill is a limited product, so those who want to buy, please register as soon as possible. First come, first served. He thought proudly to himself, just as I expected. The combination of Han Sen and Yu Tianxin brought extraordinary promotional results. On the other side, Han Lei's mother pointed at the TV screen and said, Han, how come and look quickly? How does this man look so much like Han Sen? The person behind her replied, it's just a resemblance. That female star is Yu Tianxin, is he good enough for her? Han Hao gritted his teeth and frowned. What resemblance? That is Han Sen. You'll know if you look at the credits at the end of the video. She sat on the sofa frowning and declaring stubbornly, what kind of dumb luck did this brat stumble into? He just got into military academy, and he's already met a big star. Han Hao folded his arms and thought unhappily, damn it, he's actually getting more and more successful. Why don't good things like this ever happen to me? How infuriating. At school everyone was discussing this matter. Did you know Han Sen's battle armor advertisement and Yu Tianxin's advertisement have already surpassed 500 million views? The person next to them added, Daigang's management company is already promoting their stock. All of them are drafts of that couple's development. Someone asked curiously, but isn't the god a school bowtie's boyfriend? What's going on now? Has the school beauty been cuckolded? Chu Lily leaned close to Ji Yanran's ear and whispered, Yanran, what exactly is going on between you and the god? There are too many rumors. Ji Yanran stood angrily in the middle of the sports field and yelled, that scoundrel hasn't contacted me for 2 weeks. He's probably dead. Han Sen, when you get back to school, You'd better come see me immediately. Otherwise I'll tear you into 8 pieces. One day later, Ji Yanran stood in front of him, hands on hips, and said, well, you finally decided to come back. How is it that Han Sen, our magnificent superstar, has such good luck with romance? You and Yu Tiange have become the nation's favorite couple. Your fan club already has over 100,000 members. Han Sen smiled and said, Yanran, it's not like you think. This photoshoot was really a mission. Because Digong has a secret agreement. I couldn't explain it clearly to you. Before it happened, Ji Yanran pointed to her head and said, you're still making up these flimsy excuses for me. My head is practically glowing green. What kind of girlfriend am I if this happens? Do I have no dignity left? He quickly explained, sis, what are you even thinking? How could I possibly do anything to let you down? We're a couple, watched by the entire school. Besides Yu Tiange, can her looks even compare to yours, sis? She grabbed his shoulders and shook him hard, shouting, I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. You dead scumbag, you've completely shamed me. I'm breaking up with you right now. His eyes saw stars and he cried out, help, domestic violence. Immediately after, he suddenly grabbed her hand, pulled her closer and pressed a kiss on her lips. He whispered, you shouldn't say things like that casually. She hit him, saying, that jerk attacked me again. Suddenly he smiled and said, don't be mad anymore. This time it was my fault. Once the contract expires, I won't cooperate with Digong anymore. A few days later he stood in front of Xiang Fei and spoke. Xiang Fei looked at him seriously and said, you want to refuse future collaborations with Digong? Why the remuneration? They paid you were quite satisfied with it yourself. And besides, you've already gained some popularity. This is a good time to develop your career. He explained earnestly. Digong's product endorsements can indeed bring me a lot of value. But I don't want to become a big star. These things take up too much of my time. I want to use my energy and abilities to develop myself in this area. Captain Xiang Fei, I'm troubling you. Please help me explain it to them. Xiang Fei held a cup and said with a smile, truly an ambitious man, all right. I'll talk to them. During this time, you've certainly done your best. The sales of Dr. Silverkill have already surpassed the Star Emperor Mecha series from Xingyu Group. This time Digong has really made a name for itself. So what are your plans next? He looked directly into Xiang Fei's eyes and said, the mission to protect Wang Mengmeng isn't finished yet. Her xenogeneic gene is still a bit short. I plan to take her to the White Devil Desert again. In the White Devil Desert, a desolate and scorching place, Wang Mengmeng sat on Debei's back and said, Senior, thank you for coming hunting with me again. With you here I feel much safer. He rode his Godblood eyeshadow cat and said, I heard that some time ago, the other members of your security squad specifically took you out for training. How was it? She said with a smile. We did kill quite a few primitive creatures, but there were very few mutant creatures. I hope this time we can encounter more mutant creatures, and it would be even better if there were Godblood creatures. She laughed loudly. In the sky, many huge dark figures suddenly appeared and swept past. Wang Mengmeng looked up and asked, what is that? Those creatures with black wings, their eyes glowing green, flew across the sky. She cried out, so many black feather beasts. Han Sen looked up at the sky, pondering with a serious expression. These black feather beasts, why do they keep staring at us? But not attacking, it's like they're patrolling. Wang Mengmeng whispered Shuizhang. It sounds like there's a fight over there. He quickly ran forward and said, let's go take a look. This place was like a fierce battlefield. Humans and black feather beasts attacked each other. Both sides had casualties. The two surrounded by black feather beasts were Huangfu Pingxing and Wang Dongling. Pingxing drew her bow and said loudly, Wang Dongling, hold on, kill these beasts. Dongling knelt, gritting his teeth, and said, don't worry, Pingxing. I'll protect you. The two, Mengmeng and Han Sen, were hiding behind a large rock. She looked over there and whispered, isn't that Huangfu Pingxing? What is she doing here? He looked at her and asked, you know her? Mengmeng looked at him and said softly, the Huangfu family has a lot of business dealings with my family. Sister Pingxing is 2 years older than me. He looked over there and said, that doesn't sound like a very close friend. In that case, we'd better not help them. She asked why. Han Sen explained, the reason they're not attacking us is probably because they haven't confirmed yet that we're with those two. If we step in to help, they'll definitely attack. I can't let you be in danger. He looked forward. Wang Dongling was gradually growing wings and he added, these black feather beasts don't seem to pose much of a threat to them. If we help, it might be mistaken for trying to steal their kill. Wang Mengmeng looked at Wang Dongling's wings. and said in surprise. Beast soul wings. This person is incredible. Wang Dongling flew up, spinning his weapon and consecutively cut down several black feathered beasts. Han Sen pursed his lips and said, compared to that man, your sister Pingxing is more formidable. She looked at him and asked, why do you say that? On Huangfu Pingxing's side, she was continuously shooting arrows at the black feathered beasts. He explained, her archery posture is very standard, and her strength is ample. Most importantly, her targets are always the closest black feathered beasts. And once she shoots, she always hits quite decisive. Wang Mengmang looked at Pingxing and said, Xu Weizhang is right. Sister Pingxing is both brave and fierce. The Wangfu family has truly taken meticulous care of her. She always carries many useful beast souls with her. Mutated black feather beasts are nothing to her. Huangfu Pingxing suddenly turned around and asked, what was that sound? The swarms of black feather beasts hastily flew away. She looked at them and asked, why did all the black feather beasts suddenly fly away? Wang Dongling landed on the ground and said, they must have seen they couldn't beat us, so they ran. These beasts know when to quit. Huangfu Pingxing looked straight ahead and said coldly, the guys hiding over there come out. Wang Dongling asked in surprise, what, there's someone over there? Wang Mengmang and Han Sen awkwardly walked out. Blushing, she waved and said, sorry Sister Pingxing. We were worried you'd misunderstand and think we were trying to steal your kill. So we didn't step in to help. He thought silently, damn it. She actually noticed us a long time ago. This woman is really good at pretending. Pingxing looked at Wang Mengmang and said, oh, it's Mengmang, what a coincidence. It's fine, we can handle these black feather beasts. The four of them approached each other. Pingxing looked at him and asked, aren't you Insha's representative? The newcomer who caused a stir in the military academy. Han Sen. He smiled and said, Miss Pingxing, a pleasure to meet you. This time I'm here to protect Mengmang while she trains. Huangfu Pingxing subtly quirked her lips and said, rumor has it you're a formidable god-tier figure. To be Mengmang's bodyguard. It seems the rumors are true, be careful not to offer help. That was probably young Master Han's request, wasn't it? He gave a dry laugh and said, I'm just thinking about Mengmang's safety. Miss Pingxing is very capable. So you'll naturally be able to overcome any dangers. He thought to himself. This woman seems gentle and polite. But her words are sharp, making her hard to read. I feel it's better to keep my distance from her. Wang Mengmang looked at Huangfu Pingxing and asked, Miss Pingxing, weren't you at Quanxin shelter? How did you end up here? She answered with a straight face. This time we're going to Gaingjia shelter. We have some business there. So we crossed the Baimo desert directly. And hunted mutated creatures along the way. By the way, you must be very familiar with this place. Can you lead us back to Gaingjia shelter? He took out a map and said with a smile, Miss Huangfu, this place is very close to Gaingjia shelter. You can follow the map. Mengmang still needs to continue training. So we won't be returning for now. Mengmang turned to him and said, hey. Senior, that's not right, Sister Pingxing. They're not familiar with this place. Huangfu Pingxing frowned as she looked at him, thinking this man is quite cautious. It won't be that easy to get rid of me, she said with a smile. Actually, we're not really in a hurry. Why don't we stay and train together? Mengmang and I haven't seen each other in a while. So it's a good chance to catch up. Mengmang happily stepped forward, taking Pingxing's hand, and said with a smile, yes please, that'd be great. Let's go hunt mutated creatures together. He thought helplessly, she's just going to cling on and not leave. What does this woman want? In the end, the four of them traveled together. Huangfu Pingxing looked at him and asked, I heard young Master Han's archery skills and ability to control battle armor are both top-notch. I suppose your achievements in new ancient martial arts are also outstanding. He replied, my skill in that area is just average. Nothing worth mentioning. He turned around frowning as he thought, this woman is always trying to dig into my background. She has some ill intentions. Wang Dongling said with displeasure, how can anyone be proficient in everything? Pingxing, you think too highly of this guy. If we're talking about new ancient martial arts experts from Black Eagle, there's one named Ouyang Xiaosan, who seems quite famous. He suddenly stopped and said, everyone would better not go any further. Something's flying towards us from a distance. Huangfu Pingxing asked, are those black feather beasts again? Wang Dongling said disdainfully, what's there to be afraid of? Just now we killed so many of them that not a single one was left. He didn't say anything more, and quickly turned around to head back. He called out, Mengmang, come back quickly. She quickly replied, okay. She turned her head and said to those behind her, Sister Pingxing, Brother Wang, let's go quickly. Pingxing replied, all right, let's go together. But Wang Dongling proudly and brazenly said, "I can kill all of them by myself." Wang Mengmeng asked while running and looking back. "How come we can't even see the sun in broad daylight anymore?" Pingjing gritted her teeth, looked and said, "So that's what young Master Han meant when he told us to retreat." Fortunately he could anticipate it. From a distance, thousands of blackfeather beasts swarmed in. Meng Meng cried out, "Ah, there are so many blackfeather beasts, they're blocking out the sun. With so many blackfeather beasts we'll never be able to kill them all." He said, "I bet they're here to get revenge on you too." Wang Dongling gritted his teeth and said while running and looking back, "Humph, these beasts actually dare to. These dog things'll kill as many as come." Han Sen shouted, "Stop being foolish, these blackfeather beasts number at least a few hundred. And there's a very special one among them. Right in the center of the incoming blackfeather beast swarm is a blackfeather beast that is completely red. He said that's a godblood blackfeather beast king." Wang Dongling, overestimating himself, transformed and flew up saying, "So what if it's godblood? Killing it will give Pingjing more god genes." Huang Fu Pingjing turned around and shouted, "Wang Dongling, come back now. You're no match for it." Han Sen gritted his teeth, watching the foolish Wang Dongling fly towards the blackfeather beast swarm. He thought playing the hero now. What an idiot. Han Sen jumped onto Daba's back, and the eye-cat, the god-blood weapon, quickly transformed into a bow and arrow. He said, "Meng Meng, run towards the gravel slope to the south. Don't stop." Meng Meng, controlling Dabai, said, "Okay, senior." His hands were incredibly nimble, shooting at the blackfeather beasts, hitting every single one. Huang Fu Pingjing aimed with her bow and arrow, while watching him and thinking, killing two birds with one stone. How can he shoot arrows so accurately under such sudden circumstances? And his judgment is correct. We really do need to run now. This man is truly extraordinary. The three of them ran faster and faster. Each arrow Huang Fu Pingjing shot pierced the head of a blackfeather beast. While urging her mount, she shouted back, "Wang Dongling, come back if you don't want to die. Otherwise we won't be able to help you." Wang Dongling, as if he hadn't heard, foolishly charged into the center of the blackfeather beast swarm. Brandishing his weapon, while waving his hand, he shouted loudly, "You bunch of ill-bred beasts, he'll kill you all. And then he'll eat all your flesh and blood." A giant claw firmly grabbed his back, making him let out a long, painful ah. Wang Dongling quickly flew downwards, away from the blackfeather beast swarm. Behind him they continued their relentless pursuit. He thought to himself, "Damn it, there are just too many of them. I can't even get close to the godblood blackfeather beast king." From behind, blackfeather beasts quickly flew, grabbing him firmly, making him scream frantically in his mind, "Run, run!" On Han Sen's side, the three of them had just reached the edge of a high cliff. He said, "Let's stop here, the blackfeather beasts fly too fast. We can't escape them." Stopping here merely reduced the danger of being ambushed from behind. The three quickly jumped down. Han Sen and Huang Fu Pingjing stood in front of Wang Mengmeng. He stared ahead with wide eyes and said, "Mengmeng, stay here, don't fight. I won't let anything happen to you, Pingjingji. It's best we fight side by side now. You don't mind, do you?" She quickly replied, "Of course I don't mind." He raised the sword in his hand, and its blade emitted a dazzling golden light. He thought to himself, "Last time, this godblood beast soul weapon given by Gumming, the Zanmadeo, will come in handy. The enemy has superior numbers, so a great saber is much more convenient." He flew up and hacked down one blackfeather beast after another. The system panel displayed killed primitive grade blackfeather beast. No beast soul obtained, consuming flesh and blood. Randomly gained 0-10 primitive gene points when he killed the second one. The system panel quickly displayed killed primitive grade blackfeather beast. No beast soul obtained, consuming flesh and blood. Randomly gained 0-10 primitive gene points. Just like that, countless system panels popped up. Killed primitive grade blackfeather beast. No beast soul obtained, consuming flesh and blood. Randomly gained 0-10 primitive gene points. On this side, Huang Fu Pingjing was also continuously slashing and killing, and finishing off the black feather beasts. She thought to herself, "Although I still have some doubts about Han Sen, but his strength is indeed formidable. Given the current situation, not cooperating is a dead end." The system panel popped up. Killed a primal grade blackfeather beast. No beast soul or flesh acquired. Randomly acquired 10 primal genes. You've taken care of another one. At this moment, Huang Fu Pingjing suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Looking behind her, Han Sen also looked. His eyes were filled with astonishment. In the distance, from underground, a pillar of light suddenly shot up into the sky. A figure lay sprawled on the ground, seemingly headless. It looked like Wang Dongling. Meng Meng covered her mouth with her hand and cried out in surprise. How terrifying! Han Sen's eyes widened. Too astonished to close his mouth. Huang Fu Pingqing was even more surprised. She thought his name in her heart. Wang Dongling. That black feather. Beast god blood picked up Wang Dongling's head and held it up, revealing a sinister smile. Huang Fu Pingqing couldn't help but curse. Damn it! These beasts are provoking us. She stood with her long blade amidst countless blackfeather beast corpses. She looked around thinking. There are so many blackfeather beast corpses around. None of us have flying beast souls. If this continues, even moving will be extremely difficult. Let alone fighting. She looked at Han Sen. He gritted his teeth and said, this is tough. I didn't expect to be forced to this point. A huge question mark appeared in his mind. Han Sen took out a long exotic beast from his hand. Sharp fangs and claws. Huang Fu Pingqing asked in surprise, what is this? He calmly replied, my god blood pet beast soul. Let it feast. It'll help us clear the battlefield. That god blood pet beast soul quickly flew to the blackfeather beast horde. It opened its large mouth and swallowed countless beasts in one gulp. Huang Fu Pingqing hadn't recovered from her surprise and said, you actually have a god blood pet beast soul. Its shell is so incredibly hard. He didn't answer. He turned to Meng Meng and said, Meng Meng, after Big Brother lures away the blackfeather beast horde, you run immediately. Don't worry about anything else. Leave the desert. Brother, it's too dangerous for you alone. Meng Meng looked at him worriedly and said, Senior, it's too dangerous for you alone. He transformed his armor onto Meng Meng. Meng Meng was wearing a suit of armor. He then said, don't worry about me. This armor, the ghost crystal god blood, will protect you well. Just do as I say. Huang Fu Pingqing was surprised. Watching him give the armor to Meng Meng. She thought he actually gave his god blood grade armor to Meng Meng. If we have to fight, he clearly needs it more himself. He quickly turned, drew his bow and said loudly, this god blood blackfeather beast king is determined to play us to death. If we keep delaying, things will only get worse. He swiftly transformed the armor onto himself, then attacked the blackfeather beast horde. He flew up saying, we must finish this quickly. He rapidly charged into the blackfeather beast horde. A system prompt appeared. Killed a primal grade blackfeather beast. No beast soul or flesh acquired. Randomly acquired 10 primal genes. He thought to himself, this mutated short sword beast soul weapon that Jumming gave me is perfect for close combat. No sooner had he spoken than he took care of another one. The system continued to display. Killed a primal grade blackfeather beast. No beast soul or flesh acquired. Randomly acquired 10 primal genes. He took care of another one. At the same time the system prompt sounded. Killed a primal grade blackfeather beast. No beast soul or flesh acquired. Randomly acquired 10 primal genes. He stared intently at the god blood blackfeather beast king. He said to catch the bandits first, catch their leader. Huang Fu Pingqing looked up thinking. So he has other beast soul armors. But even so, to want to in this situation. Killing the blackfeather beast king godblood would be too foolish. She watched him directly facing that black feather beast king godblood, with only a short sword. And the short sword could only pierce its hand a little. She thought, he's even more foolish than Wang Dongling. Han Sen was pleased. You won't have an easy time once I've latched onto you. As he swiftly lunged at the black feather beast king godblood, he thought disdainfully, I never thought I'd use the entangling ghost nest. One day. On an ugly monster like you. If it weren't absolutely necessary. I wouldn't want close contact with you either. Observing from afar. And seeing the tense situation with their vastly different strengths. Han Sen's senior sister said worriedly. Fighting hand-to-hand in the air like this is too dangerous. The black feather beast king won't surrender easily. Standing nearby Wang, Meng Meng shouted encouragement. Go senior, show that stinky monkey what you're made of. In the air. Han Sen clung tightly to the black feather beast king from behind. Pinned down so tightly, it still roared fiercely. It's not that easy to shake me off. Some black feather beasts appeared around them, flying towards Han Sen's location. Gradually more and more black feather beasts flew in. Han Sen's senior sister, watching the unstable battle, said worriedly, they're flying over. They must be trying to help that black feather beast king. Remembering what senior said, Meng Meng quickly urged her senior sister to run. She shouted, Bingxing, let's go now while we have the chance. Bingxing turned and followed. Meng Meng asked her doubtfully, aren't we waiting for him? Meng Meng leaped onto Dab Ace back, running swiftly forward and saying, it's fine, I trust Han Sen. Senior will definitely be okay. He's doing this to buy us time. Let's go. Seeing Meng Meng say that, she jumped onto her horse and said, Since you've already said that, then I won't worry about it anymore. But her gaze still remained deep and worried, watching the ongoing battle. Han Sen still clung tightly to the Black Feather Beast King and shouted at the approaching Black Feather Beast flock. Your boss is in my hands. If you have the guts, come attack me. Noticing the two girls in the distance had left, he thought with relief. Mang and the others are gone. So I have nothing to worry about anymore. If it really comes to a fight, the Fairy Empress armor can't compare to the Black Beetle Godblood. Han Sen began to attack. Seeing their leader beaten like that, the Black Feather Beasts began flying over frantically, unable to fight back after being hit. The Black Feather Beast King plunged downwards. Seeing him relax, Han Sen thought he was giving up. Han Sen wondered, is this guy dizzy from my beating? Does he want to plunge into the ground and die a quick death? But what he didn't expect was that the place he plunged towards was a sand dune. He gritted his teeth and said, but this guy aimed for that sand dune. Where the Black Feather Beast King fell, sand and dust flew up. He followed the Black Feather Beast King down. The landing spot was a cave. He looked around, then said, no, beneath the sand dune there's actually a hidden realm. The Black Feather Beast King had long calculated this desperate, near-death escape route. He watched the Black Feather Beast trying to escape, and said to it disdainfully, too bad you ran into me. The terrain here is very advantageous to me. Maybe I can just kill and eat you directly. Suddenly many blue light spots appeared around them. Very strange. Han Sen suspected these blue light spots might actually be butterflies. He swung his knife and chopped at those strange light spots, then said, it still feels very strange. These things hidden in this cave, most of them are not simple. The Black Feather Beast King dared to come to a place like this. It must have wanted to use these things against me. At the same time, system notification: killed a primitive grade ghost leaf butterfly. Obtained a primitive grade beast soul. Flesh and blood cannot be consumed. Han Sen was surprised. Flesh and blood cannot be consumed. How is that possible? This Black Feather Beast King. Suddenly clusters of blue flames appeared. He hadn't expected the ghost leaf butterflies could turn into flames. Those blue flames rushed over and surrounded Han Sen. He couldn't swing his knife in time. He said angrily, damn it, there are too many, it's too hot. If I keep being burned like this, even the god blood armor won't be able to hold up. Seeing the Beast King flee, he chased after it, swinging his sword and shouting, don't run. It suddenly jumped into a nearby lake. He also jumped in after it. Seeing the Beast King swim quickly forward, Han Sen was very surprised. What the heck, the Black Feather Beast King can actually move normally in the water. Is it an amphibious creature? It gradually sped up its swimming. He felt a little flustered. No, this beast swims too fast. No matter how good his swimming skills were, he couldn't breathe. Given the dire situation, he couldn't stay underwater for too long. He had no choice but to give up on the Beast King and swim back to shore. Black Feather Beast King, you got lucky this time. Surfacing, he opened his mouth wide and gasped for air. Successfully back on shore, Han Sen leaned against the stone wall to rest. He examined the blue weapon shot out by the Beast King. He had just received it. The system began to identify the weapon. Primitive grade ghost leaf butterfly beast soul. Beast soul type, hidden weapon, one-time use, Black Feather Beast soul. Primitive grade beast. Flying beast soul. Mutated grade Black Feather Beast soul. Flying beast soul. Han Sen scrutinized this novel weapon. So the ghost leaf butterfly beast soul was one-time use. No wonder its flesh and blood couldn't be consumed. Such a beautiful hidden weapon dart. But it can only be used once, what a pity. But first let's see its attack effect. Thinking this, he tried throwing a dart. Han Sen saw the effect of the dart and excitedly said, this is amazing. Just a primitive grade beast soul already has such power. If I could kill a mutated ghost leaf butterfly, he thought excitedly. Suddenly, many green light spots appeared around him again. Seeing this, he didn't expect. These were all ghost leaf butterflies. They had been awakened by the previous explosion. No problem. Han Sen showed no fear, giving a contemptuous smile. Ha, I was just worried about running out of one-time use darts. What a pity. You're just providing me with more stock. Han Sen wielded the weapon in his hand and unleashed fierce slashes, battling the whistling blue darts that flew towards him. The more he fought, the more interested he became in this new weapon. My luck truly is good. Ha ha. How the Black Feather Beast King led me to such a blessed land. The system continued to prompt. Killed a primitive grade ghost leaf butterfly. Obtained a primitive grade beast soul. Note: flesh and blood cannot be consumed. Looking at the blue flames dancing around him, Han Sen's lips curled into a slight smile after this wild slaughter. I got dozens of primitive grade beast souls. and over a dozen mutated beast souls. Keeping some for myself, and selling the rest would be fantastic. But gradually, Han Sen also felt the heat of the flames penetrating his armor. It was getting hotter and hotter. He said, but the ghost leaf butterfly's flames are way too hot. The black armor. The insect god blood armor was nearing its limit. If he didn't put it away to repair it soon, it would be a loss. That would be too wasteful. Han Sen used all his strength to deliver a fierce blow, shouting, "All right, one last strike." Suddenly a notification popped up from the system. Killed the ghost leaf butterfly godblood. To obtain a beast soul godblood, note its flesh and blood cannot be consumed. After hearing the notification, Han Sen's eyes widened in surprise. Godblood, did I hear that right? A flame burned through his armor, touching Han Sen's skin. Feeling the heat of the flames, he cried out in terror. "It's burning me up. I'm burning up. So hot, haha." At the same time his arm slapped at the burning flames, trying to put them out. Tears streamed from his eyes, yet his mouth still wore a brilliant smile. He said to be able to get the beast soul of the ghost leaf butterfly godblood. Even if I get burned into a pig's head, I'm willing. After dealing with those new weapons, Han Sen said, let's go, let's go. This trip was quite fruitful. Thanks for the hospitality. Plus I also have the mutated sperm whale beast soul. Following the river will definitely lead out. After speaking, he quickly jumped into the river he was just in, chasing after the black feather beast king. A few days later, in a classroom, many students were already sitting upright at their desks waiting. The class began. Han Sen was wearing a sharp school uniform, sitting upright at his desk, with one hand propped under his chin, carefully examining the darts he had acquired that day. He thought to himself, last time I sold the steel arrows to the blacksmith, and had 10 darts forged. The alloy material goes without saying, but the blacksmith's craftsmanship is also excellent. Using these ghost leaf butterfly darts for practice in actual combat, I can unleash the powerful strength of the beast soul darts. Ghost leaf butterfly. A classmate wearing glasses suddenly appeared from somewhere, and walked over in his school uniform. His name is Su Qian. He smiled and said to Han Sen, "Han Sen, grade 1, excuse me for bothering you. There's something I'd like to discuss with you." Han Sen, still seated, turned his head to look at him and asked HM. The boy with glasses began to introduce himself. "I am Su Qian, a member of the new ancient martial arts team. We've registered for a team competition. It's a black and white fist competition on Skynet. We already have 4 people now. We're still missing 1 grade 1. Could you team up with us and participate?" Han Sen looked at him suspiciously. "Why me? I'm from the archery department." Seeing this, he began to explain. "Your last match against Wu Mingji. The whole school knows your black and white fist technique is beyond doubt." Su Qian continued, "This competition is very important. Our opponent in the first round is the military academy, Shengda. No matter what, we cannot lose. That's why we wanted to invite you, grade 1, to help us participate in the competition." Upon hearing this, Han Sen's expression suddenly turned serious. He asked back, bewildered, "Shengda?" Both hands at the same time wrote 4 powerful characters on the paper on the desk. Black Fist Emperor. After class, Han Sen changed into comfortable clothes, including a sweater and a pair of jeans. He came to the training room for a physical fitness test. He tapped and adjusted the testing equipment with his hand. He said, "Test strength and regular speed and agility." The test began. First he punched the brown sandbag. Next was the running test. Finally, flexibility. A test of physical agility. He moved quickly, dodging laser beams. Laser beams shot out randomly from gaps in the machines on the wall. After the physical fitness test, Han Sen picked up a white towel and wiped his sweat, while checking the results recorded by the machine. He said happily, "The average score is almost 16. Am I really that powerful now?" He smiled, quite satisfied with the results. Continuing to speak, under the conditions of divine jealousy and mutated jealousy, there are still not enough people with physical fitness, and not many can reach 15. Ouyang Shaosan suddenly appeared from somewhere and said to Han Sen, "I won't be participating in that competition." He grinned and continued, "I saw your match with Yu Mingji. Do you really want to join the ancient martial arts team?" Han Sen replied, "All right. If you can beat me in black and white fist, I'll agree." In a huge grandstand below, many spectators cheered excitedly. The organizers were introducing the person standing on stage. Ouyang Shaosan, a well-known figure in Blackhawk Military Academy's new ancient martial arts team, and also the number 1 in black and white fist at the school. He had participated in the Black and White Fist League, tournament and made it into the top 20. The audience also discussed animatedly, talking about the person on stage. I heard this is Black Hawk. Team's best record in history. Yang also made a name for himself in that competition. Today his opponent would be Han Sen. After a rough assessment of today's opponent, Han Sen secretly thought, meeting him today is a rare opportunity. The two were discussing the competition format. Han Sen said to him, best of 9, 5 wins, who dares to compete? Yang Xiaosan didn't think much of it, and immediately replied, if it were anyone else, I would definitely refuse. But since it's you, will go all the way. Hearing this, Han Sen grinned and said, excellent. Let's flip a coin to decide who attacks first and gains the upper hand. Which side do you choose? After speaking, he tossed the coin into the air. Yang Xiaosan replied, I choose heads. The coin landed and it was indeed heads. Han Sen said fearlessly, student Yang has good luck. Please, you go first. As soon as he finished speaking, Yang immediately rushed forward. Throwing a fierce punch at him, Han Sen's eyes immediately sharpened. He narrowed his eyes and observed. He commented, his move is truly seasoned. Without the slightest hesitation. With a fierce punch wind accompanying its power. But with such a powerful punch, there's not a hint of killing intent. It seems I've been underestimated. Seeing Han Sen show no fear, Yang said with some surprise, not only did he not block, he didn't even blink. What guts. He also replied, first punch, white fist. It seems student Yang wants to be courteous before resorting to force. Yang Xiaosan calmed down and said, a loss is a loss. No excuses. Your turn to attack, he thought to himself. There's no need to use black fist against you at all. It would just lower the standard of this round. You're just lucky. Hearing this, Han Sen smiled mysteriously and asked, do you know what my competition ID is? Yang Xiaosan frowned in confusion and replied, it's irrelevant to me. With that, Han Sen immediately delivered a proud punch, shouting loudly, this is relevant to you. My ID is Black Fist Emperor. So this punch I will definitely use Black Fist. He continued, you really shouldn't copy me. You should at least block it. Yang Xiaosan truly didn't expect this. His gaze gradually became tense. He replied deceptive words. Won't work on me. I only trust my own judgment. Bluster is always the best disguise. Used to cover weak strength. You've exposed yourself. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately took a palm strike from Han Sen. His head snapped back and nosebleed gushed out. That palm strike was not light. He quickly covered his nose with his hand, catching the flowing nosebleed. Yang Xiaosan said in a panic, how can this be? That was a black fist. He hadn't expected Han Sen to use a black fist from the very beginning. Han Sen kindly offered him a tissue to wipe his nosebleed, saying, didn't I tell you to block it? Why didn't you listen? He looked sharply at Han Sen, pushed the tissue away and refused to take it, saying, continue. He secretly reflected on himself. He was careless, but this is fine too. Not many people can make him take things seriously. Let's have a good match with him. The opponent's spirit seems very tenacious. Han Sen continued to clench his fists and strike. He reminded Yang Xiaosan, if you don't listen to others' advice, disadvantage is right before you. I've already scored 2 points. You'd better not be too overconfident. Yang Xiaosan keenly observed Han Sen's movements, secretly assessing. Anyone who throws a black punch, real punch, will definitely attack with genuine power, will engage and stretch their muscles, and will more or less carry a murderous intent to win. But his Han Sen's arms and muscles, his fist showed no fluctuation at all. He himself also felt a hint of killing intent. The atmosphere of the match grew increasingly tense. Yang Xiaosan crossed his arms in front of him, defending and judging. This punch will definitely be a white punch, fake punch. Even though he had already made a judgment. After taking that initial black punch, Yang Xiaosan became a little uncertain. Yang Xiaosan quickly regained his fighting spirit. Yang Xiaosan thought to himself, but I can't lose face like I did just now. Han Sen immediately threw a heavy punch. Yang Xiaosan didn't expect it to be a black punch. Seeing his opponent still maintaining a tenacious spirit, Han Sen said with some surprise, you weren't even knocked back by me. Your stamina must be at least 13 points, right? The more he said this, the more agitated Yang Xiaosan became. Yang Xiaosan roared angrily, stop talking nonsense, continue. Han Sen still calmly and softly countered. Are you sure you want to continue? Don't you want to rest? Yang Xiaosan showed no sign of backing down, saying even more fiercely, continue. The battle continued. Yang Xiaosan was still determined not to give up, provoking Han Sen to continue striking. Yang Xiaosan said again. After a round of fighting, Yang Xiaosan was skeptical. How can someone wield the power of real and fake so miraculously? without a single flaw. Hyodyang Xiaosan still felt somewhat unconvinced and thought. His Han Sen's method of exerting force leaves no trace at all. It cannot be judged by experience and theoretical common sense. Han Sen unscathed calmly announced the result. I've already scored 5 points. According to our agreement, you must participate in the black-white fist match. Han Sen said this and with his Ouyang Xiaosan's arrogant nature. How could Hyodyang Xiaosan possibly give in? Hyodyang Xiaosan roared once more. If my judgment is contrary to your method of exerting force, then I will do the exact opposite. Hearing his Ouyang Xiaosan's unreasonable and arrogant words, Han Sen just rubbed his forehead with a wry smile and said, "Do you really think black-white fist is that simple?" To prove his point, Han Sen immediately threw a punch at Ouyang Xiaosan. "Then you're terribly mistaken," Han Sen said to him while throwing the punch. His Ouyang Xiaosan's brows furrowed. Ouyang Xiaosan focused his mind thinking. Such powerful explosive force. Is he Han Sen trying to confuse my judgment again? Hyodyang Xiaosan poured all his attention into making a deduction. Just now I kept judging it to be a white punch. Now he'll judge it to be a black punch. I must evade quickly. However, Hyodyang Xiaosan was wrong. Han Sen didn't throw another black punch. The more he thought, the blurrier it became. A white punch, impossible. Impossible. Such a fierce way of exerting force. How could he withdraw his strength in an instant? Hyodyang Xiaosan considered it from multiple angles. Feeling that in terms of both strength and psychology, Hyodyang Xiaosan had been completely bewildered by him. Han Sen. Ouyang Xiaosan was shocked by Han Sen's final strike. Han Sen struck. Finally Han Sen withdrew his fist and explained to him, Ouyang Xiaosan. There are 3 levels to the realm of black-white fist. The first level observes the person, the second observes the heart, and the third level observes the body. Han Sen continued. Although you have rich combat experience, you are still at the level of observing the body. As for me, I can barely observe the heart. Han Sen turned around preparing to leave, and reminded Ouyang Xiaosan, who was still frowning behind him. In leaving now, don't forget to sign up for the competition. He thought to himself. I was able to reach the heart-gazing realm. Part of the reason is because I practiced the ice muscle jade bone art. How to confuse opponents. How to use Ouyang Xiaosan's power. I know better than you. The match ended. The result was too easy to guess. The winner was Han Sen. At the training ground of the new ancient martial arts team, pairs were actively training on the field. The coach of the new ancient team, Chen Ling, was looking at the roster of the team members participating in the competition. Regarding the upcoming competition, she had some thoughts and said, although we now have Han Sen joining us, but our team's overall strength is still a bit lacking. We must find a way to convince Ouyang to participate in the competition. As soon as she finished speaking, Ouyang Xiaosan appeared at the doorway. He walked in. Everyone found it strange and started to talk among themselves. Someone was surprised to find that it was Ouyang Xiaosan. Why is he suddenly here? Someone asked, puzzled. Didn't they say he wouldn't join the competition training? He walked towards the coach and said, give me the registration form. I want to participate in the match against Xingda. Upon hearing this, the coach was too surprised to react. She just let out a surprised ah. The people around them also started discussing animatedly, because of Ouyang Xiaosan's surprising appearance. On the spacious campus, surrounded by lush green trees, Han Sen was walking on the sports field in his school uniform. Suddenly a voice came from somewhere. Han Sen, are you still alive? He looked in the direction of the voice, puzzled. It turned out to be a girl sitting on a wooden chair. Who spoke to him? He asked in surprise. Huang Fujing. What are you doing at our school? Seeing her dressed in such beautiful and sexy clothes on campus, he blushed a little and thought to himself, damn, last time I was too busy being wary of her. I didn't even notice she could be so big. The girl immediately cleared up his confusion. I'm an exchange student here to study at Blackhawk. You'll be staying here for the next 2 years, so from now on you'll have to call me senior sister. Upon hearing this, he politely replied, hello senior sister. Seeing him so polite, the girl became amused and said, what's wrong? You don't seem very happy to have me as your senior sister. Her words made him even more shy and blush. He thought to himself, oh my god. You shouldn't be called Huang Fu Jing. You should be called Huang Fu Milk Bottle. Han Sen feigned composure. He coughed, cleared his throat and asked, Huang Fu, is there something you need me for, senior sister? The girl seemed to enjoy teasing him. She said with a smile, my junior brother is a big shot at Blackhawk. Of course I have something important to discuss with you. With one hand on her hip, the girl continued with a smile. 2 days from now I want to go to the auction house in Steel Armor Sanctuary to auction off beast souls. I think you junior brother will definitely be interested. Han Sen was startled by her words. He asked seriously in return, are they really auctioning beast souls? What kind of beast souls are there? Then he thought about it again, feeling something was off, and said, wait, why would you think of me for something so good? Huang Fu Jing took out a piece of paper. She told him that his ability to escape from the Black Feather God Blood Beast King in the White Devil Desert proved that he truly has capability. His strength successfully attracted Huang Fu Jing. She then said, I like making friends with capable people. It's that simple. Erase the list of auction items, take a look. He took the paper, glanced at it, and said, so many mutant beast souls. And even Godblood Grade 1's senior sister is really generous. Han Sen was surprised to find the list included the Sacred Light God Bird Beast Soul, a Godblood Grade Flying Beast Soul. These were a pair of colorful wings. They looked magnificent and beautiful. He couldn't help but exclaim, so cool, it's better than my purple feather scaled dragon wings. It's even more advanced. Another thing surprised him even more. And that was the Silverblood three-bladed trident. A Godblood Beast Soul weapon. He was very satisfied with this weapon comparatively. Compared to the Sacred Light Divine Bird. I need this more. Looking at the product catalog, Han Sen felt very excited and asked Senior Huangpu, excuse me, how much is the Silverblood three-bladed trident? Huangpu Pingtian immediately replied, you see the listed price. This Godblood Beast Soul weapon is a high-grade item. I can give you an internal price. The girl quoted a number 230 million. Han Sen was so shocked his mouth hung open he couldn't help but blurt out, oh my god, even if I sold myself I wouldn't have enough money for this. Understand. Seeing him like this, the girl offered a deal. I have a way. You can get this beast soul without money. Join our company, the War God Martial Arts Academy. She continued to promote. We are ranked first and second in the entire alliance among martial arts academies, with branches on various planets. The girl enthusiastically promoted it. Hearing about joining something, Han Sen immediately refused. I'm sorry, senior. I appreciate your kind offer, but I won't be joining. He thought to himself this would definitely involve signing all sorts of contracts. More complicated than being D-Gang's spokesperson. I'm not going. I'm not going. The girl enthusiastically walked over and hooked his arm. Han Sen quietly added, don't rush to refuse. I can also give you an extra discount. Her sudden closeness made him feel awkward. His face flushed, not daring to look at her. He sighed inwardly, oh my god. This woman has other intentions. Suddenly a figure appeared. This person looked very angry, raised a fist and shouted. He already refused. Can't you understand human speech? Han Sen fearfully looked at the person speaking. He stammered, Yen Yenran. It was Yen Yenran. She was also wearing the same school uniform as him, with long smooth hair flowing down. Looking very beautiful, but with anger on her face. She raised her hand tightly clenched into a fist, blocking between Han Sen and Huangpu Pingtian, who were sitting closely on the chair. Then Yen Yenran immediately pulled Han Sen's hand, making him stand up, and said discontentedly, get up, is your butt nailed to the seat or something? Huangpu Pingtian stood aside with her arms crossed, looking at the young couple, and said arrogantly, oh, it's the campus belle. I heard Junior Han Sen's girlfriend is gentle and cute. I didn't expect her to be so arrogant, a bit disappointing. Huangpu Pingtian's words were quite unpleasant. Yen Yenran was not to be outdone, and retorted to the senior. Flirting with someone else's boyfriend. In broad daylight at school. It's not too late to feel some shame now, is it? The two girls refused to back down. And Huangpu Pingtian also started to feel impatient. She immediately said, don't say such unpleasant things. I'm talking business with Junior Han Sen. The quarrel between the two beauties successfully attracted the attention of everyone around them, most of whom were boys. They whispered, discussing the two beauties. That Bowtie's chest is bigger than our campus bells. High-grade stuff. Someone recognized Huangpu Pingtian. She seems to be a new exchange student, named Huangpu Pingtian. Her background is not simple either. Someone talked about Han Sen. Han Sen really has luck with the ladies everywhere he goes. I'm so jealous. The person next to him said disdainfully, jealous of what? He's definitely going to get it from the campus bell later. Seeing everyone's attention on their side, Han Sen broke out in a cold sweat, looked around, and had an ominous feeling. The two protagonists continued their war of words. Yen Yenran frowned and said, my boyfriend is capable and talented. You don't need to worry about his affairs, Huangpu. Huangpu Pingtian immediately retorted. Then you might very well hinder his future. The campus bells continued to argue back and forth, one word after another. The next remark was even more provocative than the last. So much so that Han Sen also got a headache. She wore a puzzled expression. He covered his ears, not wanting to hear the two girls' conversation anymore, and then stepped in to mediate. He said, "You two stop arguing. Everyone's watching." Finally Huang Fu-jing turned and left. She waved her hand dismissively, acting superior. Speaking to Yan Ran, who was seething with rage behind her. "Forget it. I won't bother arguing with Junior Han Sen's little sister." "Well, talk next time." Yan Ran furiously roared, "Next time, no way." After saying that, she turned to settle the score with the instigator. With a murderous look, she rolled up her sleeves and said to Han Sen, "Last time it was you, Tianxuan. This time it's Huang Fu-jing. Han Sen, you still haven't changed your skirt-chasing habits, have you?" Seeing Yan Ran's furious outburst, Han Sen could only panic, explaining as he ran. "It's not like that, Yan Ran, let me explain. It's really not what you imagine." Yan Ran was so angry she saw stars, yelling, "Han Sen, stop right there." Several male students stood by watching the young couple argue, and burst out laughing, enjoying the spectacle. One male student laughed and said to his friend, "Look, domestic violence in progress. Someone's pretending to cry for the great Han Sen. How pitiful." A few days later, inside a super large arena, which was set up very grandly, technicians were preparing the equipment. A female reporter stood in the room ready to record. She said impatiently, "Seriously, the great reporter Fong Mingquan actually sent me to interview a low-ranked school like Blackhawk. Blackhawk will definitely be routed by Saint Germain. When that happens, no one will want to read the interview report either." The girl was convinced of her own judgment. The female reporter wore a neat suit, her hair immaculately tied up. This was intern reporter Wen Xiuxiu. There was an uncomfortable look on her face. After checking the information on her phone, she continued, "Luckily, this competition uses 3D equipment and is connected to Skynet, so there's no need to go to such a troublesome studio. But speaking of which, Blackhawk's match probably won't have anyone watching, right?" She saw a participating team, consisting of a coach and 3 male team members, walking in through the door. When Xiuxiu secretly thought to herself, "These contestants are from the new ancient martial arts team. Each one looks incredibly ordinary." That's what she thought internally. But on the surface she still maintained a radiant smile. Approached the team, picked up the microphone, and began her interview work. She enthusiastically said, "Hello, Coach Chen Ling. I'm reporter Wen Xiuxiu. Would it be convenient for an interview? May I ask, how do you view this competition? The black and white boxing event is a strong suit for military academies. Saint Germain, do you have any countermeasures?" Chen Ling replied without changing his expression, "No countermeasures needed in this competition, Blackhawk. We will surely win." The female reporter was surprised by this answer, and could only exclaim, "That confident?" She secretly thought to herself again, "This must be bluster Blackhawk. Even with Ouyang Shaosan, can't possibly defeat Saint Germain." When Xiuxiu then turned to interview the male student standing next to the coach. "Student Ouyang, you are Blackhawk team's extraordinarily gifted player, and the focus of everyone's attention. May I ask, what are your thoughts on Saint Germain's best player, Nailan Chang?" Ouyang replied indifferently, "Don't know him. I only know we will win." The reporter started to sweat at the vague answers from these teacher and student. She thought unhappily, what kind of attitude is this? So arrogant. Too cautious. How am I supposed to write about you then? Nevertheless, she still had to continue her work, handing the microphone to another team member student. "You're a newcomer. How much do you think Blackhawk has a chance of winning?" Han Sen scratched his head and replied, "How high are the odds? Can't say for sure. After all, I'm only a temporary member." But he quickly chimed in with a response. The coach's answer. He blinked. He smiled and added, "However, I feel that Coach Chen Ling and student Ouyang, what they said makes a lot of sense." In a room at Xingda Military Academy, everyone was focused on the screen, watching the interview. On the Black Hawk team's side, 2 male members of the Xingda team were discussing together. The guy with the buzz cut is Lu Yunsheng, ranked 17th in the Black and White Fist League. The other blonde guy, the one with the middle-parted blonde hair, is Dima Chang, ranked 15th in the Black and White Fist League. Yunsheng said the Black Hawk team must still be dreaming, right? They dare to say they can beat us. Dima Chang scoffed and replied, "It's just self-deception. They can't tell the reporters. We don't have the strength to compete, can they?" The other guy with the brown high ponytail also laughed and said, "Everyone online is commenting on this match, saying the Black Hawk team is overestimating themselves and brainless. Everyone's eyes are still sharp, you know." The guy who just spoke was Duong Yangjun, ranked 12th in the Black and White Fist League. He put his arm around the shoulder of the guy next to him, jokingly teasing him. Little Nuonuo, the match is about to start. Why are you still eating jelly? The guy with platinum blonde hair is the captain of the Xingda team, named Nalan Chengnuo. Ranked second in the Black and White Fist League, he leisurely ate his jelly and asked back, who are we playing today? Young Jun replied, let me tell you. Although you're a strong player, the second ranked in the Black and White Fist competition, you should still pay some attention to the match. Seeing Nuonuo's carefree and unconcerned attitude, he subtly reminded him. Nuonuo continued eating his jelly, glancing at him without answering. The Xingda team's coach Su Yuni also happily joked a few words. With the Black Hawk team's skill level, they're not even worthy of Nalan's attention. Standing beside him was a blue-haired guy, also a member of the Xingda team named Li Yu. Everyone's discussion grew more heated. Yunqing asked the coach, how will the lineup for this match be arranged? Yang Jun eagerly chimed in. Why don't we just send little Nuonuo first, to defeat all these useless people in one go? His words were filled with smugness. Dima Chang also laughed and agreed, that's a good idea. That way we won't have to go up. It'll be much easier. The coach then announced. The rule for this match is alternating battles. I announce. The first round will be enough for Li Yu. In the Black Hawk team's room, a notification appeared on the TV screen. Xingda Academy vs Black Hawk Academy. First round. Xingda team sends Feng Yujie to the stage. A Black Hawk team member spoke in surprise. Who is Feng Yujie? Never heard of him. Could he be a hidden master from the Xingda team? Coach Chen Ling checked the information, then replied no. Feng Yujie's real name is Li Yu. He joined the Xingda team less than a month ago. He's a promising newcomer. However, his skill level among the whole team is the most ordinary in the Xingda team. Ouyang said to everyone quite unexpectedly. For their first round, they actually sent a newcomer to deal with us. Isn't that looking down on us too much? Ouyang calmly commented, our opponents are arrogant and look down on others. That's always been the Xingda team's style. Coach Chen Ling pushed up his glasses and said with a smile. Since that's the case, then the way we arrange our formation cannot be mediocre either. After the Black Hawk team arranged their members, the TV screen displayed a notification. Black Hawk team round 1 Black Fist Emperor. Round 2 Ouyang Shaosan. Seeing this, everyone started to discuss. Which boring guy dared to choose such an ID? The Black Hawk team members are truly boastful. Someone said mockingly, I see this so-called emperor. He won't be much different even after being beaten. Just wait to be thrashed by Feng Yujie. Reporters started filming. Introduction. The Black Fist Emperor is a substitute player for the Black Hawk team. His real name is Han Sen, 18 years old. He is a first-year student in the archery department. Black Fist's past record is blank, with no match experience. Seeing this information, everyone laughed even harder. Is the Black Hawk archery department out of substitutes? Isn't this just confusing fact and fiction? Someone said disdainfully. The rookie team truly takes an unconventional path. They want to use Ouyang Shaosan as a secret weapon to turn the tide. Dream on. Someone openly laughed mockingly. I think they should just surrender directly. Over at the Xingda team, upon hearing such information about their opponent, they were simply casually eating the gems in their hands. The substitute is truly boring. Looks like I won't need to play. Li Ye's strength is enough to win the match. He even planned to wait until the match ended to buy a few more gems at the convenience store. The match is about to begin. The two players for the first round appeared on screen. The organizing committee is broadcasting the rules of the match. This time the Black White Fist match is held in the virtual reality community. It adopts a round-robin combat rule. The first to score 3 points is the winner. The winner will continue the match and can only leave after being defeated. The system will randomly select the attacker and defender. Professional scanning equipment will determine the strength of the player's punch, whether it is a black fist or a white fist. After the announcement, the organizing committee shouted loudly, "Match start!" Immediately, Han Sen quickly rushed towards Li Yu of the Xingda team. Li Yu calmly raised his hand and struck a pose. He thought a substitute who knows nothing. His opponent was actually a newcomer from the Xingda team. Is this weak white fist a sign of underestimating me? Li Yu guessed it could only be a white fist. Han Sen violently attacked his opponent with a straight punch. The screen displayed this as a black fist. Li Yu broke out in a cold sweat. How is that possible? Yang Jun, who was watching, couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. It's actually a black fist. Impossible, that punch had no power at all. Li Yu directly took Han Sen's punch. Blood gushed from his nose. The Xingda team's coach also didn't expect that to be a black fist. Yang Jun also frowned, saying somewhat angrily, Li Yu, you actually lost 2 points in a row. What are you doing? Ma Changkong stood nearby asking doubtfully. Is the system malfunctioning? These 2 punches don't seem like black fists at all. Coach Su Yundi shouted loudly, trying to reassure. Li Yu, don't be careless. Calm down, don't be fooled by the opponent's moves. After Li Yu took the critical blow, he raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. Hearing his coach's words, he thought to himself, this Black Fist Emperor has some skill. The Black Hawk team, besides Ouyang Xiaosan, actually has such a person. Han Sen rubbed his fist and said to his opponent, I heard your skill level is the lowest on the team. He continued with a smile. Without thoroughly understanding your opponent's background and rushing into battle, you've already lost strategically. Upon hearing this, Li Yu frowned unhappily and shouted, stop talking nonsense. Don't try to mess with my judgment. I definitely won't lose another point this time. Han Sen clenched his fist, got into a punching stance and said, then you need to think carefully. Is this punch a black fist or a white fist? After speaking, Han Sen raised his hand and punched. Li Yu was somewhat bewildered, gritting his teeth and guessing black fist. But there was no intimidating aura at all, nor any aggressive momentum. Those 2 times were white fists, but the previous 2 punches were black fists. What will it be this time? He had no confidence in his own judgment. Black fist or white fist? His nosebleed gushed out once more. The organizer announced it was a black fist. Li Yu endured the attack in agony. Frustrated and helpless, he shouted, damn it. He simply couldn't make a judgment. On Li Yu's teammate's side, everyone was astonished by these 3 black fists. Yang Jun frowned and said disappointedly, Li Yu, he didn't get a single point. This is unbelievable. The coach was also utterly shocked, blurting out, we lost. We actually lost the first round to Blackhawk 3-0. Reporter Wen Xiao announced the results. The first match has concluded. The Black Fist Emperor of Blackhawk Military Academy won the match with a score of 3-0. It seems Xingda Windspeaker is still quite young. After being brutally beaten by the first punch, his morale took a hit, and he continued to lose points. But she still didn't forget to offer a few words of praise for Xingda. However, Xingda still has many contestants with excellent track records. Let's all look forward to their outstanding performances. The girls listened to the reporter's words and felt very dissatisfied. The blonde short-haired girl said indignantly, how can this reporter talk like that? She's clearly biased towards Xingda. Yenran, sitting nearby, said calmly, don't mind her. She's just someone whose eyes only see how to flatter. Just wait, Han Sen will definitely win. She believed in her boyfriend. Schwer narrowed her eyes and said, Yenran, look. Everyone online is discussing the first round. It's trending. Yenran was also paying attention. She said these people are such fickle opportunists. Now they're starting to support Han Sen again. Online everyone was chattering, oh my god. Holy moly, I can't believe it. The Black Fist Emperor actually beat the Windspeaker 3-0. Did you clearly see his black and white fist technique? It's incredible. Any judgment based on ordinary theories is wrong. Someone commented with clear schadenfreude. Blackhawk's return this time promises a good show. They might even be able to rival Xingda. I'm rooting for this Black Fist Emperor now. Xingda coach decided to change tactics and assigned Wang Yangjun. Coach Yang Jun carefully instructed his student. You're up next, be careful not to underestimate your opponent. Observe his movements closely. Wang Yangjun accepted the order, saying yes, leave it to me. The next match is between the Black Fist Emperor and the Blazing Sun Prodigy. Online people started discussing again. Xingda sent out Wang Yangjun. His skill level is higher than Li Yu's. He's the 12th ranked player in the Alliance tournament. Black and White Fist. Some speculated he would avenge Li Yu and save face for Xingda. Others said the Black and White Fist Emperor is hiding his true strength. Who will win and who will lose is still uncertain. And so everyone had their own opinions. Wang Yangjun clasped his hands tightly. His brow furrowed, his teeth clenched. He thought, what a Black Fist Emperor. You've had your moment of glory. I'll return you an imperfect 0-3. Let you know that Xingda is not to be trifled with. Wang Yangjun deliberately glanced at Han Sen. Mocking as a substitute for Blackhawk. You've done well enough, let me send you off. Both stood face-to-face on the stage. The organizer announced. The contestants for the second round are the Blazing Sun Prodigy and the Black Fist Emperor. Han Sen calmly reminded his opponent. Boasting isn't a good habit. After speaking, he immediately made his move, his expression extremely serious as he said to his opponent, Xingda, unless you truly possess that strength. Wang Yangjun also took his ready stance. He thought those 3 Black fists knock you off the stage. And he's called the Black Fist Emperor. He guessed this punch would be fierce. And of course it would be a black fist. He was determined to dodge this punch. Only then could he score a point. Han Sen decisively threw a punch. Wang Yongjun dodged the blow. The system panel indicated that the previous attack was a white punch. Yongjun said in confusion it was a white punch. No way. Such a fierce attack. How could its power instantly diminish? Han Sen chuckled and replied, to be honest, you and that fake Fengyu from before are at the same level. There's nothing to be surprised about. He calmly continued. How many points do you think he'll beat you by? Hearing this, Wang Yongjun gritted his teeth and said, don't celebrate too early. The Xingda coach saw his student was very angry. He immediately comforted Wang Yongjun, don't mind him. He's trying to mess with your head. Focus on the match. Trust your judgment. Observe his punching movements carefully. Han Sen once again assumed an attacking stance. He told his opponent, this is the second punch. Watch closely. At this moment Wang Yongjun was already somewhat flustered. He was afraid in his heart. I don't want to lose 30 like you did. That would be too shameful. His mind spun in a tangled mess. How can I make the right judgment? Black punch, white punch, black punch, or white punch? On the screen the intense match was underway. Ouyang Xiaosan, using her experience fighting Han Sen, commented Han Sen's most terrifying aspect is his control over strength and combat psychology. His opponent, under his suppression of power and tactics, has already become disoriented. He can no longer make accurate judgments. Indeed, Wang Yongjun was sent flying by Han Sen's attack. The audience immediately cheered. The outcome of this match was decided. The winning team was the Black Hawk team. Meanwhile, Shanda Wang Yongjun fell to the ground in a sorry state. The second round ended. Reporter Wen Xiu continued her report. It's simply unbelievable. The Black Punch Emperor has claimed victory. Another 30 score. This truly is an unexpected match. Xingda Military Academy has never before lost 2 consecutive rounds in its history. The Xingda coach was furious. He loudly scolded his students. What in the world are you doing? You let a Blackhawk substitute win so easily. Do you still deserve to be on the Xingda team? In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere on Xingda side, everyone on the Blackhawk team was excited. Ouyang, arms crossed, smiled and calmly said, it seems today is a day of shame for Xingda Military Academy. Indeed, the Black Punch Emperor's rampage has only just begun. Standing beside them, Su Qian also excitedly raised his hands and cheered. Go great Han Sen. You are the light of Black Hawk Military Academy. Let's make them cry. Third round, Beyond the Clouds versus the Black Punch Emperor. Score 0-3. The crowd cheered. The Black Punch Emperor charged ahead with great momentum, single-handedly fighting against Xingda third player. As expected in the fourth round, the Black Punch Emperor also won 3 points. His opponent scored no points. Shengda Yi Changkong. The Blackhawk team members were also ecstatic. Su Qian said, that's great. We defeated Xingda 40. The boy next to him echoed. Inviting the great Han Sen was truly a wise decision. Our shame has been washed away. The team's coach was also incredibly proud. She laughed and said, the people from Xingda must all have dark expressions on their faces. What a satisfying massacre. Yen Ran was equally excited. She smiled and said to her sister, I knew Han Sen would be fine. He's the man I have my eyes on. He would never disappoint me. Seeing her friend happy, Shueji replied with admiration. Oh, I know your man is amazing. This time not only that female reporter, but everyone online is also convinced. The viewers who commented online all praised Han Sen endlessly. Some even recognized his identity. He is the representative of Silver Kill. Who was with you, Tianxuan? That doctor. He truly has both looks and strength. Over at the Xingda team, the coach gathered the team and admonished them. Don't be discouraged. We haven't completely lost yet. Pull yourselves together. When you go back today, you must thoroughly review your match experience. Learn from your mistakes. Hearing this, everyone said in unison, Coach, we're sorry. Then the coach turned his head. Nalan Shengnua was still slowly eating jelly. He said, it's your turn to play. This is the final round. If we lose, we'll be disgracefully eliminated. You know what to do, right? Nalan Shengnua immediately threw the jelly into the trash can and replied, of course. The final round, 5th battle, officially begins. The participants include Heidi, Fist and Nalan Xianjin. The 2 protagonists have already stepped onto the ring. The host announced, ladies and gentlemen, the Black-White Fist match is about to begin. In this final round, will it be Heidi Fist or Nalan Jin who wins this match. The female reporter when Xiao adjusted her collar at the side. And thought with a pout. I didn't expect the great reporter Fong Mingquan to send me to live stream Black Hawk's match. And ended up witnessing a miracle. She also understood something in her heart. No wonder he always valued Black Hawk so much. It all had a reason. At this moment on another planet in outer space, a mysterious person was also secretly watching the Black Hawk and Xingda match. Standing in front of the screen playing the match. A white-haired old man. Said Han Sen versus Nalan Chenghua. I didn't expect to see such a match. This person was none other than Professor Keen of the Sanctuary. Honorary Elder of the Transcendent by Ishan. He casually propped his chin and continued this young man Nalan Chenghua. I've been watching him for a long time. His eyes are clear. His heart is pure as a Buddhist disciple's without desires or attachments. Without joy or sorrow. He is the best candidate to cultivate the great sun. Quantum field. He began to explain. The birth of every super gene core requires multiple practical tests. Otherwise it cannot be sold in the sanctuary. Let alone be widely used among humans. I have researched the great sun quantum field for over a decade. Its basic principle is similar to black-white fist. That is the yin and yang aspects of soft and hard strength. The virtual and the real recalling what he had done. He said I once selected 2 volunteers to practice in the army. One died and one was injured. Neither of them could do it. Originally I had my eye on Nalan Chenghua. But now Han Sen has appeared. Back to the arena. The 2 contestants shook hands and introduced themselves. Nalan Chenghua, hello, I am Nalan Chenghua. Han Sen, hello, I am Heidi Fist. If it's too much trouble you can call me Heidi. A very arrogant introduction. Hearing Han Sen's introduction, Nalan Chenghua responded indifferently, the name isn't important. I won't remember it anyway. Let's not waste time. Han Sen confidently prepared his move saying. Then let's begin. He secretly evaluated in his mind. This kid's eyes are completely clear and bright. As if they can see through people's hearts. I truly look forward to what he can bring me. The coach from Shingda side introduced his beloved player. Nalan is Shingda ace at Black-White Punch. He has practiced his family's inherited martial arts since childhood. Learning the Supercore Immovable Wisdom King mantra. He added, my heart is like a bright mirror reflecting all things. Untainted by dust yet able to reflect human hearts. Knowing all things in the world. Any ambition or distracting thoughts in others' minds. He can see through completely. He was certain that this substitute player from Black Hawk held no secrets from Nalan. However, no one knew that his heart was currently in turmoil. His eyes wide, he tried hard to see his opponent clearly. He was confused. Why can't I see any ambition on his face? Can't see his thoughts. Nalan reassured himself, it doesn't matter. Even if I can't see through your heart. But this punch can't change your muscle shape. Noticing Han Sen's every punching movement, Nalan analyzed. The force of the punch and the vibration frequency of the air have also not changed. You can't fool me. Nalan made his final judgment. White punch, you are a worthy opponent. He'll reluctantly accept this move. He crossed his arms in front of him preparing to block. However, the result was Han Sen throwing a black punch. Nalan's eyes widened in surprise. Black punch. My judgment wrong. Seeing this situation, Nalan's teammates shouted dumbfounded. Nalan. Little Nana. Coach Su Yundi was equally surprised. Involuntarily exclaiming, this is impossible. Except for that monster from the Central Military Academy. No one can make Nalan lose points in Black-White Punch. Chen Ling and Su Qian Ouyang all watched excitedly. They all said, Han Sen scored so fast. The god directly defeated Shungda ace. Nalan was stunned. Looks like we won't need to play in this match. Ji Yanrun's side also cheered happily. Look, Han Sen is just better than that Nalan guy. He easily got a point. Chu Lily sat beside them laughing and agreeing. This time the god really made those Shingda fools convinced. After falling for the trick, Nalan became serious. Wiped his mouth and said, I admit you're strong. With your strength, defeating other members of our team wouldn't be surprising. Han Sen, however, ignored his opponent's words, which were both complimentary and sarcastic. He prepared to make a move again. Thanks for the recognition. Let's continue. Nalan's face was stern as he secretly calculated. There's that smile again. When he punches, there's a subtle difference in the curve of his lips. Such a tiny difference. Others wouldn't notice at all. But it can't escape my eyes. His gaze followed Han Sen's every move as he watched and thought, this curve at this moment represents An incredibly confident and relaxed state of mind. It's a white punch. No sooner had the thought fallen, Nalan took a punch squarely, with no time to guard or dodge. That was a black punch. The deviation from his prediction made Nalan exclaim in shock. Yu Su Qian and the others immediately waved and cheered. 2 points. The god is truly amazing. Nalan was completely dumbfounded. Ouyang closed his eyes, putting on a modest demeanor, and said it's not an exaggeration to call this a dimensional reduction strike. Comments kept popping up on the screen. Nalan lost 2 points in a row. Am I still dreaming? How is Black Hawk so strong this time? Are they going to completely eliminate Xingda? Winning the championship is a sure thing. Yeah, anyway, the Central Military Academy didn't participate in the competition, so Black Hawk has a great chance of winning this time. No wonder Black Hawk's members and coach are so confident. How could they not be confident with such an emperor-level trump card? Aishan crossed his legs and commented how interesting. One person possesses pure flawless observational skills, like a judging angel from heaven. The other possesses incredibly powerful control, but is a cunning demon crawled out of hell. Watching this black and white showdown between two completely opposite individuals, he made a judgment. The winner between black and white is already clear. Another black fist move. The score displayed on the big screen is now 3-0 favoring Han Sen. Reporter Wen Xiuxiu excitedly held the microphone and concluded. The match is over. A champion has been born. Come, let's all congratulate Blackhawk Military Academy. Congratulations to the Black Fist Emperor. This was an absolutely brilliant match. In the history of Black and White Fist development from this day forward, a new and glorious chapter will be turned. The Black Fist Emperor knocked out Xingda. Oh my god. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I wouldn't have believed it. Han Sen, my idol, I'll always support you. Please remain steadfast on all your paths. Amidst the joyous cheers, Aishan also smiled silently, stroking his chin. He had taken notice of this person. Han Sen, was it? It seems you are more suited for my ocean quantum power gem. At this moment night had fallen. The moon hung high above a silent forest. Han Sen and Ji Yanran had arranged to meet in a very secret place. Ji Yanran proactively said, close your eyes. Han Sen teasingly replied, can't I keep them open? She pouted and said, hurry up. After some playful banter, the two subtly drew closer, pressing their lips together, eyes closed, looking very romantic. As their lips parted, Ji Yanran shyly said, you won the match. I said I'd give you a gift. Han Sen seized the opportunity to interject. It seems for all future matches, I'll have to win. The two were immersed in their own world, when Han Sen's phone suddenly rang in his pocket, making him think with annoyance. Who is it? Talk about bad timing. I'm busy with something important here. As soon as he opened his phone, on the screen, it was actually a video call from Huangfu Pingtian, and she was soaking in a bathtub. Seeing this eye-burning scene, Ji Yanran couldn't help but say jealously, this woman is shameless. Han Sen also frowned slightly. Senior Huangfu, what is this? You. Pingtian, however, didn't care at all, covering her mouth indifferently and chuckling, did I disturb you too? Over their steam rose from her body and the bathwater. But Pingtian pretended nothing was happening and seriously got to the point, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to. I just wanted to tell Junior Han Sen something. The mech shelter auction is in 3 days. Remember to come. As soon as he heard the content of the call, Han Sen said helplessly, this matter doesn't require a special video call to discuss, does it? Couldn't you just send a message? As he spoke, he secretly glanced behind him. At this moment, the previously shy Ji Yanran suddenly seemed like a different person, her eyes flashing with fire as she fiercely shouted, you scoundrel. How do you explain this time? In the romantic forest from moments ago, only Ji Yanran's shouts remained. She was fuming and clawed at him a few times. If I don't hit you, I've lived in vain. Damn it. Han Sen could only cover his head and beg for mercy. Several scratch marks were clearly visible on his face. No, Yanran, this is truly a misunderstanding. I'm murdering my own husband. Watching the young couple murder each other, Pingtian with a beaming smile added fuel to the fire. This wasn't an accidental call, you know. I have many eyes and ears at Blackhawk. Junior Han Sen, you can't escape my grasp. At the auction 3 days later, in front of a tall building, a crowd of people gathered noisily, responding, as expected of the Huangfu family's eldest daughter. So many beast souls and all rare items. Incredibly hard to come by. Indeed, the War God Martial Arts Academy truly lives up to its reputation. I must choose carefully. Han Sen stood amidst the crowd, scratching his head, pacing back and forth, examining the auction items. The prices of these auction items All started in the hundreds of millions. I can't afford them, I really shouldn't have come. He watched the rich folks showing off on the main stage, as Bing Xing introduced the next auction item. The God-blood grade flying beast soul, Sacred Light Divine Bird, was acquired by Mr. Lin Beifeng for 178 million. Congratulations! Everyone's attention was on a person with a pair of wings on their back, large, thick and colorful. Excitedly they said, God-blood items are truly beautiful. I have a flying beast soul now too. Bing Xing continued to auction off beast soul weapons. The God-blood grade silver blood trident was acquired by Shen Qianzi for 220 million. The person named Shen Qianzi also raised the weapon, laughing proudly. This is fantastic. With this weapon, it'll be even more influential in the steel armor shelter here. Han Sen quietly squeezed out of the crowd, muttering, let's go, let's go. I really shouldn't come to places like this to join the fun anymore. Bing Xing on the stage also watched Han Sen's departing back, lost in thought, leaving the auction house. The surrounding crowd suddenly started murmuring. What's going on? Why is it so dark in broad daylight? Is a storm coming? Suddenly someone shouted, pointing in one direction. Everyone, look, what's that? Han Sen also looked in that direction and couldn't help but say, that's the people on the street. All recognized the strange object glowing in the sky. Holy cow, it's God's Sanctuary Island. God's Sanctuary Island has appeared. Seeing this, Han Sen's face lit up as if he'd found a treasure. And he grinned. It really is God's Sanctuary Island. An island suspended in the air like this has a very low chance of appearing. I can't believe I actually encountered it. A small island appeared in the sky, surrounded by a layer of protective light. It looked incredibly majestic. People were all discussing. I heard that on every God's Sanctuary Island, there's a God-blood creature guarding it. Slaying it can get you a God-blood beast soul, and these God-blood beast souls are usually very rare. Han Sen didn't think much further, and immediately ran towards the island. However, climbing up a God's Sanctuary Island over 10,000 meters high was no easy feat. It required God-blood grade wings. This was also the minimum requirement to reach the island. Thinking of those two pairs of wings, Han Sen couldn't help but think, in the entire steel armor shelter, there are reportedly only two God-blood grade flying beast souls. Right now, my purple feather scaly dragon and the Sacred Light Divine Bird. Young Master Lin just bought another one. Thinking of Bing Xing's regretful expression, he chuckled secretly. I'm afraid senior sister Huangfu must be green with regret right now. If she had kept them, the value of those God-blood wings would surely double. That bastard Shen Qianzi, who failed to bid for the Sacred Light Divine Bird, must be regretting it to death. Han Sen now braced himself on the ground with both hands, preparing to transform. Now let's see what my little divine ox can do. After equipping those God-blood wings, Han Sen rushed towards the island shouting, God's Sanctuary Island, here I come. As he flew towards the island, Han Sen suddenly saw the person equipped with the Sacred Light Divine Bird flying ahead of him. He immediately guessed, is that Lin Beifeng? He's really fast. He just bought the Sacred Light Divine Bird beast soul, and now he wants to fly to God's Sanctuary Island. He pondered quietly. The God-blood creature on God's Sanctuary Island surely won't be easy to deal with. How about I cooperate with young Master Lin? Just as he dismissed that thought, suddenly the person flying ahead said, Jinbi. Han Sen immediately recognized who it was. How could it be Shen Qianzi? Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Shen Qianzi charged towards Han Sen. His goal was to confront him. That bastard. Don't even think about getting your hands on the God-blood creature. I'll kill you right now. He said that, but as he swooped down, the head of his battle armor was already starting to freeze. He gritted his teeth and said, damn it. Why is the wind so strong here? It's too cold, my body is almost frozen stiff. Han Sen also adopted a battle stance at this moment, but he was still puzzled about the holy light god beast soul. Lin Xiao clearly bought it at the auction. How did it end up in Shen Qianzi's hands? Don't worry about that for now. His battle armor can't compare to my God-blood battle armor. It can't withstand the strong wind. Having thought that, he immediately charged towards him, seized the opportunity. Now is the perfect chance to kill him. Suddenly a figure quickly flashed past Han Sen, making him pause for a moment. That's the one from behind. It was precisely Thumb, wearing flying beast soul armor. Han Sen thought with some concern, Thumb. He actually has a flying beast soul too. Although I know him, we're not exactly friends. And he doesn't know that I'm Jinbi. If he and Shen Qianzi team up, no time to think further. Thumb had already flown to Shen Qianzi's side, and the two began to discuss. Thumb, you and I will cooperate to eliminate Jinbi. Those battle armors you want. I'll help you get them, Thumb replied with a grin. No problem, Thumb replied. But I want 80 of the market price. Shenxianzi immediately decided deal. Thumb, holding an iron shield, said to Han Sen. My apologies, Nyoshin. You and I have no enmity. But the benefits Shenxianzi offers are too tempting. I have no choice. Han Sen was not swayed by this. He smiled, raised his blazing sword and replied. No need for pleasantries. The god blood creatures on God Domain Island. I want hand them over to you. He secretly thought to himself, again, Thumb, that black shield, I traded it with you. So I naturally know how sturdy it is. Having said that, he swooped down like a red missile, his sword pointing directly at Shenxianzi, making him parry rather awkwardly. Damn it, this power is too strong. He quickly dodged, spun a few times in midair, and pondered to himself. My blood-red greatsword is a beast soul weapon. It's god blood grade. I myself have almost all the genes. It's impossible that I can't block his attack. When did he get so strong? Just then, behind Han Sen, Thumb rushed over like a gust of wind. The sharp blade tip seemed about to touch him. Watch this. Han Sen was quick and blocked with his sword. Thumb's strength was also considerable, making him grit his teeth and resist with difficulty. Seeing Han Sen's agile reaction, Thumb was somewhat disbelieving, and a bit distracted, breaking out in a sweat. How is this possible? My god blood shield can't block it. Withdraw the blade. Han Sen sneered, mocking him. It seems that even with 2 against 1, you haven't gained any advantage. He said that, but Han Sen himself was also surprised. Forget about you guys. Even I am surprised that my progress during this time could be so immense. The ice muscle jade bone art truly is a good thing. Of course, there's also my own hard work and diligence. Shenxianzi was also angered by these words. He refused to be outdone. Thumb, let's attack him from both sides. I don't believe we can't deal with this bastard. Thumb responded loudly, all right. After speaking, the two indeed split into 2 sides, preparing to ambush Han Sen. Swords are ready. However, Han Sen had already anticipated it. The saber drew a circle, almost blocking all 2 attacks. Meanwhile, on the ground, everyone was heatedly discussing. You can say that again. The aerial duel is truly like fighting with immortals. Beishin is too strong. I really wish I had a pair of godblood flying beast soul wings to fly up and observe this battle up close. So thrilling. Xin Xian, holding binoculars, also commented a few words. It's only been a while, and Beishin has become so powerful. They didn't notice that in another corner of the sky, another figure spread its wings and flew up. Yuan Xiaoye, the professional drama watcher, also closed his eyes in wonder at this moment. Admiringly holding a bag of biscuits, he still heard that Beishin is more than enough to handle the 2 of them. He is the true king of Steel Armor Sanctuary. The only king. The figure just now was Huangfu Pingcheng. As she flew closer, she shouted, me in here to help you. Han Sen immediately recognized her voice. He turned his head. Huangfu Pingcheng, she was calling out to Shen Tianzi. At this moment, Han Sen was surrounded by 3 opponents. They circled and flew, colluding with each other. Little sister, you came just in time. The 3 of us will attack together and kill Jinbi. Kill Jinbi. A series of attacks surged towards Han Sen. He resisted with some difficulty, annoyed, thinking it seems Huangfu Pingcheng and Xingyu group are in cahoots. All this time, I never realized how deeply this woman had been hiding. Down below, Qin Xian also became anxious. Jinbi's strength compared to last time has indeed improved a lot. But to deal with 3 people, it's already a stretch. It's already a stretch. Yang Monli, standing by, also agreed with everyone. This Shen Tianzi is truly shameless. This time I support Beishin. Hearing this, the people around also chimed in. I support Beishin too. Go Beishin, kill them. Han Sen was struggling to defend against 3 people. It was indeed very difficult. While fending off Dama's shield, he was slightly distracted. Damn it. The 3 of them attacked in turns, and even launched sneak attacks, ignoring the shouts. Take this. It was Shen Tianzi who flew in from nowhere. A lightning-fast sword strike grazed Han Sen's body. Han Sen quickly blocked the attack. Han Sen gritted his teeth and endured. Although his life was saved, the weapon in his hand had now shattered into pieces. The people on the ground exclaimed in astonishment, oh my god. Beishin's weapon was actually shattered by Shen Tianzi. That bloody greatsword was a godblood beast soul weapon. Beishin's fighting power is a bit lacking. Stop talking nonsense, it's 3 against 1. For Beishin to fight like this, he's already very strong. Exactly, go Beishin. Go Beishin. Cheers erupted continuously. Qin Xian said nervously, he has no weapon left. Even if Beishin is stronger now, He won't be able to turn the tide. Although he once defeated me, I still don't want him to be killed by Shintianzi. Yuan Xiaoye stood nearby, still leisurely eating biscuits. Don't worry, Beishan will surely find a way to deal with it. Shintianzi understood the situation clearly. Let's see what other tricks you have up your sleeve. Dai Hansen suddenly exerted all his strength. His eyes gleamed with golden light. Opening his mouth wide, he concentrated. He landed a barehanded palm strike on Shintianzi's face. Taking advantage of his distraction, he knocked the sword flying. He cursed, "Damn it. Pingqing quickly rushed up to assist me. In here." A flash of sword light almost pierced Hansen. He broke into a slight cold sweat, thinking how sharp this is. This godblood beast soul weapon is silver. A three-pronged trident which Shintianzi acquired at auction. So that's how it is. You two siblings are truly malicious. The auction was originally just a scheme to cover up for the holy light divine bird, what Lin Xiao auctioned. Shintianzi must have bought it for a hefty sum. Han Sen quickly dodged the attack. He continued to ponder. And the silver trident Shintianzi had acquired through auction was essentially Huangfu Bingjing's item. It was the same no matter who used it. He flew high into the clouds, intentionally getting away from those three. I don't have a divine blood weapon. Being aggressive won't benefit me. I need to think of a plan. At this moment, Han Sen had already flown to Divine Domain Island. Looking at the green mountains and clear waters before him, he couldn't help but sigh. An immortal realm must look something like this. Suddenly Han Sen spotted a creature. It looked incredibly magnificent, carrying immense pressure. A pair of broad snow-white wings almost covered its entire body. Its hands tightly gripped a sword shining with golden light. There was also a golden halo above its head. He exclaimed, "That's a divine blood humanoid creature. Moreover, it can give birth to treasures." In such a picturesque landscape, he never expected a life-or-death battle to be taking place. Han Sen hid behind a tree, scouting the divine blood humanoid creature's situation. It's very powerful, and besides, this is Divine Domain Island. This mutated beast soul before me, like an angel. Its strength is probably not inferior to the blood crystal butcher. He then noticed the battlefield. He murmured to himself, Shintianzi and his two companions are coming. If I rashly challenge a divine blood creature, it would definitely not be a wise move. It's better to observe calmly before making a plan. Those three had also flown here, eagerly searching for Han Sen. Wait, don't go yet. Brother, look, that's a Crete. You're a divine blood humanoid creature, Bingjing finished. Thumb replied. There's only one divine blood creature on Divine Domain Island. It must be it. Shintianzi gnashed his teeth in anger. Damn it. The three of us alone probably can't handle this divine blood creature. He figured it out. He shouted at the sky, calling for Jinbi. I know what you're planning. Come out, let's talk. A reply came from somewhere. What do you want? Shintianzi began to negotiate. Let's cooperate. Let's kill that divine blood creature together. I'll give you 50 million. But the beast soul must be mine. After hearing that, Han Sen adamantly refused to lose out. He replied, give me a divine blood beast soul. Otherwise there's nothing to discuss. Shintianzi was furious, gritting his teeth. Bingjing next to him was not to be outdone. Your demands are too high. We can offer 100 million, how about that? Han Sen answered. How precious a divine blood humanoid creature is. I don't need to elaborate. If you don't agree, well, just watch. Bingjing wasted no more words. She shot an arrow in the direction of the voice. Hiding is useless. Hundreds of arrows rained down, forcing Han Sen to emerge. She said, your position is exposed. Since you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being ruthless. Han Sen continued to flee. Running, he continued to say, Shintianzi, I advise you to agree to give me a divine blood beast soul. Otherwise you'll regret it. Shintianzi ignored him. My biggest regret is not killing you earlier. Today I will tear you into a million pieces. Han Sen smiled slyly. Then keep regretting it. He flew straight towards where that divine blood creature resided. It was an open field covered in lush green grass. In the very center was the creature that looked like an angel. Seeing this, the three people were stunned. Shintianzi roared, is this scoundrel looking for death? Thumb, however, said more shrewdly. He must be. I guess he wants to fly to the divine blood creature. So we wouldn't dare chase him. Don't fall for it. Bingjing then noticed, wait. I feel like something's not right. Han Sen charged towards it without hesitation, flying and shouting loudly with immense power. At a certain distance, when the creature sensed something approaching, it suddenly opened. Its eyes shining brightly as if a switch had been flipped. Its heavy wings no longer folded in. They rose high, stretching straight out. The halo above its head also shone brightly. A colossal power around its body was unleashed, looking incredibly terrifying. The creature instantly, bright sparks and golden lightning, erupted like this, looking like a fierce storm. Han Sen still maintained the mindset of luring the enemy. The three of them no longer found it new or strange. They shouted retreat. Damn it! He lured the godblood creature here. Damn it, this bastard really had ill intentions. Run, Pang Ting said anxiously. It's too late. The godblood creature's flight speed is much faster than ours. We can't escape. Han Sen darted through the air, not following a fixed trajectory. Right behind him was the pursuing godblood creature. He thought nervously, it's really fast. Seizing a tiny opportunity, Han Sen spun around like lightning, wielding a blade, which had gotten from who knows where, and slashed at the creature. But it dodged in an instant. Not only that, his blade was cut into two in an imperceptible moment. Han Sen was drenched in sweat, trembling as he thought, so strong. The mutated blood great spear is a mutated weapon after all. Yet it was directly cut off. He knew he couldn't afford to retreat, and couldn't delay any longer. Otherwise it would be difficult to save his life. However, just as he retreated a few meters, the creature's blade had already fallen close to his body, perfectly severing the remaining hilt as well. Han Sen flew away at top speed. He looked back and smiled easily, thinking successfully escaped a calamity. Suddenly, the blade light struck where the three men were standing. The pillar of light seemed to suck everyone into it, surrounded by lightning like electricity. It looked like it came from both heaven and hell. That move attacked Demao, leaving him only able to rely on that small shield to reduce the destructive power, and he was pushed far away. The other two shouted his name in unison. Demao. Suddenly the flying beast's soul armor on him immediately transformed him into a beast form. A huge dangerous grizzly bear with a pair of black wings, charging from behind, roaring loudly to show its might. Jinbi put aside personal grievances for now. If you're willing to cooperate, we might still have a chance to fight. If not, no one will leave Xinyu Island alive today. Han Sen seemed to have agreed at this point. He flew towards the ground, rushing and shouting, get to the ground. In the air were no match for it. Demao, in his godblood transformation state, unfurled a massive shield, blocking the powerful incoming attack. He shouted, you guys get down quickly. My godblood transformation plus my godblood shield can barely hold on for a while. Shen Qianzi flew down reluctantly. He frowned, gritting his teeth as he told Han Sen how amusing. Good things won't come to you, he then secretly thought. Jinbi, just you wait. After killing this godblood creature, it'll kill you immediately. The three of them had taken the opportunity to land on the ground by now. Han Sen landed first, and quickly informed them. Everyone use your transformation forms, preferably godblood tier. This godblood creature has both offense and defense. It can both attack and defend. Carelessness will cost you your life. Shen Qianzi was immediately annoyed upon hearing this, and transformed into his godblood form, a huge fierce lion, with sharp red glowing eyes. He snorted, do I need you to tell me that? Peng Ting did not transform. She voluntarily retreated to the back, to provide support. I'm good at long-range archery. Transforming would actually weaken my combat power. I'll provide cover, the attack is up to you. Grandam merely tried her best to block with her iron shield, which even had several cracks. I'll go first, you find the right moment to attack. Just as a slight opening appeared, Grandam violently swung her other sword, attempting to slay the creature. The godblood creature easily dodged the immense green force, but right behind it, Han Sen was already positioned for an ambush. He smirked, thinking what a great opportunity. However, even though he used all his strength in his sword strike, the creature was completely unharmed. He gritted his teeth, thinking, no, it's too tough. Mutant-grade weapons are completely useless. Shin Tianzi also charged forward in coordination, gripping the sword in his hand. He was also quickly struck by the creature, and had to angrily roar and dodge. Damn it. Although my current transformation is also godblood grade, it's not humanoid, so it lacks some advantages. The force of the strike, Shin Tianzi landed safely. He thought, if last time I hadn't given the Vajra Mighty 8 Beast Soul to that good-for-nothing Luo Tian Yang in his transformed state, he gritted his teeth and said spitefully, I wouldn't have been beheaded by that beast. Gold coin. Just you wait, gold coin. I'll settle all the old and new scores. After saying that, he recalled the moment of his last defeat. Han Sen's beast soul was quickly severed by his sword. Han Sen had no weapon in hand at this moment. Like throwing an egg at a rock, he could only move to dodge attacks. Moreover, his transformation was flashing a time's up warning. He had no choice but to shout. Can anyone lend me a god blood weapon? Hurry, my transformation time is limited. It can't be extended any further. Bing Xing shouted back, lend you a god blood weapon? That's not something we can just casually agree to. Shen Tianzi bared his teeth and said impatiently, gold coin. Don't take us for fools. If you want a god blood weapon, you'll have to provide collateral. Han Sen wasn't angry either. He looked at the three people and sneered. So there's nothing to discuss then. Never mind, let's all just go home. As for this god blood creature's treasure and beast soul, none of you will be taking them. After saying that, he fled as fast as he could, leaving only his back view to the three people. Bing Xing quickly shouted, wait, gold coin, that bastard just left. She turned to Shen Tianzi and asked, brother, what do we do now? With one less person, we're at an even greater disadvantage. He, however, impatiently ignored her. We shouldn't have trusted that bastard in the first place. He wasted so much of our time. The god blood creature had already caught up. Grandam nearly offered a suggestion. I think we should just go back for now. As long as we don't actively attack. That god blood creature doesn't seem to attack either. Shen Tianzi also frowned helplessly and said in a deep voice, this is the only way. Let's go back and figure something out. We'll come back before God's Sanctuary Island disappears. Such a precious god blood beast soul. I absolutely cannot give up on it easily. Several hours later, God's Sanctuary Island still floated in the sky. Behind it was a dazzling light. In a dense patch of bushes, Han Sen crouched surveying his surroundings. Shen Tianzi and the others would never dream that he would dare to return to God's Sanctuary Island alone. If I can't kill this god blood creature, then my Azura, combat power and mutant dagger will be wasted for nothing. Then he slowly approached the creature. The powerful creature was concentrating on recovering its strength. He thought, speaking of god blood weapons, I actually do have one more. It's the ghost leaf butterfly god blood throwing dart, but it's a beast soul weapon. If I use it once without absolute certainty, I absolutely cannot use it. After making up his mind, Han Sen indeed used that weapon. A set of fiery red mecha and a massive bow appeared. He clenched his hand, determined, I only have one chance. If failure meant escape, that would also be a problem. He raised his bow. He stretched out his arm, drew the bowstring taut, and calculated. Long-range archery wasn't an issue. The key was to suppress his killing intent and scent. To become a mysterious hunter in the night. Suddenly, the god blood creature opened its bright eyes, sensing an enemy nearby. It moved, raising its great sword, preparing to strike. Han Sen was a little flustered. Damn it still found him. Its vigilance in the dark seemed even higher. Sweat beaded on his forehead. He gritted his teeth and changed his plan. He couldn't shoot. If this arrow missed, the mutant beast soul arrow black needle tip would surely be severed. I can't lose another mutant weapon. As the creature launched its attack, he flew out of the bushes standing before it and shouted. The Fairy Queen beast soul's double vision, coupled with the super particle stream acceleration movement technique. It was truly a perfect combination. He seriously and swiftly dodged the attacks. You didn't expect this, did you? That I'd dare to proactively close the distance. He flew towards its face like lightning, seizing the moment. All for this very moment. Han Sen's a blue-silver dart appeared in his hand at this moment. It was precisely that one-time use weapon. He made it circle the creature's body, shouting, go. The dart, as if guided, continuously attacked the creature, forcing it to swing its sword to block. He anticipated the dart's trajectory. The butterfly leaf trajectory was unpredictable. Within range, it would surely adjust according to its surroundings and change its path. I've practiced so hard for so long, all for this precise moment, to unleash a power beyond imagination. The dart was now like a butterfly. It circled the creature's sword a few times, then swiftly pierced its armor. Han Sen shouted excitedly, success. A fiercely burning blue flame incinerated within the creature. It twisted, emitting a piercing shriek that horrified Han Sen. What, this creature isn't pure white anymore. Instead, it's being consumed by an immense power. It charged uncontrollably towards Han Sen. Standing before him, it was like a fiend that had crawled out of hell. It opened its mouth and howled as if to devour its opponent. But only for a moment. The creature dissipated into streaks of light. Even Han Sen was stunned. System notification. Godblood Holy War Angel killed. Obtained Godblood Beast Soul. Flesh and blood cannot be consumed. Han Sen's face turned pale. He opened his mouth wide and exclaimed loudly. Mutant creatures on God's Sanctuary Island can't be eaten. Their flesh and blood can't be eaten either. This, what the hell? After Han Sen's series of stutters, I know that Godblood creature, after being defeated, transformed into a beautiful girl with long black hair, Her body radiated light. He was devastated. Why is it a beast soul pet and a Lolita at that? Heavens, looking at the quiet and cute girl in front of him. Han Sen clutched his head, his face ashen, feeling utterly disappointed. It was so hard to even find God's Sanctuary Island. It was so hard to defeat the Holy War Angel. Why did it turn out like this? Now I have to find a way to train her to the ghost grade evolution state, and who knows how long that will take. Han Sen hugged the creature's sword and started crying, taking it as a small comfort. Thankfully I got this treasure. Otherwise I'd really jump off God's Sanctuary Island. After realizing this, he gave a self-deprecating smile, swung the sword a few times and said, although this treasure can only be used in the sanctuary and cannot be retrieved, but the destructive power of this weapon is incredibly strong. Even the Great Mother's Godblood shield would only be severely scarred by it. It's just that all those godsons have already seen it. From now on I can only use it in the name of gold coins, and use it appropriately, to compensate for the destroyed Azura combat power. Scene changed the next morning. Han Sen in his uniform yawned on his way to school. He walked and said, fighting all night long, I'm exhausted. I need to go back to the dorm and sleep first. At this moment his phone rang again in his pocket. He took out his phone and looked at the screen. Han Sen frowned again, feeling displeased. Huang Fu Jing, it's her again. Last time when I was kissing Yenran, she interrupted us too. The thought made him angry. The screen showed a video call. On the other side Jing was still the same as last time, sitting in a bathtub waving at Han Sen. Junior, I'm not disturbing you, am I? Han Sen said helplessly. I mean, sister, can you pick a more normal time for a video call? She scooped some bath bubbles onto her hand, blew gently, and the bubbles scattered. Du Ching, senior sister is in a hurry to find you, it's important. God's Sanctuary Island has appeared in steel armor shelter. Have you heard? Han Sen replied with a straight face. I've heard. But what does that have to do with me? I don't have divine blood wings, I can't fly up there. Huang Fu Jing leaned closer to the screen and began to discuss. I can give you divine blood wings so you can fly up there. You can also tell me if you have any requests. But after you go up there, you'll need to assist Shen Tianzi and Great Thumb in acquiring beast souls. Han Sen squatted in a corner, reached up and scratched his head, pretending to be confused. I'm just an ordinary student. How can I be qualified to cooperate with two seniors like them? Huang Fu Jing still insisted on inviting him. I admit, your archery is better than mine. You're the most suitable person I can think of. Han Sen secretly glanced away, a slight smile on his lips. He thought the sacred battle angel has already been defeated by me. But Huang Fu Jing and Shen Tianzi don't know my identity. I might as well play dumb, give her a favor, and take the opportunity to gain some benefits. He then showed a friendly smile to the person on the other end of the call. To be valued by senior sister. I'm truly flattered. I have no problem helping out. Requirements actually. Recently, I've really wanted a divine blood beast soul weapon. I wonder if senior sister has one. Huang Fu Jing rubbed her chin, thinking. To be honest, the silver kill trident is still in my possession. If you want it, the lowest price is 150 million. This is the lowest price I can offer you. Otherwise I can't explain it to the company. Hearing this, Han Sen immediately made a decision in his mind. This price is indeed very good. I have over 60 million in savings. If I sell the silver kill halberd from the championship, plus the black feather mutant beast soul wings, 150 million should be enough. After thinking, he grinned at the screen, gave a thumbs up and said no problem, deal. He then thought to himself, looks like he'll be back to square one after just one night. Who cares? Out with the old, in with the new. In the suburbs, steel armor shelter, 3 people. Han Sen, Shen Tianzi and Great Thumb stood together discussing. Shen Tianzi arrogantly pointed at Han Sen and said, this guy, if my cousin hadn't enthusiastically recommended him, I definitely wouldn't use you, remember? Don't act on your own like you did last time dealing with the purple feather scaled dragon. You must follow my commands. On the surface he smiled friendly, lowering his posture. Brother, don't worry. I've already promised senior sister Huangfu that he'll obey. But in his heart he thought in character for a second. Now I am Han Oscar. Great Thumb asked Shen Tianzi. It's been a while since we left God's Sanctuary Island. It's been a while now. There shouldn't be any changes up there, right? That Jinbi is no pushover either. Shen Tianzi turned his head and smiled confidently. Don't worry, Jinbi alone can't handle that divine blood creature. Unless he's looking for death. This time I've already borrowed a transformation beast soul. A divine blood human form beast soul borrowed from Qin Xian. This time we're sure to achieve a great victory. After speaking, the two immediately flew into the sky. Let's go. Before God's Sanctuary Island disappears, we must kill that divine blood creature. Great Thumb followed all right. The two flew off first, completely oblivious to Han Sen's triumphant smile. Behind them, he thought to himself, Shin Tianzi is fully prepared. I really want to see him like that soon, looking extremely disappointed. I flew near Divine Realm Island. Shin Tianzi ordered. Han Sen, you're in charge of long-range suppression. Cover me while I attack the Great Mother. Great Thumb, you're responsible for staying close and protecting me. I already know the fighting style of that god blood creature. I'm already very familiar with it. There will definitely be no problem this time. Great Thumb was behind holding binoculars, observing and giving updates. First, observe the movements of that beast soul. To ensure safety, choose the right moment. He suddenly stopped, letting out a sound of confusion. Shin Tianzi turned and asked what's wrong. He took another careful look and after confirming said, under that tree. The god blood creature is gone, it's not there. Hearing this, Shin Tianzi also panicked. He snatched the binoculars from Great Thumb's hand and said, what nonsense are you spouting? Give it to me, let me see. At this moment he looked into them, witnessing it firsthand. He didn't see the original creature under that tree anymore. He cried out in horror. Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. Shin Tianzi's mouth twitched and his face suddenly fell. Like a rocket he blurted out. It must have just left temporarily. It must be nearby, go look for it quickly. After flying around the island, the three gathered in one spot. Shin Tianzi cursed, damn it. There's not even a shadow to be seen around here. Great Thumb also chimed in. If no outsiders invaded, the god blood creature shouldn't have left this place. Han Sen saw the situation and joined the conversation. I thought I'd get to see a god blood creature and broaden my horizons. So disappointing at this point. You mentioned Jin Bai. Did he ever come to Divine Realm Island? Great Thumb hummed in agreement. It must have been him after we left. Who killed the god blood creature? Shin Tianzi gritted his teeth, furious beyond endurance. Who else but him in the entire steel armor sanctuary? Only he has this ability. After speaking, Shin Tianzi exploded, roaring heavenward. Jin Bai, Jin Bai, Jin Bai. I, Shin Tianzi, will never rest until you are destroyed. I will definitely kill you with my own hands. A day later, loud laughter erupted from Han Sen's home. Excellent, truly a pleasant transaction. He leaned back in his chair. Holding a small knife in his hand, he said, this god blood weapon, silver. 3-bladed fork every second. Can also battle creatures for 300 rounds every minute. God blood, thinking of Pingting's expression. He was so angry he smashed the table. Han Sen started laughing again. Huang Fu Pingting. When he learned Shin Tianzi didn't get the beast soul and the god blood, he went completely mad with rage. Fortunately, she kept her word and sold him the weapon. Put away the new weapon. He grinned and said, let's put it away for now. If there's a chance, I'll go to the White Demon Desert to try my luck again. If I could encounter a Godblood Fox King, or a Godblood Black Feather Beast King, that would be great. Suddenly the phone on the table rang. Han Sen picked it up, murmuring, Qin Xian. She's looking for me at this time. Is it a new mission? Han Sen asked doubtfully. Professor Bai Yishan from the sanctuary wants me to be his assistant. Can I say no? Last time, being a representative for Imperial Steel was already troublesome enough. Qin Xian looked at him and said seriously. You should be very clear. Although the Sanctuary and Imperial Steel are both managed by the military, they are not on the same level. The Sanctuary's highlight is researching and developing supercore genetics. Elder Bai is an honorary elder of the Sanctuary. His reputation is very high. Han Sen scratched his head and said, puzzled. The problem is I have no connection with the Sanctuary. I don't know this Professor Bai either. Why is he suddenly looking for me? Qin Xian replied. During the last black and white boxing match, when you competed against Nalan Shengzong, Professor Bai already saw it. Simply put, that match led him to make this judgment about you. For you it's an absolute endorsement. Han Sen rubbed his chin and asked, puzzled. This kind of windfall still feels a bit off after thinking it over. Captain, do you think I should go? Asked so suddenly. Qin Xian felt a bit flustered, but she immediately replied. Your treatment in the Sanctuary, compared to our special operations team, is much better. Following Professor Bai is like soaring to the heavens in a single step. Plus you'll have the chance to access genetic advanced knowledge of supercore genomics. After hearing this, Han Sen asked her. You're not trying to get rid of me, are you? Qin Xian patted her chest and confidently replied. No, quite the opposite if you ask. For my personal opinion, of course, I hope you stay. Qin Xian said happily. In a few more months, you'll be able to advance to an evolver and enter the second God's Sanctuary world. At that time, I'll recommend you to take over my position. Hearing Qin Xian say that, Han Sen laughed and replied, "Such a good thing exists. Then of course I'm not going to the sanctuary. Just follow the captain." He thought to himself, "I shouldn't accept rewards without merit, it's better not to go. Besides, I've already cultivated the ice skin jade bone art. What if those experts from the sanctuary notice it?" Qin Xian was very satisfied with Han Sen's performance. He wasn't tempted by benefits, good, she thought. Indeed, she hadn't misjudged him. If only he were a bit older. Younger men aren't my type. Bai Shan stood in front of the bookshelf, looking at the information with a surprised expression. He said he actually refused. That's a bit unexpected. Suddenly Bai Yishan's gaze became resolute. He said firmly, "The conventional path won't work. Looks like I'll have to find a way myself. Such a promising talent cannot be wasted. I absolutely must get Han Sen to cultivate my Grand Ocean magnetic cannon. Mine." Ji Yanran's hands moved non-stop operating the game console. She frowned and said angrily, "Damn it, I lost points again. This guy's got some skills." Han Sen stood outside and tapped on the glass, teasing Ji Yanran. "Hey beautiful, school's over. Still playing Hand of God? Aren't you going to eat?" She was still engrossed in the game, not even sparing Han Sen a glance. She huffed, "I'm so mad. I'm full from being angry, what else could I eat? Come quickly and help me teach this guy a lesson." Han Sen immediately jumped through the window and came to Ji Yanran's seat. He asked, "Who's so bold to dare make our Yanran angry? Needs a lesson, doesn't he?" Ji Yanran pulled his hand and said to Han Sen, feeling wronged, "The opponent I met online has won 3 rounds against me consecutively. He's no pushover. Quick play with my account. Don't let him log off." Han Sen then sat down in front of the game console. He casually pulled Ji Yanran close to him and said, "No problem, watch me perform." She was very surprised by Han Sen's actions. She asked, "What are you doing?" Han Sen embraced Ji Yanran, pulled her into his arms and gazed at her affectionately. He teased, "This way you can see everything clearly, can't you? Don't you blink, not even for a second, okay?" Ji Yanran, her face and hands flushed red, playfully chided Han Sen. "You scoundrel! How can you play like this? What if it affects your performance?" Han Sen immediately focused his mind and analyzed the game. "This is the unevolved zone. I can win even if I play casually." First, he'll send him a challenge invitation. The opponent's ID was displayed on the screen. Third Hand of God, the opponent enabled voice chat and said, "You're Ji Yanran from Blackhawk Military Academy, aren't you?" Han Sen said, "This person knows you. His ID is way too arrogant, isn't it?" Ji Yanran immediately denied. "No, I don't know him, it's a random match. I've never seen this ID before." The other party then said, "I am Lu Baitao, the 3-handed king of the God team, the ace of Central Military Academy. You must have heard my name right. I'd like to add you as a friend, may I?" Ji Yanran was puzzled. She wondered about the 3-handed king of Central Military Academy, one of the top 10 players in the military league. How did he know this was my account? Han Sen frowned in anger and said, "He definitely has ulterior motives for you. He's probably hitting on everyone." He snorted coldly. "How dare he have ideas about my girlfriend? He should think about the consequences of doing this." In a certain male dormitory at Central Military Academy, Lu Baitao was happily playing on his phone and said, "Ji Yanran, I noticed you a long time ago. Too bad Black Hawk's strength can't catch up to us Central. Otherwise you'd already be my girlfriend." Liang Yiming saw Lu Baitao tapping on his phone and laughing, so he walked over and asked, "Hey Taozi, what are you giggling about by yourself over there?" Lu Baitao then boasted to Liang Yiming, "Liang Yiming, guess who I ran into while playing Hand of God? Ji Yanran from Black Hawk." Liang Yiming immediately got excited and said, "Holy crap! Your dream girl. Last time you saw her in the video, Black Hawk's promotional video, you were completely captivated." Liang Yiming then teased Lu Baitao, "Don't be too rough when dealing with a beauty like that. You need to show off your strength, but also be a gentleman." Lu Baitao replied with a smile, "Treating women with care, I get it." The match began. Han Sen's eyes filled with killing intent as he said, 4 light spots. "I'll take them all." Sure enough, he quickly got all 4 light spots. Lu Baitao exclaimed in surprise. "That fast, not bad. Beauty G is really taking this seriously." Lu Baitao also became serious. He thought to himself, "I can't be careless. I want to go easy on her. But I need to get some points first." Lu Baitao started to snatch points. But he exclaimed in surprise, "What's going on? This speed compared to earlier is completely not on the same level. Ji Yanran's strength isn't weak, but she can't be this strong." Liang Yiming stood by sighing. "I say Taozi, you're going too easy on her, that's a bit much. The beauty will look down on you." Lu Baitao was sweating profusely as he played and said, "I'm not going easy on her. Her speed is just way faster than mine. I can't even snatch a single light spot." The screen showed 7 light spots. Liang Yiming exclaimed in surprise. "Holy cow, points snatched again. Is that really Ji Yanran? This speed at Central Military Academy. Hardly any of us can achieve it." Liang Yiming thought, how can this be? Taozi's skill level in school, though not the highest, is definitely higher than anyone in Black Hawk. But now he's actually being defeated. The screen displayed God's third hand 0 points. Lu Baitao's eyes widened, sweat pouring down. He thought in surprise, she's not giving me any face at all. Afterward, the few of them arrived at the Super Core Jean Store. Super Core Jean Store. Chu Lily walked ahead smiling as she said, "According to regulations, we third years can purchase 2 grade jeans and 4 grade jeans of Super Core Jeans. Yenrano grade 1. You two tell me, which kind should I buy for the best results?" Ji Yenran, who was behind, also happily replied to Lily, "I think, based on your physique and what you're good at, making a choice will be better." Han Sen, standing nearby, nodded in agreement. "Exactly. Super Core Jeans are best when they have a high compatibility with your own body. That way the effect will be better." Just then, from behind, Bai Yishan suddenly appeared and spoke. "Hey there, female student. You could try kinetic acceleration and wind sprint." Chu Lily turned her head, looking at him in confusion. "How did you know these 2 books would suit me? May I ask who you are?" The other person heard this and answered seriously. "Genetic inheritance studies. You're currently cultivating the power of primal warrior. Right, pay attention to your boda's flexibility and explosiveness." Chu Lily. She hadn't expected him to be such an expert. "You can tell that too. Are you also an ancient martial arts teacher?" Baishan replied with a smile. "Your linear acceleration is probably close to 13 points. And your muscle flexibility has also reached about 125. Cultivating kinetic acceleration and wind dash will help you achieve twice the result with half the effort." After hearing these pointers, Chu Lily smiled happily. "Teacher, you're absolutely right. How do you know my physical stats? That's incredible." Ji Yenran looked at her happy friend, and then cheerfully said to the person next to her, "I remember the last test. Lily's data was indeed almost exactly as he described." They quickly made a decision. Chu Lily walked to the vending machine, happily making her selection. "Alright then, I'll buy kinetic acceleration and wind dash." Han Sen couldn't help but have his own thoughts. These 2 new martial arts are indeed very suitable for primal warrior power. This professor was absolutely right. Baishan smiled from behind and said to him, "Student, I have a class new martial art that's very suitable for you. After practicing it, you'll definitely benefit greatly." Han Sen didn't accept it. Instead, he politely smiled and replied, "No thank you. Class martial arts, they wouldn't help me much. But thank you for your kindness, teacher." He refused because he knew very well that the genetic inheritance studies Supercore School and its level is below that of the sanctuary. Many of them are just very ordinary new martial arts. I've already learned the ice muscle, jade bone art, and supermagnetic current acceleration, so there's no need to learn these things again. Aishan stood there, still trying to convince him. "You're wrong. The foundation of martial arts is extremely important. Don't underestimate class new martial arts, because they contain many essential foundations for the advanced supercore of genetic inheritance studies. If you can cultivate them well, then for evolvers, and even for cultivating the advanced new martial arts of transcenders are also very beneficial." Chu Lily also stood there smiling and persuading him. This instructor is so amazing. His recommendations definitely won't be a problem. Prodigy Jr. "Don't hesitate, just swipe your card." Han Sen replied with some embarrassment. "But right now, the money on my card might not be enough. I think he'll just skip it." Ji Yenran picked up her card and said with a smile, "With me here, what are you afraid of? As long as it helps you improve and progress, money is not an issue." Han Sen really hadn't expected her to make such a gesture. In the end, he could only reply with a smile, "Yenran has swiped this card too many times. I feel really embarrassed. It's like him being kept. Next time, I must buy my sister a special gift." Afterward, the system panel quickly appeared before him. This martial art seems quite complex. Its difficulty is similar to supermagnetic current acceleration. How can this be? Han Sen held the gene fluid in his hand, feeling a bit fond of it. Although the composition of this gene fluid is very ordinary, but once you practice it will definitely have extraordinary effects. Although he was very interested in the content of this new martial art, he still felt it was strange. But in the end, he still ignored it and turned to leave. Forget it, I won't practice it. While I have some free time, I'll go to the shelter to hunt mutant creatures. At this moment, the screen behind had already changed. Baishan was sitting in the monitoring room, deep in thought. Fortunately, his relationship with the Blackhawk School's principal was deep, allowing him free access to the school. Even more fortunate was how easily Han Sen could practice his day on Zillicel. He picked up the teacup in his hand. You must be a little faster. The sanctuary might reclaim this martial art in the future, as long as he can cooperate with the Xenogeneic gene to complete the cultivation. It will prove that my research has achieved a new breakthrough. But just then he realized something was wrong. He quickly threw down his coffee cup, turned and ran out. Is that Han Sen? Why is there no change in his expression? Could it be that he hasn't been cultivating the day on Zillicel? He's not heading in that direction, is he? Damn it, if he enters the shelter world, there won't be enough time. He quickly caught up with Han Sen, who was about to step into the transfer station. Then he loudly called out to the person ahead. Student Han Sen, please wait. Han Sen of course remembered this person. You're the professor who recommended Supercore Gene Art, aren't you? Baishan ignored his words and asked student Han Sen, why haven't you cultivated that day on Zillicel? Han Sen smiled happily and replied, sorry professor. I haven't had time to cultivate recently. Let's talk about these things later. Baishan immediately disagreed. No, you must complete the cultivation within these 2 days. Otherwise it will be reclaimed by the sanctuary. And all will be for naught. Upon hearing his words, Han Sen seriously retorted, sanctuary? Professor, who exactly are you? Baishan had no choice but to introduce himself. Let me introduce myself. My name is Baishan, a professor from the sanctuary. That day on Zillicel is actually a super core gene art. The day on Zillicel. This is my latest research. Among all the people I've met, you are the most suitable person to cultivate it. The sanctuary's plan is to reclaim techniques that have been listed as forbidden. But this martial art itself isn't dangerous. It just lacks some annotations. Therefore I hope you can immediately begin cultivation and not waste my efforts. Upon hearing the name, Han Sen fell into deep thought again. Baishan is he professor by whom Qin Xian mentioned last time? I didn't expect him to value me so highly, even using this method to get me to cultivate a new martial art. After thinking carefully for a moment, Han Sen questioned Professor Bai in return. Excuse me, why am I the most suitable person to cultivate this super core gene art? Wouldn't it be more appropriate to find evolvers or transcenders? Baishan began to explain. The Daeon Zillicel was modified based on the flaws of the Yang Mojing. Those who cultivate the Yang Mojing must be young people under 20 years old. This is a prerequisite. For those over 20 who cultivate it, progress will be very slow, and there isn't much room for improvement. Originally the person I wanted to find was Nailan Shengta. But after seeing your black-white boxing match against him, I decided you are the most suitable person. Han Sen nodded thoughtfully upon hearing this. Thank you for your recognition, Professor Bai. So, if I agree to cultivate, what benefits can you offer me? He said it aloud, but inwardly he was overjoyed. He's an elder of the sanctuary. If I don't get some benefits, it would be against all reason. Baishan didn't seem to expect the young man opposite him to be so direct. He was stunned for a moment, then said with a wry smile, you little rascal, you truly won't lift a finger without seeing a clear benefit, will you? However, you're not wrong, since you're willing to help me with this. I won't treat you unfairly. How about this? As long as you can successfully cultivate within the given time frame, I can help you apply for a special internal resource from the sanctuary. Something even transcenders would dream of having. What do you say? Han Sen's eyes lit up and he quickly asked. And react that way again? He asked in surprise. What? Han Sen replied with a smile. I'm talking about compensation. Although you said there's no danger, forbidden techniques always carry some degree of risk. Right. It's only natural for me to charge a fee for cultivating for you at my own risk. It's a matter of course. Baishan hadn't expected him to answer so calmly. All right. Just tell me how much you want. As long as you can complete the cultivation. He also didn't expect him to have such a greedy side. Everyone else was fighting tooth and nail to volunteer to become one of his people. This kid is truly no ordinary person. Han Sen began to state his conditions. I don't want money. I want 100 grade sanctuary cards. Baishan couldn't believe it. You would actually make such a demand. What kind of joke are you playing? Do you know what you're saying? The sanctuary has a secret agreement. Even I can't get 100 grade cards. Even if I could. Without the corresponding gene points, it would still be a waste of effort. Hearing this, Han Sen smiled, turned his head and prepared to leave. I'm truly sorry, Professor Bai. I can't help you with this matter. You can find someone more capable. 100 cards is indeed a bit excessive. But if I don't say anything, how will he take the initiative? Next, Bai Yishan naturally fell into your trap. Wait, the sanctuary gives me 2 grade cards every year. I've used some, so I still have 5 left. I can give them all to you, including the corresponding gene points. Alright. Han Sen had of course successfully achieved his goal. Deal. So to ensure safety, let's sign a contract. I won't go back on my word. This time I've really hit the jackpot. Afterward, he returned to his home in the sanctuary. His face was filled with joy. Great, today's second surprise. The black crystal has already nurtured a god blood creature. He looked at the ugly monster and happily thought, God blood grade small chameleon beast soul. This beast soul is a fusion type. It allows the user to become invisible anywhere. If it's god blood grade, using it while moving should make it harder to be seen, right? Han Sen happily held a few daggers in his hand. This is actually an assassination type. What an amazing piece of equipment. Oh heavens above. Oh spirits below, bless me with a successful fusion. Afterward, blood quickly splattered everywhere. Killed chameleon beast soul. Small chameleon beast soul, god blood beast soul obtained. Consume its flesh and blood to randomly obtain less than 10 god blood gene points. Han Sen noticed that his body had already undergone significant changes. He was also very happy about this. The heavens are truly helping me. Just now I got another new god blood beast soul. Now my god blood gene points are at 50, more than halfway there. His entire body was already invisible in the air. He seemed to be completely invisible. This beast soul would be quite convenient for doing bad deeds or harboring illicit intentions. Fortunately, I am a gentleman. From now on, approaching mutated creatures will be completely unnoticed by gods and ghosts alike. The next morning they gathered. Shi Zikong walked behind, asking his third brother, today is the department's midterm exam. I haven't seen you in training at all. Is everything alright? Han Sen calmly replied, there's definitely no problem. Lu Meng reminded him from the side, you should still take it a bit more seriously. The coach has a lot of prejudice against you. He's already gotten angry several times. Zhang Yang stood nearby and replied with a smile, it's fine. Third brother is so amazing, what problem could there be? The coach is really too rigid. He checks attendance records every day. Han Sen thought to himself, how can the coach be Situ Xiang? The department's exercises are too basic and too lazy to go. I feel like I'm almost forgetting what she looks like. The few of them soon arrived at the centralized assessment location. Situ Xiang was the coach waiting there. Today is our archery department's midterm assessment. I hope everyone takes it seriously. I hope everyone takes it seriously. Everyone please proceed in order and don't break formation. Seeing you here. Everyone was buzzing with discussion. The god has come to take the exam. Then later, won't we get to see an amazing performance? The god definitely can achieve the best results in the entire department. That's a given. SABCD are the 5 grades. The god is definitely rank. Han Sen heard them praising him so much and replied with a smile, you're all too kind, I'm just performing normally. It's already great if I can pass the assessment. At this moment 2 people appeared above. They are the proctors, Lu Dong and the archery department's coach, Situ Xiang. He stood aside and said, Teacher Situ, it seems like classmate Han Sen is very popular. As expected. He's the popular figure in our department. The girl next to her immediately replied, what's the use of being popular? Getting good grades is what matters. Situ Xiang couldn't help but think again. Han Sen's attendance score is very low and he doesn't practice properly. What mech competitions is he participating in? Or what kind of advertising spokesperson? As long as he has any drank assessment that is failed, I'll ask the principal to have him expelled. Today is about improving the entire physical fitness of our archery department. We cannot allow people who just slack off to exist. After that they started calling names: Han Sen, Zhang Yang, Bai Hao, Zhang Qingyi. Everyone gathered below. They entered the first assessment, the fixed target assessment. Han Sen picked up his bow and arrow and shot an extremely precise arrow. This arrow had completely hit the bullseye. That shot was amazing. The god is incredible. and shrank shot with one arrow and almost embarrassed. Lu Dong was also very happy to see this scene. Teacher Situ classmate Han Sen with just one arrow once again. Amazed everyone. Has he joined the school team? We absolutely cannot let such a talent slip away. We must cultivate him well. Situ Xiang on the other hand replied dismissively. It's just a fixed target after all. Don't make such a fuss. Let's first look at his other assessment items. Then we'll talk. But all the subsequent assessment items he could complete with ease. And very perfectly. Other people outside saw this situation and couldn't believe it. They shouted. Is this something an ordinary person can do? Moving targets, displaced targets and composite targets. The god hit the bullseye on all of them. Is the god an ordinary person? The god is a god. Of course a god can do it. Lu Dong exclaimed excitedly. Teacher Situ classmate Han Sen is the most talented student I've ever seen. You've personally seen all his scores or rank. You should objectively evaluate him. Situ Xiang didn't expect this brat. Couldn't help but think to herself. Han Sen, you actually have this kind of strength. Why don't you actively join the archery team? And the school team? Clearly, you could become a core main member. But you don't care about the department's honor. After everything was done, she quickly picked up her phone and called someone else. A man's voice came through. Xia Shan. It's been a long time since you came to see Dad. Has school been very busy lately? Situ Xiang obediently replied to her father. I have something I'd like to ask Dad for help with. After she finished explaining everything, the girl happily gripped her phone. A proud smile on her face. Han son. You think you're so clever, don't you? Just wait till you get your comeuppance. On the other side, the group of them were eating in the cafeteria, enjoying their meal. Cheers to successfully passing the midterm exams. Shi Zikong sat by happily teasing his third brother. Why don't you tell us? You never come to training. How could you possibly get rank in everything? I originally thought the coach would take this opportunity to really teach you a lesson. But he didn't even get a chance to do anything. Han Sen replied with a happy smile. It was just luck. Nothing special. His phone suddenly rang next to him. He quickly picked it up to check. Is it a text from the academic affairs office? Shi Zikong also leaned over to look at his phone. Student Han Sen. Given your outstanding performance in the midterm exams, the Student Affairs Office has decided to invite you to participate in the special training organized by instructor Situ Ching. His two friends sitting across from him were both very surprised to hear this. Situ Ching, is it that Situ Ching? Han Sen was a bit confused. Who's that? You two are overreacting a bit, aren't you? Zhang Yang replied, his eyes sparkling. He's the honorary principal of Black Hawk Academy. He used to be an archery instructor in the army. His nickname is Smiling. Yama Lu Mang sat there sternly reminding him. I advise you not to go. His special training is something no human can endure. I hear that every time he conducts special training, everyone complains endlessly, gets exhausted and injured, and ends up completely unrecognizable. Someone even wrote a blood letter to complain to the school once, but it was useless. He then quickly and affectionately hugged Han Sen. Third brother, you're definitely in for a rough time this trip. I hope you come back alive. Han Sen couldn't sit still. How could this guy feel this way? Why is he acting like it's a final farewell? After that, he listened to those words and went to the special training location at the school. Han Sen stood in front of the building, holding his phone. This must be the place mentioned in the text message. It's my first time coming here. Why am I the only one here? Shouldn't there be many people for special training? Did I come too early? Soon two people appeared before him. Situ Xiang began to introduce student Han Sen. You don't need to be surprised. Because this special training only invited you. Only you among all students achieved rank in everything. So you received this treatment. The middle-aged man standing beside her smiled as he looked at Han Sen. Situ Xiang introduced, this is Situ Ching, allow me to introduce him. This is instructor Situ Ching. Starting today, you will undergo his special training. I hope you train diligently and rigorously. And don't disappoint my expectations. Han Sen smiled confidently and extended his hand to greet him. Instructor Situ. Hello, I am a first-year student in the archery department. My name is Han Sen. In his heart he couldn't help but wonder again. These two both have the surname Situ. Could they be father and daughter? Situ Ching also replied, student Han Sen. I heard that you achieved groundbreaking results in the exams. I am very much looking forward to your performance. Situ Ching turned and left. The special training starts now. I have something else to do, so we'll be leaving first. The show has already begun, Han Sen. I reckon it won't be long before you'll be begging me to take you. Situ Ching still maintained his smile. Student Han Sen, you are the rising star of the Black Hawk Archery Department. Our school values you greatly. I will impart all my knowledge about archery, as well as all the experience I've gained, to you. He reached his hand forward, holding a jade stone. I've come from somewhere to give you a gift. Let's meet first. You recognize this too? This is precisely the alloy palm. It's a technique only evolvers can cultivate. That's truly formidable. Han Sen looked at the jade stone before him, feeling a bit confused. Using super core genes to alter one's own life core structure and transform the flesh and blood of the hands into an alloy state. When will I ever reach this level? He then quickly picked up the gift. Thank you, Instructor Situ, for this special gift. He calls it a gift, but in reality he wants to show me who's boss. Although I admit you're stronger than me, I also came prepared. He stood there and began to instruct the special training. Alright, first show me your horse stance. 3 hours later, stand up. Han Sen got into a horse stance. As he stood, he spoke. Instructor Situ, I have a small request. Usually I don't have any particular hobbies. I just enjoy playing black and white punch. After the training, could we? Situ Chang, hearing this, also became somewhat interested. You mean black and white punch? Alright, I've heard. You once defeated Nailan Chang. He didn't even wait for him to react, and threw a straight punch. Then why wait until training is over? Let's compete right now. Han Sen then reached out and blocked the black punch. Oh. Situ Ching saw that the opponent could block this move, and also praised him. Not bad. Quick reactions, accurate judgment. Looks like we have time to play today. You flatter me, you flatter me. I once looked it up online. That Situ Ching was obsessed with black and white punch in his youth, and loved to compete with others. Han Sen then asked, it's my turn to attack. Instructor, guess if this punch is a black punch or a white punch. He fell for it so easily. Looks like he's still an old rascal. Situ Ching stood before him and replied, your punch has not an ounce of strength on its surface, nor any hint of killing intent or a desire to win. Naturally it's a white. But before he could finish his sentence, Han Sen towards him threw a heavy punch. Situ Ching slowly stood up, clutching his face. I really don't understand. How could it have been a black punch? Meanwhile, outside, someone had already pushed open the door and entered. Situ Xiang was truly astonished. Upon seeing the scene in the room, she exclaimed, Dad, isn't that Instructor Situ? How could this be? Situ Xiang quickly ran over and supported her father. So, what exactly are you two doing? Why is Instructor Situ knocked to the ground? Situ Ching gestured that he was fine. Don't be so surprised. We were just having a black and white punch match. He stood up, smiling as he looked at Han Sen. Your black and white punch skills are indeed remarkable. How did you achieve that? Han Sen happily replied. It's not as impressive as you say. I just focus on hiding the way I exert force. That's all. The most important aspects of black and white punch are deceptive strength and real strength. Different forces will lead to different muscle contraction states, but not letting your opponent see the state of muscle contraction is the most important and crucial detail. Situ Ching even happily put his arm around Han Sen's shoulder and left. Come here and tell me all about it. Han Sen asked Instructor Situ again. Aren't we supposed to have special training? And we still have archery practice afterwards. He, however, didn't take those words to heart. What's the point of special training now? Your midterm exam. Your results were so good. You don't even need to do those basic first place tasks anymore. Just wait a little longer. I'll impart some experience and techniques, and that'll be enough for you. Han Sen heard how happy the other person was, and replied with a slight smile. Isn't this a bit improper? Situ Xiang stood behind, looking very displeased. Instructor Situ, what you're doing doesn't comply with school regulations. Situ Ching showed absolutely no regard for his own daughter. Regulations? What regulations? Xiao Xiang, don't you have other things to do? Go on, hurry. Situ Xiang was truly angered. Seriously, Han Sen, can you really solve these 3 things so easily? Is he really so formidable that even the BA acknowledges him? Soon 10 days passed. Han Sen was called to Situ Xiang's room again. Han Sen, your special training has concluded early. I will recommend you for the school's archery team. Although your fundamentals are excellent, you still need to spend more time practicing. We're going to participate in an archery competition. Han Sen scratched his head, looking a little displeased. Coach, when is the competition? Chin, the station chief over there, might still have tasks for me. What a hassle. They didn't even ask if I agreed to participate. Situ Xiang replied seriously. The archery competition schedule is quite short. It's always held at the end of the semester. You have several months to prepare. I understand. Han Sen could only leave holding his communicator. Taking a closer look. Just now in the office, his communicator had been on the whole time. It was another message from Huangfu Pingqing. She was in a sand valley in the Baimo Great Desert, and found a god-blood creature. The next day, he quickly found Huangfu Pingqing to check out the situation there. Han Sen, writing on Dinyo, asked, Senior Huangfu, what kind of god-blood creature are you talking about? You're so powerful. With so many subordinates you still can't catch it. Huangfu Pingqing turned to him and replied, if I'm not mistaken, it's a god-blood creature. Its entire body can't be eaten, just like the rock golden eagle. Its body is incredibly tough. It's somewhat like humanoid armor. And it even possesses a treasure artifact. Han Sen was also quite surprised by this news. This creature is truly too rare. Huangfu Pingqing replied, otherwise why would I have asked you to come along? We must kill it today no matter what, but we also need to be careful. That beast is massive. Yet its speed is abnormally agile. It won't be easy to deal with. Soon, they had already found the divine creature's habitat. The God-blood Junior, look. It's right there. Back then 2 of my subordinates were hit by that treasure artifact's giant hammer. And struck. 1 died and 1 was injured. Over there was a gigantic wild boar. Sporting 2 terrifying tusks. And it was clad in a set of powerful battle armor. Han Sen surveyed the area before them. This quicksand region is its home turf. Anyone who falls in will be buried. It seems a flying beast soul is essential. And it needs to be of the god-blood rank. Huangfu Pingqing took an arrow from her hand. My god-blood wings aren't with me at the moment. So there's no other way. However, I can give you god-blood beast soul arrows. With your archery skills, you can definitely wound it. I'll seize the opportunity to continue the attack. Han Sen nodded in understanding. A huge black wing also appeared behind him. The god-blood soul arrow beast soul is not needed. We will find a way to deal with it. On the contrary, what if you obtain the beast soul? What should be done? Huangfu Pingqing replied seriously. The beast soul and treasure must be handed over to me. Tell me what reward you want, just say it. I will not be stingy. But these are your black feather beast spirit wings, aren't they? Are you sure you're up to it? Han Sen said no more. Rapidly flapped his wings and flew upwards. Senior sister Huangfu, you can take your time to think about how to repay me. After the task is done, at the very least a big meal is in order. A luxurious one. Han Sen muttered to himself as he flew. Not being able to use the purple feather scale dragon wings is a real headache. This speed is slower than a greenskin train. However, quietly approaching that god-blood creature should make it hard to be discovered. The monster suddenly lifted its head, looking at him with terrifying eyes. Han Sen felt the aura it emitted, and slowly stopped as well. It actually spotted me. How incredibly sharp. The monster holding a hammer leaped straight into the air. Soon, it appeared before him, unleashing terrifying attacks. This god-blood treasure is too powerful. Even if I'm wearing the Ghost Star armor, my god-blood body won't last many hits. Then, their battle became extremely intense. Constantly dodging. Truly very elusive. At this moment his entire body also began to change, transforming into a different form. Huangfu Pingqing stood in the distance, gazing at the battle. This god-blood creature is too strong. I'm afraid only someone with pure blood genes can fight it. If Han Sen is really killed, I'll die of sadness. She absolutely cannot let that happen. She quickly drew her bow, nocked an arrow and shot towards them. Han Sen, I don't want you to die. I'll cover you. Quickly find an opportunity to retreat. However, Han Sen on this side showed no fear, using his own strength to leap forward. Senior sister, I told you I had a way to deal with it. You just watch from there. His feet once again sprang upwards, completely avoiding the quicksand. From beneath the sand, another monster appeared, bringing terror and ferocity, both extremely terrifying. Han Sen, holding his weapon, rode on top of the monster's head and commanded, Super particle flow acceleration. Combat success. While that god-blood creature was already attacking this way, concentrating all his power into this one strike. Let's see who's tougher. Han Sen quickly swooped down from above, heading straight for the pig-shaped god-blood creature here. Everyone over there was very surprised, watching the battle. What? Han Sen completely dealt with the monster behind him using his own strength. Then the monster over there fell. Han Sen, holding the hammer, turned and walked towards them. Senior Sister Huangfu. The mission is complete, but this god blood hammer is really too heavy. My arm almost broke. He was truly exhausted. He flew towards them carrying the weapon, and then just tossed it down. His tone was a bit complaining. Such a heavy treasure. An ordinary person wouldn't even be able to use it. Taking it back, it would probably only sell for a few million. Huangfu Pingcheng completely ignored what he said, and instead asked, "Junior brother, I truly admire you. Tell me, did you get the beast soul?" Han Sen could only shake his head and reply, "Unfortunately, no beast soul was obtained. The flesh and blood of that god blood creature, it's already been swallowed by the sand pit. Can't get it either. Overall, today's harvest wasn't much. It truly is unobtainable. Will she suspect me?" Huangfu Jing, on the other hand, was very happy. She walked closer to him smiling. "No, I'm very satisfied today. Because you once again proved your worth to me. Just wait, senior sister will definitely repay you well." Han Sen replied shyly, "You flatter me." Time quickly advanced to 2 days later. Han Sen looked at the bustling crowd in front of him, feeling a bit puzzled. Everyone from the Steel Armor Group is here. Did something big happen? Qin Xian stood above, announcing seriously, "In a little over a month, I will complete my first metamorphosis and head to the second god's sanctuary. The matters at hand now also need to be clearly handed over. During this time, I have recommended young Manli, who will take over as the leader of the Steel Armor Group, responsible for all matters big and small within the group. As for the position of captain of the Special Operations Team, I've decided to recommend Han Sen to take over." As soon as she finished speaking, everyone was greatly surprised. Su Xiaoxiao stood there very happy. "Holy crap, brother Sen. This is your biggest comeback ever. From now on you'll be Captain Han." A few people around also quickly chimed in. "I never would have thought, brother Han, that you would gain Captain Qin's trust. It's truly enviable. They're making Han Sen captain, did I hear that right? Is he really stronger than team leader Yang?" Han Sen also didn't expect things to develop this way. He awkwardly asked the captain, "Isn't your decision a bit too sudden? You're not kidding me, are you? Oh my god." Yang Manli's face just turned dark. Suddenly, he also felt a little happy. Yang Manli was naturally not happy about this. "Captain Qin, I think I'm more suitable to take over the position of squad captain, not Han Sen." Qin Xian immediately retorted, "Manli, your personality isn't suited for this position. This matter has already been decided. No further discussion is needed. All right, the meeting is adjourned. Everyone get back to work." The people below were all very happy and found Han Sen, "Brother, you're amazing. From now on we brothers will follow you." Suzayakayo's eyes lit up and she also looked at him. "If any opportunity arises, remember to promote me. You'll definitely perform well." Haha, all right. Han Sen pondered this question a bit. He had originally thought that with their deep sisterly bond, there would be some backdoor dealings. But he didn't expect Qin Xian to be so clear about public and private matters. Being the captain of the Special Operations Team, he could directly buy good things from inside the organization. This is truly a huge windfall from heaven. Yang Manli pointed at Han Sen. "Captain, since you think he's more suitable than me, then let him prove his capability. I want to fight him. If I win, I won't say another word." Qin Xian helplessly pressed her forehead. Manli's personality really is. Han Sen also stood aside and seriously replied, "I accept any form of challenge except giving birth." Manli looked at him with great displeasure. "I'm going to make you completely my defeated foe." They quickly arrived at the 3D equipment hall. Qin Xian was the host of this competition. Both logged into their accounts and used the 3D equipment to enter the virtual world for the match. "I believe this will be a wonderful and fair match." Both nodded, indicating they understood. Su Xiaoxiao quickly emerged from the virtual reality equipment, saying, "Oh my god. The VR practice here is truly a hellish scenario, leaving me with aches all over my back and waist." Suddenly he noticed something. New captain, team leader Yang, and even Han Sen. Why are they here? Soon the few of them entered the virtual world. White Bird Forest. Late at night, Qin Xian stood by evaluating White Bird Forest at midnight. This is one of the projects. A rather classic training exercise. After entering, there's a forest path. It's 2,000 meters long. On the trees lining the path, 2 types of black and white birds will appear randomly. Anyone who shoots a white bird is immediately out. The outcome is determined by the number of black birds shot. Whoever achieves the target kill count in the shortest amount of time wins. The two of them slowly entered the virtual reality device. Su Xiaoxiao stood by secretly watching them. Team leader Yang is secretly competing with brother Sen. Is this because of today's meeting? He quickly opened his system. This is so interesting. I'll have to pay a little extra. If I can only watch one person, I don't need to worry about team leader Yang's strength. So I'll watch brother Sen. After entering the virtual game, Han Sen happily raised his bow and arrows. Playing this kind of competition for the first time. It's really exciting. The thought of his opponent being Yang Manli made him feel incredibly thrilled. Every arrow shot from below into the air completely shot down countless black birds. I must seize this opportunity to make her concede and never dare to underestimate me again. This curved trajectory happens to be an effective way to use it. Just like the beast soul ghost leaf butterfly, quantity is one of the reference conditions. Time also needs to be controlled. To kill all black birds and in the shortest time possible. Su Xiaoxiao outside was completely stunned by the sight. She couldn't believe it. Oh my god, I know brother Sin is amazing, but I never thought he'd be this ridiculously good. This is practically the reincarnation of an archery god, not just a shooting god. Xin Xian also stood outside watching the match. Han Sen, you've already exceeded my expectations. I originally thought that with this game mode, you wouldn't be so relaxed at least. But Han Sen had already completely dominated inside, as he shot countless arrows. And every single arrow hit those black birds. His predictive ability is terrifying. His vision is incredible. His reaction speed is also too fast. Manli, your opponent is no ordinary person. Victory or defeat depends on your own results. The match ended quickly. 10 minutes later, Yang Manli walked out of the virtual reality device. Yang Manli angrily glanced at the boy standing over there. This is the best score I've achieved so far. And it also broke the device's record. I'm absolutely confident I'll win. Han Sen, she really couldn't understand. He actually came out before me. Xin Xian picked up the scoresheet and handed it to the girl in front of her. Your score is a grade 964 blackbirds killed, not bad. It's better than your previous score. But it's a pity he won. As she spoke, she raised a finger and pointed at Han Sen, who was standing over there. Yang Manli couldn't believe it. What? Han Sen picked up his card and happily held it out. Sorry team leader Yang, I'm a little bit better than you. Xin Xian was also very satisfied with this number 1000 blackbirds. Han Sen didn't miss a single one. Moreover, the time he took was 10 minutes shorter than hers. Yang Manli truly couldn't understand. How could he possibly do that? Xin Xian smiled, turned and left. The winner has been decided. This matter ends here. Everyone go back. Tasks will be assigned to both of them soon. Hope we can finish the mission as soon as possible. Han Sen looked at her. His face was gloomy, but he was secretly pleased. Team leader Yang. Well, I'm off then, goodbye, gotta run. This woman is going to blow up soon. She might hit me. Yang Manli was indeed very upset. I'll admit defeat, I accept it. But if there's a next time, no matter what we compete in, I will definitely win. Su Xiaoxiao left with a happy smile. Han Sen's match. It was indeed more exciting than a movie. It would be a shame not to release it with such powerful strength. But I still need to make a slight modification. Just blur out Han Sen's face. Soon this video. The entire process of killing a level 5 night owl. The entire process. High energy, infinite shooting. Currently it's a video. When the time comes, the click rate will definitely skyrocket. The next morning everyone saw the video. They began discussing it enthusiastically. Have you guys seen this video? It's too exaggerated. This wasn't made with special effects, was it? The official account has pinned it. So this must be real footage. Truly incredibly strong, that accuracy. Look at that composure. Who exactly is this person? Yang Manli stood there utterly unable to comprehend. Is it you, Han Sen, such talent? As if born for archery. No wonder I lost. Meanwhile, on the training grounds of Blackhawk Military Academy, Shi Jikong greeted happily. Third brother, so you also joined senior Han Sen's team. Han Sen shrugged a bit, helpless. Can't be helped. What can I say, I'm also good at archery, everyone. At this moment above, Situ Xiang suddenly spoke. Everyone gather. Today I've gathered you all here because I want you to watch some footage. Archery. This is competition footage of a student from Central Military Academy. This year, he will be your opponent. Everyone was astonished when they saw him. Everyone recognized him. What's so surprising? Isn't this the captain of the Central Military Academy's archery team? the captain of the Central Military Academy's archery team. Jingji Wu. Yeah, I know him too. His physique is almost on par with an evolver. Are we really going to compete against someone like that? Did the coach make a mistake? Jingji Wu, captain of the Central Military Academy's archery team. For the past 3 years, he has served as a member of the archery team, the armored battle team, the ancient martial arts team, and the Hand of God team. He participated in most of the Military Academy category competitions. Military Academy category competitions. In any competition he participated in, Central Military Academy would, with a crushing victory, easily take the championship. It was precisely because of him that the Military Academy competition had to change its rules of participation, mandating that a single competitor can only participate in one event. This year he chose the archery competition. The archery competition. We're going to lose anyway. Might as well lose to Jingji Wu. It'll sound better when we tell people. With our level of strength, the chances of facing Central Military Academy are not high. Whatever Jingji Wu chooses has nothing to do with us. Situ Xiang suddenly asked Han Sen, "What do you think of Jingji Wu?" Han Sen replied with a confident smile. "You'll only know who wins or loses after you compete." Several people nearby couldn't help but laugh. This newcomer talks big. What's there to compare? You've already lost before even competing. Zhang Yang stood nearby and said, "Han Sen, don't mind them when the competition starts. Let everyone know that nothing is impossible." Han Sen glanced seriously at the person standing beside him. Saying more is useless. Everyone just wait and see when the time comes. He was confident that the more he competed with powerful opponents, the more he could improve his own strength. I'm serious about working hard to become stronger. Situ Xiang stood above, having already switched the screen. Let's look at another screen then. A very familiar figure appeared there. Everyone started discussing animatedly again. Who is this person? Is it still Jingji Wu? This reaction speed? This predictive ability? This isn't someone who hasn't evolved yet, is it? Han Sen recognized the figure as himself at a glance. Damn it, isn't that me? I was still secretly filmed. Situ Xiang suddenly walked towards him and asked Han Sen, "Do you think this person is stronger than you?" Han Sen could only reluctantly reply, "We might be evenly matched." Situ Xiang quickly cheered up. The people below were in excellent spirits. Let's all work hard together. After they had finished gathering, they already saw someone waiting. Shi Zikong immediately exclaimed upon seeing the person in front of him. The god of war Huangfu Bingxing appeared there. With a smile. "Junior Han, do you have time to chat privately? Last time, you helped me kill that snakeblood godblood creature. I haven't had a chance to repay you yet." After that, she then looked at the people beside her and said, "A few juniors. I'll borrow Han Sen for a bit. You don't mind, do you?" "Not at all, not at all." Shi Zikong stood at the back. Chatting with Lu Meng beside him, third brother, is really something. First there was the great beauty Ji. Now even the god of war is looking for him. Beauties don't like third brother Lu. Why would they like someone as crude as you? After that, the two of them had already set off for Queen's restaurant. Han Sen's heart was filled with doubt. So he asked Senior Huangfu, "Where are you taking me? Didn't you say we were going to eat?" They sat at a nearby table. Below, two people were fighting. Senior Huangfu, "Where is this place?" He was a bit surprised that the two people fighting were actually evolvers. Huangfu Bingxing said, while watching the two people fighting below, "This is the business of the God of War Martial Arts Academy. Our academy. Everyday students from the God of War Martial Arts Academy come here to perform." Huangfu Bingxing picked up the wine glass beside her and handed it to him. "What are your plans after graduation?" What plans could there be? After graduation I'll have to serve in the military. Below they were still fighting fiercely. If you junior want to make your way in the military, you might consider joining our God of War Martial Arts Academy. In the military, many people have practiced and trained at the God of War Martial Arts Academy. I believe it will be beneficial to you then. Junior, you don't have to rush to answer me anyway. There are still a few years until you graduate. You can take your time to think about it. Their conversation continued. So do you know why this restaurant is called Queen's Restaurant? No sooner had she finished speaking, the host below loudly announced, "Next up. This is the most exciting moment. Because there's a true queen here." A girl appeared with a mysterious expression on her face, wearing a mask with a huge cape behind her. Han Sen stood above looking down. The aura emanating from this woman is terrifying. It's as if she walked out of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, giving off an extreme sense of danger. Could this be an evolver? Everyone in the audience was loudly cheering and applauding. She is the queen. The queen, the queen. The person who appeared before her today is the champion about to challenge the queen. He is an evolver from the Iron Fist Martial Arts Academy. Su Jiqiang. Han Sen watched their match from above. Have his hands metallized. If I'm not mistaken, this is the highest level version of Alloy. A regional grade new martial arts palm technique. An evolver in the Sanctuary Super Alloy Palm. This person is a strong evolver. The battle below has already begun. Su Jiqiang threw a fierce punch. Han Sen didn't expect that he couldn't keep up with my eyesight. I couldn't even see how that punch was thrown. No, he's really formidable. What's formidable isn't his fist but the movement of his feet. He fell into deep thought again. Is the queen not dodging? Huangfu Pingjing gently raised her wine glass behind him. The queen will not lose. That man's super alloy palm was actually easily countered by the queen. He simply couldn't believe it. She reached out and pointed forward. Now it's my turn. Han Sen stood above watching the battle. He hit that spot with his super alloy palm, but couldn't even hurt this woman. Everything below continued. Huangfu Pingjing calmly replied. 1,000 duels. Each time a challenge from an evolver. From different martial arts academies. Not a single one has been able to defeat her. Soon the battle ended. She is the queen here. And also the disciple meticulously cultivated by our Ares Martial Arts Academy. Han Sen hadn't expected this either. I've seen many videos of evolvers fighting online before, but no one is terrifying and invincible as her. So this is what true strength is. What evolvers should possess. Really, Huangfu Pingjing began to suggest. If you are willing, you can also receive the same treatment as the queen. With your talent, you might even be stronger than the queen in the future. Han Sen turned his head and asked. The queen is clearly a top figure among evolvers. She wouldn't be an ordinary disciple, would she? Of course not. If you wish, you can be even more extraordinary. Then marry me and become a Livian son-in-law for the Huangfu family. Upon hearing this, Han Sen was so shocked he spat out the wine he was holding. At this moment, at the gate of the armor shelter, Han Sen seriously considered the matter. The queen was indeed ridiculously strong. So this outcome certainly isn't entirely due to the Ares Martial Arts Academy's teachings, the ancient toxic killing intent on her. That is killing intent. In the entire alliance I am still too weak. I must quickly upgrade to the shelter and become a second god. He quickly changed his body. Someone shouted from behind. It was Lu Weinan. Standing behind, he called out. Big brother, you're here. After we parted ways in the dark swamp last time, I've really missed you. Han Sen saw him, turned around and replied. Cut the nonsense, Lu Weinan. Are you sure there's a humanoid god-blood creature in the dark swamp? Yes, I really couldn't kill it. That's why I came to Big Brother for cooperation. Tell me about it. Lu Weinan then recounted his experience. That humanoid god-blood creature was completely enveloped in black by its helmet and armor. It held a black spear in its hand, riding a black Chilan horse, galloping like lightning across the swamp, yet not touching the ground. It looked incredibly powerful. Hearing these descriptions, Han Sen fell into deep thought. Then he asked, it has a spear and a Chilan horse. What kind of god-blood ghoul creature is this? Have you fought it before, Lu Weinan? Lu Weinan answered hesitantly, that thing is incredibly powerful. I almost died back then. Luckily I had my iron-scaled bird which allowed me to escape. Han Sen turned and left. He said to his companion behind him, lead the way. Brother, let's be clear first, the beast soul follows the old rule. Whoever gets it keeps it. As for the rest. He immediately interrupted, well, talk after we've seen it. If we can't kill it, talking more is useless. Afterwards he arrived at the first dark swamp. Facing that gigantic monster, he picked up his weapon. He quickly turned and unleashed a powerful strike. The huge wings on his back flapped in the air, further enhancing his imposing presence. Lu Weinan, sitting on his mount, was also surprised. Shocked, he said, that was truly dangerous, scared me to death. It was a sneak attack. But his mind couldn't help but start thinking. Brother is truly amazing. This leg is truly thick, I must hold on tight. Afterwards the two of them found another place to sit down. Lu Weinan looked at the gigantic weapon stuck beside him. Is this the god-blood creature's treasure artifact? He immediately cried out in surprise. On God's Sanctuary Island. Was it made here? Han Sen sat there, while playing with his pet, and cooking a pot of what looked like very appetizing food. You're quite well informed. Too bad we didn't get the beast soul. Lu Weinan walked over, reaching out to touch the little fellow on the ground. This little guy is so cute. Is it brother's pet, this fur? But before he could finish speaking, it quickly transformed into a powerful giant beast. Lu Weinan could only retreat in fear. It's a super evolution. Brother, you're incredibly lucky to raise a mutant pet. And it's a super evolution. This pet is equivalent to a god blood level battle pet. Han Sen held the treasure sword he had just obtained. He examined it for a moment, then slowly replied, I suppose so. Now that we've eaten our fill, it's time to get down to business. The two of them started discussing again. Brother, did you see that thing? What do you think? Before them was a person clad in full armor. He was also riding an incredibly formidable warhorse. Han Sen stood by and commented, let me put it this way. The last time you managed to escape from it, it was absolutely due to your good luck. Such an integral being, with no gaps in its armor. Because it literally grew out of its body. This is definitely not an ordinary thing. This is a terrifying humanoid godblood creature. Through its outer faceplate, Han Sen could still tell that the opponent was extremely powerful. A godblood creature actually has a mount. That's truly unheard of. This thing will likely be extremely difficult to deal with. Lu Weinan stood behind, immediately reminding brother. We can't give up easily. Han Sen of course had never considered such a thing. Giving up isn't my style. However, first the initial strategy needs to change. Lu Weinan of course trusted him unconditionally. Whatever you assign, I'll follow your lead. Just then that thing suddenly turned its head and looked towards them with crimson eyes. Terrifying without any warning.